I, Rasha, the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, the adoptive father of Temari, Kinkro, and Gara, am but a mere ordinary office worker who has recently traversed into this realm. Lacking a system or the physique of a sage, I possess only a limited potential for magnet release, alongside a village beset by internal strife and external threats, bereft of resources. The most disheartening revelation is that I have become a vessel for the resurrection of the Otsutsuki clan, marked by the ominous wedge inscribed upon my palm. As the third great ninja, war looms ominously. The elders of my village entertain the notion of launching an offensive against Konoha. Faced with the likes of Minato Namikaze, the legendary Sannin, and the Uchiha clan, what can Sunagakure possibly wield in defense? However, before I am completely subjugated, I shall harness the power of the wedge for my own purposes. I will seize control of the village, claim Shikaku's chakra, and unravel the secrets of the wedge. This time, I shall ensure that the name of Kazekage resonates throughout the entire ninja world. Chapter 1. Me, the Kazekage. Nestled within a vast desert, Sunagakure stands as the least geographically favorable among the 5 great shinobi villages, encircled by towering mountains that form a massive canyon. On the surface, it appears to be a barren wasteland, devoid of resources and plagued by harsh conditions. Yet, this unique geography bestows upon Sunagakure an unparalleled strategic advantage. Firstly, the immense canyon envelopes the village like a mother's embrace, safeguarding it from intruders. Even skilled ninjas like Deidara, capable of flight, must access the village through a narrow entrance, less than 10 meters wide and nearly 100 meters long, a formidable barrier known as the Heavenly Chasm. Secondly, the arid landscape of Sunagakure and the Land of Wind dissuades other nations from launching attacks, as wars typically seek territory and resources, 2 commodities in which Sunagakure and the Land of Wind are woefully lacking. Yet, this geographical advantage, while providing safety, has instilled a misguided courage in the hearts of Sunagakure's ninjas. Clad in a white Kazekage robe, I, Rasha, ascend to the highest chamber of the Kazekage Tower with my trusted aide, Maki, only to be met with a cacophony of fervent discussions. From within the large conference room, this is the perfect time for Sunagakure. We can no longer remain passive. Indeed, Yagura has been provoking Konoha along the borders of the Land of Fire, and war seems imminent. Iwagakure has also mobilized forces into the Land of Grass, threatening the borders of the Land of Fire. This is our opportunity. Currently, only we and Kirigakure are outside of the conflict, separated by ocean and desert. We need not fear their approach. The situation is favorable for us. Whether we strike Konoha, Kimogakure, or Iwagakure, it benefits us immensely. Certainly, we should target Konoha. While the White Fang is deceased, we must not forget the deaths of Lord Ao and Lord Red. The disappearance of the third Hokage is also tied to Konoha. Where is the Kazekage? This meeting is of utmost importance. Having listened for some time from outside, I am utterly exasperated by the impassioned discussions within. I wish to inquire who has bestowed such audacity upon the ninjas of Sunagakure to engage in this impending war. Is it the power of love? Konoha, not even considering the lower-ranked ninjas, boasts formidable forces. The third Hokage in his prime, Minato Namikaze in his legendary form, the Sannin still revered, and the presence of a Jinchuriki with the 9 tails. Any one of these individuals could easily overwhelm me, let alone the entire Uchiha clan, which remains intact, or the formidable Hyuga clan. Neither Kimogakure nor Iwagakure are adversaries that Sunagakure can contend with at present. The third Raikage can match the 8 tails, while the fourth Raikage, the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails and 2 tails, have all matured. As for Iwagakure, though they may lack renowned ninjas, Inoki's dust release is beyond my capabilities to counter, not to mention the 2-tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. What do we have in Sunagakure? Magnet release? Puppet jutsu? Scorch release? Poison? Shikaku. In comparison, we are not even on the same tier. To charge head first into battle, the thought alone brings a sigh of despair to my heart. Indeed, I am no longer the Rasha I once was. Just last night, I was merely an ordinary office worker. As I walked down the street, I was suddenly struck by an unknown force, and upon awakening, I found myself in the world of Naruto, having assumed the role of the newly appointed Fourth Kazekage, Rasha. I am the very Kazekage who was assassinated by Orochimaru without even shedding his Kazekage robe. who, in a misguided act of paternal love, sought to transform his son Gaara into a weapon of mass destruction. Despite the bizarre circumstances of my arrival, I have no choice but to adapt. Fortunately, fate has not forsaken me. As I resolve to embrace my responsibilities as the fourth Kazekage in this world, my fortunes shifted. I discovered a black diamond-shaped pattern adorning my palm. Thanks to the knowledge I acquired during my previous life, I recognize this emblem. It is the wedge of the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, I ponder, does this imply that I have become a vessel for the resurrection of an Otsutsuki? He does not recall such a turn of events in the storyline of Naruto. However, Raza is not one to dwell on trivialities. His foremost priority is to adapt to this new body and identity. As for whether the diamond-shaped mark truly represents the Otsutsuki clan's wedge, that will become clear in due time once he exhibits some reaction. After all, the notion of being possessed and traversing worlds seems far more peculiar than anything else. This explains why Raza, despite the significance of today's meeting, only arrived when the sun was already high in the sky. He had spent the entire night processing the memories of the Fourth Kazekage, familiarizing himself with the powers of the Fourth Kazekage. To put it succinctly, the situation is rather bleak. The inadequacy of Sunagakure is one factor, while the existence of formidable foes in Konoha looms large. Although Raza has inherited the full extent of the original host's abilities due to the merging of memories, he still stands little chance against the monsters of Konoha. The likes of Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique combined with Rasengan, Jiraiya's Sage Arts, and the summoning beasts of Mount Mayaboku, Orochimaru's immortality and his lair, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, and the Wet-Bone Forest, not to mention Kurama and the Uzumaki clan's physical prowess, the Uchiha Sharingan, and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, all surpass what Sunagakure can muster. And let's not forget the existence of a ninjutsu prodigy, the strongest Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fortunately, there remains a glimmer of hope. If the diamond insignia on his palm truly is the wedge of the Otsutsuki clan, then prior to being possessed, the power of the Otsutsuki should afford him some means of self-preservation during the early stages of the Naruto saga. Yet, how does one wield this wedge? Aside from recalling that it can absorb ninjutsu and chakra to serve as a vessel for the resurrection of the Otsutsuki clan, he is utterly ignorant of its practical applications. However, chakra? Sunagakure possesses a vast reservoir of chakra. The One-Tail's Shikaku? Perhaps it is worth a try. Yet, despite being the leader of Sunagakure and its Kazekage, many affairs within the village are not dictated by him alone. For instance, Shikaku is currently under the control of the village's sealing faction elder, Chiyo, who is the sibling of the elder controlling the puppet forces. This implies that the two most formidable factions within Sunagakure are beyond his grasp. Fortunately, he holds a significant leverage over both individuals. As for the impending Third Shinobi World War, Raza is decidedly unwilling to participate. The outcome is predetermined. Sunagakure stands to gain nothing from this conflict. However, as previously mentioned, there are times when his word carries little weight within this village. Nevertheless, he has formulated a plan. If Sunagakure must engage in the war, the manner in which it is fought shall be dictated by him. Should anyone dissent, they shall be made to suffer the consequences. Though he lacks confidence against the monstrosities of Konoha, subduing the disobedient elements within the village, given his current strength and status, should not prove overly difficult, especially with the wedge's ability to absorb ninjutsu, which renders him nearly invincible at this stage. Thus, Raza has resolved that the key lies in solidifying his position within Sunagakure, ensuring his complete control over the village as Kazekage. Other matters can be addressed later. With his thoughts settled, Raza was ready. At that moment, a formidable voice echoed through the conference room, belonging to the elder woman. Enough of this ruckus. Since the fourth has arrived, let us heed his counsel. Upon hearing this voice, Raza couldn't help but let out a light scoff, a manifestation of his growing discontent. TCH, that old hag. Maki, seated nearby, broke into a cold sweat at his remark. Fortunately, Raza was merely venting his frustration and made no further moves. He understood that it was time for him to make his entrance. Thus he pushed open the door and stepped inside. As Raza entered, the previously boisterous conference room fell silent, all eyes turning to him. However, the gazes directed his way were not of reverence, but rather born of obligation, a silent acknowledgement of hierarchy evident in their discontented expressions. After all, the meeting had been scheduled for 9 in the morning, and it was now nearly noon. Yet Raza felt no shame. Having seamlessly merged with the essence of the Fourth Kazekage, he was unperturbed by their scrutiny. Though his position as Kazekage may be precarious, he remains the village's leader, and as long as he occupies this role, none dare openly oppose or disobey him. Casting a cold glance over the assembly, he strode forward and took his seat atop the dais, claiming the seat that symbolized the highest authority of the village. From his vantage point, he could clearly discern the intricate dynamics at play within Sunagakure. The conference room housed over 30 individuals, each a high-ranking shinobi, all belonging to the upper echelons of Sunagakure, capable of shaping the village's policies. However, Raza's focus narrowed to 5 individuals. First were the 2 elders flanking him, Chiyo and Otsutsuki. Next was Chiyo's subordinate, a strikingly dressed kunoichi with a sharp gaze and slender figure, Yakura of the Scorch Release. Otsutsuki's subordinate was a robust man clad in a long robe, his square jaw and stern demeanor exuding authority, each one of the Magnet Release. Lastly, there was his confidant, the sole unwavering supporter, the leader of Sunagakure's Umbu, Maki, who possessed the strength of a jonin. The remainder of the assembly, while notable figures in the village, were merely acolytes of these 5. Regrettably, aside from Maki, who stood firmly by him, the others either harbored ulterior motives or simply dismissed him. The root of this discord lay in the sudden disappearance of the third Kazekage. The power dynamics within Sunagakure are not as convoluted as those in Konoha. There are no grand clans. In essence, the factions within Sunagakure can be divided into 2 groups. The aristocratic faction represented by the Kazekage clan and the civilian faction. Traditionally, the Kazekage has been appointed by the preceding leader, but to maintain appearances and placate the civilian faction, it is crucial for each new leader to garner the support of both factions, thus legitimizing their position. The second and third Kazekage both adhere to this practice. However, the unexpected disappearance of the third Kazekage, who failed to designate a successor, has led to instability in the Kazekage seat. This has incited the civilian faction to consider nominating one of their own as the fourth Kazekage. Among the candidates, the name that resonates most strongly is not Raza's, but rather that of the kunoichi before him, hailed as the hero of Sunagakure, Yakura. The civilian faction's shinobi clearly hope to see Yakura ascend to the position of fourth Kazekage, viewing it as a rare opportunity for their faction, resulting in overwhelming support that has momentarily overshadowed Raza. Yet, the Kazekage clan, having held the position across generations, is not inclined to relinquish their power easily, resulting in persistent resistance to this notion. Until a fortuitous event occurred 6 months ago, the hidden rock village of the Land of Earth launched a sudden attack on the Land of Wind. Utilizing his magnetic release, Sand Gold technique, Raza successfully repelled the invasion of the rock ninjas, thereby garnering immense prestige. Consequently, the Sand Clan elevated Raza to the position of Kazekage. Thus, Raza now stands without the full support of the villagers and the ninja factions. Within the noble faction, only half of its members back him. The other half, represented by a male ninja named Michikawa, remains opposed. Logically, as Raza is now the fourth Kazekage, the noble faction led by Michikawa should be supporting him. However, the troubling issue is that the third Kazekage is missing rather than confirmed dead. It is essential to note that the third Kazekage was renowned as the most powerful Kazekage in history. Thus, it is utterly implausible that he could have been dealt with so quietly. Even now, many believe that the third Kazekage is merely missing, not deceased. Michikawa, having been a trusted aide of the third Kazekage, naturally subscribes to this belief. In the eyes of Michikawa and his associates, Raza is merely a reluctant compromise, a substitute thrust into the role of Kazekage, lacking their recognition. As long as the third Kazekage's death remains unconfirmed, they will never firmly align themselves with Raza. As for Chiyo and Aizo, these 2 ancient figures have existed since the era of the first Kazekage, operating outside the political framework of Sunagakure. They wield significant power over the village's puppet forces, sealing teams, and tailed beasts, rendering it highly unlikely for them to regard Raza with any respect. Moreover, Raza's tenure as Kazekage has been exceedingly brief, lasting less than 3 months, during which he has failed to cultivate any substantial influence. Aside from appointing Maki as the leader of the Umbu, thereby gaining control over that faction, Raza finds himself beset by internal strife and external pressures, rendered nearly immobile. However, that was the past. Observing the multitude of ninjas from Sunagakure below, Raza refrained from hastily voicing his thoughts. Despite the scant support he enjoys as Kazekage, his position as the leader of the village commands a certain weight. Sitting in silence, his penetrating gaze can exert pressure on many, particularly those who had previously spoken ill of him, though this does not include the 5 individuals mentioned earlier. Chiyo and Aizo appeared elderly, resting with their eyes closed, seemingly dismissive of Raza. The alluring Yakura, with her alluring back exposed, furrowed her brow, unafraid as she met Raza's gaze. Michikawa, mature and composed, sat rigidly in his chair. Maki, however, seemed anxious, glancing nervously around. Although Raza had promoted him to lead the Umbu, his strength and experience are still relatively modest among the group, yet he managed to maintain his composure. Thus, the heavy silence lingered for 3 or 4 minutes, until someone seemed unable to contain themselves and was about to speak. At that moment, Raza suddenly broke the silence. Elders Chiyo and Aizo, Yakura, Michikawa, and Maki, please remain. Everyone else may leave, he announced. At Raza's words, the attendees were initially taken aback, but soon their discontent became palpable. To arrive late to such a significant meeting and then be dismissed without any discourse felt exceedingly disrespectful. Some individuals, visibly displeased, contemplated voicing their grievances, but were swiftly silenced by Raza's cold, penetrating gaze. The immense pressure rendered them mute, and they departed quietly. Raza paid no heed to their departure. Once the room was cleared, he refrained from unnecessary pleasantries and directly addressed the remaining individuals. I have just spent a considerable time outside listening to everyone's discussions, which were quite fervent. Yet, none of you have spoken up. I would like to hear your thoughts. Chapter 3. The plan. Although Rasha, in his capacity as the Wind Shadow, exerted pressure that proved effective against ordinary ninjas, it had little effect on the 5 individuals who remained. Among them, only Maki possessed any formidable strength, while the other 4 were not necessarily stronger than Rasha. Thus, defeating them with ease was unlikely. As a result, each of the 5 sat in silence, adopting their own postures, yet none spoke. Only Maki, unable to contain herself, finally broke the silence. Lord Wind Shadow, the Umbu are prepared and await your orders. Indeed, Maki, you must expedite matters with the Umbu. They will be of great use shortly. And what of the rest of you? Rasha cast a satisfied glance at Maki before turning his attention to the remaining 4. However, they continued to remain silent, subtly opposing Rasha. He was not in a hurry, as he held the moral high ground as Wind Shadow. The world of the Hokage, despite its chaos, adhered to tradition, particularly within the militaristic structure of a ninja village, where hierarchical respect maintained a strong influence over all. He scrutinized them coldly, and the meeting room fell into an eerie quietude. Perhaps unable to endure the silence any longer, or perhaps wishing to afford Rasha some respect. The elder sitting to the left, Hozo, finally spoke in a gravelly voice. Fourth Lord, this matter is no longer solely within our control. The daimyo has indicated a desire for our involvement. Humph. Sunagakure is Sunagakure, and the daimyo is the daimyo. They have no authority to command us. Yakura interjected, her voice tinged with a cold arrogance. While that may be true, our village's barren geography means that we cannot secure development funds without the daimyo's support. Michikawa sighed, conceding the point. Yakura understood this reality, letting out an exasperated huff. The predicament of Sunagakure was such that without the daimyo's backing, even securing food became a daunting challenge. Sometimes, having money meant nothing if there was no one to sell them grain. Now that 4 individuals had spoken, only Chiyo remained silent. Rasha turned his gaze toward her, but she said nothing, merely observing him. At this juncture, Chiyo realized that continuing to hold her tongue served no purpose, and with a somewhat whimsical laugh, she addressed Rasha. Wind Shadow, it appears you have made up your mind. In that case, what difference does it make whether I speak or remain silent? Upon hearing Chiyo's words, everyone finally turned their attention to Rasha. The current state of affairs was satisfactory to him. It demonstrated that his title as Wind Shadow still wielded some influence over these individuals. Therefore, he chose not to prolong the silence and spoke directly. I do have some thoughts, but before I share them, I must confirm one point. Rasha surveyed the room, then posed a question. Do you all believe that we can truly defeat Konoha? As soon as Rasha's words fell, The meeting room was enveloped in silence. But this silence was not the same eerie quiet as before. It was thick with a sense of gravity and resignation. Unlike the earlier fervent discussions, the remaining individuals were among the most competent in the village, both in strength and foresight. They had experienced too much to misunderstand the implications of Rasha's question. Though it was somewhat disheartening to admit, the truth was that Sunagakure and Konoha were not on the same level of strength. Had it not been for the recent actions of Kumobikure and Iwagakure, which presented an opportunity for Sunagakure, the thought of attacking Konoha would not have even crossed their minds. Observing their silent contemplation, Rasha did not press for an answer, but continued. It seems you all have already come to a conclusion. Since the establishment of Sunagakure, we have engaged in countless conflicts and wars with other nations and ninja villages, resulting in the loss of many lives. Yet, what have we gained? Not only our village, but our entire nation remains unchanged in its territorial boundaries over the decades. We are still confined to this desert. Rasha's words plunged everyone into deep reflection. They were not ignorant of these truths. In fact, although they were born as ninjas meant for combat, none truly relished the prospect of war. After all, with war comes death. Each individual present had lost loved ones due to conflict, and they were all too familiar with that pain. Then, Fourth Lord, does this mean we will not intervene in this war? What of the daimyo? Hozo asked, his tone reflecting a newfound understanding of Rasha's earlier sentiments. Rasha had no intention of abstaining from conflict. No, we must fight. I intend to use this war to establish my authority within the village and solidify my position as Wind Shadow. Otherwise, neither the daimyo nor the ninjas within the village will acquiesce. The animosity towards Konoha, stemming from the Third's actions, runs deep. However, we cannot wage war as we have in the past. Before we engage, we must clarify our purpose in initiating this conflict. The answers to that question were manifold, with each person capable of voicing their own thoughts. While the group contemplated, one could not contain her impatience any longer. If the Fourth Lord has a plan, please share it directly. There's no need for riddles. I'm an old woman, and if I sit here much longer, I fear I may doze off. Rasha cast an annoyed glance at the elder woman before returning his gaze to the others. Very well, I shall dispense with the theatrics. As Elder Hozo previously stated, Sunagakure is situated in a desolate region, and our most pressing need is for military funding. Although my bloodline limit allows me to locate gold in the desert, that is not a sustainable solution. Thus, our objective in this war cannot mirror past campaigns aimed at seizing territory from the Land of Fire. This time, our singular aim is to plunder as much funding and resources from within the Land of Fire as possible, seizing this opportunity to address the future military funding and resource needs of Sunagakure. With Rasha's declaration, the attention of the room was finally captured, regardless of any dissent regarding Rasha's role as the Fourth Wind Shadow. They all shared a common goal concerning the development of the village and the necessity for military resources. Without further ado, Rasha produced a map. This is the map of the Land of Fire. My plan is as follows. I, along with Yakura and Michikawa, will each lead a contingent of ninjas to strike swiftly, aiming to reach this point in the Land of Fire within a day. As he spoke, he traced a line across the map, bisecting the Land of Fire. I believe it is clear to all that utterly defeating Konoha is unattainable. Therefore, once we reach this point, our sole objective will be to prolong the conflict. Prolong the conflict? The others expressed their confusion at this notion. Rasha, however, did not keep them in suspense and clarified, as I mentioned earlier. Our purpose is to acquire military funding and resources. The Land of Fire is affluent, and while we may only reach a third of its territory, that section contains several major cities like Shoya, Mubu, and Daiwa, which are home to many wealthy nobles. Our objective is the wealth they possess. We shall strive to delay the counterattack from Konoha, and during this time, Elder Izoso and Maki, I implore you to lead your subordinates and seize the riches owned by the nobility within these cities, bringing them back to the village. As Raza's words fell, the eyes of all present sparkled with anticipation. They felt no shame in such actions. After all, they were ninjas, a title synonymous with darkness. Such endeavors were hardly foreign to the great nations and their ninja villages. In the narrative, Nagato's parents were slain as foes during the resource plundering conducted by Konoha's shinobi. Nevertheless, Raza maintained a certain level of decorum, necessitating that some matters be clarified beforehand. However, I must emphasize that while we are indeed ninjas, born for the purpose of killing, we also possess our own code of pride. This operation must not target the innocent. Raza's declaration astonished those within the room, as it diverged from their usual conduct. For those accustomed to slaughter, the concept of innocent people was virtually non-existent. Anyone on the opposing side was deemed an enemy. Their hearts had grown cold amidst endless violence. Raza's words seemed to them an act of unwarranted compassion, yet they found themselves harboring an inexplicable feeling of respect for him. Ignoring their astonished gazes, Raza continued, stating that their targets were the affluent nobles, most of whom had unsavory reputations, heavily involved in gambling and vice, essentially amassing a city's wealth. Furthermore, since the last Great Ninja War, the ninja world had enjoyed a prolonged period of recovery, undoubtedly allowing these individuals to accumulate significant resources, be it gold, provisions, minerals, or weapons. We must acquire it all. However, for efficiency's sake, Maki, I require you to deploy the Umbu to ascertain the circumstances within these cities over the course of 7 days and identify our targets. I do not intend to bring the lower-ranking ninjas into this raid on the Land of Fire. Thus, I entrust the village's lower ranks to you. 7 days will commence from the moment we step into the borders of Konoha. After 7 days, regardless of the outcomes of our engagement with Konoha, we must retreat. Therefore, you have only 7 days. Does that suffice? At that moment, having absorbed Raza's strategy, both Izoso and the others felt an unexpected surge of faith in the Fourth Kazekage, whom they had previously disregarded. Although their allegiances differed, Raza's plan appeared mutually beneficial, leaving no room for dissent. Izoso promptly responded, "Very well. When does Lord Kazekage plan to initiate the raid?" 10 days hence, Raza replied. The Umbu require time to gather intelligence. During these 7 days, we must maintain secrecy to prevent Konoha from being prepared. After 7 days, preparations can commence. 3 days will suffice. Are there any further questions? The assembly exchanged glances. As for the first time, individuals from various factions united for the collective benefit of the village. At that moment, Chiyo unexpectedly interjected, "What about that old hag?" As one of Sunagakir's most formidable assets, the puppet brigade's exclusion was evidently unreasonable. Raza provided his rationale. "I require Elder Chiyo to command the puppet brigade, safeguarding the village and facilitating our retreat in 7 days, as we must anticipate Konoha's counterattack. Our withdrawal will not be seamless. Konoha may even retaliate against our Land of Wind." Only then did they comprehend Raza had considered this aspect. Chiyo expressed no dissent. "Very well, then let us begin preparations. Secrecy is paramount. The success of this operation hinges on surprise. Konoha has numerous spies within Sunagakure. By the way, Elder Izoso, since we have agreed to the daimyo's involvement in this war, we must not neglect the daimyo's interests." "I understand. I will endeavor to secure military funding from the daimyo." "Excellent. That resolves any issues. Yakura and Mikawa, you may commence preparations. Elder Chiyo, Elder Izoso, Maki, please remain. I have further matters to discuss with you." As Raza concluded his statement, Yakura and Mikawa exchanged concerned glances. However, through the recent series of plans, Raza had briefly established his authority, and they exited without displaying any overt displeasure. Once they departed, Raza turned to Chiyo and Izoso, commanding, "I require you to hand over Shikaku and the sealing techniques." Upon hearing this, the two elders, who had previously appeared frail and squinting, suddenly widened their eyes, grasping Raza's intentions. Chiyo reacted most vehemently, exclaiming, "That is impossible. Though you are the Kazekage, Shikaku and the Jinchuriki are of utmost importance. They were entrusted to us by the second Kazekage for safekeeping." Raza remained unfazed by Chiyo's reaction. After all, if one were to inquire about the most precious treasure of Sunagakure, Shikaku would undoubtedly top the list. Unlike other tailed beasts, Shikaku had always belonged to Sunagakure. Captured and sealed by the first Kazekage, the second Kazekage developed the puppet technique and sand manipulation through the study of Shikaku's chakra. Thus, Shikaku held immense significance for Sunagakure. Moreover, Shikaku represented the village's most formidable military power and a harbinger of disaster. If it were to run amok, the consequences would be dire. Yet, Raza was determined to acquire it. Though Chiyo had swiftly rejected his request, Raza felt no urgency, for he possessed absolute confidence. Seated in the Kazekage's position, he calmly declared, "I have learned of the third Kazekage's fate." Chiyo and Izoso furrowed their brows, perplexed by Raza's abrupt shift in topic from the tailed beast to the third Kazekage. It was no surprise that the third Kazekage had perished. While many in the village still clung to the belief that he was merely missing, those of significant power, such as themselves, understood that a figure of his caliber could not vanish without a trace. The only plausible conclusion was that he had indeed died. Who killed the third Kazekage? Izoso inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Raza, however, did not rush to respond. Instead, he directed his gaze toward Elder Chiyo and posed a question. Elder Chiyo, who do you suspect it might be? Raza's counter-question momentarily stunned Chiyo. She instinctively felt a surge of indignation, ready to retort, but then a sudden realization hit her, causing her frail form to tremble as she gazed at Raza in disbelief. Witnessing this, Raza discerned that Chiyo had likely connected the dots, or perhaps she had harbored the answer all along. After all, the individual who had vanished alongside the third Kazekage was none other than one other person. Yet, the vast disparity in their powers rendered it difficult to believe, and Chiyo was reluctant to entertain such thoughts. It appears, Elder Chiyo, that you have arrived at the conclusion. So, will you have me articulate it? Or will you surrender Shikaku to me? As a village elder and a ninja of considerable standing, Chiyo's expression darkened at Raza's words, and she glared at him fiercely. Are you threatening me? Of course not. I merely wish to negotiate. As the Kazekage of this village, the power of a tailed beast is rightfully mine to command. Chiyo initially intended to summon her strength to refuse Raza's proposition, but the image of the lonely child surfaced in her mind. Ultimately, she seemed to shed her strength, appearing considerably older, and spoke, I understand. I will entrust the tailed beast to you. Can you tell me where that child is now? Kazekage Raza's words shocked the watching Chiyo and her brother, Kankuro. He never imagined that his formidable sister would yield so easily. Although he was uncertain of the reasons behind her concession, Raza's subsequent remarks provided clarity. I do not know the exact location, but the intelligence I received indicates that he has transformed himself into a human puppet, even utilizing the body of the third Kazekage. Chiyo and Kankuro grasped the implications, and even Maki appeared horrified. How could it be Scorpion? Silence! Chiyo exclaimed, her voice fierce upon hearing Maki utter that name, as if it were a taboo. The aura of a ninja of her caliber was formidable, causing Maki to break into a cold sweat, rendered speechless. Raza intervened to ease the tension. Calm down, Elder Chiyo. Rest assured, Maki is discreet. This information will remain confidential. Seeing this, Chiyo retracted her imposing presence, sighed heavily, and aged further as she said, I understand. Come with me. From that moment, at least Chiyo and Kankuro could no longer obstruct Raza's control over Sunagakure. Though the village lay deep within the desert, it did not imply a lack of water. Otherwise, the first Kazekage would not have established the village here. In reality, beneath the canyon where Sunagakure is located, there exists a vast underground river, resulting in several oases scattered throughout the area. At the deepest point of the canyon, there is a sizable lake, backed by towering cliffs. And midway up the cliff, a colossal cave resides. This is the prison of the first Jinchuriki, Fu. This is the seal of Shikaku, along with the key to unseal it. You may proceed, Raza declared. Despite having acquiesced to Raza's demands, Chiyo could not muster any kindness towards him, having been coerced into relinquishing her most cherished grandson. Upon reaching their destination, she coldly tossed a key and a scroll to Raza before turning her back to return home. Kankuro, witnessing this, felt a mix of emotions. The tailed beasts in Jinchuriki are of great significance. I hope you exercise caution, Kazekage, and do not act recklessly. After this warning, he departed. Raza paid no heed to the two, for his focus was solely on the tailed beast and Jinchuriki imprisoned within the cave. Remain vigilant, and unless I command otherwise, do not allow anyone to approach. After advising Maki, Raza gestured grandly, and the sand beneath him surged forth like a spring, lifting him to the cave's entrance. The two guards stationed there were taken aback by the arrival of the Kazekage and hurriedly bowed. Kazekage-sama. Raza's forthcoming actions could not be allowed to be discovered by others, so he waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. I have matters to discuss with Fu. The guards exchanged glances, puzzled but unwilling to defy the Kazekage's orders. They nodded in agreement. As you command, Kazekage-sama. Once the guards departed, Raza stepped forward, slowly advancing into the depths of the cave. The confinement of Fu was not particularly deep. After only a few strides, he encountered the massive wooden bars of the prison, revealing an elderly man with white hair, resembling a monk, and behind him, a gigantic teapot used to seal Shikaku. Though Raza was well aware of the Jinchuriki's plight, Witnessing the frail old man confined for a lifetime stirred a sense of pity within him. The tattered monk's robe, his emaciated form, visible scars, and the scattered remnants of food on the ground spoke volumes. In comparison, Naruto had lived a happier life than this elderly man. At that moment, Fu sensed the presence of a stranger, raising his trembling head and speaking in a frail voice. "Young man, you seem to be in sorrow." Raza did not respond, but instead asked, "Do you harbor resentment towards this village for treating you so?" Fu did not answer. Instead, he joined his hands in prayer, closing his eyes like an ascetic in meditation. Noticing this, Raza refrained from further dialogue, approaching the center of the prison where the seal's keyhole was located. He retrieved the key to the seal and inserted it. With a series of clicks, the visible seal released, and the enormous bars of the prison gradually retracted into the air. Observing the prison's opening, Fu expressed astonishment. "Young man, who are you?" "I am the fourth Kazekage of the village." "Is that so? It seems quite some time has passed." Fu sighed. Raza stepped inside, scrutinizing the old man closely. Unlike Gaara, Fu bore no signs of sleepless nights or anxiety about being overtaken by Shikaku. "It appears you have coexisted well with Shikaku." As Raza conversed with Fu, he also perused the scroll Chiyo had entrusted to him. Fu, perhaps starved for company, responded, "Tailed beasts, like humans, possess their own emotions. As long as there is mutual understanding and kindness, we can coexist peacefully and accept one another. You are a remarkable individual, yet sadly, few in this world share your willingness to understand tailed beasts," Raza remarked, eliciting surprise from Fu. He felt the sincerity in Raza's words, recognizing the rare sentiment of equality towards tailed beasts that he had never sensed from previous leaders, who merely regarded them as fearsome beasts or chakra weapons. For the first time, Fu observed the young Kazekage with newfound seriousness. Unfortunately, Raza's focus lay elsewhere. With his abilities, mastering the seals at his level posed little difficulty. Within 5 minutes, Raza comprehended the seal completely. He then gathered the scroll and addressed Fu. "My purpose for coming here is straightforward. I require Shikaku's chakra." Fu's gaze dimmed once more. "So it is, you too seek the power of Shikaku?" "Indeed. However, given your current condition, forcibly breaking the seal to extract such an abundance of chakra could result in your demise. Thus, I hope you can willingly provide me with Shikaku's chakra. With your familiarity with Shikaku by now, you should be capable of wielding its power." Bunkafu sighed. "Thank you, Fourth Hokage, but alas. Though I have reached an understanding with the creature within me, it still harbors resentment towards humanity and is unwilling to lend me its strength." "Is that so?" At this moment, Rasha hesitated. While death and killing are commonplace in the world of ninjas, he found himself unable to make a decision that might endanger such a tragic old man. Furthermore, although Shikaku's power is portrayed as relatively weak in the manga, Rasha could not be certain of his ability to subdue Shikaku once released. He was not prepared for a new Jinchuriki, having recently assumed the role of Kazekage. Any incident that allowed Shikaku to escape and wreak havoc upon the village would severely tarnish his reputation. Sensing Rasha's hesitation, Bunkafu spoke up gently. "Kazekage, do you truly need Shikaku's power?" Rasha nodded slightly. "I understand. Then, there is no need for hesitation. I will endure as best I can to ensure my survival." With Bunkafu saying so, Rasha's gaze sharpened. Although Rasha was currently overshadowed, the fusion of memories had imbued him with some of the original host's cold demeanor. After all, this was a man who had forced his own son into a state of madness. Thus, without further hesitation, he stepped forward and extended his palm. "Thank you." The great sealing release. As Rasha unsealed Bunkafu, a malevolent purple chakra emanated from him, causing the temperature within the cave to drop several degrees. Rasha wasted no time and placed his hand upon Bunkafu's head. The moment the black diamond symbol on his palm made contact with the chakra, an immense suction force emerged from the diamond, and amidst Bunkafu's agonized expression, the malevolent chakra released by Shikaku was entirely absorbed into Rasha's palm. Chapter 6. Chakra setting. An hour later, Maki, waiting at the cliff's edge, saw Rasha appear before him in an instant. Before he could utter a word, Rasha's voice coldly rang out. "From this day forth, Bunkafu and Shikaku are entrusted to you. Find a suitable place for him and ensure he is well cared for. Do not let anyone else approach." Maki immediately nodded in agreement and summoned the Umbu to carry out the task. Meanwhile, Rasha waved his hand, and countless grains of gold sand appeared beneath his feet. An hour earlier, the golden sand had surged like a spring to elevate Rasha into the sky. This time, The gold sand directly coalesced beneath him into a golden sand cloud, lifting Rasha's body into the air. It is worth noting that Rasha had been incapable of such feats prior. In the manga, Gaara could only achieve this level of sand manipulation during the Fourth Great Ninja War, and at that time, he controlled mere sand. However, Rasha's control extended to gold sand. Among the various generations of Kazekage, the third Kazekage is revered as the strongest precisely because he controlled magnetic sand. It is known that the density of magnetic sand is 6 times that of ordinary sand. Density signifies mass, mass denotes weight, and weight reflects destructive and defensive power. Furthermore, Rasha's magnetic manipulation is even more extraordinary, as he has advanced beyond magnetic sand to control gold sand, which possesses a density twice that of magnetic sand. This implies not only enhanced defensive and destructive capabilities, but also imposes limitations on Rasha's control over gold sand, as the chakra and energy required for such control increase exponentially. Thus, Rasha's mastery over gold sand lacks the fluidity exhibited by the third Kazekage or Gaara. His magnetic manipulation is characterized by wide-ranging area of effect attacks rather than concentrated destruction. However, that was in the past. One could say that this attempt has brought Rasha countless surprises. Upon absorbing Shikaku's chakra through the wedge, he immediately sensed a transformation within his body. The changes in his magnetic manipulation were merely one facet of this evolution. Eager to explore the newfound strength coursing through him, Rasha realized that the village was not an appropriate setting for experimentation. With this thought, he ascended rapidly with the aid of the gold sand cloud. As a being of Kazekage caliber, Rasha's finely tuned bodily control allowed him to master the ability to fly with the assistance of the gold sand cloud swiftly. As the surroundings shrank beneath him, Rasha gained his first true perspective of the vastness of the village he now governed. Gazing out, Sunagakure appeared far larger than Rasha had envisioned. Within the expansive canyon, various structures adorned with the distinct style of Sunagakure, crafted from earthy yellow stone, stood densely packed, reminiscent of the steel and concrete cities of his past life. This indicated that, in terms of population, Sunagakure was not inferior to other ninja villages. It merely lacked resources and an advantageous environment. With this realization, Rasha formed a clearer impression of the village he was destined to command. However, the development of the village would be a matter for the future. For now, enhancing his strength remained paramount. With this in mind, he set a course towards the desert bordering Sunagakure. Surrounding the village was a treacherous expanse known as the Devil's Desert. The name alone signifies the perilous nature of this desert, which explains why, even in the story, characters like Sasori and Deidara refrained from launching surprise attacks on Sunagakure from its periphery. The forces of nature here are beyond the capacity of ordinary humans to combat. Although ninjas possess strength surpassing that of ordinary individuals, they too are rendered powerless in the face of the boundless, deathly desert. Moreover, the Devil's Desert is but a small fraction of the vast desert encompassing the Land of Wind. According to Rasha's recollections, over 80% of the Land of Wind is barren desert, which elucidates why the daimyo of the Land of Wind invested such effort into the war, who would not be tempted by the lush, fertile lands of the Land of Fire. Fortunately, while this immense desert hampers Sunagakure's outward expansion, it also bestows a natural protective barrier, sparing the village from the need to station personnel for defense in this inhospitable terrain. Rasha swiftly directed the gold sand cloud to the outskirts of the vast desert. The scorching sun and howling sandstorms once again reminded Rasha of the harsh environment surrounding Sunagakure. Although he refrained from absorbing excessive chakra from Shikaku, due to concerns for Bunkafu's life and the risk of Shikaku escaping, the tailed beast is formidable. Even a mere fraction of its chakra, absorbed through the wedge, has provided Rasha with ample surprise. Firstly, Rasha's magnetic manipulation has indeed grown stronger. As a representative of the pinnacle of the ninja world, the Kazekage, Rasha has gained a fundamental understanding of chakra through memories. Realizing that the process of refining chakra into ninjutsu is intricate and complex. In essence, the practitioner must first amalgamate the physical energy and spiritual energy generated by the human body's 130 trillion cells, which gives rise to the embryonic form of chakra. However, at this stage, chakra exists merely as pure energy, devoid of any attributes. To transmute chakra into ninjutsu, it is imperative that chakra transforms from an attribute-less state into one imbued with attributes, encompassing the 7 fundamental elements: yin, yang, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. This explains why, Despite many individuals possessing the ability to refine chakra in the world of ninjas, they are unable to utilize ninjutsu. Take the renowned taijutsu ninja, Guy. For instance, he is incapable of converting chakra from its attribute-less form into a chakra that can be released as ninjutsu. This does not imply that he lacks chakra in his body. Otherwise, how could he train in the 8 gates of death? Most individuals who become ninjas are inherently endowed with the capacity to transmute attribute-less chakra into the corresponding 7 attributes. The talent assessed by Chakra Affinity paper refers to this very capability. For example, Gaara naturally possesses 3 types of chakra: wind, earth, and water. Upon reaching the rank of Jonin and mastering chakra nature transformation, most Jonin can command several chakra attributes. However, there is a distinction between innate abilities and those acquired through training. The former involves an automatic process of converting attribute-less chakra into the corresponding attributes, requiring no extraneous effort from the practitioner. In contrast, the latter necessitates a conscious effort to transform attribute-less chakra into the desired form, a process known as chakra nature transformation. Although one can strive to minimize the time and effort expended through diligent training, it remains incomparable to the innate prowess of ninjas who possess multiple chakra attributes. This elucidates why many powerful Jonin or Kage-level shinobi, despite having access to a plethora of attributes, often resort to utilizing only their most familiar chakra attribute in ninjutsu. It indirectly highlights the formidable talent of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Furthermore, this distinction can be exemplified through the concepts of Kekkai Genkai and secret arts. Chapter 7 delves into Kekkai Genkai and secret arts. Kekkai Genkai refers to techniques in the Naruto universe that can be inherited through bloodlines or genetics. It is critical to note that these are techniques, not chakra attributes. Taking Gaara's magnetic release, magnet release, gold dust, as an example. His ability to wield magnetic techniques does not stem from an additional chakra attribute known as magnet. Rather, it arises from the fusion of his wind and earth chakra, followed by a transformation of those attributes to generate magnetism, which he then uses to manipulate gold dust from a distance. This encapsulates the essence of magnet release. However, it is evident throughout the shinobi world that not all Kekkai Genkai are derived from familial lineage. Some ninjas possess unique Kekkai Genkai. A case in point is the representative of Tsunegakure, Yashiro, who wields Scorch Release. Although it is indeed a Kekkai Genkai, she refers to it as a secret art. The distinction lies in the fact that, unlike Gaara's magnetic release, which is inherited through blood and genetics, Yashiro developed Scorch Release through her own fusion of fire and earth chakra, resulting in a unique transformation. Should Yashiro have descendants in the future who inherit her Scorch Release, it would then transition from being a secret art to a Kekkai Genkai. This delineates the difference between Kekkai Genkai and secret arts. In summary, there are no inherently born Kekkai Genkai, including the Sharingan and Byakugan. They are products of exceptionally talented ninjas who develop secret arts and subsequently transmit these arts through their bloodlines, evolving them into Kekkai Genkai. This is why Yashiro enjoys such high esteem within Tsunegakure. She has independently developed a unique secret art, and should it be passed down, it may give rise to a powerful clan of Kekkai Genkai. Such talent and potential are what the village values greatly. Of course, in terms of inherent abilities, Kekkai Genkai surpass secret arts. The distinction, as previously mentioned, lies in the difference between innate and acquired abilities. The power derived from lineage and genetics is inherently possessed, requiring minimal effort to master and unleash, whereas secret arts demand considerable time, extraordinary talent, and rigorous practice to control. Thus, although it may be difficult to accept, in terms of innate talent, Gaara, the fourth Kazekage, indeed cannot compare to Yashiro. Even though Gaara's magnetic release is an innovation built upon the foundational techniques of the third Kazekage, granting him the ability to manipulate gold dust, it remains a vastly different achievement from Yashiro's creation of an ability from nothing. However, the Gaara of the present, having traversed into this world, is not the same, as he possesses an extraordinary boon, the knot. Through this experience, he has begun to grasp the primary utility of this knot, which is to alter the user's physical constitution and acquire some abilities from the absorbed entity. Gaara does not feel any embarrassment about surpassing Yashiro due to this newfound advantage. In the world of ninjas, where lives are often treated as expendable, formidable power reigns supreme. While the stability of the knot may appear questionable, The immediate strength it affords is paramount compared to the potential threats of future possession. Although Gaara's magnetic release is classified as a Kekei Genkai, it still necessitates the fusion of wind and earth chakra to generate magnetism during its application. The difference lies in the fact that upon awakening his magnetic release, he inherently possesses this power. He does not need to exert the considerable effort required by Yashiro to develop Scorch Release. Mastering it would require far more effort than Gaara expended. Nevertheless, this does not imply that Gaara can bypass this process entirely. However, after absorbing Shikaku's chakra, Gaara discovers that he can indeed bypass this process. Simply put, when Gaara employs magnetic release in the future, he will no longer need to consciously blend these two chakra attributes. His body will automatically merge them to produce the magnetism required for magnetic release. In simpler terms, Gaara now possesses the ability to wield magnetic release as an innate power akin to Shikaku. This signifies that not only can he conserve the energy typically expended in refining chakra, enhancing his control over magnetic release, but he can also save a significant amount of chakra. The consumption of chakra is inevitable during the active high-density refinement process, yet the automatic process circumvents such issues. Gaara has realized that he now requires less than half the chakra to perform magnetic release techniques of the same intensity as before. This explains why he can now freely navigate through the air using such dense gold dust. In addition to the transformation of magnetic release, Gaara has also acquired two additional abilities through Shikaku's chakra. With a swift motion of his arm, the sand beneath Gaara begins to convulse violently, rolling like waves before coalescing into a colossal hand resembling a mountain, towering above the desert, and then crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. Indeed, Gaara has gained the unique ability to manipulate sand, characteristic of Shikaku. Compared to high-density sand gold, ordinary sand is evidently much easier to control. Under the mastery of chakra, a monstrous entity formed of sand gradually materialized above the desert. To the naked eye, this creature resembled a guardian crane. Under the guidance of chakra, it wildly waved its tail, striking the desert beneath it. However, unlike the delicate nature of a true guardian crane, it was clear that this creature was a mere aggregation of sand, and its movements were rather clumsy. Nonetheless, this also signified that from this moment forth, the wielder could summon a formidable being. Yet, the defensive capabilities of plain sand were still too feeble to compare with the balanced offensive and defensive prowess of techniques like Susanoo. Fortunately, the wielder had means to compensate. As chakra flowed through them, countless grains of sand gold erupted from beneath the feet of the sand guardian, gradually climbing up its form and merging with its sandy body. The mere act of creating such a colossal creature from sand gold placed a considerable burden on the wielder, who was far from the level of a Jinchuriki. Of course, it was unnecessary. A giant made solely of sand gold would only serve to make the wielder a spectacle without offering sufficient destructive power or defense. Perhaps one day, when the wielder possessed chakra of tailed beast caliber, this idea could be reconsidered, but for now, a mixture of sand and sand gold was the optimal choice. Gazing at the imposing guardian crane, a blend of sand and sand gold, the wielder contemplated. Thus, this technique shall be named magnetic release, guardian crane form. However, this was not the extent of the wielder's gains this time. In addition to magnetic release and sand control techniques, the wielder had also acquired another unique ability of the guardian crane. Swiftly, the wielder appeared atop the guardian crane's head, placing their right hand upon it, gathering chakra within their palm. Instantly, a myriad of mysterious seals surged through the wielder's hand, spreading across the entire form of the guardian crane. Indeed, this was the unique sealing power acquired through the wedge technique, absorbing the guardian crane's chakra. The sole purpose of these seals was to enact sealing techniques. The wielder conducted a simple test, discovering the power of this sealing technique exceeded expectations. It was indeed formidable, capable of sealing even the existence of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan clone in its six-path state, enhanced by sage arts. With these newfound abilities, the wielder felt confident in confronting the formidable forces of Konoha. In the time ahead, they needed to master these powers and develop more techniques to prepare for the impending war. Chapter 8. The war begins. 7 days swiftly passed. Boom. Across the boundless desert, yellow sand stretched as far as the eye could see. The air was scorching and parched, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Torrents of sand and sand gold surged from two directions, colliding with a deafening crash, sending towering waves of sand soaring into the air, causing the ground beneath to tremble. Following the tsunami-like impact, countless arms formed from the sand and sand gold shot forth, ascending at an imperceptible speed, entwining with one another in a deadly embrace, emitting terrifying shrieks. Then, the sand and sand gold rained down like a tempest. Upon reaching mid-air, these grains transformed into sharp projectiles, whistling through the air like a torrential downpour, turning the desert into a sea of needles, reminiscent of a hellish landscape, utterly terrifying. On the brink of this fierce struggle between sand and gold, Maki, an elite jonin, swallowed hard, astonished by the miraculous sight, experiencing the terrifying power of a shadow for the first time. As for why the Kazekage had suddenly mastered the sand control techniques developed by the second Kazekage, he wisely refrained from inquiring further. Thus, nearly an hour later, the grand battle subsided, and the desert returned to tranquility. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, the wielder descended from the clouds of sand gold, approaching Maki. Upon seeing this, Maki respectfully knelt in greeting. "Kazekage-sama." The wielder nodded and, devoid of any emotion, inquired, "How is the preparation?" This was not an act of coldness. The wielder's character had always been this way, cold and unfeeling. The memories of the past life inevitably influenced the current wielder. During these 7 days, in an effort to master their newfound strength, they had not even returned home, nor had they seen their newlywed wife, Karura, the woeful character from the story. The pressure of the imminent war against Konoha weighed heavily upon them. Every moment, they were immersed in the intelligence from the original storyline, familiarizing themselves with their powers while simulating potential battles that could erupt, preparing mentally for every conceivable scenario. The intelligence has been thoroughly gathered, with the major cities of Shimiyama, Mutsu, and Daiwa at the forefront, along with 14 other medium and small cities. We have ascertained the locations of the wealth of the great noble families and their actual controllers, ensuring a decisive strike. The wielder nodded in satisfaction. What about the number of available jonin and chunin for this operation? Currently, the data shows that Lord Yakura leads 25, Lord Michikawa leads 30, and the Umbu has 28 waiting for your orders, Kazekage-sama. As for the total number of chunin, there are 325. How is the Umbu arranged? As per your directive, 17 leading jonin remain with the Umbu, each responsible for one city, and with the assistance of Elder Hozaki's sealing team, we can ensure at least 2 leading jonin per city for cleanup. Shimiyama, Mutsu, and Daiwa each have 3 leading jonin assigned. Regarding the genin, excluding those still attending the academy, there are a total of 2,325, divided into 17 major squads. Upon hearing this, the wielder furrowed their brow. It seemed that Sunagakure truly faced a shortage of talent. Not only were there few ninja above the chunin level, but the number of genin was also disappointingly low. It was worth noting that this was not a time of war, but rather a period following over a decade of recovery. Considering the Fourth Great Ninja War, where the 5 great nations could mobilize 80,000 ninja, the other 4 nations could undoubtedly muster at least tens of thousands concurrently. It was hoped that after this operation, Sunagakure would gain the funding and resources necessary to rapidly bolster its ranks. You've done well. At this point, the wielder's tone turned icy. Remember, all funds obtained from this operation must remain in the hands of the Umbu. No one is permitted to approach without my command. Maki nodded nervously. Understood, Kazekage-sama. However, regarding Elder Hozaki, do not worry. He will not interfere. Maki recalled the matter concerning Sasori and understood implicitly, nodding in agreement. Is there anything else? Lord Yakura and Lord Michikawa wish to confirm the exact time of departure. Currently, our spies from other ninja villages have begun to take notice. We cannot conceal it for much longer. In that case, inform them that 3 days from now, at sunset, we shall strike Konoha. Understood. As the figure of Maki vanished in an instant, Rasha exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. In 3 days, he would confront the harsh realities of the ninja world. Fortunately, he had become thoroughly acquainted with the strength of his current body, mastering the magnet release, sand manipulation, and the Shikaku seal, while gradually familiarizing himself with the combat techniques of a ninja. However, after careful contemplation over the past few days, Rasha realized that his repertoire of secret jutsu was still insufficient. What does it mean to have a trump card? To illustrate, consider the current Kages of the ninja world. The third Otsutsuki of a Wagakure possesses dust release, a technique capable of disintegrating anything, rendering it nearly invincible in the current ninja realm. A single hit means certain death. Similarly, the third Raikage of Kumogakure wields the lightning release chakra mode, whose speed rivals that of the Flying Thunder God technique, while its defensive capabilities can even withstand the Chidori, making him virtually unbeatable in close combat. Even more formidable is the third Hokage of Konoha, whose mastery of numerous S-rank jutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, is legendary. His summoning beast, the King Kong monkey, poses a significant threat to Rasha's Shikaku form. Among the 5 great shinobi countries, the only one in a similarly precarious position as Rasha is the third Mizukage of Kirigakure. Both wield powerful jutsu, one with magnet release and the other with boil release. While their destructive potential is indeed formidable, they pale in comparison to the abilities of the other 3 Kages, with Sunagakure launching a surprise attack on the Land of Fire. Even Rasha, as the Wind Shadow, was compelled to take action. Konoha would certainly not remain idle. Although Konoha's upper echelon might be somewhat strained in terms of combat strength, the presence of the third Hokage as a stabilizing force within the village could pose a significant challenge should he decide to enter the fray. Therefore, Rasha needed to devise strategies to bolster his own chances. At the very least, he aimed to avoid an embarrassing defeat. Regrettably, given the current state of Shikaku, he was unable to extract any more chakra from it. With merely 3 days remaining, there was insufficient time for Rasha to acquire other chakra sources he was aware of, such as that from the Star Village or the Dragon Veins in Lulan. As the shadow of his village, he found himself unable to leave during this crucial time. Thus, after much contemplation, he concluded that he had only one viable option left, the Rasengan, a technique known to all traversers. Rasha decided to attempt mastering it. Having gained a thorough understanding of its training methods from the detailed accounts provided in the comics and the experiences of previous traversers. Although the time was short, with his experience from the entrance exams and his own strength as a Kage, 3 days might just suffice. More importantly, Rasha found himself with no other alternatives. Thus, the 3 days swiftly passed, and the surprise attack by Sunagakure on the Land of Fire was finally set in motion. Chapter 9. The Surprise Attack on the Land of Fire. 1. In the Land of Wind, Sunagakure. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature of the vast desert began to plummet rapidly. Under the moonlight, the expansive Sunagakure lay shrouded in darkness, with not a soul to be seen on the desolate streets. Following the imposition of a state of emergency by the village, every household had firmly shut its doors, enveloping the village in a chilling silence, broken only by the sound of the cold wind mingling with grains of sand. Over the past 3 days, the villagers of Sunagakure had keenly observed the changes unfolding in their midst. Coupled with the recent turmoil gripping the entire ninja world, an unmistakable sense of impending war loomed over them. Despite their profound anxiety, as members of a ninja village, they understood that such circumstances were unavoidable. In Sunagakure, at a location known as the Line of Sky, hundreds of ninjas stood poised and ready. They were organized into 3 formations, with 5 members in each squad. Leading the left formation was Yi Tsong, while the right was commanded by Mi Chuan. The area was heavily guarded, preventing any unauthorized personnel from approaching. At the center of the formations, a dark figure descended from above. Upon sighting this figure, all the ninjas knelt, calling out in unison, "Lord Wind Shadow." Clad in a ninja outfit reminiscent of when Gaara had assumed the role of Wind Shadow, Rasha refrained from unnecessary dialogue. He glanced at Yi Tsong and Mi Chuan before solemnly declaring, "Proceed as planned. Now, move out." Hey! In an instant, all the ninjas transformed into shadows, advancing into the Line of Sky. Awaiting them was a battle for survival, and Rasha, Yi Tsong, and Mi Chuan wasted no time in integrating into the formation. Following closely behind, under the cover of night, figures darted swiftly across the vast desert. Meanwhile, within certain houses of Sunagakure, spies lying in wait began transmitting intelligence through various means. Such a substantial operation by Sunagakure could not remain concealed from all. Within an hour of Sunagakure's mobilization, every ninja village across the realm was informed of the movement. Clearly, Sunagakure, weary of obscurity, sought to engage in the ongoing war within the ninja world. The pressing question now was which ninja village Sunagakure would choose as its adversary. This was not an easy question to answer. Historically, during both the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, Sunagakure had targeted nations beyond just Konoha, particularly during the Second Great Ninja War, when Sunagakure was at its zenith. It had instigated conflicts against the other 3 major nations, excluding the Land of Water, all while simultaneously provoking war against 3 major ninja villages. This, however, did not deter the other four major villages from reinforcing their forces along the borders. According to the intelligence received, Sunagakure was mobilizing its elite troops. As dawn approached, within the borders of the Land of Rivers, situated between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, the conditions for small nations in the ninja world were devoid of dignity, reduced to mere battlegrounds for larger powers. The Land of Rivers, lacking its own ninja village, found itself at the mercy of Konoha and Sunagakure's ninjas who roamed freely across its territory. Following the intelligence received by Konoha, all ninjas from the Land of Rivers had heightened their vigilance and increased patrols in anticipation of a potential attack from Sunagakure. Yet, their numbers were painfully insufficient. They still needed to allocate some ninjas to the borders of the Land of Fire, forcing each individual to carry the burden of multiple roles. This predicament was unavoidable. Currently, the vast majority of Konoha's ninjas had been deployed to the battlefield along the borders with Kumogakure, leaving no opportunity for reinforcements to return. In contrast to the uncertainty of Sunagakure's assault, tensions with Kumogakure had escalated to a boiling point. It is important to note that the animosity between Konoha and Kumogakure had persisted for years. Since the Second Great Ninja War, there had been multiple conflicts between the two. The death of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had its roots in Kumogakure's internal strife. Yet, the undeniable fact remained that he had perished at the hands of Kumogakure's ninjas. Furthermore, Kumogakure had repeatedly provoked Konoha, with the most severe incident being the abduction of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This incident had struck a nerve within Konoha's higher-ups. Although Konoha had chosen to endure this humiliation to avoid war, it did not signify that they had forgotten these grievances. Later, the incident involving the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki going berserk served as Konoha's response. Beyond Konoha, Kumogakure had also been quite active in recent years, being a village that revered martial prowess above all else. Even though the Land of Lightning, where the Hidden Cloud Village is located, possesses a far more favorable geographical environment than the Hidden Sand Village, with its undulating hills and flowing rivers, it still harbors an insatiable envy for the vast plains of the Land of Fire. This sentiment has driven the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to relentlessly support the military preparations of the Hidden Cloud Village, particularly after the hawkish Third Kazekage took office. The military strength and number of ninjas in the Hidden Cloud Village surged to an unprecedented level since its inception. Concurrently, the village invested immense resources in the pursuit of tailed beasts, each action serving as a provocation to the entire ninja world. However, at that juncture, neither Konoha nor the Hidden Cloud Village dared to instigate war. This changed when Konoha presented the Hidden Cloud Village with a glimpse of potential victory in war. Following the Second Shinobi World War, the newly appointed Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, alongside the root leader Danzo and the Elder Council, initiated a vigorous suppression of the Uchiha clan, a self-inflicted wound that left the Hidden Cloud Village astounded. Additionally, intelligence revealed that one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, had developed a phobia of blood after the war and could not participate in frontline battles. This was monumental news, as Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was coveted by the other four great ninja villages. Just when the Hidden Cloud Village thought the good news had reached its end, another astonishing piece of intelligence arrived. Last year, during the Second Shinobi World War, the renowned Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Hitaki, who had achieved fame rivaling that of the Sannin, had chosen to take his own life in his home. Upon receiving this intelligence, the Third Kazekage initially believed it to be a fabrication from Konoha. How could such a man succumb to the village's rumors? Once it was confirmed to be true, the Third Kazekage felt a mix of regret and a dawning realization of Konoha's decline. Throughout the year, to test Konoha's response and gauge its strength, the Third Kazekage dispatched numerous agents to the small nation of the Land of Hot Water, which lies at the border of the two countries. The responses he received were surprisingly enlightening. In all these attempts, Konoha's reaction was one of evident weakness. Aside from the deceased Kakashi and the blood phobia-stricken Tsunade, even Orochimaru and Jiraiya were seldom seen, leaving only a mere 20-something youth, Minato Namikaze, to lead. Initially, the Third Kazekage suspected it was a mere ploy by Konoha. However, as he delved deeper into the intelligence, he uncovered the chaotic state within Konoha. The once revered Orochimaru and Jiraiya were now unable to lift their heads under the Elder Council's suppression. It was utterly laughable. At this moment, the Third Kazekage recognized a golden opportunity for victory. Consequently, he began mobilizing ninjas on a grand scale. crossing over the land of hot water to prepare for war at the border of the land of fire. The third Otsutsuki, Inoki, upon witnessing this, also discerned an opportunity for the hidden stone village. The land of fire was a delectable prize that all coveted, prompting him to mobilize his own ninjas en masse, traversing the intervening land of grass to reach the border of the land of fire, ready to claim a share in the forthcoming conflict. Even the hidden mist village participated in this war by dispatching its ninjas as mercenaries. Only the hidden sand village remained silent throughout. However, the other ninja villages could empathize, as the sudden disappearance of the third Kazekage had caused quite a stir in the ninja world. Fortunately, it seemed that the hidden sand village had resolved its internal issues and was now gearing up for war. It came as no surprise when the hidden cloud village, hidden stone village, and hidden mist village received intelligence about the hidden sand village's surprise attack on the borders of the land of fire. Chapter 10. The surprise attack on the land of fire. 2. At the moment the ninjas of Konoha sensed the oncoming attack from the hidden sand village, it was already too late. The plan set forth by Rasha was to strike swiftly, leaving no room for mercy from the hidden sand ninjas. Coupled with the coordination of their intelligence operatives, the Konoha informants within the land of rivers were swiftly neutralized, leaving no time to relay warnings to the border. As a result, the Konoha ninjas stationed at the border were caught completely off guard and annihilated. Within mere minutes, the ground was littered with the corpses of Konoha ninjas. The state of these bodies revealed the dire shortage of Konoha's fighting strength, as the majority were mere genin, with very few chunin, and even some were children. Yet, this was no time for compassion. He issued a cold command to rest for 10 minutes to regain their strength, then continue the assault as per the original plan. After all, they had traveled through the night and engaged in several skirmishes. Now, upon entering the land of fire, they could expect significant confrontations. Rasha granted the ninjas of the hidden sand village a brief respite. The ninjas, upon receiving the order, quickly took a moment to rest and replenish their chakra. Rasha then turned to a nearby Umbu ninja and instructed, "Send word to the village. Maki can proceed." Instantly, 3 ninja hawks soared from the hands of the Umbu, heading in the direction of the village. Unlike Konoha's deep-rooted traditions, which allowed them to occupy all 3 great sacred lands through summoning beasts, the hidden sand village had no notable summoning creatures and relied solely on specially trained ninja hawks for message delivery. The 10-minute break soon concluded. Under Rasha's leadership, the ninjas of the hidden sand village promptly set forth into the depths of the dense forest. Shortly thereafter, patrolling Konoha ninjas stumbled upon the aftermath of the battle, their faces etched with shock as they relayed the news back to their village. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninjas stationed at the entrance of the hidden sand village swiftly received messages from the ninja hawks and hurried to report to Maki and Izo. "Chief, elders, we have received intel from Lord Kazekage." Maki took the message and passed it to Izo. Without even glancing at it, Izo declared, "In that case, let us set forth. This presents an excellent opportunity for our hidden sand village. We cannot afford to miss it." Thus, the entire populace of the hidden sand village witnessed a throng of ninjas, numbering in the thousands, assembling at the village's exit. This spectacle left the spies within the hidden sand village astonished. What were they planning? Were they truly preparing to engage in direct conflict with that nation? It was important to note that the current ninja world was still in a phase of skirmishes among the great nations. Even Konoha and the Hidden Cloud had yet to ignite a full-scale war. Yet, here was the hidden sand village, mobilizing such a vast force, seemingly preparing for a decisive battle. What could this possibly signify? This perplexity left the spies from various ninja villages bewildered. However, their confusion did not deter them from spreading the news, nor did it diminish their resolve to create disruptions within the hidden sand village, impeding their inexplicable actions. Just then, the shadows of hundreds of hidden sand ninjas appeared atop various buildings, each accompanied by 1 or 2 humanoid, yet otherworldly beings. They were puppets. Standing at the pinnacle of the tallest structure, Chiyo surveyed the entire village with a cold gaze. Behind her stood 10 puppets clad in white. Regardless of Chiyo's discontent with Rasha's threats, her love for the village remains genuine. She would not permit anyone to jeopardize their sanctuary, the Hidden Leaf Village. In the Hokage Tower, the Elder Council convened following intelligence that the Sand Village had invaded the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the prime of his life, scrutinized the report with a pained expression, casting his gaze upon each elder's face. "Let us discuss our course of action. Is it indeed true that the Sand Village has set its sights on us? Why was this a certainty?" Because, throughout the recent Ninja World Wars, the Land of Fire has always been the focal point of attacks from other nations, due to its possession of the most fertile lands in the ninja realm. Danzo's response was blunt. What shall we do? We must retaliate. The Sand Village is insignificant. Saratobi's irritation flared at such naive remarks. Insignificant? A year ago, Konoha could afford to be so bold, but now, with the Cloud Village amassing forces at the borders, the Stone Village lurking, and even the Mist Village seeking to exploit the chaos, a misstep could invite simultaneous assaults from the four great ninja villages. Tsunade, coldly interjecting, stated, "It is different, Hiruzen. While the Cloud, Stone, and Mist villages have merely provoked us at the borders, the Sand Village has already breached our territory. That holds a different significance." Hiruzen understood all too well, letting out a sigh. "Yet, we can hardly mobilize our ninjas at this juncture." Mato Guy, adjusting his glasses, offered his suggestion. "We cannot mobilize forces from the Cloud Village, so we must temporarily withdraw some troops from the Stone Village border and bolster our ranks with Konoha's ninjas. That should suffice." "Indeed, but who shall lead this operation?" Hiruzen inquired. This should have been a straightforward answer, though Jiraiya was currently absent from the village on a mission for materials. Orochimaru remained. Deploying Orochimaru seemed the most prudent choice, yet the council voiced a different opinion at that moment. "Recall Minato from the front lines. Let Orochimaru take his place," Danzo proposed, his tone laced with authority. This decision felt like a colossal waste of time. Although Minato and Orochimaru could return swiftly, the back and forth would delay their response significantly. Nevertheless, the council made their choice. The reasoning was simple. After the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru's reputation in Konoha had soared. Danzo, who had never relinquished his ambition to become Hokage, could not allow Orochimaru's standing to rise further, especially with Jiraiya and Tsunade's backing. Minato, hailing from humble origins, would never obstruct Danzo's aspirations. Hiruzen recognized his friend's intentions, but lamented his own softness. The other two elders shared Danzo's sentiments. Though they did not harbor ambitions of becoming Hokage, they would not support Orochimaru's ascent to power. Given the ambition Orochimaru had displayed, should he become Hokage, their authority would surely be undermined. Very well, let it be as you say. After all, the village's interests take precedence. The Land of Fire is vast. The Sand Village's advance will not be so easily achieved, and we can afford to bide our time. Meanwhile, Rasha observed a peculiar phenomenon during their march. The ninjas of the Sand Village faced little to no resistance along their path. Chapter 11. Invasion of the Land of Fire 3. At the edge of the vast forest named Yoshikawa in the Land of Fire, the ninjas of the Sand Village arrived just before nightfall, executing Rasha's strategy. Beyond, the forest had vanished, replaced by an expansive plain, designated as their battleground for the next 7 days against the Leaf's ninjas. For the ninjas of the Sand Village, most were adept in wind release techniques, and the natural cover of the forest would diminish their effectiveness. The openness of the plain, however, would serve them well. All right, we have reached our destination. The sensory ninjas will monitor the surroundings, while the rest of you set up camp, prepare a meal, and rest well. A formidable battle awaits us in the days to come. Immediately, the ninjas sprang into action, gathering materials from the forest to erect their encampment. They had brought only enough military rations for 7 days, adhering to Rasha's strategy of speed over supplies, meaning they carried little baggage, only weaponry in their scrolls. Fortunately, the forest teemed with wildlife and fresh water. Under the forest's cover, tents began to rise along the banks of the Yoshikawa, the aroma of food wafting through the air. In the central tent, symbolizing the wind shadow, Rasha, Yakura, and Michikawa gathered, accompanied by an Umbu ninja named Yura, dispatched by Maki to await Rasha's orders. Upon settling, Michikawa remarked, "The Leaf's response seems rather sluggish. It is surprising we have yet to detect any sign of their ninjas." Rasha's strategy had thoroughly considered the distance between the two nations and their respective travel speeds. According to their calculations, the Sand Village's invasion of the Land of Fire could not remain concealed from the Leaf for long. With the Leaf's ninjas dispatched post-haste, they should have arrived by now. Yet, no news had reached them, which was indeed perplexing. Rasha turned to Yura, inquiring, "Do you have any intelligence from the Umbu?" Yura nodded, "Reporting to you, Wind Shadow. Our informants in the Leaf have detected a summoning of ninjas. However, curiously, no large groups of Leaf ninjas have departed the village." This revelation deepened the confusion among those present. Rasha, though puzzled, recognized the silver lining, stating, Is this not a fortuitous turn for us? Our goal is not to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the leaf. The longer they take, the greater our chances of success. Yakura and Michikawa nodded, encouraged by his words. Rasha continued, Where are Maki and Elder Karazaka? Yura replied with excitement. We have just received word that the minister and elder have dispersed, infiltrating the borders of the Land of Fire under the cover of night, while our ninjas in the 14 cities have also commenced their operations. Excellent. Thus far, all is proceeding smoothly. After commending the progress, Rasha turned to Yakura and Michikawa. This endeavor is crucial for the future of our sand village. If we succeed, we can break free from the daimyo's control and propel our village forward. Indeed, both individuals nodded in agreement, rationally refraining from voicing any dissenting opinions. Very well. Since the people of Konoha have granted us some time, we shall not squander it. Let us all return and rest well, preparing for the battle that awaits us tomorrow. In the village of Konoha, under the cloak of night, Minato Namikaze hurriedly made his way back, accompanied by his 3 comrades, Shibi Aburame, Choji Akimichi, and Inazuka Kiba. Although Minato had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, his lack of proficiency and chakra depletion hindered him from achieving the speed required for swift travel. Within the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Council of Elders issued straightforward commands to Minato. Understood, Hokage-sama, I shall depart immediately, Minato responded. Observing Minato's weary appearance, Hiruzen suggested, Perhaps you should take a moment to rest, Minato, and check on Kushina and Kakashi as well. Minato considered this for a moment, his gaze shifting. Yet he ultimately shook his head. No, Hokage-sama. Since Tsunagakure dares to invade the Land of Fire, it is my duty as a member of this village to drive them out. Hiruzen sighed. Very well, I appreciate your dedication, Minato. I have also contacted Jiraiya. He will soon come to your aid. That is excellent news. It gives me much more confidence. After departing, Minato arrived at the village entrance. The ninja responsible for leading the team had been waiting there, none other than his friend, Choji's relative, Tadu Akimichi. It's you, Tadu. Long time no see, Minato exclaimed. Indeed. Minato and brother Choji. It's finally time for us to fight together again. Tadu replied. Let us set off then. Please relay the specific intelligence to me along the way, Minato instructed. Under his leadership, nearly 500 Konoha ninjas departed one after another, heading towards Tsunagakure. In the darkened forest, Tadu shared intelligence about Tsunaгаkure's incursion. This invasion is quite peculiar. Peculiar? Minato and his companions turned their attention to him. Indeed, according to reports from our informants in Tsunagakure, their actions are unusual. We have not observed any significant mobilization of supplies. This revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. For even in warfare, the adage of preparing provisions before mobilizing troops holds true, especially in terms of food, weapons, and medicinal supplies, vital consumables on the battlefield. This implies that Tsunagakure does not intend to engage us in prolonged combat. Minato noted. That is precisely the strange aspect. Despite the lack of substantial supply movements, we have identified that at least 2,000 ninjas have been dispatched from Tsunagakure. What? The number astonished everyone. It is worth noting that Konoha had estimated that the total number of ninjas in Tsunagakure over the past few years was roughly equivalent to this figure. The absence of supply movements, yet the mobilization of so many ninjas raises questions about Tsunagakure's true intentions. Tadu, wearing sunglasses, appeared deep in thought. And that is not the most bizarre part. The most peculiar detail is that, according to our intelligence, there are only a little over 300 Tsunagakure ninjas currently present within the Land of Fire. This revelation deepened their confusion. Could it be that Tsunagakure has lost its mind and intends to wage war against Kumogakure and Iwagakure as well? Kiba exclaimed incredulously. Minato pondered this, a contemplative expression crossing his face. If that is the case, it may be advantageous for us in Konoha. Yet, could Tsunagakure truly be so irrational? Chapter 12. The Raid on the Land of Fire. 4. Naturally, they could not fathom that Tsunagakure might act in such a manner. After all, even Konoha did not possess the audacity to simultaneously assault 3 nations during the First and Second Shinobi World Wars. What, then, could be Tsunagakure's objective? A vague sense of unease began to stir within Minato, though he could not quite articulate its source. At this moment, Choji inquired, So who is our enemy this time? Who is leading the charge from Tsunagakure? Tadu replied somewhat awkwardly, That is precisely our dilemma. The suddenness of Tsunagakure's raid has left our intelligence personnel scrambling, and we have gathered little information. However, According to reports from our informants, only Chiyo remains among the higher-ups in Sunagakure. Given the magnitude of their current actions, it is likely. Minato's eyes sparkled with realization. Are you suggesting that we may encounter the newly appointed Fourth Kazekage? Indeed. Tadu nodded solemnly, then added with a smile. But I believe you are certainly stronger than he is, Minato. The atmosphere lightened, and Choji raised his thumb in approval. Absolutely, Minato. You are now the idol of all the ninjas in Konoha. Minato blushed slightly at the compliment, hastily waving his hands. I still have a long way to go compared to Master Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru. His expression grew serious as he continued. However, given this possibility, we must exercise utmost caution. Everyone nodded gravely in agreement. After all, this is war. A single misstep could cost lives. Thus, under the veil of night, the ninjas of Konoha swiftly advanced towards Sunagakure. Ahead, the intelligence personnel relayed news of the Sunagakure ninjas' encampment location. Are they remaining still at the Yoshikawa? After receiving the information, Minato contemplated before making a decision. Let us not rush to attack. We will rest when we are 20 miles away from Yoshikawa. Otherwise, the Sunagakure ninjas will be well rested, and we shall have no chance of victory. At dawn, we shall launch our assault. Everyone agreed without objection. After all, due to Konoha's diminished combat strength, half of the ninjas dispatched under Minato were genin. Sending them directly into battle after a long journey would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. As the night deepened and the moon hung high in the sky, Sunagakure received word of the approaching Konoha ninjas. How intriguing, Raza chuckled, glancing at Yakura and Amikawa after reviewing the gathered intelligence. It is no wonder they have managed to contend with Kumogakure for so long. Their experience is truly commendable. Amikawa examined the information and was taken aback to discover that the Konoha ninjas, upon their arrival, had chosen not to attack directly, but rather to camp and rest 20 miles away. Shall we initiate a night raid? We are currently in a favorable position. Raza shook his head. Let us not forget our objective. The aim of this war is not to eliminate as many Konoha ninjas as possible, but to buy time for Maki and Elder Izo. Since the Konoha ninjas wish to rest, why should we not let them? While they rest, we, too, can afford to rest. Yakura, however, expressed dissatisfaction. If that is the case, wouldn't it be better to launch a night raid and drive the Konoha ninjas back? With our current strength, we could even annihilate this group of Konoha ninjas. And then what? Raza inquired softly. Yitsong was momentarily taken aback, and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, continued, What then? Let us not forget that we are in the land of fire. When it comes to the speed of support, Konoha is undoubtedly faster than us. And as for us, the ninjas from our village must traverse not only the desert, but also the land of rivers to reach us. At this moment, Yitsong comprehended Luo Sha's implication, rendered speechless. Moreover, how many ninjas do you think are still available in our village to aid us? Yitsong, now enlightened, felt a touch of embarrassment. Luo Sha then continued, I never intended to engage in direct conflict with Konoha, as the cost would outweigh the benefits. Even if we were to emerge victorious, it would merely incite Konoha's ire, leaving only the likes of Kumogakure and Iwagakure to reap the rewards. Not to mention, Konoha's counterattack would be inevitable, and Kumogakure and Iwagakure might seize the opportunity to strike us as well. At this juncture, Luo Sha's tone softened slightly. I understand your sentiments. Perhaps a confrontation with Konoha is inevitable in the future, but not now. Our foremost priority is securing military funding and supplies. For this is crucial to the future of Sunagakure. The time for our final battle will come when we possess the confidence to face all retaliations. Upon hearing this, Yitsong realized her impulsiveness, though her pride prevented her from admitting her mistake. Mi Chuan, however, calmly interjected, Kazekage is indeed correct. Now is not the time for a decisive battle. Yes, please convey my message to everyone when you descend. Remember, during these 7 days of conflict with Konoha, our primary principle is survival. They are the future of our village. Sacrificing them here would be utterly unwarranted. Mi Chuan nodded, his gaze towards Luo Sha softening as he replied, I will inform everyone. As for Yitsong, she merely gritted her teeth, her brows furrowed. Luo Sha, unperturbed by Yitsong's reaction, said nonchalantly, Very well. Then you all should go and rest properly. Mi Chuan rose to leave, leaving only Yitsong behind. This prompted Luo Sha to curiously inquire, What is it, Yitsong? Do you have something else to discuss? Yitsong cast a glance at Luo Sha, biting her lip, and said with a hint of reluctance, They are right. Perhaps you are more suited to the position of Kazekage than I. With that, without waiting for Luo Sha's response, she huffed and turned to leave, leaving Luo Sha with a perplexed expression. Is this what they call tsundere? He mused, but he soon dismissed it, focusing instead on getting proper rest. Thus, Luo Sha settled into his tent, closing his eyes in peace. On the opposite side of the plains, 20 miles away in the forest, Minato Namikaze gazed into the dark, silent woods. The calm response of Sunagakure to the arrival of Konoha's ninjas only deepened his unease. Inexplicably, he sensed that within the distant forest lurked not mere Sunagakure ninjas, but a terrifying beast, silently watching Konoha in the shadows. When would the conflict between humans cease? With a sigh of resignation, Minato shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts clouding his mind, and returned to his tent to rest. The trials of war had long since transformed Minato into a relentless war machine. The night swiftly passed, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the land. Ninjas from Sunagakure and Konoha stood poised, eyeing each other across the vast plains. Chapter 13, Sunagakure and Konoha. 1. Before dawn had fully broken, the rested ninjas of Sunagakure were the first to assemble. The ninjas of Konoha on guard immediately detected the movements, and all Konoha ninjas within the camp swiftly gathered. However, compared to the refreshed and spirited ninjas of Sunagakure, the hastily summoned ninjas from Konoha had barely rested for 2 or 3 hours. Fortunately, they were not drawn from the front lines, but rather summoned from the village, so their condition was still satisfactory. Once assembled, the ninjas of Sunagakure arranged themselves in 3 formations along the edge of the plains and forest. The ninjas of Konoha responded accordingly. On the surface, it appeared that Konoha had the numerical advantage, but as the two sides prepared for battle, the Konoha ninjas swallowed hard, especially those with sensory abilities. They could distinctly sense the immense chakra emanating from Sunagakure. What a joke, they have so many jonin. Has Sunagakure mobilized all their elite ninjas? Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from Sunagakure's formation, Oil Girl Shibi, Akimichi Dingza, Inazuka Kiba, and Akimichi Todo's expressions shifted dramatically. This is bad, Minato. We've encountered the main force of Sunagakure. Minato, too, sensed the formidable presence from Sunagakure's formation, his expression turning grave. Quickly relay this information back to the village. Understood. Kiba immediately summoned his ninja dog to convey the message to the village. Just as Kiba's dog vanished, a sudden disturbance from Sunagakure sent the Konoha ninjas into disarray once more. 3 figures descended from the sky, landing at the forefront of the 3 formations. Minato's pupils constricted. Beside him, Akimichi Dingza spoke with grave concern. This is troubling Minato. It appears Todo's prophecy has come true. The Fourth Kazekage is indeed here. The other 2 figures were equally formidable. Oil Girl Shibi's gaze sharpened as he observed the Sunagakure formation. The Scorch Release user Yitsong and the Magnet Release user Michuan are both renowned ninjas throughout the ninja world. While the ninjas of Konoha scrutinized Sunagakure, the 3 from Sunagakure were likewise observing Konoha's ranks. Minato Namikaze, Luo Sha murmured softly. Hearing Luo Sha's voice, Yitsong's interest peaked as she stepped forward, gazing at the golden-haired Minato. Is that the most renowned figure of the new generation from Konoha? Michuan added, indeed. It is said that this Minato Namikaze is merely 20 years old, yet he has already earned the title of the Yellow Flash on the battlefield against Kumogakure. Rumor has it that Kumogakure even issued a command. Any ninja of non-Kage caliber may flee upon encountering the Yellow Flash without being deemed as abandoning their mission. Yitsong was taken aback. This person is remarkably powerful. In terms of age, Yitsong, nearing 25, was indeed older than Minato, who was still in his early 20s. Even Luo Sha was 3 years Minato's senior. As for Michuan, he was well into middle age. Luo Sha spoke up, if you encounter him, you may also choose to abandon the mission. Yitsong turned back to Luo Sha, frowning in displeasure. Do you think I cannot match this Konoha ninja? Following the events of the previous night, Yitsong had ceased her habit of contradicting Luo Sha. Indeed, Luo Sha replied, unabashedly. You two may not be his opponents. The reason Namikaze Minato is referred to as the Yellow Flash is that he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage. The name of this technique is unfamiliar to both of them. Indeed, it is a space-time ninjutsu, significantly faster than the body flicker technique. To put it plainly, I cannot find anyone in the ninja world who surpasses his speed. Your attacks would hardly be able to hit him, while he can instantly teleport to your side at will. This speed is such that even the third Raikage would likely struggle to react. The two were taken aback. The third Raikage is renowned throughout the ninja world for his lightning release chakra mode. Now, Rasha claims that this Konoha ninja is swifter than the third Raikage, which caused them to furrow their brows and inquire. Does this mean we can only flee if we encounter him? Theoretically, yes, but there is another way. After all, he is one of our own ninjas, and since a battle is imminent, Rasha decided to share some intelligence. The instant teleportation of the Flying Thunder God technique relies on the technique's formula for positioning. Therefore, during the battle, you must ensure that kunai inscribed with the technique do not come near you. Furthermore, the formula can also be directly left on a person once it is inscribed. It will not dissipate. This revelation struck fear into their hearts. Does this mean that Namikaze Minato could teleport at any moment to assassinate them? No wonder the Hidden Cloud Village fears this Konoha ninja so greatly. Such a technique is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, since Rasha was here, he did not intend to leave Namikaze Minato to them. Leave Minato to me. The Konoha ninjas beside him will be your responsibility. The two from the Akimichi clan will be entrusted to Michikawa. Your magnet release is perfect for such large targets. As for Yakura, the oil user from the Aburame clan will be assigned to you. Your scorch release is particularly effective against insects. They did not refuse. However, Yakura made a face and remarked, I detest insects. Yura, yes. From now on, every battle requires the Umbu to record relevant data and gather intelligence on the enemy. Do you understand? Understood, Wind Shadow. Just then, amidst the Konoha ranks, Namikaze Minato sensed the tense atmosphere and stepped forward. Whoosh. In an instant, Minato appeared at the center of the battlefield, coldly addressing the gathered shinobi of Sunagakure. Wind Shadow of Sunagakure, you lead your ninjas to invade our land of fire. Are you prepared to wage war against Konoha? He is calling you out. Upon hearing Minato's voice, Yakura glanced at Rasha. Rasha ignored Yakura, murmuring, It's my turn now. How interesting. As his words fell, he too vanished in an instant, disappearing from view. Whoosh. At that moment, the foremost figures of the younger generation of the ninja world stood face to face. The fourth Wind Shadow of Sunagakure and the future fourth Hokage of Konoha. Chapter 14. The Shadow of the Pot for both Rasha and Minato. This marked their first encounter. It must be noted that despite being from opposing factions, Minato exuded an aura of a bright, cheerful young man at first glance, which explains his nickname, the Little Sun. However, as the sun rose, the morning's golden rays slowly bathed both figures, yet neither felt a hint of warmth. Instead, the serene plain was filled with an inexplicable tension. War. Rasha cast a cold glance at Minato, his voice resonating across the battlefield. It is your Konoha that seeks to instigate war. This left Minato momentarily stunned, and he furrowed his brow as he replied, If I am not mistaken, this should be the territory of the Land of Fire, not the Land of Wind, Wind Shadow. Since you acknowledge this is the territory of the Land of Fire, do you also admit that our third Wind Shadow has gone missing within your Land of Fire? This revelation left Minato bewildered. He was well aware of the third Wind Shadow's disappearance. However, what did it have to do with Konoha or even the Land of Fire? Thus, he pressed, Wind Shadow, are you jesting? Rasha's voice was low, laced with anger. I am certainly not jesting. According to our village's Umbu investigation, the disappearance of the third Hokage is connected to your Konoha. This revelation shocked not only the Konoha ninjas, but also stirred a furious reaction from the Sunagakure side. The third Wind Shadow held immense prestige within Sunagakure. Minato, clearly taken aback by this development, furrowed his brow and asked, Wind Shadow, if you claim the disappearance of our third Hokage is linked to Konoha, what evidence do you have? Did Rasha possess evidence? Certainly not. He was merely fabricating a story. Yet, did the presence of evidence truly matter? After all, the reasons behind the third Hokage's disappearance were known to only a handful of individuals in the entire ninja world, including Chiyo, Ebizo, Maki, and Sasori, and none of them would willingly reveal the truth surrounding the third Wind Shadow's disappearance. Thus, Rasha was free to speak without restraint. I have no evidence. An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. But I know who was responsible for the death of the third Hokage. What? The ranks of Sunagakure trembled in shock. This person is someone all of you from Konoha should recognize. The leader of your root, Danzo. Indeed, since Danzo had long been burdened with the title of the Shadow of the Pot, he would not mind bearing this additional blame. Upon hearing this, the Konoha side was utterly astonished. It was Elder Danzo. Strangely, It seemed that if Rasha had named any other individual from Konoha, the ninjas would not have believed him. However, upon naming Elder Danzo, they hesitated. Observing the peculiar expressions of the Konoha ninjas, who exchanged glances, Michikawa, who had previously harbored doubts, was suddenly filled with rage. He had long suspected that the third wind shadow's disappearance was somehow linked to Konoha, for only Konoha possessed the capability to allow the third wind shadow to vanish without a trace. Although Rasha's claims were riddled with inconsistencies, sometimes, when emotions run high, logic takes a back seat. The ninjas of Sunagakure harbored resentment towards Konoha, and now the fourth wind shadow directly implicated the killer of the third wind shadow. Seizing this moment, Rasha intensified his accusations. The leader of your route, Danzo, secretly murdered the third Hokage to uncover the secrets of the third wind shadow's formidable magnet release. Minato was left utterly bewildered, taking a long moment to regain his composure before asking, Wind Shadow, since you possess no evidence, how can you assert that the disappearance of the third wind shadow is related to Elder Danzo of Konoha? Rasha was prepared for this inquiry. While I may lack direct evidence, during our search for the third wind shadow, our Umbu did uncover certain intelligence. Minato was becoming increasingly confused. Rasha's assertions were so emphatic that he began to wonder if the third wind shadow had indeed been killed by Elder Danzo. Meanwhile, Michikawa could no longer contain himself. What intelligence is this? Why am I unaware? Luosha glanced at each one and spoke slowly. The Umbu, while searching for the third Hokage, discovered traces of a battle at a certain location, and according to their investigation, signs of wood release were found there. What? Wood release? How can this be possible? The reaction of the Konoha ninja was even more intense than that of the Sunagakure ninja. Minato, however, shook his head, feeling relieved. Impossible. Wind Shadow. Although wood release is indeed a secret technique of our first Hokage, aside from him, there are no ninjas in Konoha capable of using it. Upon hearing this, Luosha wore a mocking smile. Is that so? Konoha ninja, are you truly certain that none of you can wield wood release? Perhaps you should investigate further. Minato hesitated. For Luosha's certainty was disconcerting. The expressions of his companions behind him, including Dingzwa, also shifted slightly. Do not rush. There is another piece of news I must share with you. We found traces of Jinjutsu on the ninjas who perished alongside the third. Do you know what kind of Jinjutsu that is? Minato furrowed his brows tightly. Jinjutsu capable of ensnaring a ninja of such caliber was exceedingly rare in the shinobi world. Ichiwan, however, seemed to stabilize, as he had personally overseen the investigation into the third wind shadow's disappearance, which had yielded no leads, let alone the bodies of the deceased ninjas. This implied that Luosha was lying, yet as a member of Sunagakure, he would not expose his wind shadow. Instead, growing curious about Luosha's secretive claims. It appears you know, indeed, it is your Konoha's Sharingan. This statement sent a wave of shock through the Konoha ranks. Luosha's assertion was so precise that even Konoha's ninja began to believe it. But that is impossible. Minato vehemently denied it. While the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan is formidable, it is inconceivable to control a figure of the shadow level. And what does this have to do with Elder Danzo? What connection, you ask? Quite simple. Luosha's gaze met Minato's, cold and unwavering, as he prepared to reveal his trump card. When we used a secret technique to examine the final memories of the deceased ninja, do you know what I saw? Under the watchful eyes of all, Luosha uttered words that sent tremors of fear through every Konoha ninja. Your Elder Danzo is indeed remarkable. He has transplanted the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, along with the Sharingan, into his own right arm. Chapter 15, Luosha vs. Minato. 1. Why would Luosha say so much? Why shift the blame of the third wind shadow's disappearance onto Danzo? This was not merely due to Luosha's disdain for Danzo's character. It was simply because he was now the wind shadow of the land of wind, Sunagakure. He required an unequivocal justification for this war, as well as a chaotic Konoha. Only in such turmoil could Konoha find no excuse to retaliate against Sunagakure following the impending plunder of the Land of Fire. Even if they did, Konoha's internal strife would preoccupy them. At this point, Luosha had provided ample detail, rendering the need for concrete evidence against Danzo unnecessary. It was as though he had penned an elaborate essay on social media, leaving Danzo to prove his innocence. But could he? Certainly not. The transplantation of the first Hokage's cells, or the Sharingan, was an absolute taboo within Konoha. The news today could not remain concealed for long. It would not be long before Konoha learned the truth. The Senju clan was a lesser concern, given that only Tsunade remained alive, but the Uchiha clan was different. Some might argue that Danzo had not yet transplanted the Sharingan at this time, but it mattered little. Because of Luosha's accusations, as long as Danzo could prove one, the other would forever remain an indelible mark against him. After all, the Sharingan could be transplanted at any moment. Moreover, Danzo's long-standing conflict with the Uchiha clan made it impossible for him to shed this suspicion. Furthermore, would the Hyuga clan not be concerned about their Byakugan being coveted by Danzo? This could lead to a fracture within Konoha. The more critical issue was whether the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had the resolve to deal with Danzo. It was evident that he did not. Otherwise, Danzo would not have outlived him. At this moment, what Luosha needed most was time. If he could endure this confrontation, strengthen himself with the ability of Qs, and attain the strength to dance within the shinobi world, then Konoha would pose no threat. However, those were matters for the future. Just as Luosha's words fell, chaos erupted among the Konoha ninja, while the Sunagakure forces could palpably sense a significant drop in Konoha's morale. Even Minato was momentarily stunned. For, truth be told, at that moment, even he began to believe Luosha's words. Without prompting, Minato suddenly noticed the peculiarities surrounding Danzo's arm. What injury requires the use of bandages inscribed with sealing techniques? Indeed, it was not only Minato who noticed. The elite Konoha ninjas present also bore grim expressions. Most Konoha ninja harbored no fondness for Danzo, the root of Konoha. Fortunately, at this juncture, Dingzwa, standing behind Minato, interjected. Minato, this cannot continue. If we proceed this way, there will be no need for battle. Why not fight? Because Konoha's ninja are destined to lose. Their morale has plummeted to this degree. Minato was suddenly jolted back to reality, nodding gravely. I apologize, Wind Shadow. Regarding your claims, I cannot ascertain their truth until I inform the village. However, it is an undeniable fact that Sunagakure has invaded the Land of Fire, so I must ask you to vacate the territory of the Land of Fire. Are you jesting? Before Luosha could respond, a Sunagakure elite ninja roared in outrage. Your Konoha ninja killed our third Hokage, and you speak so nonchalantly. This is unforgivable. This outburst ignited a wave of fury among the Sunagakure ninja. Indeed, we must avenge the third Hokage. Annihilate the Konoha ninja. Hand over that scoundrel Danzo. Feeling the surging fervor of the Sunagakure forces, Minato and the Konoha ninja behind him paled. Yet Luosha merely sensed the unity of his troops. His gaze cold and unwavering as he regarded Minato. Konoha ninja, you see for yourselves. If Danzo is not surrendered, we of Sunagakure shall not leave. At this moment, Minato found himself in a precarious position. However, in light of his obligations as a Konoha ninja, he had no alternative. His right hand instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch. Since that is the case, with our stances at odds, I have no choice. Oh, are you preparing to engage? Luosha raised an eyebrow, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. A hint of bitterness crossed Minato's face. Is there any other option? Absolutely not. He is a ninja from Konoha, while Sunagakure has now invaded the territory of the Land of Fire. Regardless, as a Konoha ninja, he must take action to drive them out. However, can he truly emerge victorious? The disparity in strength between the two sides, as well as the overwhelming aura, left Minato devoid of confidence. There was no alternative left. He had to resolve this swiftly. With that thought, without a moment's hesitation, Minato reached into his ninja tool pouch, swiftly retrieving 6 peculiar kunai, and hurled them towards Rasha without a second thought. Humph! Rasha let out a cold snort, gazing at the kunai flying his way. From the very earth beneath his feet, a golden whip surged forth, dancing wildly in the air, effortlessly deflecting Minato's flying thunder god kunai. What? Minato was taken aback. This was something he had not anticipated. His flying thunder god kunai were never thrown directly at the enemy to prevent such a scenario. They were always aimed around the enemy to scout for opportunities for his subsequent attacks. It was precisely because the kunai were not directed at the enemy and landed far from them that almost all ninjas would not actively defend against them. Yet, this Fourth Kazekage was entirely different. He recognized the kunai in an instant and acted immediately, sending Minato's kunai flying, thus thwarting his battle plan. As if this Kazekage possessed an intimate understanding of him. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over Minato. Rasha had, of course, prepared well. From the moment he entered the battlefield, he had deliberately increased the distance between himself and Minato. Upon learning that the leading ninja from Konoha was Minato, Rasha's mind swiftly organized all the intelligence he had regarding Minato and drew two conclusions. Firstly, he must absolutely prevent Minato's Flying Thunder God Kunai from restricting his range of motion. Secondly, he must avoid close combat with Minato at all costs. With both the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan techniques in his arsenal, Minato was virtually invincible in close quarters. Should Rasha allow himself to be approached, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Defeated? In that moment, Minato furrowed his brow, realizing that the battlefield was also quite unfavorable for him. The vast expanse of the plain offered no cover for his Flying Thunder God Kunai, as a forest would. But could this deter him? Since he could not use his Kunai to restrict Rasha's movements from afar, he had to close the distance first. With that thought, he pulled out another Flying Thunder God Kunai and vanished from his original position. Body flicker technique. Rasha was not oblivious to Minato's intentions. With this in mind, Rasha clasped his hands together. Magnetic release, Sand Gold Barrier. Chapter 16, Sand Gold vs. Flying Thunder God, 2. Instantly, around Rasha, the endless plain erupted like an explosion. Countless golden spikes shot up from the ground. These golden spikes were not only incredibly sharp, but also bristled with fearsome barbs. Under the sunlight, they formed a dazzling and perilous garden of golden thorns, encasing Rasha's figure as if in a protective barrier. This left Minato unable to advance, revealing his form outside the barrier. What incredible power! Is this the magnetic release of the Kazekage? Truly worthy of the title. It is worth noting that for most of the Wind Village's inhabitants, Rasha, as Kazekage, remained somewhat enigmatic, not to mention his bloodline limits. Observing Rasha's technique, many from Konoha fell into contemplation, particularly Minato's subordinates, who knew him best and sensed that Minato was encountering difficulties, as this Kazekage seemed to possess significant insight into Minato's abilities. At that moment, Minato gazed at the densely packed sand gold barrier before him, feeling a tremor of unease. It seemed that this fourth Kazekage truly understood his Flying Thunder God technique well. With such a perilous barrier for protection, a direct assault was evidently implausible. Thus, he would have to seek opportunities gradually. With this thought, Minato suddenly began to sprint around the perimeter of Rasha's sand gold barrier. Rasha, being a seasoned combat veteran, was not oblivious to Minato's strategy. Attempting to find a flaw in the sand gold barrier through rapid movement, Rasha would not permit this, nor was it in his nature to simply endure blows. With this in mind, Rasha once again clasped his hands together, chakra surging within him. In an instant, the sand gold barrier around him began to shift. Countless thorns transformed into numerous tendrils, darting towards the moving Minato at an extraordinary speed. Minato, witnessing this, maintained a stoic expression as he began to move rapidly, simultaneously forming hand signs. Wind release, gale dance. The sand and earth before Minato were swept into the air, creating a sandstorm that concealed his figure within, while Rasha's senses alerted him that Minato had utilized the body flicker technique, causing Minato's form to vanish entirely, leaving Rasha's golden spikes without a target. Being a leader of a village, nearly all ninjas possess some degree of sensory ability. Rasha's expression remained impassive, yet his hands moved with unrelenting speed. Let us not forget, wind release was also one of Rasha's most adept techniques. Wind release, gale dance. Utilizing the same technique, the swirling sand concealed Rasha's figure within the barrier. Rasha had no intention of using wind release to reveal Minato's location, for from the very beginning, Rasha had established a strategy of refraining from proactive attacks, as the pressure from Minato's Flying Thunder God technique was overwhelming. Thus, across the battlefield, both sides were cloaked in sand and dust, leaving the watching ninjas from Sunagakure and Konoha astonished. However, the Konoha ninjas, particularly Minato, found themselves in a predicament. As they were on the territory of the Land of Fire, and with Rasha as the invader, he had already fulfilled his objective. His subsequent task was to defend. In contrast, Minato needed to drive Rasha out, thus requiring him to take the initiative. Rasha's maneuver had instantly derailed Minato's plan to seek out flaws through movement. Left with no choice, Minato had to reveal his form, preparing to forcefully breach Rasha's sand gold barrier. Minato was also a ninja of 3 elemental affinities, besides wind. He wielded fire and lightning. Fire release, great fireball technique. The density of the sand gold was high, but its melting point was significantly lower than that of iron. And the sand gold forming Rasha's barrier was not particularly coarse. The intense flames, accompanied by incredible heat, surged towards the sand-gold barrier enveloped in sand. Hidden within the barrier, Rasha felt the searing heat and understood that he could not withstand this attack directly. Thankfully, in addition to magnetic release, Rasha also possessed sand manipulation technique. Of course, he was a ninja skilled in wind, earth, and water. However, employing sand manipulation in such an environment consumed far less chakra than using water release techniques, and water release had certain counteractive effects against his sand gold. So Rasha would not willingly complicate matters for himself. Just as Minato hoped his fire release technique would prove effective, a hand made of sand suddenly emerged from the midst of the dust, slicing through the air towards the flames with a swift motion. Smack! A crisp and bright sound rang out as Minato's great fireball was instantly swatted away like a fly meeting a fly swatter. In that moment, Minato deeply sensed the formidable challenge posed by this Fourth Kazekage. The scene of the colossal hand swatting away flames immediately incited cheers from the ninjas of Sunagakure. Only Yetsong and Michikawa wore expressions of astonishment, exchanging glances that mirrored the confusion in their eyes. Is this the sand manipulation technique developed by the second Hokage? When did Rasha acquire it? Unexplainably, both pondered a possibility. Could Elder Kaizoku have entrusted Shikaku to Rasha? For without this, there was no rationale for Rasha's command over sand manipulation. It is known that this technique was mastered through the study of Shikaku by the second Hokage. Yet, this only elucidates half of the matter. Since the inception of the sand manipulation technique by the second Hokage, aside from him, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku and Karura, none had successfully mastered it. How did Rasha achieve this? Their expressions grew grave. From the earlier events involving the third Kazekage to the current sand manipulation technique, they realized they were under the illusion of understanding Rasha, when, in truth, they knew nothing of him. At this moment, Rasha too sensed that while the sand-gold barrier offered formidable defense, it imposed significant restrictions on him, confining his movements within the narrow bounds of the barrier. Thus, he decisively retracted the sand-iron technique, clasped his hands together, and struck the ground. Sand dune erosion. In an instant, both sides on the battlefield felt a violent tremor beneath their feet as the earth cracked open, countless grains of sand erupting from the fissures, transforming the once verdant plain into a desert in mere moments. Boom! Such power. This was not an era of uncontrolled might from the first Hokage, nor the chaotic flights of deities during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Thus, this grand display of ninjutsu left many inexperienced Genin and Chunin swallowing hard in awe. As for Rasha's motive for altering the battlefield so drastically, it was simple. Upon landing in this desert, Minato felt the soft sand beneath his feet, as if he were sinking into it, and an immediate unease surged within him. Gazing at Rasha's calm demeanor in the distance, Minato's eyes sharpened. He understood Rasha's intent. This desert lay entirely under Rasha's control, meaning his flying thunder god Kanai would be devoured by the sands, disrupting their positions. Minato found himself in quite the predicament. It seemed Rasha truly understood him, rendering all his favored tactics ineffective. As the commander of Konoha's forces, Minato aimed to avoid a full-scale battle while neutralizing the opposing commander. For with Konoha's current strength, confronting the resurgent Sunagakure would only lead to needless casualties. It appeared he had no choice but to resort to that one technique. Resolute, he bit his finger, smeared his blood on his palm, and began forming seals. Summoning technique. Chapter 17. Shikaku's Manifestation vs. Gamabunta 3. Boom. Accompanied by a massive cloud of smoke, a colossal shadow loomed over the battlefield. For many from Sunagakure and Konoha, the existence of summoned beasts was a mere myth. As the smoke dissipated, a massive, red toad, resembling a small mountain, came into view, astonishing countless ninjas. What manner of creature is this? Such a large toad. Is this truly a summoned beast? However, some remained unfazed, like Rasha, Michikawa, and Yetsong, who possessed a deeper understanding of Konoha. This is a summoned beast of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Perched atop the giant toad, Minato spoke with an air of apology. My apologies, Lord Bunta, for summoning you. The toad, with its enormous eyes, surveyed the surroundings, exhaling a thick plume of smoke from its pipe. Is this a war again, Minato? Minato scratched his head awkwardly. I sincerely apologize. But I had no choice, Lord Bunta. The situation in Konoha is dire, and our opponents are quite formidable. I need your assistance to approach him. Gamabunta's large eyes turned towards the distant, composed Rasha. Who is that? Minato awkwardly replied. That is the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure. What? Bunta was taken aback, then expressed his discontent. Minato, you've truly found me a worthy adversary. Lord Bunta, all I require is for you to help me get close to him. Understood. Although summoned beasts from the three great sanctuaries typically refrained from participating in human conflicts, circumstances often compelled them to break this rule. At that moment, upon witnessing such a colossal summoned beast, particularly one belonging to Jiraiya, Michikawa and Yetsong swiftly approached Rasha's side. Do you need assistance? Rasha shook his head, remaining remarkably composed. Proceed as planned. We can commence the next phase. Their surprise was palpable, yet they nodded in agreement. Rasha then lifted his gaze to the massive toad overshadowing the sun and coldly remarked, what an enviable summoned beast. Given that, I shall not hold back. Minato was momentarily stunned, then watched as Rasha formed hand seals. Let me see which is superior, my Shikaku or your toad. Magnet release, Shikaku's manifestation. Instantly, the ground of the entire plain began to tremble as the sand beneath the feet of all gathered began to converge towards Rasha, slowly coalescing into a creature of similar enormity to Gamabunta. Upon seeing the form of this entity, Gamabunta initially gasped, then sighed in relief. What? Thankfully, it's not a true tailed beast. What? Minato reacted strongly at the mention of tailed beasts. Bunta clarified while drawing a short blade from his waist. Do not be concerned. It merely resembles Shikaku but is not an actual tailed beast. However, it appears formidable, so prepare yourself. I am going in. With a resounding boom, Gamabunta leapt from the sky, wielding his blade as he charged towards Rasha's Shikaku. Meanwhile, obeying Rasha's command, Michikawa and Yetsong signaled, and the ninjas of Sunagakure surged towards their Konoha counterparts. The war between Sunagakure and Konoha had officially begun. Across the vast desert, amidst the shadow that obscured the sun, Gamabunta descended, brandishing his short blade towards the head of Rasha's Shikaku. Clang! The sound of steel meeting steel echoed through the air. In response, one arm of Shikaku's manifestation raised to block the oncoming strike. Impossible. Stopped mid-flight. Bunta felt the overwhelming force from his weapon and the hardness of the enormous sandy creature's skin, his expression shifting dramatically. It's enough, Lord Bunta. Minato's objective was merely to approach Rasha, and now the distance was adequate. Just as Watergate prepared to unleash his flying thunder god Kanai, Wenta suddenly retreated sharply, spinning in midair before coming to a halt. A massive tail swept through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Had Wenta not evaded swiftly, that single strike could have severely injured him. Are you all right, Lord Wenta? Don't worry, I'm fine. This creature's hide is remarkably tough. It jolted my hand. At that moment, Watergate keenly noticed the golden glow beneath the severed surface of Shikaku's form. It was gold sand. The fourth Kazekage had infused his sand into this beast. No wonder it feels like an iron lump. Watergate, it seems brute force won't suffice. We must find an opportunity to employ ninjutsu. Understood. Here we go. The colossal form of Wenta lunged once more at Shikaku. However, this time it had grown wiser, as Shikaku's tail swung towards him. Wenta spun in the air while forming hand seals. Since it's sand, it must be vulnerable to water. Water release. Iron cannonball. A massive water bubble surged toward Shikaku. Truly, the summoning beast of Mount Mayaboku possesses an astounding chakra. This level of water release is likely approaching S rank. Yet, Rasha remained unfazed, merely commanding Shikaku to raise its arm, conjuring a golden shield of gold sand that appeared like an umbrella, successfully blocking the iron cannonball. The defense of gold sand is indeed formidable. The bubble exploded, unleashing a torrential downpour. Watergate suddenly exclaimed, Wenta, we need to relocate the battlefield. There are too many ninjas from the village here. I understand. Realizing his attack had no effect, Wenta swiftly retreated. Rasha graciously commanded Shikaku to pursue the enormous form, concerned about his ninjutsu potentially harming his own ninjas. Without the two giant monsters, the ninjas of Sunagakure and Konohagakure finally unleashed their full power against one another. In no time, the two had relocated to an uninhabited area. Observing Wenta moving forward, Rasha impatiently shouted, Hey, I'm talking to you, Konoha ninja. Where do you think you're going? This should suffice. Only then did Wenta halt his advance, turning to face Rasha, while Watergate wore a serious expression above him. Boss Wenta, we must resolve this swiftly. The ninjas in the village can't hold out much longer. I understand. We will attack separately. He will surely be distracted controlling this monster. Agreed. Chapter 18, Shikaku vs. Winta Ken. 4. Watergate instantly leapt down from Winta's head, splitting their paths to approach Rasha. Rasha would never allow them to engage up close. Allowing Winta to approach was one thing, but permitting Watergate to do so would be tantamount to courting death. Rasha swiftly formed hand seals. Magnet release, gold sand ring. As he spoke, a multitude of golden senbon emerged from behind him, raining down upon the two, their volume and speed rendering evasion impossible. Leave it to me. Watergate formed hand seals, his hands morphing into shadows. Wind release, pressure black. A powerful gale erupted from Watergate's mouth, engulfing all the incoming golden senbon within its fury. The tempest then surging toward Shikaku. Rasha's gaze remained unchanged. When it comes to wind release, he too was a master. Wind release, pressure black. He unleashed the same technique. And the two whirlwinds collided, instantly creating an impenetrable barrier of wind between Shikaku, Watergate, and Winta, sending Winta flying back. Indeed, as expected of the wind shadow. What formidable wind release! Winta contemplated, offering his suggestion. Watergate, against such a creature, I cannot be of much assistance. Ken would be more suitable. Watergate understood. I see. I appreciate your effort, Lord Winta. No need for that. I shall take my leave. Watergate wished for Winta to stay and assist him against the other ninjas of Sunagakure. But having a summoning beast engage in a battle of ninjas was somewhat contrary to the customs of Mount Myaboku. Winta only participated out of respect for Watergate. However, sending him to confront ordinary sand ninjas was not feasible. As Winta returned to the summoning realm, Watergate swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. As the white mist dissipated, a large red toad wielding a black iron fork and carrying an iron shield appeared before Watergate. Ken, I entrust the next task to you. Just hold that monster at bay. Ken gazed at the colossal creature before him, instantly grasping Watergate's intent. Understood. Though I may be clumsy, I will do my utmost. Rasha watched this scene, filled with envy. This is the foundation of Konoha. Such powerful summoning beasts can be readily replaced, while Rasha could only rely on himself. Ken brandished the iron fork, leaping into the air and thrusting downwards toward Shikaku. Rasha, using Shikaku's arm to block, immediately felt the difference between Ken and Winta. Ken's strength was vastly superior. Rasha felt Shikaku tremble beneath him. What terrifying power! If this continues, even Shikaku may not withstand it. At that moment, Watergate spotted an opportunity and began to close in. Seeing this, Rasha quickly formed hand seals. Magnet release, gold sand ring. Leave it to me. As countless senbon flew towards him, Ken retrieved his shield from his back, bracing it against the onslaught. Watergate followed closely behind. What a troublesome adversary! Rasha clapped his hands, and two arms of sand erupted from the ground, reaching for Ken's feet in midair. Leave it to me. Wind release, scythe. Sharp wind blade shot forth, severing the two arms, scattering them into endless fine sand that rained down from above. At that moment, Ken had reached Shikaku's front, and wisely. He did not approach with his flesh, but instead raised his shield, utilizing its weight and momentum to deliver a heavy blow to Shikaku's head. Now, Rasha found himself at a loss. He could only abandon Shikaku and retreat. An opportunity. In that moment, Watergate finally saw his chance. The so-called opportunity lay in two aspects. First, Watergate was very close to Rasha, and even if the flying thunder god Kanai were to be deflected, he could still bridge the gap between them. Once he approached Rasha, with mastery over the flying thunder god and Rasengan, Rasha would become easy prey. The second aspect was that Rasha was currently suspended in midair, lacking leverage to adjust his position, though this might seem trivial for someone of his caliber. A single flaw could be fatal. With these thoughts in mind, he wasted no time, launching the flying thunder god Kanai. In a fierce clash, Rasha wielded the iron whip formed from the golden sands, aiming to launch the flying thunder god Kanai away. However, the Kanai was only halfway through its trajectory when the flying thunder god technique activated and Minato's figure materialized, seizing the Kanai. As the golden whip approached, Minato deftly flung the Kanai toward Rasha while his form vanished from sight. The distance between them was so minuscule that, in the blink of an eye, the Kanai was already at Rasha's face. Clutching the spiraling sphere that glittered with radiant light, Minato appeared before Rasha, who subtly shifted his gaze and clasped his hands together. Sand gold domain. Countless golden thorns enveloped Rasha, attempting to thwart Minato's advance. Yet, at that moment, Minato's figure vanished once more. Suddenly, a voice devoid of emotion echoed behind Rasha. Got it. Minato's voice rang out as the spiraling sphere's dazzling radiance engulfed Rasha entirely. However, in that fleeting instant, Minato's face, which should have reflected triumph, contorted into a frown. Something was amiss. Upon striking Rasha, the sensation felt utterly wrong. It was not the impact of a solid body, but rather akin to that of sand. A sense of unease compelled Minato to retreat. Yet, no counterattack from Rasha followed. Instead, a voice reached Minato's ears, Frog Kumamoto's voice. What is this? Minato exclaimed, astonished, as he turned toward the source of the sound. To his shock, as he attacked Rasha, the form of the Shikaku, which had been shattered by Frog Kumamoto's shield, seemed to come alive, enveloping Frog Kumamoto entirely in sand. Frog Kumamoto, wielding a trident, struggled to escape, only to realize that he could neither muster strength nor maintain his connection with Mount Myaboku. What is happening? He noticed countless violet patterns of incantations materializing, transferring from the Shikaku to him. As the husband of Kushina Uzumaki, Minato had a profound understanding of sealing techniques, and his expression turned grave. This is a sealing technique. This is bad. Minato's realization came too late. In an instant, Frog Kumamoto was sealed within a colossal sand pyramid, leaving him with just enough time to utter, "I'm sorry." Minato. At that moment, Rasha's silhouette emerged slowly from the apex of the pyramid. Minato turned, and as the dust settled, he saw that the Rasha he had just targeted had completely transformed into sand. A sand clone? Was this prepared in advance? Minato's brows knitted together. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, given that Rasha was the Kazekage, he never expected Frog Kumamoto to be sealed. This suggested that Rasha's true goal was not Minato, but rather Frog Kumamoto. But why? This could not have been part of the original plan. Both Bunta and Kumamoto had been summoned during the battle. Thus, Rasha could not have predicted their arrival. Suddenly, recalling their earlier conversation, a hypothesis emerged in Minato's mind. Could it be that the Sand Village did not intend to fight to the death with Konoha? As if to affirm his speculation, Rasha, standing atop the pyramid, spoke slowly. Now, Konoha's ninja, with a mere flick of my finger, I can crush your summoned beast into dust. Chapter 19. Buying time. Minato, witnessing this scene, comprehended the gravity of the situation. He cast a wary glance around the battlefield, his furrowed brow revealing his concern. The conflict between the two villages had only just begun. Yet Konoha's ninjas had already suffered considerable losses. Although the mid-level ninjas could endure the onslaught of the Sand Village's forces for a while, the lower-ranked ninjas fell like ripe fruit. The opponents of Shibi and his companions proved to be formidable. Shibi's insects and Inuzuka Kiba's ninja dogs were thoroughly countered by the scorching earth release of the Sand Village's Yakura, rendering them unable to approach. Any attempt to do so resulted in being incinerated by searing fireballs. As for Dingzwa and Tangdong, their multiplication technique barely held its ground against Michikawa's sand iron. As for why the two sides did not exchange opponents, it required the consent of the Sand Village's ninjas. Yakura and Michikawa, already well informed of Konoha's intelligence through Rasha, would never permit their enemies to have their way. Yakura's scorching earth was manageable, even if they switched opponents, as he could still contend with the Akimichi clan's close combat ninjas. However, Michikawa faced a dilemma. The Oil Clan's insects had a counteracting effect against sand iron, absorbing its chakra and rendering Michikawa powerless over it. Minato, standing beneath the pyramid, spoke with gravity. So, Kazekage Rasha, what is your true objective? My objective is simple. Konoha must surrender the culprit who murdered our third Kazekage, Danzo, and compensate the Sand Village for our losses. If you comply, we will withdraw immediately. Otherwise, we will fight to the bitter end. At that moment, Minato found himself with no choice. While his battle with Rasha had reached a stalemate, Konoha's ninjas could not withstand much longer, and with Kumamoto in peril, he could hardly face Jiraiya and the rest of Mount Myaboku. I understand. Let us agree to a temporary ceasefire. Please grant me 7 days. During this time, I will relay everything that has transpired here to the village, and then we shall await their decision. 3 days. I will only give you 3 days. If I do not receive an answer by then, we will declare war on Konoha. Minato realized that 3 days was utterly insufficient. 5 days. 3 days is far too short. We need time to investigate. As the Kazekage, You must understand that Danzo is a senior elder of our village, Rasha interjected, his brow furrowing. For days, this is my final deadline. If I do not receive an answer by dawn 4 days from now, do not blame us for taking action. Minato felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. I understand. Then let us agree to a ceasefire for now. Humph. Rasha scoffed, waving his hand to signal the retreat. The Sand Village ninjas, engaged in fierce combat with Konoha, hesitated but complied with the command. After receiving word from their village that the primary objective of this conflict was to survive, they halted their attacks and withdrew from the battlefield. Konoha's ninjas sighed in relief upon witnessing this, but couldn't help but grit their teeth at the sight of fallen comrades. At that moment, Rasha's voice resonated across the battlefield. Remember your promise, Konoha ninjas. You have 4 days. If you do not surrender the murderer of the third Kazekage, Danzo, this war will not end easily. In that instant, Konoha's ninjas harbored resentment toward the Sand Village, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of anger toward Elder Danzo back in their village. As the Sand Village ninjas retreated, Minato returned to his side. What now? Akimichi Dingswa, drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath, inquired. Minato sighed as he gazed at the retreating Sand Village ninjas. Kiba, I need you to return to the village and inform the Hokage of the situation here. Involving Elder Danzo, the mere act of transmitting intelligence is insufficient. It necessitates a ninja of considerable weight and standing to personally deliver this information to the village. Meanwhile, on the side of Sunagakure, Raza signaled for Yagura of the Umbu to approach as he led everyone in retreat. Umbu must swiftly relay the events that transpired today to Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and especially to the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Understood, Lord Kazekage. Instantly, under Yagura's leadership, several Umbu ninjas departed from the unit. Upon reaching the Sunagakure encampment, everyone settled down to rest. At that moment, Michikawa approached and said, I have some inquiries to make. Seeing this, Hakura unconsciously moved closer as well. Let us discuss it inside the tent. Once inside the tent and seated, Raza, noticing Michikawa's impatience, raised a hand to halt him. I am aware of your questions. But for now, the most advantageous answer for us in Sunagakure is that the third Hokage was killed by Danzo. This is currently our most beneficial narrative. Michikawa immediately grasped Raza's intention. Although he felt reluctant and was plagued by countless questions, he saw that Raza had no intention of providing answers, so he relented. Hakura, too, understood the implication and looked at Raza with surprise, yet refrained from voicing her curiosity, instead changing the topic. Isn't 4 days a bit excessive for Konoha? If they have time to prepare, our situation could become precarious. Rest assured, I have instructed the Umbu to communicate today's events to the other nations. Kumogakure and Iwagakure will undoubtedly take action, Raza assured. Seeing that Raza had already made preparations, Hakura felt a sense of relief. Unexplainably, reflecting on the events of recent days and Raza's strategic foresight, she began to genuinely acknowledge him as the Kazekage. Just then, Raza spoke again. In the next 4 days, there should be no significant movements from Konoha. The situation here is relatively stable. Therefore, I plan to make a secret trip back to the village, and I will leave things here in your capable hands. This revelation surprised both of them, yet they refrained from questioning Raza's intentions for returning to the village. Regardless of their personal sentiments towards him, the fact remained that Raza was the Kazekage. Moreover, there was currently no likelihood of conflict between the two sides in the short term. Even if there were, Sunagakure's military strength was more than adequate to handle it. As for Raza's motive for departing, it was, of course, to further enhance his power through the use of the wedge. Through this battle, he had sensed that with his current strength, he could only contend with a formidable opponent like Minato Namikaze without a clear victor emerging. Should Konoha deploy another expert of Minato's caliber in the upcoming battles, he would be unable to cope. Thus, he needed to elevate his abilities before the next war commenced. He had already determined his target. The most accessible source of chakra at this moment was undoubtedly the small village of Hashigakure. Chapter 20. The outbreak of war. Raza's predictions were not amiss. Within half a day, spurred by the machinations of Sunagakure's Umbu, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure, all became aware of the skirmish between Sunagakure and Konoha. In the land of lightning, Kumogakure, the third Raikage, upon receiving intelligence from the Umbu, was so enraged that he split the table in front of him in two. What is happening? What is your Umbu doing? There was no reaction from you regarding the change of command at the Konoha front. The Umbu ninja were taken aback, and it was Todai. a trusted confidant of the Third Kazekage, who stepped forward to respond. Lord Third, it is not the Umbu's fault. Konoha must have been prepared, making it normal for the Umbu to have been unaware. The Third Kazekage's son, the future Fourth Kazekage, also chimed in. Indeed, father. However, this is an opportunity for us in Kyomogakure. Now that even Sunagakure has attacked Konoha, and with that old man Inoki, Konoha is certainly in no position to withstand an onslaught from our three nations. Contrary to his seemingly reckless exterior, the Third Kazekage possessed a keen intellect, which was why he maintained a firm grasp on Kyomogakure. After pondering, he turned to Todai and asked, "What is your assessment of the intelligence from Sunagakure?" Todai confidently replied, "This intelligence should be reliable, but its contents are quite astonishing. Is it true that Sunagakure's third Kazekage was indeed killed by Danzo of Konoha?" The Third Kazekage inhaled sharply. "I have encountered this Danzo character. He is a ninja that instills immediate aversion, akin to a rat in a filthy gutter. If it is indeed him, it is plausible that the Third Kazekage fell victim to his assassination. If that is the case, Konoha might genuinely be at an end." Remarked with a hint of glee. "Whether it be would release or the Sharingan, this fellow has certainly violated Konoha's two greatest taboos." The internal and external turmoil afflicting Konoha was precisely what Kyomogakure yearned for. Yet, the Third Kazekage fell into contemplation. Curious, inquired, "Father, what are you thinking?" After a moment of reflection, the Third Kazekage addressed the Umbu. "Keep a close watch on this Danzo fellow. If the opportunity arises, bring him to Kyomogakure." Everyone understood then. The Kazekage had set his sights on the wood release and the Sharingan that this man possessed. Such abilities were indeed coveted. If Kyomogakure could acquire them, they could decisively surpass Konoha and become the foremost ninja village in the world. Todai swallowed hard, calming himself before speaking. "What about Konoha? Should we take advantage of this situation?" The Third Kazekage directed his inquiry at the Umbu, who is currently commanding Konoha. The Umbu responded promptly. "We have confirmed that it is Orochimaru." The moment this was revealed, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. Now is the time to avenge Burubi. Burubi was the first Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from Kyomogakure and the nephew of the Third Kazekage, as well as the cousin of the Fourth Kazekage, 6 years prior. In retaliation for Kyomogakure's abduction of Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha dispatched Orochimaru to infiltrate Kyomogakure, resulting in the Eight Tails going berserk and causing devastating losses to the village, ultimately leading to Burubi's demise. Kyomogakure had never forgotten this grudge. "Convey my orders. All forces of Kyomogakure are to advance into the land of fire. War is upon us." Simultaneously, as Kyomogakure resolved to launch a large-scale assault on Konoha, the Third Kazekage, Inoki, gazed at the intelligence he had just received with a grim expression. However, more than the so-called Danzo and the Third Kazekage's death, Inoki was far more concerned with the wood release and the Sharingan. It was evident that Konoha had not abandoned its research on the powers of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Having witnessed Madara Uchiha firsthand, Inoki understood all too well how terrifying the wood release and Sharingan could be. "Father, what should we do now?" Although Inoki was adept at scheming, he was also clear on certain matters. Konoha must not succeed in their research. "You will lead the team personally, bringing along Han and old Zetsu. Inform them about the Sharingan and wood release. They will cooperate with you." "I understand. Then I shall set off now." Inoki nodded, then gazed at his son, hinting, "Remember, this time our Hidden Rock Village's primary objective is to assist the Hidden Cloud in delaying the Leaf Village. We must not allow our ninjas to perish in vain." "Understood." The land of water lies upon the vast sea, nestled between the land of fire and the land of water, composed of countless islands. Its unique geographical features have rendered it a haven for numerous dark entities. Here, Uchiha Madara has concealed himself, residing in a massive cavern on an island near the Leaf Village. Clinging to the outer path's golem for survival, he perused the intelligence delivered by White Zetsu, struggling to recall who this Danzo was. "Ah, I see. He is one of Tobarama's disciples. It appears those disciples are not entirely worthless, albeit regrettably ineffective. To awaken the power of the infinite, one must possess the sage body and the sage eyes." "What are the sage body and sage eyes?" Through the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan, Madara has discerned that they are the powers of Indra and Ashura. He is certain that he and Hashirama are the inheritors of these powers. However, how dare this mere child covet Hashirama's strength? Suddenly, two white Zetsu shifted within the cavern, descending like viscous liquid, forming into human shapes. Lord Madara, is there something you require? Madara replied coldly. Keep an eye on this brat named Danzo. I wish to ascertain whether he has truly acquired Hashirama's powers. Understood, Lord Madara. Though Konoha possesses barriers, Madara, as one of its co-founders, is well aware of how to breach them, especially since Mito's passing has left Konoha devoid of any means to sense White Zetsu's presence. As for the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a disdainful snort escaped Madara's lips. With the departure of the two White Zetsu, the cavern fell silent again. To conserve chakra, Madara entered a state of feigned slumber. Meanwhile, news from the battlefield reached Konoha. The Council of Elders, upon receiving the information, opted to conceal it. Yet, Raza had anticipated this, and soon, through spies hidden within Konoha, the battlefield's news infiltrated the village, particularly into the ears of the Uchiha clan. Unexpectedly, before the Uchiha could take action, another individual stormed into the Hokage's office, seething with fury. Chapter 21. Chaos in Konoha, Hokage Tower. With a thunderous crash, the door to the Hokage's office was kicked open. The elders, who were listening to Inuzuka Kiba's report, furrowed their brows at the sight of Tsunade's arrival, sensing impending trouble. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, Tsunade interjected forcefully. Tsunade, are you attempting a coup? This is the Hokage's office. Unfortunately, Tsunade was even more obstinate than Haruno Sakura. With fury etched on her face, she bellowed, Silence, old hag. Taken aback, Sakura was momentarily stunned by Tsunade's murderous glare. Do not force me to kill you. After uttering this shocking declaration, Tsunade surveyed the room and turned to the quietly seated Hiruzen, demanding, Where is Danzo? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hiruzen's expression shifted. At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared next to him and whispered something, causing Hiruzen's brow to furrow even deeper. Sighing, he replied, Tsunade, please calm down. This matter requires thorough investigation. Regrettably, Tsunade showed him no respect. After all, that was her grandfather. The fact that he was dead was one thing. Having his body desecrated by Danzo was another. What investigation? Enough with the nonsense, old man. Just bring Danzo out. I'll know everything just by looking at his arm. Hiruzen, of course, could not comply and could only stall for time, saying, I will send someone to find Danzo, but you must calm down first. This is a conspiracy from Sunagakure. A conspiracy? Tsunade scoffed derisively. If I see Danzo, I will know whether it is a conspiracy or not. At that moment, Tsunade glanced at her teacher and the two elders, suddenly struck by a realization. Her pupils dilated, and her expression darkened as she gritted her teeth, asking, Teacher, did you already know? Or was this allowed by you from the beginning, to desecrate my grandfather's body? Teacher, do not forget, you are a disciple of Tobirama. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room turned pale. Even Mito Minjitaro could not help but roar, Tsunade, this is not a place for your insolence. Tsunade fearlessly retorted, What? Does Elder Mito Minjitaro want to kill me too? After all, I am the last descendant of the Senju clan. You must be eager to use my corpse for research. At this, both Mito and Haruno Sakura's faces turned ashen. Yet, they found themselves helpless against Tsunade. Not only was she the sole survivor of the Senju clan, but she was also one of the legendary Sannin, not to mention that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were not easy individuals to deal with. Fortunately, Orochimaru was currently deployed to the battlefield in the Land of Cloud. Seeing this, Hiruzen could only sigh helplessly from his position as Hokage, stating, Tsunade, I admit that the village has indeed conducted research on the first Hokage's remains, but it was solely to unlock the secrets of wood release and enhance the village's strength. Moreover, I halted this research 5 years ago. As for the veracity of the intelligence from Sunagakure, I can only confirm it once Danzo arrives. Just then, another Umbu member appeared next to Hiruzen, whispering something that caused his expression to change slightly. He looked at Tsunade, unsure of how to proceed. What is it, old man? Is there something you cannot tell me? Hiruzen replied with a hint of frustration. The latest news indicates that both the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock have launched surprise attacks on the borders of the Land of Fire. War has fully erupted, and Danzo has headed to the battlefield. At this, Tsunade's fury reached its zenith. Isn't Danzo just admitting his guilt? What a convenient coincidence. Old man, as Hokage, shouldn't Danzo inform you of his departure from the village? Seeing Tsunade's explosive anger, Hiruzen understood that Danzo must have left to evade scrutiny. Although he had no concrete evidence regarding Danzo's alleged transplantation of the first Hokage's cells and Sharingan, Hiruzen instinctively felt it was true. After all, it was precisely the sort of thing Danzo would do. However, he could say nothing, for in his heart, Danzo's importance far outweighed that of the first Hokage's cells and Sharingan. He could only offer words of consolation. Tsunade, I shall certainly provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. However, for the time being, the overarching situation takes precedence. Once the circumstances along the border stabilize, I will conduct an investigation into Danzo. At this moment, upon hearing the words of Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Tsunade's gaze turned frigid, her expression devoid of anger, and instead, a chilling smile graced her lips. She cast a glance at her once familiar teacher before departing without a backward glance. Observing Tsunade's departure, Konohamaru frowned and remarked, Tsunade is increasingly disregarding decorum, much like Orochimaru. Mito Kazama interjected with a warning, Tsunade is a minor concern. The Uchiha clan poses a far greater threat. If even Tsunade is aware, it is likely the Uchiha have received wind of it as well. Konohamaru scoffed dismissively. No need for concern. Fugaku is far too weak-willed to confront the village. We merely need to keep an eye on those hawkish members of the Uchiha clan. And what of Sunagakure? Hiruzen pondered before providing an answer. If it comes to that, I shall have to intervene myself. Konohamaru and Mito nodded in agreement, relieved. What you say is not without merit. After Tsunade had long departed, the Uchiha clan, led by Fugaku, finally arrived at the Hokage's office. Indeed, Fugaku was exceedingly feeble. Despite the fervor of the Uchiha behind him, under the intimidation of Konohamaru and Mito, as well as Hiruzen's threats regarding the village's well-being, Fugaku ultimately chose to capitulate amidst the disappointed and enraged gazes of his clan members. Just then, the Umbu brought forth grim news for the three elders. Hokage-sama, esteemed elders, Tsunade Dano has departed the village with her disciple, Shizune. Such audacity. Is Tsunade contemplating betraying the village? Hiruzen inquired calmly. Do we know her destination? Uncertain. But it is confirmed she is not heading towards Awagakure. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. However, he understood that Tsunade had likely become utterly disillusioned with the village. Yet, from his position, many matters were beyond his control, such as Orochimaru's transformation. Fortunately, Tsunade, afflicted by hemophobia, was incapable of entering battle. Her departure would have minimal impact on the village. Let this matter remain concealed for the time being. Understood. As turmoil engulfed the shinobi world, that night, Rashi had already departed the battlefield with two Umbu, traversing through the land of fire, arriving at the land of bears. Under the guidance of the Umbu, Rashi swiftly located the position of Hashigakure. You shall wait for me here, he commanded coldly, eyeing the valley enveloped in toxic gas. As you wish, Lord Windshadow. With a wave of his hand, golden sand coalesced beneath his feet, propelling him over the valley saturated with green poison. A small village marked by a star insignia soon came into view, and Rashi sensed the presence of his target. Chapter 22. Hashigakure is one of the lesser-known shinobi villages in the world of Hokage that left a lasting impression on Rashi. The reason for this is simple. It is due to the meteorite that fell from the heavens. Legend has it that 2 centuries ago, in an era before the establishment of the 5 great shinobi villages, a meteorite plummeted to the land of bears. A capable ninja discovered this meteorite and found it possessed extraordinary powers, emanating a formidable chakra. By training in the vicinity of this meteorite, a ninja could absorb its chakra into their body, significantly enhancing their own chakra reserves. This ninja developed a unique ninjutsu known as the Peacock Instant Technique, allowing them to manifest chakra into various tangible beasts to attack foes. Thus, he founded Hashigakure, becoming its inaugural leader and proclaiming himself the first Star Shadow. Rashi chose this meteorite as his next target for absorption because he recalled discussions among netizens who speculated that this star might originate from the moon, possibly a fragment of the 10 Tails. While there is no definitive evidence for this, merely conjecture, for Rashi, who finds himself unable to easily acquire new powers in the short term, experimenting with this so-called celestial meteorite is the most cost-effective option. With this thought, he gazed down at the seemingly small village of Hashigakure, where the population likely numbered fewer than 1,000. After confirming the absence of barriers, he descended from the sky. With Rashi's status as a shadow-level ninja, infiltrating a modest village like Hashigakure posed little challenge. The patrolling Umbu of Hashigakure, mere chunin in strength, failed to detect Rashi's presence. He swiftly entered a grand shrine, where an expansive hall housed a fist-sized purple stone radiating violet chakra upon an altar. Rashi examined it closely. Indeed, the star was shielded by a barrier. However, this level of barrier posed no issue for him. Yet, he refrained from hastily seizing the star, opting instead to first attune himself to the chakra it emitted and discern its utility. He recalled that utilizing this star for chakra cultivation had evident side effects. Before long, with Rashi's extensive knowledge at the shadow level, he quickly discerned the true nature of the star through his perception. Whether this star was a fragment of the Ten Tails remained uncertain, but he had come to one definitive conclusion. The chakra of this star possessed a wondrous ability to invigorate a ninja's body. What does it mean to invigorate? In simple terms, it resembles the bloodthirst or rage found in video games. It is important to note that the chakra utilized by ninjas is derived from their physical and mental essence. This process is inherently limited by factors such as cellular division rates, strength, and the ninja's spiritual capacity. However, invigoration could stimulate and accelerate this process. The result is that ninjas could extract more chakra from their bodies while significantly enhancing their physical and mental attributes, including increased defense, speed, recovery, and mental acuity. It is akin to the Chidori and the Raijin chakra mode of Kimogakure, which utilizes lightning chakra to stimulate bodily invigoration, achieving remarkable defense, speed, and strength. However, the chakra within an individual is finite. This acceleration process strains the body's potential, causing premature aging as cellular division is limited. No wonder. This must be the star's side effect. Nonetheless, Rashi still intended to absorb the chakra from this star. 1. The side effects would be a concern for the future. At least in the short term, this invigoration could compensate for his shortcomings in close combat. 2. Perhaps absorption could mitigate the side effects of invigoration. Ultimately, even if absorption proved ineffective, Rashi harbored another idea, the natural energy of senjutsu. Indeed, the natural energy of sage arts. Because he seemed to remember that when Naruto was training in sage mode on Miyaboka Mountain, Fukusaku had mentioned that sage mode. Due to its ability to absorb natural energy from the surroundings, not only enhances one's vitality and recovery, but also does not impose any burden on the body, preventing fatigue. As for where to learn this sage technique, as the Kazekage of Sunagakure, it was naturally impossible for him to venture to the three great sanctuaries. However, that did not imply he was devoid of options. There was still Yugo, an entity capable of autonomously absorbing natural energy. Even without Yugo, with the existence of tailed beasts, he believed he could mitigate any adverse effects. With this thought in mind, he did not hesitate to make hand seals. 5 sealing techniques. A square barrier centered around the star appeared, isolating perceptions from within and outside the barrier. He then released the barrier beneath the star, aiming his right hand with the wedge directly at it. In an instant, a tremendous suction arose, drawing the chakra from the star. After about an hour, 2 Umbu stationed around the star-hidden village noticed that the Kazekage had returned. Although they were somewhat curious as to why he chose to visit such a small ninja village instead of heading back to the village as promised, they wisely refrained from voicing their inquiries. Forget everything that happened today? Understood. All right, let us return. The 2 Umbu followed the Kazekage back, only to realize that the direction they were heading was not toward the village, yet they kept their silence. For Raza, he did not desire the company of these 2 Umbu, but since the inexplicable disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, it had become exceedingly difficult for him, as the 4th Kazekage and current ruler of the village, to act independently. This was not to say it was impossible. It was just that it was best to wait until the war concluded. At this moment, he could not afford to disregard the opinions of the ninjas in the village. As for the gains from this venture, how should one put it? Although it did not bring him the same thrill as the chakra from Shikaku, it still provided him with considerable surprises. However, to verify this, he might need to wait a bit longer. Now that he had achieved his objective, it was time to return to the front lines. This round trip would require at least 2 days. As the deadline of 4 days approached, the front lines became increasingly unstable. His presence as a commander was urgently needed to maintain order. Raza's thoughts were not misplaced, for as he made his way back, a white-haired youth was hastening toward the front lines of Konoha. Unfortunately, by dawn, the star-hidden village found their star had vanished. Nevertheless, for the star-hidden village, this might be a fortuitous turn of events, perhaps averting certain future tragedies. Chapter 23, Miyaboka Mountain, the city of the Uchiha clan. This city is the renowned stronghold of the Uchiha clan within the Land of Fire. As one of the 3 major cities included in this plan, Maki personally arrived at this city to fulfill his mission. The strategy of Sunagakure was straightforward. By night, they would control the selected prominent nobles of Uchiha City using ninjutsu. Maki naturally encountered some resistance, as these nobles often sheltered rogue ninjas. However, in the face of Sunagakure's ninjas, they proved inadequate. By day, they sought specialized merchant caravans to transport their wealth openly. Relying on a mere team of fewer than 100 from Sunagakure to transport such vast amounts of resources was evidently impractical. This was the most prudent approach. Uchiha itself was a large city with a thriving commerce. No one suspected what these merchant caravans were truly transporting or where they were headed. As the plan progressed, Maki found himself increasingly admiring Raza. In just 3 days, the wealth acquired from Uchiha City alone had left Maki astounded. The silver obtained amounted to a staggering 700 million ryo, surpassing the annual funds provided by the daimyo of the Land of Wind to Sunagakure. In addition, there were grains, fabrics, salt, iron, sugar, medicines, silver, gold, and countless jewels. Maki felt confident that once this operation concluded, Sunagakure would be free from financial burdens for at least several decades. His only concern now was the battlefield at the front lines of the Land of Fire. At the front lines where Sunagakure and Konoha faced off, the vast plains had long since transformed into a desert, dominated by the towering presence of a massive pyramid. Sunagakure's ninjas patrolled relentlessly around the area. Konoha's ninjas, to avoid conflict, had refrained from engaging in any skirmishes over the past 3 days, observing from a distance. Although the animosity between Konoha and Sunagakure was not as direct as that with Kimogakure, the historical discord among the 5 great nations made it impossible for the 2 countries' ninjas to maintain amicable relations. However, today, Konoha's ninjas felt a slight uplift in morale, as a legendary ninja had arrived among them. Beneath the golden sunset, Jiraiya, accompanied by Minato, made his way to the plains and beheld the enormous seal imprisoning Gamabunta. Minato, with a hint of regret, remarked, "I apologize, Jiraiya-sensei, for keeping Lord Bunta sealed here for so long." No, Jiraiya shook his head, his expression grave as he gazed at the seal before him. "You did the right thing. Konoha cannot afford to create a formidable enemy at this time." On the way, Jiraiya had already been briefed on the relevant intelligence, including various matters within the village, particularly Tsunade's decision to leave the village for some respite, which weighed heavily on his heart. In recent years, he had felt increasingly distanced from Orochimaru, and now, Tsunade too. Yet, he could not allow these feelings to show, maintaining his usual carefree demeanor. "Let's proceed and rescue Gamabunta. Otherwise, Lord Jiraiya will be quite displeased with me." As they approached, the patrolling ninjas of Sunagakure immediately went on high alert. However, upon seeing Jiraiya, their faces were filled with terror. There was no question. The legendary Sannin was indeed a figure of immense renown. "Quickly, inform the Kazekage that it is one of Konoha's Sannin, Jiraiya." Jiraiya approached the seal with an air of authority, seemingly disregarding the Sunagakure ninjas, studying the incantations inscribed upon it. What a peculiar seal. It actually severed Gamabunta's connection to Mayaboka Mountain. The Sunagakure ninjas on patrol, being merely a few chunin, dared not impede him. Minato added, "Indeed. I've never seen a seal like this. It wasn't mentioned in the records given to me by Kushina. Is that so? Then there's no helping it. Just to be safe." With that, Jiraiya promptly initiated the summoning technique. As his words fell, a diminutive toad clad in a gray cloak appeared before them. Both individuals greeted politely. "Lord Shinsaku." Upon being summoned and seeing the immense sealing technique before him, Shinsaku realized the reason for his summoning. His astonishment grew when he noticed the incantations inscribed on the colossal pyramid. "What is this?" Noticing Shinsaku's surprise, the two were curious, and Minato inquired with concern. "Is Lord Ken all right?" "Rest assured." Shinsaku's expression turned grave. "Ken is fine. I can sense that he is alive and well. This sealing technique, if I am not mistaken, is unique to Shikaku." Shikaku. Now, both Minato and Jiraiya comprehended the situation. Jiraiya pondered aloud, "I see. So it is the power of a tailed beast. I have heard that the second Kazekage of Sunagakure extensively researched Shikaku and developed an array of remarkable techniques." It seems the rumors were indeed true. Minato, still concerned, asked, "Is there a way to rescue Lord Ken?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shinsaku nodded and disregarded the fact that they were on a battlefield, directly employing the summoning technique. A scroll containing a toad was summoned. Toad Inari, prepare the sealing technique. Understood. As the scroll beneath the toad unfurled, Shinsaku formed hand seals, and a surge of Senjutsu chakra surged forth, pressing down upon the center of the scroll. Simultaneously, numerous mysterious incantations erupted from the scroll, tearing the inscriptions on the pyramid like iron chains, one by one, into the scroll. Senjutsu sealing technique. Stop. As ninjas from Sunagakure approached in the distance, Minato and Jiraiya instinctively appeared before Yakura and Michikawa. My apologies, esteemed ninjas of Sunagakure. But this conflict does not concern Lord Ken. It is a dispute between our Konoha and your Sunagakure. Please allow Lord Ken to return. Jiraiya, looking at the two young figures, particularly the youthful and spirited Yakura, spoke somewhat forcefully. If Michikawa still harbored some fear of Jiraiya's reputation, Yakura's fiery temper could no longer be contained. What nonsense! Instantly, for fireballs materialized, swirling around Yakura before merging into a colossal fireball. Blazing flame of destruction. The enormous fireball hurtled toward Toad Shinsaku. Both Jiraiya and Minato were taken aback by Yakura's impulsive aggression, simultaneously feeling the terrifying heat of the fireball despite the distance. As if their skin were being seared. Water release. Water pillar technique. Jiraiya attempted to counter with a water technique, but as he approached the massive fireball, the waterfall-like torrent was astonishingly vaporized. Leave it to me, sensei. Summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. 3 gigantic iron gates, resembling monstrous demons, emerged. Boom. The colossal fireball detonated, consuming the Rashomon gates, and a blinding light erupted akin to the explosion of a tailed beast bomb. The 3 massive iron gates were obliterated, but it was too late. With the seal broken, debris scattered, and the weakened form of Toad, Ken appeared before everyone's eyes. Shinsaku displayed no interest in the conflict among the human ninjas. I shall take Ken back. Saying this, he transformed into smoke and vanished before everyone. This only fueled Yakura's fury, her brows furrowing tightly as she conjured another 4 fireballs. Damn Konoha ninjas. At that moment, Minato keenly discerned something and asked, esteemed ninjas of Sunagakure, where is your Kazekage? Yakura's companion, Michikawa, frowned. He refrained from engaging in battle because their Kazekage, Rosesa, was not present, making it an unsuitable time for conflict. Michikawa did not directly respond to Minato's inquiry, but retorted, What? Konoha ninjas, do you intend to hand over Danzo to us of Sunagakure, or are you prepared for open war? If that is the case, we of Sunagakure are ready at any moment. As he spoke, shadows of Sunagakure ninjas emerged behind them. Although individually, these ninjas could not compare to Jiraiya and Minato. Their overwhelming numbers instilled considerable pressure on the two. It was important to note that Jiraiya had come alone without any reinforcements from Konoha, and no assistance could be dispatched from their side. Ha ha ha, Jiraiya laughed nervously, raising his hands to convey his peaceful intentions. Please do not misunderstand, esteemed ninjas of Sunagakure. We have no intention of engaging in battle. Regarding the disappearance of your 3rd Kazekage, our village is currently investigating. Yakura, however, paid no heed to this. As Konoha's blatant disregard for Sunagakure by rescuing Toad, Ken had already deeply insulted her village. Moreover, Jiraiya's seemingly mocking demeanor only intensified her disdain. Yet, just as she was about to act, Michikawa stepped beside her and restrained Yakura, speaking in a hushed tone. Remember, Konoha ninjas, you have only one day. If there is no resolution by sunrise tomorrow observing the unwilling departure of Yakura and the Sunagakure ninjas, Minato and Jiraiya concluded that their 4th Kazekage was indeed absent. However, they could only breathe a sigh of relief, daring not to entertain thoughts of an offensive action. Konoha could not endure another war at this juncture. On the way back, Yakura angrily confronted Michikawa. Why did we not strike? Why did we allow these Konoha ninjas to rescue that summoning beast? Michikawa replied calmly, do not forget the Kazekage's orders. Our current task is to buy time. War is not our ultimate goal. Although Yakura understood this rationale, her irritation persisted. Kazekage, when did you also start to become so obedient? Michikawa's expression turned somber. Regardless of our feelings, Rosesa has become the leader of our village. This is an unalterable truth. Yakura sensed Michikawa's despondency. It seemed he too had lost hope for the survival of the 3rd Kazekage. Though Yakura was hot-tempered, she was not unreasonable and chose not to pursue the topic further. I wonder when Rosesa will return. Tomorrow marks the final deadline. At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared before them. Lord Michikawa, Lady Yakura, the Kazekage wishes to see you. At the Sunagakure ninja encampment, within the tent representing the Kazekage. Upon entering, Michikawa and Yakura found Rosesa seated in the Kazekage's position. Yakura immediately inquired, "When did you return?" Rosesa, unfazed by Yakura's rudeness, or perhaps accustomed to it, responded, "I just returned. I have heard about the events outside. You both did well." This left Yakura somewhat perplexed. "Why, if you returned, did you not reveal yourself? Why did you allow the Konoha ninjas to break your seal and rescue that summoning beast?" "Quite simply, I believe this presents a favorable opportunity that aligns with my forthcoming plans." Mikawa and Yakura were taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Rasha's words. However, Rasha did not elucidate his thoughts. Instead, he posed a peculiar question. "Yakura, Mikawa, do you trust me as the Wind Shadow?" The abrupt inquiry left both Yakura and Mikawa momentarily stunned, an inexplicable sense of unease settling over them. Why would Rasha suddenly ask such a question? Was he preparing to confront them and seize the power they wielded? The tent fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thickening with tension. After a considerable pause, Mikawa finally gazed into Rasha's eyes and replied slowly, "Regardless of my trust, you are currently the Wind Shadow of the village." With this answer, Rasha turned his gaze towards Yakura. Under Rasha's unyielding stare, Yakura gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, "I have stated before, at least in the position of Wind Shadow, I cannot attain the level you currently embody." Rasha nodded. "That suffices." Then, he slowly extended his hands before them. "Place your hands in mine." It must be said, Rasha's demeanor today was indeed peculiar. Mikawa and Yakura exchanged glances, yet it was Mikawa who stepped forward first, placing his right hand atop Rasha's left. After a moment's hesitation, Yakura followed suit, laying his left hand on Rasha's right. "Very well, I shall bestow upon you a power. Do not resist." As he spoke, a stream of violet chakra flowed from Rasha into their arms, much to their astonishment. Instinctively wanting to resist, they recalled Rasha's previous words and held back. As the purple chakra coursed into their bodies, their pupils dilated in shock. A surge of overwhelming chakra erupted from their forms, enveloping them in a visible aura of chakra. This was the newfound power Rasha had acquired from absorbing the meteorite of the star-hidden village, which he referred to as the star-release chakra mode. Yet, this was not the greatest revelation. Rasha soon realized, perhaps due to the inherent qualities of the star's chakra, he could transfer the chakra absorbed from the stars to others, enabling them to master this power as well. "What is this?" Inside the tent, Yakura and Mikawa were awestruck, feeling the astonishing chakra within their bodies. They sensed their chakra had surged at least 4 to 5 times, while their physical abilities were simultaneously heightened. Just as disbelief washed over them, Rasha's voice broke through their thoughts. "Do not dawdle. Control this chakra within you and absorb it into your being." Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible, as neither possessed the ability to absorb chakra. Yet, when they attempted to do so, they found they could indeed succeed. The purple chakra flowed into their bodies, while the overwhelming chakra and enhanced abilities began to dissipate. At this moment, endless questions filled their minds, their eyes fixed on Rasha in astonishment, seeking answers. Chapter 25. The Awakening of Shadows. Rasha did not conceal the truth. Had he been an ordinary ninja of the sand-hidden village, he would have kept such power hidden. However, as the Wind Shadow, he needed to bolster the strength of the village's ninjas in preparation for imminent confrontations with Jiraiya and Minato. "I did not return to the village. Instead, I ventured to a small ninja village in the Bear Country known as the Star-Hidden Village. I had heard that their village possessed a unique power capable of enhancing a ninja's chakra, and as you can see, I acquired this power." Realization dawned upon the two. They did not feel Rasha had erred, but rather sensed that, after experiencing the overwhelming power within themselves, Rasha's actions had come rather late. Their curiosity shifted to the nature of this power. I refer to this power as the star-release chakra mode. In simple terms, it is a force that activates the physical limits, akin to a stimulant, significantly enhancing your chakra and bodily functions. However, it is not without cost. The enhancement draws upon your body's potential, for every human form has its limits. Utilizing the star-release chakra mode is akin to exhausting your future potential. Thus, it should only be employed as a trump card. The two understood at once. As ninjas, they inherently had no future, knowing that death could come at any moment on the battlefield. Therefore, when weighed against the formidable power they had just acquired, Concerns about exhausting their future potential were of little consequence. At this moment, Rasha produced a scroll. This is a scroll I also obtained from the Star-Hidden Village. A unique secret technique developed based on this chakra, titled Peacock Mystical Arts. While it may seem somewhat crude to me, it might prove useful to you. On one hand, you can utilize the training methods within to transform the chakra I have imparted into your own strength. On the other hand, as exceptionally gifted ninjas, you may even discover your unique secret techniques through the Peacock Mystical Arts. As Rasha spoke, he tossed the scroll to Yakura. There was only one scroll. Once the war concluded, they could replicate it themselves. Yakura opened the scroll and was immediately captivated, her innate talent allowing her to discern some of the remarkable intricacies of the Peacock Mystical Arts, and she even began to spark inspiration. With a look of incredulity, she lifted her gaze to Rasha, questioning, "Why would you bestow such power upon us? The world of Hokage is, overall, a rather insular one within the ninja clans. Secrecy and guardedness are the norm. No clan or ninja would readily share their secret techniques with others. Yet, Rasha, upon acquiring such power, was the first to offer it to them, inciting their suspicion regarding the chakra and the technique. Rasha, observing their expressions, spoke in a somber tone. The reason is simple. I am the wind shadow of the village." In that moment, both Yakura and Mikawa were taken aback, staring incredulously at Rasha. He did not pause, continuing with a sigh, "To me, the interests of the village are paramount. However, through this war, you should all recognize that compared to Konoha, the foundation of our sand-hidden village is far too shallow, be it talent, secret techniques, bloodline limits, summoning beasts, or ninjutsu. Even now, in the face of the Cloud and Rock Hidden Village's assault, Konoha still possesses the military might to contain us. If the roles were reversed, could our sand-hidden village accomplish the same?" Yakura and Mikawa felt a pang of dissatisfaction. In truth, the ninjas present here already constituted 70% of the sand-hidden village's strength. Yet, with such power, they still hesitated to initiate conflict with Konoha in Rasha's absence. My thoughts are quite simple. As the wind shadow, I aspire to surpass Konoha. We must not lack in talent or ninjutsu. My strength alone is insufficient. By entrusting you with the secret techniques of the sand-hidden village, I hope you will develop additional techniques to address our village's deficiencies. Of course, I shall assist. But as you know, my time is limited. Upon hearing Rasha's heartfelt words, any prior doubts the two held dissipated, replaced by a sense of agreement. I understand. I will give it a try. Yi Tsong was the first to step forward, with Mi Chuan following suit and nodding in affirmation. Excellent. However, let us postpone the development of techniques until we return to the village. For now, we have a pressing matter at hand. Familiarize yourselves with the powers I have just bestowed upon you. Prepare yourselves, for tonight we launch a full-scale assault on Konoha. A full-scale assault? Tonight? Are we not waiting for Konoha's response? The two were taken aback. There is no need to wait. No response will come. Just now, our intelligence revealed that Konoha's elder Danzo has already proceeded to the battlefield against Iwagakure. What? Yi Tsong clenched his teeth in indignation. Konoha is dismissing our threat entirely. This feeling of being underestimated is utterly infuriating. Moreover, with only 2 days remaining to complete our mission, we must create an atmosphere that prompts Konoha into conflict. We aim to draw out those last 2 days while also preparing for our withdrawal. Thus, we must adjust our objectives, instruct the ninjas of our village to hold nothing back. While protecting themselves, they should aim to inflict as much damage on Konoha's ninjas as possible. As for the three of us, I will confront Jiraiya, Yi Tsong will face Minato, and Mi Chuan will provide cover for Yi Tsong while leading other ninjas from our village to attack Konoha's forces. This time, we must strive to drive Konoha's ninjas back decisively, ensuring our safe retreat from the Land of Fire in 2 days. Mi Chuan suddenly grasped the situation. I see now. Rasha, your absence was to create the illusion that you are not here, to lower their guard. Precisely. Yi Tsong frowned slightly. That ninja named Minato, I can handle him alone. Rasha shook his head, resolutely stating, no, you have witnessed my battle with that ninja Minato. You would not hold an advantage. His Flying Thunder God technique is a bane for close combat ninjas like yourself, and his Rasengan rivals your Scorch Release in destructive capability. However, I require Mi Chuan's expansive and destructive Magnet Release to swiftly conclude the conflict between the Sand-Hidden Village and Konoha. With that, Rasha gazed earnestly at both of them. In my vision for the future of the Sand-Hidden Village, each of you, along with every ninja present, plays an indispensable role. Thus, I do not wish for any unforeseen circumstances to arise. Chapter 26. Rasha vs. Jiraiya. 1. Within Konoha's encampment. The atmosphere is far from relaxed compared to that of the sand-hidden village. The pressure of a three-front battle weighs heavily on every Konoha ninja, particularly with the uncertainty looming over the outcome of the following day. Inside Minato's tent, he and Jiraiya listened intently to the reports from the Umbu. I apologize, Lord Jiraiya. Lord Minato, but our operatives are unable to discern any movements within the sand-hidden village's encampment. We cannot confirm whether the Fourth Kazekage is still present. Are the shinobi from the Hyuga clan and Shibi's clan unable to ascertain this? Minato inquired. Unfortunately, the distance between our camps is 5 kilometers, exceeding the range of their Byakugan and Shibi's insects. Additionally, sand-hidden ninjas patrol the plains between our camps, making it impossible for us to approach, one operative explained. Jiraiya rubbed his temples, feeling a headache forming. It seems the sand-hidden village has come well prepared. Minato fell into contemplation. Sensei, something feels off about the sand-hidden village's actions this time. Oh, what do you mean? Minato furrowed his brow, cautiously seeking clarification. I can't shake the feeling that the sand-hidden village doesn't genuinely intend to engage us in full-scale war. Why do you say that? Firstly, their sudden assault is highly unusual. Unlike the cloud or rock villages, which engage us at the borders, the sand-hidden village has ventured deep into our territory. Moreover, our intelligence suggests they have not brought substantial follow-up supplies. Secondly, it appears the sand-hidden village is aiming for a limited engagement, particularly with their Kazekage, seemingly seeking revenge for the third Kazekage. However, I sense there is more at play, especially after their recent withdrawal, which strikes me as odd. Lastly, according to our intelligence, the sand-hidden village dispatched around 3,000 ninjas, yet we only have over 300 here, and it seems they are all Chunin and Jonin. Where have the genin gone? These questions perplexed Jiraiya, but he found no answers. This is quite troubling. What shall we do tomorrow? Minato sighed in resignation. The Hokage wishes to delay conflict as much as possible to avoid a clash with the sand-hidden village. Therefore, we may need to accommodate some of their demands. However, if they overstep, we must be prepared to fight. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya understood. It appears the old man has no intention of dealing with Danzo, and may even be complicit in his actions. He could only sigh and lament. When will this war come to an end? As night fell, Konoha's ninjas began to cook their meals. In the plains where the two battlefronts converged, both Sand and Konoha ninjas patrolled their surroundings. However, visibility was significantly reduced compared to the day, due to the fear of proximity. Konoha's ninjas dared not approach the sand-hidden village too closely. On the other hand, while the sand-hidden encampment produced smoke from cooking fires and was illuminated by campfires, a closer inspection would reveal the tents were empty, devoid of any presence. Where have the sand-hidden ninjas gone? At the edge of the plains, within the forest, the ninjas of the sand-hidden village had taken a detour and arrived here. The Konoha camp was now clearly visible within a kilometer's range. Beyond this distance, they would be detected by Konoha's sensing ninjas. This is sufficient. Rasha assessed the distance and turned to the ninjas of his village behind him. It is time to exact vengeance for the third Kazekage. With a cry, the eyes of all sand-hidden ninjas shone with a crimson gleam. This night would surely be one of bloodshed. Magnet release, Shikaku S form. As the enemy drew near, Shikaku manifested in a colossal form under the moonlight. At that moment, Konoha's sensing ninjas immediately detected the intent of the sand-hidden village. Enemy attack. It's the sand-hidden village. But it was too late. As the colossal tail of Shikaku was raised high, countless shuriken, conjured from grains of sand, erupted from it like a torrential downpour, hurtling towards the Konoha camp. In an instant, the air was filled with agonized wails. Attack! With Raza's command, the ninjas of Sunagakure surged forward into the chaos of the Konoha ranks, shouting kill. Yakura and Michikawa brushed past Raza, joining in the carnage, while Raza remained motionless, awaiting his destined adversary. Suddenly, an enraged voice echoed through the air. Summoning technique, collapse of the roof. The moon in the sky was obscured, and a massive figure descended from above. Had Raza not been a traveler from another time, he might have been caught off guard by this unexpected move. However, he had meticulously reviewed all intelligence regarding Jiraiya earlier that afternoon, simulating every conceivable strategy the legendary Sannin might employ. Boom! Shikaku, under Raza's command, launched itself backward with a speed that belied its immense size, evading the aerial assault. Standing atop the head of Gamagoro, Jiraiya regarded his missed opportunity with a grave expression. He had previously heard from Minato just how well this Fourth Kazekage seemed to know him, and now he realized the truth was even more astonishing. This Kazekage was not only familiar with Minato, but also possessed knowledge that indicated he was aware of Jiraiya's tactics. In the realm of ninja combat, success hinges not only on sheer strength, but also on the mastery of intelligence. Unfortunately, Jiraiya knew little about this Kazekage, relying solely on the information provided by Minato. This meant that from the very outset, Jiraiya found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, he had no time to ponder why his opponent was so informed about him and Minato. He was already ensnared in a precarious situation. Gamagoro, descending from the sky, found himself half submerged in a vast pit of sand, his body being relentlessly consumed. Facing him, the enormous beast's tail swept toward Gamagoro. Clang! Gamagoro swiftly drew his dual blades, blocking the blow, but the force behind it drove him deeper into the sand. Observing this, Raza seized the opportunity to strike. Magnet release, Sand Shuriken. As a swarm of sand shurikens surged toward Jiraiya, he merely smiled, forming hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Though a standard fire technique, Jiraiya's training in Mount Myaboku allowed him to utilize the oil of the toads, enhancing the power of the fire technique tenfold. Wherever the flames traveled, Raza's sand shuriken were melted away, cascading down like molten gold. But that was not the end. While executing the Great Fireball, Jiraiya continued to form seals. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. 3 additional fire dragons erupted from his mouth, encircling the Great Fireball and launching toward Raza atop Shikaku from multiple angles. This remarkable ability to simultaneously unleash 2 techniques with such precision was a testament to Jiraiya's prowess as a student of the Third Hokage, the Doctor of Ninjutsu. In response to Jiraiya's techniques, Raza opted not to counter with ninjutsu, for he knew he stood no chance. Although Jiraiya had not yet tapped into sage techniques, the enhancement from the toad oil made a direct confrontation foolish. Magnet release, Shikaku charge. Under Raza's control, Shikaku curled into a gigantic ball, rolling toward Jiraiya and Gamagoro like a boulder. Jiraiya's flames were fierce, yet fire, devoid of physical substance beyond heat, would make little impact against such a massive sand sphere, which rolled forward with unstoppable momentum. Jiraiya reacted swiftly. Earth release, Swamp of the Underworld. Instantly, a vast swamp appeared beneath the rolling Shikaku, immobilizing it within the depths. Seeing this, Jiraiya grinned. Now we are both stuck. However, his smile was short-lived as the once immobile Shikaku transformed into an endless torrent of sand, surging towards him, adorned with countless violet patterns. Raza's Shikaku was no mere creature. It was a sand puppet, and Raza could manipulate its form at will. Realizing the imminent threat, Jiraiya quickly uttered, "Return, Gamagoro." He could not allow Gamagoro to be sealed by Raza. Boom. Gamagoro dissipated into white mist, and Jiraiya plummeted to the ground. The grains of sand, now devoid of their target, immediately turned to seize Jiraiya. Forming hand seals, Jiraiya unleashed, Wind release, 1,000 Faces of Wind. Dense blades of wind sliced through the approaching sand, severing Raza's control over it, allowing Jiraiya to descend rapidly. At that moment, Jiraiya echoed Minato's sentiments. Truly, the Kazekage is formidable, youthful yet formidable. Thankfully, Jiraiya was not without recourse. Minato had informed him that this Kazekage seemed to shy away from close combat. While fear of the Flying Thunder God technique played a part, it was likely that this Kazekage's taijutsu was lacking. With a plan forming, Jiraiya melded into the earth. As the sand reassembled, Shikaku re-emerged on the battlefield. However, Raza, standing atop Shikaku, could no longer detect Jiraiya's presence. I cannot sense him. Is it earth release or a summoning technique? If it were a simple earth release, Raza should have been able to perceive it. Unless Jiraiya possessed a means of suppressing detection unknown to him. Although Raza held Jiraiya's intelligence, he would not rely solely on it. After all, this was a genuine world of ninjas. Thus, Raza's form melded into Shikaku's body. Even if Jiraiya possessed the ability to sense him, the formidable defense of Shikaku would make it difficult for him to land a direct attack. Concealed in a corner, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. This is as troublesome as a turtle shell. I must find a way to draw him out. With this thought, Jiraiya devised a strategy. Earth release, Earthquake Nucleus. In an instant, The ground beneath Shikaku's feet fractured, causing the earth to rapidly collapse. With no solid footing, Shikaku's immense form plummeted into a vast chasm. At this moment, Jiraiya revealed himself, moving without hesitation. The art of earth release, mud jutsu. Countless viscous black clods of earth cascaded from the sky, surging towards the guardian crane within the pit. Behold as I transform your sand into pottery. Fire release, great fireball technique. The combination of clay and intense heat clearly aimed to solidify all of Raza's sand, subsequently drying it with high temperatures until it congealed into a single mass. Thus, Raza would no longer have control over it. Truly, the legendary Sannin. Raza, unable to do anything, could only muster his sand to escape before it completely solidified. This was precisely what Jiraiya desired. Ninjutsu, lion's main technique. In an instant, Jiraiya's white hair grew rapidly, morphing into a massive lion's head lunging toward Raza, seeking to restrain his movements. As Jiraiya's signature technique, Raza found himself lacking effective counters against it. Although this maneuver stemmed from Jiraiya's hair. Under the activation of chakra and the infusion of other elemental chakras, his hair was not only remarkably hard, but also possessed great resilience. Moreover, since hair is a part of the human body, it proved to be more agile than Raza's sand. Compounding the issue, fire release was not Raza's forte among the elemental ninjutsu. Fortunately, Raza could fly. What? As he maneuvered his sand gold through the air. Distancing himself from the lion's main technique, Jiraiya was left astounded. This guy can fly too. This is utterly unfair. Although Jiraiya could control his hair's growth, there were limits, making it impossible to compare to Raza, who could soar into the skies. In fact, Jiraiya deduced that, when dealing with a long-range combat ninja like Raza, illusions would be the best strategy when close combat was not an option. However, regrettably, illusion techniques were the very domain in which Jiraiya excelled the least. Furthermore, Raza, as the Kazekage of the Sand Village, posed a considerable challenge. Unless Raza initiated an attack, Jiraiya would need to rely on Sage Mode to bridge their gap. Otherwise, while differences existed, they were not sufficient for Jiraiya to swiftly defeat Raza. Yet, Jiraiya could not afford to delay any longer. Despite their ongoing battle, he sensed the dire circumstances unfolding behind them at the Konoha camp. Overall, the situation was grim. Minato was detained by a ninja named Yukura, leaving Konoha's shinobi vulnerable to a one-sided massacre without the protection of high-level combatants. Realizing this, Jiraiya clasped his hands together, preparing to activate Sage Mode. Just then, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Raza charged at him. Chapter 28. Raza vs. Jiraiya. 3. Raza certainly would not allow Jiraiya to enter Sage Mode. The reason was simple. Should Jiraiya activate Sage Mode, Raza would undoubtedly be defeated, and swiftly at that. Although Raza had ascended to the rank of Kage, his strength stood at a middle-tier level among the shadows, augmented by the absorption of Shikaku's chakra and the chakra of the stars. However, Jiraiya remained a top-tier Kage. If he were to enter Sage Mode, Jiraiya would transcend the Kage level, attaining a power beyond that of a typical Kage. Thus, Raza found himself without hope of victory. Yet, in the current battle, aside from the unutilized illusion techniques, Raza was inferior to Jiraiya in many respects, particularly in summoning techniques. Therefore, even at the risk of failure, Raza could not permit Jiraiya to activate Sage Mode. Thus, he chose to attack. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. For the truth was that Jiraiya had not mastered Sage Mode. Activating it required time to gather chakra, during which he would need a summoning frog to buy him time, something Jiraiya preferred to avoid, especially after the incident involving gamma concealing. This was fortuitous. Jiraiya rejoiced at Raza's decision to engage him in close combat, while internally contemplating. Could it be that this guy is aware of Sage Mode? Bang! The moment they engaged in close combat, Jiraiya confirmed his suspicions. The Fourth Kazekage's close-quarters combat abilities were indeed lacking, especially when compared to Tsunade. In that case, there was no need to utilize Sage Mode. Bang, bang, bang. Absent the earth-shattering uproar of ninjutsu, Raza and Jiraiya exchanged blows in the forest. It was evident that Jiraiya's swift and powerful techniques overwhelmed Raza, who could only react defensively, placing him at a disadvantage. You are lacking in taijutsu, kid. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya landed a kick squarely in Raza's abdomen. Although Jiraiya lacked Tsunade's monstrous strength, Raza was propelled backward like a cannonball. Fortunately, he had prepared for this moment from the outset of their close-quarters engagement. Oh, Observing Raza stabilize himself, showing no signs of injury despite the cracks appearing on his body, from which sand and gold seeped, Jiraiya felt somewhat speechless. Is that a sand armor? This guy truly resembles a turtle shell. But how long can you endure it? With that thought, Jiraiya wasted no time and charged forward. After the previous exchange, Jiraiya had gauged Raza's taijutsu level and had no reservations left. It was important to note that Jiraiya was also an absolute master in taijutsu, his speed reaching levels beyond the naked eye's capability to perceive, almost instantly appearing before Raza. Yet, just as Jiraiya swung his fist intending to strike Raza's face, an unsettling scene unfolded. An incredible surge of chakra erupted from Raza. Whoosh! What? In an instant, Raza vanished from Jiraiya's sight. Jiraiya, quick to react, immediately turned to fend off the attack coming from behind him. Boom! Raza's foot, enveloped in star chakra, collided forcefully with Jiraiya's arm, the impact leaving Jiraiya astonished. Crash! Jiraiya was sent retreating over 100 meters before gradually dissipating the force on his arm. As he looked ahead, Raza had entered a peculiar state, surrounded by a layer of chakra. How did his taijutsu suddenly become so formidable? Was he merely feigning weakness all along? No, this is... Jiraiya recalled a past adversary, the third Raikage of the Cloud Village, and instantly deduced the reason for Raza's sudden enhancement in taijutsu. Chakra activation. How troublesome. Although this was not his first encounter with it. Feeling the surge of power within him, Raza's heart swelled with excitement. Yet, he quickly suppressed that thrill, knowing that the star chakra mode carried drawbacks. While brief usage posed no issue, prolonged application would inflict harm upon his body. Thus, he wasted no time. Whoosh! His figure vanished from the spot. In that moment, in terms of speed, he was no slower than the earlier Jiraiya. How swift! Jiraiya was taken aback and swiftly took action to defend himself. Fortunately, having been accustomed to Tsunade's blows, he remained composed even though Raza's taijutsu, enhanced by his chakra mode, had reached a comparable level. However, Jiraiya found himself at a disadvantage. He could not counter Raza with ninjutsu, and the opponent's taijutsu had now matched his own. As for jinjutsu, he was not adept at it himself. Given their prolonged battle, neither seemed close to exhaustion, and he found it inconvenient to summon his toads. This left Jiraiya feeling somewhat helpless. If he were to employ sage techniques, would Raza grant him the opportunity to do so given his speed? It was indeed troubling. He could only hope that Raza's chakra mode would not last too long. Meanwhile, as the fierce confrontation unfolded between Raza and Jiraiya, the war continued unabated in the direction of the Konoha camp. From the moment the ninja from Sunagakure launched their surprise attack, Konoha had found itself at a disadvantage. Raza's sand shurikens inflicted considerable damage across a wide area. While the elite Jonin might evade such attacks, the Chunin and Jinin were not so fortunate. Once Raza's assault concluded, the shinobi from Sunagakure surged forward, throwing Konoha into disarray. Naturally, Minato was the first to engage, but before he could act, a brilliant fireball hurtled toward him. It was the blazing technique of the Sunagakure's Yekara. Typically, Minato excelled at countering close-range combatants like Yekara, yet she was unlike any other. Her blazing release was, in many respects, a nemesis to close combat shinobi. Any ninja who came into contact with Yekara would have their bodily moisture evaporated, leaving them as desiccated corpses. At that moment, Minato had yet to master the Ninetales chakra mode or sage mode, which meant he could not disregard her blazing release. Moreover, he could sense that this female ninja from Sunagakure was unerringly aware of his capabilities, rendering his signature Flying Thunder God technique ineffective. And using the Rasengan to strike decisively was out of the question. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Minato was unaware that Yekara was even more anxious than he was. In this moment, Yekara finally comprehended why Raza placed such importance on this blonde-haired man. The space-time ninjutsu known as Flying Thunder God was truly fearsome. The near-instantaneous spatial leaps, if not for the intelligence Raza had provided her, might have led to her demise countless times over. Now, Yekara was operating at 200 of her energy to confront Minato. She realized that she could not allow herself to fail as a proud shinobi of her village. If, prior to this day, she had felt powerless against the Leaf Ninja before her, now she had formulated a plan. Thanks in part to the power Raza had bestowed upon her and the Peacock Mystic technique. Strangely, she recalled Raza's words from earlier that day. The future of the village? If that is the case, I shall give it my all. With this thought, she formed a series of hand seals. Blazing release chakra mode. In an instant, Yekura's chakra surged dramatically, a powerful gust swirling around her as vibrant blue chakra enveloped her body, transforming into a searing red, as if the chakra itself had ignited. In that moment, Yekura became a blazing figure, radiating an astonishing heat that scorched everything around her, causing the trees and earth to turn a charred yellow. This astonishing spectacle captured the attention of all on the battlefield. The ninjas from Sunagakure were filled with awe, while those from Konoha were gripped by terror. "Stay away from me. I cannot yet fully control this power," Yekura shouted to her fellow shinobi. The ninjas from Sunagakure immediately complied, retreating a mile away from her. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, engaged in battle with Raza in the distance, also noted this change. With his experience, he could discern that this was identical to the technique previously employed by the Wind Shadow. What kind of power is this? A secret technique of Sunagakure? Raza was equally astonished. Truly, she was a genius capable of independently developing blazing release. In just half a day, she had seamlessly integrated star release chakra mode, the peacock mystic technique, and blazing release into this formidable form. This scene reminded Raza of the lava release chakra mode of the four Jinchuriki. As the boyfriend of Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, he could not help but think of Kushina's tailed beast cloak. At this moment, empowered by the blazing release chakra mode, Yekura had maximized her speed and strength, rushing toward Minato with ferocity. Whoosh! Minato tentatively threw a kunai, but Yekura's face was one of disdain. Her agility had reached its peak, effortlessly evading the kunai. As for defense, she felt it unnecessary. In her current state of blazing release chakra mode, if Minato dared to approach, he would be reduced to a lifeless husk. Boom! With such absolute defense, Yekura transformed into a machine of slaughter, effortlessly dispatching Konoha's ninjas, leaving them as lifeless corpses, their screams echoing in the air. Witnessing this, Minato's expression turned grave. There was no alternative. It seemed he must resort to his ultimate technique. This was the existence of his trump card. In fact, he was uncertain if he would succeed. But he had no other choice. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang! Two identical Minatos appeared before him. "Leave it to us," they called out. As soon as the words left their lips, the two clones immediately began forming Rasengan. After the prolonged battle, Yekura had come to understand this technique. She had to admit that it was quite formidable. Even in her current state of blazing release chakra mode, she doubted she could withstand it. However, as long as it did not hit her, she would be fine. With this in mind, she unleashed two fireballs toward the clones. Boom! Yekura was somewhat surprised to find the two clones surprisingly easy to eliminate, as they were directly struck by her blazing release and reduced to smoke. Just then, a flying thunder god kunai soared toward her face. "How low level is this distraction?" Yekura remarked, displeased, as she saw Minato, who had appeared before her through the flying thunder god technique, rushing directly at her. She charged forward, determined not to grant him the time to prepare his Rasengan, intent on turning him into a dried corpse. But at that moment, Minato formed a peculiar hand seal. A strong sense of unease washed over Yekura. Visibly, just as she was about to close in on Minato and incinerate him, a strange barrier appeared before her. Suddenly, she felt the world spinning around her, everything shifting. Before she could comprehend what was happening, a bright light flared in her peripheral vision. She turned in terror to see Minato descending from above, holding a Rasengan, ready to strike her from behind. In the distance before her, another Minato stood, wielding the flying thunder god kunai. In that instant, she comprehended the truth. The flying thunder god technique could not only transport the user, but also the target. Oh no! Just as Yetsong felt she would be struck by the Rasengan, Minato believed his scheme had succeeded. A dazzling light suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. In that moment, both Yetsong and Minato were astonished to see Rasha, who appeared before them at an astonishing speed, also holding a Rasengan. Boom! The two identical Rasengan collided, unleashing a shockwave that obliterated everything around them. Minato's clone dissipated into smoke instantly. How could this be? The real Minato, far away with the flying thunder god kunai, watched the Rasengan in Rasha's hand with his pupils constricted, his mind frozen. This was a jutsu he had developed to protect Kushina. Why could the Wind Shadow of Sunagakure employ it as well? Jiraiya was equally astounded. Considering Rasha's evident understanding of their master-disciple relationship, both harbored an incredible suspicion. Could it be that someone from their village had betrayed them? Otherwise, how could Sunagakure have such detailed intelligence? Nevertheless, both understood that at that moment, continuing this war was untenable. "We must retreat," Minato, we have no chance of victory now. Minato nodded heavily, his gaze fixed upon Rasha, the wind shadow of Sunagakure, as if to etch his image into his memory forever. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yetsong, cradled in Rasha's arms and freed from the blazing chakra mode, looked at him with a stunned expression, her emotions more complex than ever before, as she had never imagined that Rasha would one day save her life. Aware of their somewhat ambiguous position, Yetsong struggled out of Rasha's embrace, awkwardly saying, "Thank you." However, Rasha responded calmly, "There's no need for thanks. We are comrades from the same village. How are you faring now?" Yetsong's eyes flickered, then she took a deep breath, the blazing chakra mode reappearing as she spoke softly. "Do not worry, it was merely a sneak attack. There won't be a next time." Rasha nodded. Logically, Rasha's speed should not have allowed him to catch up to the flying thunder god technique. Even as the wind shadow, his body flicker technique was impressive. Yet he could not overtake space-time ninjutsu. But he knew Minato too well. He had anticipated it entirely. From the moment Minato employed the shadow clone technique, Rasha sensed something was amiss. Minato was not a chakra monster like Naruto. He seldom employed the multi-shadow clone technique. This indicated that Minato was up to something. Once Rasha perceived that Minato had secretly created another clone amidst the explosion's cover, he surmised the situation and immediately broke away from Jiraiya to confront the clone. It was also due to Jiraiya being distracted by Yetsong's blazing chakra mode that Rasha seized this opportunity. Rasha did not disclose to Yetsong that Minato's flying thunder god technique could transfer others, as he wished to display his exceptional intelligence without revealing his ability to foresee the future. Next, Rasha intended to caution Yetsong to remain vigilant. But the war's developments unfolded with alarming rapidity. Retreat. The ninjas of Konoha began to withdraw in an orderly manner, with lower ranks retreating first, followed closely by the middle ranks, while the elite shinobi held off the Sunagakure ninjas. Ultimately, Jiraiya and Minato were responsible for the rear guard. As the Konoha ninjas began to flee, the Sunagakure ninjas initially rejoiced at their victory, then turned their attention to Rasha. Michikawa appeared before Rasha in an instant. "It seems we have won. Should we pursue?" "There is no need. Pursuing would take us too far into the land of fire, which would not be advantageous for us." "Indeed." Michikawa nodded. The objective of this war had been clear from the outset. Sunagakure had no intention of engaging in a full-scale war with Konoha. They merely sought the wealth of the land of fire. Under such circumstances, the victory in this war seemed less significant. However, while Rasha, Yetsong, and Michikawa thought this way, some superficial measures still needed to be taken. For the sake of confidentiality, not all Sunagakure ninjas were privy to the true purpose of this war. In fact, only the higher-ranking shinobi were aware, as they alone could ensure the secret remained intact. Thus, Rasha had to step forward to conclude this operation. "Ninjas of Sunagakure, I hereby declare in the name of the Wind Shadow that the victors of our first war against Konoha are Sunagakure." Oh, instantly, the entire Sunagakure erupted in cheers. "However, we must remain vigilant. We must always guard against a counterattack from Konoha. As long as they do not hand over the murderer of the third Hokage, this war will not come to an end." Oh, meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas, retreating in a flurry, heard the thunderous cheers behind them. Their expressions were somber, yet they felt relieved that Sunagakure did not pursue. Observing Minato's despondent demeanor, Jiraiya comforted him. "Do not worry, Minato. Victories and defeats are commonplace on the battlefield. The most important thing now is to report everything back to the village and await the old man's decision." The Konoha ninjas did not return directly to the village but instead camped 100 kilometers back to ensure their safety. However, after Jiraiya and Minato conveyed the situation to the village, the response they received was that they had no extra resources to address the conflict with Sunagakure. In fact, both Minato and Jiraiya were reassigned to the battlefield against Iwagakure. Just in these few days, Konoha had erupted into fierce combat with Iwagakure, and complicating matters further. The two Jinchuriki, old adversaries of Jiraiya and Minato, had also appeared on the battlefield. In the entire Konoha village, apart from the third Hokage, only Jiraiya and Minato could contend with these two Jinchuriki. As for Danzo, while he might excel in politics, he was woefully inadequate for battlefield command. The individual sent to replace Minato and Jiraiya was Nara Shikaku of the Nara clan. Konoha's orders to Shikaku were straightforward: delay Sunagakure for as long as possible. Once Konoha had extricated itself from the situations with Kumogakure and Iwagakure, they would address Sunagakure. Shikaku initially believed this would be a formidable task, but upon arriving at the front lines, he found Sunagakure's behavior to be quite peculiar. As if fulfilling Minato's expectations, they seemed to show no inclination to attack. What then? Was Sunagakure plotting? Was it truly just for revenge? Even with Shikaku's wisdom, he found it challenging to discern the truth for the moment. Thus, 2 days later, within the Sunagakure camp, Rasha summoned Michikawa, Yetsong, and Yura together, instructing them, "It is time. Our mission has been accomplished, and we can now arrange for our withdrawal." Yetsong appeared somewhat reluctant. Is this truly a retreat? Such a splendid opportunity. Now is the moment when Konoha is at its most vulnerable. If we, Losha, did not blame Yetsong, for this sentiment echoed among many ninjas from various villages. However, Losha's resolve remained unwavering. We must not be blinded by fleeting gains. For us in Sunagakure, enhancing our strength is paramount. Presently, apart from Kirigakure and ourselves, all others in the ninja world are engaged in conflict. This presents us with the finest opportunity to surpass them. Joining this war would only lead to the needless sacrifice of our ninjas, providing no benefit to us, only enriching the daimyos of the land of lightning and the land of earth. Mikawa nodded in agreement. Losha's words rang true. The gains we have already achieved are sufficient for us. Observing this, Yetsong suppressed his discontent and nodded in acquiescence. Losha then directed, according to our plan, the Chunin will retreat first, followed by the Jonin, with the three of us bringing up the rear. During the withdrawal, the Chunin and Jonin need not return directly to the village, but should rendezvous with Maki and Elder Ebi Zong to assist in wrapping things up. After all, our harvest in this endeavor has been substantial. Upon hearing this, both Mikawa and Yetsong's eyes glimmered with anticipation. This matter, Yoshi. You shall be responsible for contacting Maki to make the arrangements. Understood, Lord Kazekage. Yes, everyone has worked hard this time. All ninjas involved in this operation may return to the village to rest for a while. As for the subsequent precautions against Konoha's counterattack, Yoshi, please contact Elder Chiyo to have the puppet troops manage it. However, I believe Konoha is likely too preoccupied to concern themselves with us at present. Losha's words eased the expressions of the three. Indeed, given Konoha's current predicament, Sunagakure's withdrawal from the war would likely be met with relief rather than dismay. The successful execution of this plan owes much to the support of every villager. Upon our return, the village will honor the contributions of all. That is all I wish to convey. Now let us prepare to retreat. The withdrawal from Sunagakure was both silent and remarkably smooth. After approximately half a day's time, the ninjas responsible for guarding Konoha began to sense the tranquility enveloping Sunagakure's camp. The alert ninja reported this anomaly to Shikaku. Initially, Shikaku's strategy was to prevent giving Sunagakure a pretext for attack, ensuring that Konoha's ninjas did not venture too close to their camp. Yet, this subordinate's discovery prompted Shikaku to probe further. Soon, Konoha's people discovered the now desolate Sunagakure camp, leaving them utterly bewildered. What was Sunagakure up to? A sudden incursion followed by a sudden disappearance. It was not until 2 days later that reports from Shiya, Manabu, Taiha, and other 17 cities clarified the situation to Konoha's ninjas. Allegedly, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was infuriated and issued orders for Konoha to attack Sunagakure, demanding the retrieval of all plundered wealth from these cities. However, Konoha was already stretched thin, grappling with battles on the front lines against Kumogakure and Iwagakure, leaving them unable to address other matters. Chapter 31. Sunagakure in the vast expanse of desert, within the land of wind, Sunagakure. 7 days may not be long or short, yet for the villagers of Sunagakure, these 7 days were nothing short of miraculous. 7 days prior, as they observed the departure of their ninjas and the complete lockdown of the village, a sense of unease permeated the hearts of the villagers. Is war about to commence? No one relishes the thought of war, for it inevitably heralds death. The deceased could be a woman's husband, a child's parent, or an elder's offspring. However, 3 days ago, astonishing events unfolded. They had not received news of husbands, parents, or children perishing. Instead, they witnessed a procession of carts laden with goods entering Sunagakure. Though the lockdown prevented them from discerning the contents of these carts, fragments of information circulated among the villagers. According to eyewitness accounts, these carts brimmed with various commodities, money, grains, fabrics, salt, iron, sugar, medicine, silver, gold, and countless jewels, reportedly piling up in the village's warehouses like mountains. Since 3 days ago, These carts had not ceased their influx into the village, leaving the villagers perplexed. Hadn't the ninjas gone off to war? Why did it seem as if they were engaged in trade instead? Thus, 7 days later, upon the safe return of the first batch of genin, the villagers, rejoicing at the safe return of their loved ones, began to piece together the events and understand the source of these goods. Unbelievable. This was the villagers' initial sentiment. Following that came sheer elation. As members of Sunagakure, they understood all too well what these treasures represented. This signified that their loved ones need no longer toil and risk their lives for sustenance. The scarcity of resources could no longer hinder the growth of Sunagakure. Moreover, the village's expansion would usher in boundless wealth for them all. Who could possibly disdain money? Certainly no one. Upon learning that this was, in fact, the Fourth Kazekage's grand design, the villagers were even more astounded. Although some ninjas lost their lives in this operation, the immense wealth gained at such a minimal cost left no one feeling it was unjustifiable. Nearly 2 days later, all the ninjas returned to the village, including Lo Sha, Yi Tsang, and Mikawa. Lo Sha did not hasten to gather everyone for a debrief on the operation and its rewards. Instead, he granted everyone a day's respite. This fostered an atmosphere of joy throughout the village, particularly among the ninjas who had participated in the operation. They eagerly anticipated the rewards for their efforts. The following day, once again at the Kazekage Tower, all the high-ranking ninjas of the village assembled. However, unlike the complaints that had characterized their initial gathering, this time, not a single soul dared to speak ill of Lo Sha or voice dissatisfaction. Their tones brimmed only with joy and recognition of Lo Sha as their Kazekage. It could be said that with this assault on Konoha, Lo Sha had firmly established an unassailable reputation among all the ninjas of Sunagakure. Lo Sha was punctual this time. At the break of dawn, after everyone had gathered, he arrived at the Kazekage Tower accompanied by Maki, Lord Kazekage. In an instant, all jonin, save for Chiyo, Ebizong, Yi Tsang, and Mikawa, instinctively knelt and bowed in reverence. This compelled the four to exchange knowing glances, fully aware that Lo Sha had solidified his position as Kazekage. Amidst the throng, Lo Sha ascended to the Kazekage seat and spoke slowly. "Rise, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. It was not arduous. The true toil lies with you, Lord Kazekage. Indeed, without your grand design, Lord Kazekage, how could we have achieved such remarkable results?" The ninjas below exchanged murmurs, utterly incapable of reconciling their current demeanor with their previously defiant selves. Raza understood their anticipation and refrained from unnecessary chatter. Maki, "Yes, Lord Kazekage. Now, I shall bestow rewards upon the villagers in the name of the Kazekage." Instantly, every gaze turned towards Raza, filled with eager expectation. First, for all the ninjas who participated in this operation, the rewards are as follows. Genin will receive compensation equivalent to a C-rank mission, Chunin a B rank, and Jonin an A rank. The two elders and both Yezakura and Michikawa will be rewarded as per S-rank missions, all at the highest standard. A wave of jubilation swept through the crowd. This was no trifling sum. According to Raza's decree, Genin would earn 100,000 Ryo, Chunin 200,000, Jonin 1 million, while the elders would garner 5 million Ryo. Such rewards were previously unimaginable, especially in times of war when resources were scarce. Yet, the surprises did not end there. Furthermore, effective immediately, the salaries of all ninjas in the village will be increased by 50%. This was a stark contrast to Konoha, where ninjas received no salary, relying solely on missions for sustenance. Regrettably, the ninjas of Sunagakure were not afforded the same luxury. As the Land of Fire's prosperity led to an overwhelming majority of wealthy individuals residing there, who predominantly issued missions through Konoha due to its widespread renown. Consequently, Konoha monopolized over 80% of the entire ninja market, while Sunagakure suffered due to its unique geographical constraints, making it nearly impossible for others to traverse the desert to issue missions there. Thus, without salaries, the ninjas of Sunagakure found it challenging to support themselves. As Raza's words settled, the atmosphere brimmed with joy. Although the ninjas present were all jonin, belonging to the elite echelon of the ninja hierarchy and not typically troubled by monetary concerns, who would ever refuse an abundance of wealth? How do you find such rewards? Upon hearing this, the jonin understood that their rewards had concluded. Although these were merely a fraction compared to the overall gain, satisfaction was evident among them. "Thank you, Lord Kazekage." They chorused in unison. Raza nodded in approval, then turned his gaze towards Chiyo, Ebizo, Yezakura, and Michikawa. Through Scorpion, Raza had gained insight into Chiyo and Ebizo's perspectives. This operation had also fostered a shift in perception for Yezakura and Michikawa. Consequently, none of the four harbored dissenting opinions. Now, I shall address the third matter. As you have witnessed in the recent conflict, the might of Konoha is formidable, far beyond what our current Sunagakure can aspire to. Therefore, I have resolved that we must seize this opportunity amidst the external chaos to strengthen ourselves. Chapter 32. Development Plan. The Kazekage's office fell into a contemplative silence. This was not due to disapproval of the Kazekage's words, but rather an uncertainty regarding the course of action. Ebizo, having come to recognize Raza through this operation, broke the stillness with a query. Might I inquire, Lord Kazekage, what plans do you have? Raza surveyed the assembly before speaking deliberately. For a ninja village, the quantity of ninjas is perpetually paramount. Throughout our years in Sunagakure, we have endeavored to adopt Konoha's educational system for ninjas. However, due to financial constraints, we have been unable to ensure that all suitable children can attend the ninja school as Konoha does. But now, the situation is different. Who is responsible for the Ministry of Education? Raza was well aware of the answer, but sought to establish his authority as Kazekage. A seemingly amiable jonin stepped forward. It is I, Lord Kazekage. I am Yoshida, the Minister of Education, primarily overseeing the village's ninja school. Very well, Yoshida. I require a proposal from you. If you are uncertain, you may simply replicate Konoha's model. My demands are straightforward. Henceforth, any children of suitable age in the village capable of channeling chakra must attend the ninja school, and tuition fees should be minimized as much as possible. Understood, Lord Kazekage. I shall prepare this at once. Additionally, Raza added thoughtfully, the admission criteria for the ninja school can be adjusted. As long as a child can channel chakra, a lack of innate talent for ninjutsu is inconsequential. We can cultivate them in the direction of taijutsu. Raza recalled that, while he had forgotten the specific name, there was indeed a renowned taijutsu ninja from Sunagakure in the narrative who developed a technique akin to the 8 gates and later became Gaara's disciple. Even if such a figure did not exist now, the peacock method acquired from the Star Ninja Village did not necessitate chakra affinity. It could be modified to suit those specializing in taijutsu. I understand, Lord Kazekage. I will relay your instructions. Seeing no objections from the others, Raza continued. In addition to the ninja school, we must also revise our compensation system for the families of fallen ninjas. Who oversees this in our village? A fierce-looking ninja with a scarred face stepped forward. It is I, Lord Kazekage. I am Ryuji, the Minister of Logistics, responsible for the disbursement of salaries and care for orphans. Those who have perished for the village are heroes, and the village must not neglect their families. Therefore, effective immediately, you must provide a comprehensive plan for the compensation of the heroes' orphans, ensuring their continued well-being. The village is not lacking in funds, you may think boldly. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Raza's words invigorated everyone present. After all, as ninjas, who could guarantee they would not meet their demise on the battlefield? Raza's declarations alleviated their concerns. Moreover, the village should establish a robust system for fostering orphans, not only those within the village, but also those who have lost their parents due to conflict. We can extend our support to them as well. The assembly understood Raza's intentions. After all, for a village to prosper, it requires young individuals who resonate with its ideals. There is no group more amenable to cultivation than those orphans displaced by war. Understood, Lord Kazekage. In addition to education, compensation, and orphan care, we in Sunagakure lag far behind Konoha in medical provisions. Konoha has a comprehensive system of medical ninjas, with at least one medic in every ninja squad, which is a key reason their ninjas endure longer on the battlefield. Although we have a medical department, it pales in comparison to Konoha's. Who is in charge of the medical department here? A well-endowed female ninja clad in purple attire stepped forward, respectfully half-kneeling. It is I, Lord Kazekage. I am Iris, the Minister of the Medical Department. I am preparing to expand the medical department. While I do not aim to reach the level of Konoha, I certainly do not wish to fall too far behind. Please provide me with a proposal. Yui expressed her excitement. As a healer, she possessed a compassionate heart. It delighted her to see the village's Kazekage placing such importance on the lives of the ninjas within the village. However, she also had a concern. Esteemed Kazekage, the limitations we currently face in our village's medical ninjas stem not only from financial constraints, but, more importantly, from the lack of advanced medical ninjutsu available to us. Presently, our medical ninjas primarily rely on conventional medicine to treat injured ninjas, leaving them powerless against many forms of ninjutsu-induced injuries. Is that so? Raza pondered. Indeed. The development of Konoha's medical ninja system could be attributed to the genius of Tsunade in the field of medical ninjutsu. As for Sunagakure, Raza directed his gaze towards the seemingly distracted Chiyo. Elder Chiyo, you are likely the most proficient in medical ninjutsu within our village. Thus, I would like to request your assistance in helping UI address this issue. Chiyo returned to the moment, and though she would have previously used her age as an excuse to decline, she nodded in agreement. I understand. With Chiyo's consent, UI appeared visibly more enthusiastic. Thank you, Elder Chiyo. Thus far, the primary changes in the village's administrative affairs had come to a conclusion. Although this initiative had provided Sunagakure with unimaginable funds, money tends to diminish the more it is spent, so it must be utilized judiciously. Now, I wish to address the most crucial matter for our village, albeit one that will require considerable time to accomplish. Raza's words once again captured everyone's attention. You all should be aware that, to this day, the greatest impediment to our village's development remains the harsh environment we inhabit. A sense of resignation washed over the faces of the ninjas present. Yet, we have no alternative. When the first Kazekage established Sunagakure in this location, it was deemed the best option available. Therefore, in the absence of other choices, we must devise our own solutions. Truth be told, I do not possess a definitive plan. I can merely share my two thoughts and hope for collective wisdom. First, there is the issue of transportation. The harsh conditions surrounding Sunagakure make it exceedingly difficult for individuals from other nations to traverse the vast desert to reach our village for missions. This also applies to merchants, presenting an insurmountable challenge for ordinary folk, which is a primary reason for our village's desolation. I urge everyone to exercise their ingenuity. Those who can conceive solutions will not go unrewarded by the village. Maki, please announce this matter throughout the village and gather thoughts from everyone. All suggestions, regardless of their feasibility, will receive appropriate rewards. Understood, Kazekage. Furthermore, aside from the transportation issue, we must also address the environmental conditions of our village. While we cannot alter the entire land of wind, we can certainly improve the surroundings of Sunagakure. For instance, planting more trees and the like. Though this is a solution more suited for ordinary citizens. As ninjas, I hope we can pool our ideas, similar to the transportation issue. Anyone, be it you or the commoners of the village, who can propose solutions will be duly rewarded. Everyone, the future of our village lies in our hands. And I hope we can work together to restore the former glory of Sunagakure during the era of the Second Kazekage. Chapter 33. Transition of Power. The period of the Second Kazekage was arguably the most prosperous time for Sunagakure. In terms of ninjas, the Second Kazekage, Chiyo, Ebizo, and Fuko were all in their prime, while the younger generation, represented by the parents of the Third Kazekage and Sasori, was flourishing. Coupled with the various secret techniques developed through the study of Shikaku, Sunagakure felt emboldened to challenge Konoha for the first time. However, the Second Kazekage's prolonged exposure to Shikaku's chakra led to a decline in his health. The parents of Sasori were tragically slain by Kakashi Hatake, and the Second Great Ninja War concluded with Sunagakure suffering a devastating defeat, plunging the village from paradise into despair. Consequently, many within the village still reminisce fondly about the era of the Second Kazekage. Numerous jonin present were from that time. Upon hearing Raza's words, many displayed expressions of nostalgia, their gazes towards him tinged with anticipation. Could Sunagakure truly revive the prosperity of the Second Kazekage's era? Raza refrained from further elaboration. As he had already conveyed his message, the next steps depended on the actions of all present. At this point, regarding administrative matters, he had said all that needed to be said. The jonin had no reason to remain. Very well, Elder Chiyo, Elder Ebizo, Yakura, and Michikawa, please stay. The rest may disperse. As the jonin departed one by one, the Kazekage's office fell into a tranquil silence. The expressions of those remaining were complex. On one hand, they hoped that Raza's aspirations would come to fruition, while on the other, they felt a sense of uncertainty, for Sunagakure was undeniably weak. Among the 5 great ninja villages, it could be said to be at the very bottom, resulting in a palpable lack of confidence among all present. Raza, however, remained unfazed and inquired, "Do any of you have concerns regarding my arrangements?" Chiyo, Yakura, and Michikawa remained silent, while Ebizo enthusiastically responded, "Kazekage, your arrangements are excellent. I have no objections." "Very well. Since no one else is speaking, I shall take that as unanimous consent. Maki, you may now inform the two elders and Yakura, Michikawa, of the total funds acquired during this endeavor." Maki, noticeably excited, skillfully recited the figures he had memorized. "Esteemed Kazekage, according to the statistics compiled by the Umbu, the funds acquired from this operation amount to a staggering 7.9 billion ryo in pure currency, surpassing our village's military budget for the past decade. Additionally, we have secured 179 million pounds of grain, sufficient to feed our village's population of 10,000 for 5 years, along with textiles, salt, iron, sugar, and medicines, which will meet our needs for the next 10 years. The quantities of silver, gold, jewelry, and antiques are simply beyond count." Upon hearing such exaggerated figures, the four present were left speechless. While they had anticipated a substantial haul, the sheer magnitude had exceeded their expectations. Raza, already aware of these figures, maintained a composed demeanor and instructed, "Items such as jewelry and antiques hold little value for us. Please convert them into necessities for the village as swiftly as possible. I believe our nobility in the land of wind would appreciate these treasures from the land of fire. Gold and silver, however, remain valuable currency in this world." "Understood, Kazekage." Maki nodded eagerly, inspired by the directive. At this juncture, Raza surveyed the faces of those present and asked, "I wish to place these assets and funds under the jurisdiction of the Umbu. Do any of you have objections?" Chiyo and Ebizo displayed no reaction. But Yakura and Michikawa exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. As ninjas, they were indifferent to who held control over these funds. After all, sitting in this position, they would not face financial difficulties. However, the complication lies in the fact that they represent not only themselves, but also the elders from both the commoners and the aristocrats behind them. Just as they were at a loss for words, Chiyo, who had been somewhat distracted, suddenly spoke up. Was the third Hokage truly killed by Danzo of Konoha? This unexpected topic left everyone momentarily stunned, and those who were aware of some underlying details, Maki and Izo, slightly paled. Raza's response was straightforward. He gazed intently at everyone and stated sharply, "The third Hokage could only have been killed by Danzo of Konoha." The assembled individuals, being astute, understood that for the sake of the village's unity, this perpetrator could only be Danzo. Chiyo grasped Raza's implication and felt a slight sense of relief. Turning her gaze towards him, "I understand. I have no objections to your arrangements for the Kazekage. Beyond that, I am growing old. So please find someone to succeed me in leading the puppet troops." This declaration astonished everyone, as it signified Chiyo's decision to retire and transfer all her authority to Raza, the fourth Kazekage. This was a transfer of power between generations, solidifying Raza's position. Raza, though surprised, thought briefly and temporarily declined, saying, "Elder Chiyo, there is currently no ninja in the village capable of commanding the puppet troops, so I must trouble you for a while longer. Additionally, to ensure clarity in the use of the funds obtained from this operation, I would like to invite 2 elders to act as supervisors." Chiyo looked at Raza, saw the seriousness in his eyes, and nodded in agreement. Everything she did was merely to atone for her grandson, Sasori. Raza had expressed his sincerity, doing his utmost to shield his grandson. Chiyo consented, and naturally, her brother Izo had no objections either. Consequently, Yakura and Mikawa found themselves at a loss for words, as Chiyo and Izo held an almost transcendent status in the village. The elders behind them paled in comparison to these two, akin to children next to adults. Of course, Raza would not be overly harsh. Maki distributed 500 million ryo from the funds acquired to Yakura and Mikawa as rewards for their participation. How to divide this sum was left to Yakura and Mikawa to decide. Seeing that they would not return empty-handed, both sighed in relief, as this amount was substantial. The annual military funding from the daimyo to Sunagakure was only 600 million, enough to silence the old men behind them. With the financial issue resolved, attention turned to another matter. Now that the financial concerns were settled, the next question was manpower. Konoha's strength was bolstered by its numerous bloodlines and secret techniques. But what did Sunagakure possess? Aside from magnet release and Yakura's scorch release, he struggled to name any other notable powers. Moreover, there were summoning beasts. These were issues Sunagakure needed to address. This left the 5 present furrowing their brows. As someone experienced, Yakura spoke directly, this matter may not be so easily resolved. The development of secret techniques is no simple task. Raza nodded, acknowledging the truth in this. Theoretically, that is indeed the case, yet the ninja world often defies reason. What do you mean? Raza did not conceal his thoughts, stating plainly, I have received intelligence indicating that the third Mizukage has recently expressed dissatisfaction with several bloodline clans in Kirigakure and seems inclined to take action. This presents an opportunity for Sunagakure. Chapter 34, Seizing the Mizukage. Everyone immediately grasped the implication, especially Yakura. She was akin to the third Mizukage, both being representatives of the commoner ninjas. Although she had failed in her bid for the Kazekage position, the third Mizukage had succeeded. Thus, as a representative of commoner ninjas, the third Mizukage's rapport with the rebellious bloodline clans was tenuous. Additionally, Yakura's esteemed reputation stemmed from her valiant accomplishments in battles against Kirigakure, where she had slain numerous ninjas, granting her profound knowledge of the village. Understanding Raza's intent, Yakura expressed her concerns. The bloodline clans in Kirigakure have a strong sense of loyalty to the Mizukage. They likely will not join us easily. I understand, so my idea is simple. We should target children and women, not adult men. Everyone quickly comprehended Raza's strategy. Chio nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Children can be nurtured from a young age to develop loyalty to Sunagakure, while women can carry the bloodlines into our village. Although Yakura acknowledged the merit of this proposal, as a woman, she felt some discomfort at Raza's suggestion, which seemed to regard women merely as vessels for reproduction. Raza, however, remained indifferent. To foster a sense of belonging among these women and children towards Sunagakure, my plan is to wait until the third Mizukage takes action before we strike. As the saying goes, it is better to provide help in times of need than to offer assistance when it is not required. The group collectively nodded, signifying their approval of Raza's plan. He continued, there is no rush regarding Kirigakure. I will have the Umbu keep watch. The reason I mention this now is that I trust everyone here to maintain confidentiality and to inspire collaboration among us. We must not solely focus on the Mizukage. The ninja world is vast, and situations akin to that of Kirigakure are not rare. I hope that moving forward, everyone will work together, both within and outside the village, to identify ninjas with exceptional talents. As Raza's words resonated, everyone instinctively recalled the Uchiha clan of Konoha and nodded in understanding. Well then, that is all I wish to discuss today. Please take the next few days to rest. Although the ongoing war outside does not concern us at the moment, I believe this tranquility will not last long. Everyone acknowledged this. Without further ado, Konoha would inevitably retaliate against Sunagakure's recent raid once they regained their footing. One must admit that Raza had imparted an abundance of information today. By the time the four left, they wore contemplative expressions. Soon enough, only Raza and Maki remained in the Kazekage's office. Kazekage, I shall take my leave now, Maki announced, preparing to depart, as Raza had assigned many tasks to the Umbu that day. However, Raza suddenly interjected, I have a matter of utmost importance for you to attend to, Maki. One that surpasses all I have discussed today. Hearing the gravity in Raza's tone, Maki straightened up and replied, please instruct me, Kazekage. Raza's voice turned solemn. I need you to select 12 highly trustworthy jonin from the entire village. I have another task for them. Maki was taken aback, but quickly responded respectfully, understood, Kazekage. I will get on it right away. Very well, proceed, Raza affirmed. With Maki's departure, the Kazekage's office was left in solitude, with only Raza remaining. In this rare moment of tranquility, Rosa finally felt free to be himself, his face no longer bearing the frigid expression that had become his norm. Regardless of the circumstances, he had arrived in the world of Naruto and successfully navigated the first challenge of becoming the Kazekage. However, there was no time for respite, for future adversaries would emerge one after another. Such is the nature of the Naruto universe. Compounding his troubles was the existence of the wedge, which signified that the threats in his world extended beyond just Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki clan from Boruto lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. Contemplating this, he felt a twinge of headache as he rose from the throne that represented his position as Kazekage and stepped onto the balcony, where he could clearly observe the bustling village, now lively due to the recent victory and various rewards. This village now belonged to him. It signified not only power but also an unwavering responsibility, one that he could not evade. His next objective was to not only acquire the strength to dance through the world of Naruto, but also to elevate Sunagakure to the status of the greatest ninja village in the realm. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Instinctively, Rosa reverted to his icy demeanor. "Come in." As the door to the Kazekage's office swung open, he was met with an unexpected visitor. "Kazekage-sama." "Yakiru, what brings you here?" Indeed, the individual who entered was Yakiru, Rosa's brother-in-law in this world. The younger brother of his wife Karura. In the original storyline, he had grown up alongside Gaara and ultimately met his demise at Gaara's hands due to Rosa's orders. Given the narrative, Rosa held a profound impression of Yakiru. Overall, he was a gentle man and a remarkably talented ninja. At the tender age of 17, he had already attained the rank of Jonin. However, due to his role as a medical ninja, he had not accompanied Rosa on his recent ventures. Under Rosa's cold inquiry, Yakiru's gentle, almost feminine face betrayed a flicker of nervousness as he raised the exquisite bento box in his hands. "Kazekage-sama, my sister is concerned that you may be overworking yourself, so she personally prepared some chicken soup for me to bring to you." Rosa paused, then quickly realized the passage of time. Indeed, it had been over half a month since he had traversed into this world. This indicated that he had not seen his wife during that time. To be Rosa's wife, Karura was no ordinary woman. She was a Jonin in her own right, and a successful product of the second Kazekage's research on Shikaku's chakra, possessing the ability to control sand. While Rosa believed he could deceive others with his masquerade, he harbored a modicum of concern regarding this woman who shared his daily life. Fortunately, this was no longer an issue. Rosa had firmly established himself in this world. "Please place it on the table." Yakiru, somewhat apprehensive, set the bento box down and lowered his head, preparing to take his leave. Just then, an astonishing sound reached his ears. "Thank you for your efforts, Yakiru." Yakiru's eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning his own hearing, but he quickly recognized his blunder. Just as he began to apologize, Rosa continued, "When we are alone, there is no need to call me Kazekage. Simply refer to me as brother-in-law." Yakiru's eyes widened further, filled with surprise. Such a gentle brother-in-law was a rarity he had never encountered before, yet his astonishment was far from over. "Yakiru, I intend to have Elder Chiyo take you on as her apprentice. Your talent in medical ninjutsu is extraordinary, and it would be a shame for you not to have a worthy mentor. What do you think?" Chapter 35. Family. To become a Jonin at the age of 17 is a testament to exceptional talent, regardless of the village. Naturally, it cannot compare to those who achieve Jonin status at the age of 12, but given the current dearth of talent in Sunagakure, this is the optimal choice. With Chiyo contemplating retirement, Rosa must begin to consider successors for the puppet troops and sealing team. Yakiru is an excellent candidate, talented and loyal. Moreover, he is family. While Chiyo excels in puppet techniques, the creation of puppets inherently involves a deep understanding of the human body. Furthermore, Chiyo is a master in the study of poisons. Poisons are interconnected, and if Yakiru could learn alongside Chiyo, even acquiring half of her skills would suffice for Rosa's satisfaction. Most importantly, Rosa requires a trustworthy individual to manage the sage powers he may eventually acquire, specifically, the cells of Shin Uchiha. He is uncertain whether his wedge can directly grant him the ability to harness natural energy from Shin. Even if it can, those cells cannot solely be for his use. He is the Kazekage of Sunagakure. The strength of the village is paramount. He does not wish to emulate Naruto and Sasuke, who, even in Boruto's timeline, are still fighting for survival. He, too, desires to enjoy life. Upon hearing Rosa's words, Yakiru was both astonished and elated, nodding without hesitation. "Of course, brother-in-law. Learning under Elder Chiyo has long been my aspiration. I will discuss it with her and provide you with a response shortly." "Very well." Yakiru enthusiastically nodded. And upon seeing Rosa pick up the bento box from the table, he sensibly remarked, "I will take my leave now, brother-in-law." "Yes. Go ahead and inform Karura that I will return home tonight. I have nearly settled the affairs of the village." "Understood." With Yakiru's departure, Rosa found himself alone in the Kazekage's office. He slowly opened the bento box, gazing at the warm, fragrant chicken soup inside, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Recalling the first night he arrived in this world and the gentle woman who had looked at him with concern. His wife, perhaps? Nightfall descended. Thanks to the day's plethora of good news, Sunagakure remained vibrant and bustling well into the night. Taverns, inns, and barbecue joints were filled to capacity, with many of the patrons being the very ninjas who had undertaken missions. After all, when one earns money, it is only natural to spend it. The profession of a ninja carries the uncertainty of death on the battlefield, so most do not cultivate the habit of saving. They are, instead, hedonistic by nature. However, this was of little concern to Rosa. That evening, he found himself standing outside a tall building close to the Kazekage Tower. Due to the climate, Sunagakure lacked standalone houses and instead featured these stone edifices, adept at withstanding wind and sand. This was Rosa's home in this world. Upon opening the door, he was greeted not by the chilly air outside, but by a warm aroma of various dishes wafting from within. As Rosa stepped over the threshold, a gentle figure adorned with a somewhat innocent demeanor, resembling that of a small child, approached the entrance. "Welcome home," Karura said tenderly. "Rosa June, welcome home." He then bent down to help Rosa change his shoes and clothes. Rosa felt somewhat bewildered, passively being attended to by his wife in this world. Once Rosa changed into his clothes and entered the house, he was immediately greeted by a table in the kitchen filled with a variety of dishes. On the stove, something was still simmering, releasing an enticing aroma. "Please wait a moment, Rosa June. The beef brisket will be ready shortly." Rosa sat in a chair, observing Karuro bustling around in the kitchen. How should I put it? Although it was somewhat strange, Rosa felt no aversion. Instead, he experienced a sense of home. Rosa's house was not particularly large. Despite being the wind shadow, the size of the surrounding rooms was not much different from that of an ordinary person's home. After a moment's contemplation, he stood up and approached Karuro in the kitchen, asking, "Do you need any help?" Karuro looked at Rosa with a shocked expression, remembering what her brother had told her that day, that her husband seemed to have changed, becoming somewhat gentler. Tentatively, she replied, "The beef brisket is ready. It can be served on the table now." "All right." Rosa took the towel Karuro handed him and brought the steaming beef brisket to the table. Dinner commenced shortly thereafter. As he ate, Rosa proactively apologized to Karuro, saying, "I'm sorry, Karuro, for not coming home these past 2 weeks." Karuro's eyes sparkled, and she shook her head vigorously, speaking anxiously, "No, Rosa June, you are now the wind shadow of the village. Everyone relies on you, so your busyness is inevitable. I've heard about the recent events too." Seeing such a gentle and understanding wife, Rosa chose not to elaborate further, simply recounting the happenings of the past 2 weeks. Karuro listened attentively, her eyes wide with admiration and concern for her husband. She thanked Rosa for arranging her brother, Yashimaru, to become Elder Chiyo's disciple. In that moment, the two within the house were no longer the powerful wind shadow and his wife, but merely a newlywed couple. After about an hour, the sumptuous dinner finally came to an end. Karuro urged Rosa to relax on the sofa while she tidied up the kitchen. Sitting in the living room, Rosa watched Karuro busying herself in the kitchen, feeling a deep sense of relief. Although the meal had appeared uneventful, Rosa had fully adapted to his role as a husband. And as he gazed at his charming wife in the kitchen, a surge of warmth ignited within him. Meanwhile, having finished cleaning the kitchen, Karuro prepared to take a shower to wash away the scent of cooking. "Rosa June, I'm going to freshen up." Upon hearing this, Rosa could no longer contain himself. "Wait, huh?" Karuro exclaimed, startled and unsure of her husband's intentions, before being swept up in a princess carry. In an instant, the tenderness that Rosa had not displayed since their marriage left Karuro momentarily speechless, and then she heard words that made her cheeks flush crimson. "Let us wash together." Chapter 36. The secret mobile unit. In the early morning, as dawn broke, gentle sunlight streamed through the window into a warmly decorated house. On the spacious bed, a man and woman lay entwined, naked in slumber. The disarray of the room and the marks of passion on the woman's neck indicated the wildness of the previous night's festivities for the newlyweds. Eventually, the glaring sunlight roused the couple from their embrace. Karuro, catching sight of her husband's penetrating gaze, recalled his intimate poses from the night before, causing her face to flush instantly. She wished to rise and attend to her husband, the wind shadow, but was met with him pressing her back down and kissing her again. It was nearly an hour before the room finally fell silent. "Rest well," murmured her husband, who had pinned her down, soothingly encouraging her to relax as he got up to leave. A hint of confusion crossed Karuro's flushed face. Her husband's transformation was so drastic. Yet she found herself enamored by this new dynamic. Softly whispering her delight, she buried her head into the blankets, enveloped in her husband's scent. Rosa was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding at home. After a night of vigorous activity, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. as though all the pressures of being thrust into the world of Naruto over the past month had dissipated. He felt invigorated, even sensing a slight increase in his chakra. Upon returning to the Wind Shadow's office, Rosa resumed his duties. As the Wind Shadow, he had much work to attend to, especially following the recent operation. A mountain of paperwork awaited his review and signature. Unfortunately, he had too few trustworthy individuals in Sunagakure to assist him with these mundane tasks. He also needed to prepare for upcoming arrangements. Fortunately, his current mood was quite pleasant, so he did not feel excessively burdened. However, he realized a solution was necessary. He had no desire to become like Naruto and Boruto, overwhelmed by village duties. Just then, Maki knocked and entered. "Lord Wind Shadow, I have found the candidates you requested." "All right, please have them come in." Shortly thereafter, Maki led 12 masked Umbu ninjas into the room, who knelt before Rosa. "Remove your masks." In that moment, even Maki sensed that the Wind Shadow appeared to be in good spirits, as his tone lacked the usual coldness and instead held a warmth within. Nevertheless, the Umbu ninjas did not dare to be careless and promptly removed their masks. Rosa scanned the group, quickly assessing their abilities. Maki then presented the files of the 12 candidates, which Rosa perused and found satisfactory. Firstly, all 12 ninjas were born and raised in Sunagakure, with parents who were also ninjas of the village, making them well-rooted. Secondly, all 12 were currently alone. Their parents were village heroes, and they had no other family, leading to a singular life trajectory. Lastly, these 12 were neither commoners nor nobles, but were solely loyal to the Wind Shadow's commands. Excellent. Rosa placed the files on the table and addressed the 12 individuals before him. "From this moment on, you will be detached from the Umbu and become the first candidates for the new department I am establishing, the secret mobile unit of Sunagakure." The 12 nodded respectfully in unison. "We obey your command, Lord Wind Shadow." Rosa then continued in a cool tone. "The rationale behind my establishment of a covert mobile unit is quite straightforward. There are certain matters that I find inconvenient for the Umbu to handle, and it is equally unsuitable for too many individuals to be aware of them. Do you comprehend?" Upon uttering these words, not only did the 12 present feel a twinge of apprehension, but even Maki found himself half-kneeling in nervousness. "I apologize for disappointing Lord Wind Shadow." Rosa shook his head. "I am not dissatisfied with the Umbu. I simply have alternative plans." Maki then let out a slight sigh of relief. "For the time being, the covert mobile unit will operate under the Umbu, retaining its previous codename. However, henceforth, the unit shall heed only my commands, reporting any matters directly to me." "As you wish, Lord Wind Shadow." "Very well." Rosa nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to issue directives. "Now, I have several tasks for you. Firstly, who among you is well acquainted with the village hidden in the grass?" Upon this inquiry, 3 individuals stepped forward. "Reporting to you, Lord Wind Shadow. I have previously undertaken missions in the village hidden in the grass." "Reporting to you, Lord Wind Shadow. I once accompanied the 3rd Hokage in meeting with the ninjas from the village hidden in the grass." "Reporting to you, Lord Wind Shadow. I have executed infiltration missions into the village hidden in the grass." Rosa regarded the 3 with approval. "I now have a secret mission for you. I need you to gather information about a specific individual in the village hidden in the grass," Rosa stated, retrieving a pre-prepared scroll and handing it to the trio. "You shall set off immediately. The details of your investigation are inscribed within. Return with news swiftly." "As you command, Lord Wind Shadow." The 3 departed promptly. Rosa then inquired, "Who among you is familiar with the Land of Demons?" 3 more stepped forward, each having ventured there for various reasons. Rosa produced another scroll and entrusted it to them before they hastily left as well. Now, only 6 remained. "So, who among you is knowledgeable about Lulan?" This time, only 2 stepped forward. "Very well, the remaining 4 shall undertake this task." Rosa handed over the scroll concerning the search for Jugo to them. "As for the 2 of you, accompany me to Lulan in 3 days." "As you wish." Once the 12 had departed, only Rosa and Maki remained in the office. Maki, still somewhat anxious, sensed that Rosa's establishment of the covert mobile unit might indicate dissatisfaction with the Umbu. Rosa, fully aware of this perception, refrained from elaborating further and chose to express his appreciation through action. "Come here, Maki, extend your hand." Although puzzled, Maki nervously approached, lowering his head and extending his hand. In that moment, much like when Tsuyu and Michikawa first experienced the formidable power of the star-release chakra mode, Maki was overwhelmed by the surge of chakra coursing through him, feeling as though his strength had doubled. This is a reward for you, Maki. I shall never shortchange those loyal subordinates. Maki, now comprehending fully, trembled with excitement as he proclaimed, serving Lord Wind Shadow is my honor. Indeed, this is a scroll related to the chakra I have bestowed upon you. It may inspire you. Train diligently, for the challenges that Sunagakure will face in the future are numerous. Chapter 37. Journey to Lulan Raza did not intend to frighten himself unnecessarily. The tranquility of Sunagakure is but a temporary facade, fleeting at best. Once Raza's actions within the village come to the attention of spies from other ninja villages and spread throughout the ninja world, the other four nations will surely not remain idle, particularly Konoha, which must harbor deep animosity towards Sunagakure by now. Indeed, Konoha harbors considerable resentment towards Sunagakure. However, this animosity does not originate from within Konoha, but rather from external sources. In this instance, Sunagakure's actions aim to swiftly seize a substantial amount of resources, with Maki and Kaizo targeting the affluent nobility among the 17 cities. These nobles share deep ties with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, many being siblings or relatives of the lord. Consequently, Sunagakure's plundering has resulted in an almost unbearable loss of wealth, nearly 90%, far more distressing than cold-blooded murder. After Sunagakure's retreat and the exposure of their objectives, Konoha has repeatedly received orders from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, demanding that they retrieve these noble treasures from Sunagakure at all costs. Konoha is naturally willing to comply. Upon uncovering Sunagakure's true intentions, Konoha realized they had initially fallen into Sunagakure's trap, leading to internal strife within the village and becoming the catalyst for Yunin and Iwagakure's attacks against Konoha. Yet, despite their frustrations, Konoha must now exercise restraint. The immediate threats posed by Yunin and Iwagakure overshadow any future dangers from Sunagakure. In the past half-month, Konoha's situation on the battlefield has been less than favorable. Engaging on two fronts has exerted tremendous pressure on Konoha. Firstly, the conflict between Konoha and Yunin has seen Konoha steadily retreating. Knowing that the commander on Konoha's front lines is Orochimaru, a sworn enemy of Yunin, the ninjas from Yunin have held nothing back, with even the Third Kazekage joining the fray, intent on defeating Konoha while eliminating Orochimaru. Consequently, the third Hokage has been forced to abandon his post in the village to stabilize the front lines and halt Konoha's decline. As for the battle against Iwagakure, Konoha's circumstances are equally dire. Although Iwagakure's offensive has been somewhat restrained, lacking an all-out assault, the presence of two Jinchuriki and tailed beasts has left Konoha's ninjas feeling utterly helpless. Were it not for Minato's flying Thunder God technique, Konoha's ninjas would have already perished beneath the onslaught of the beast's chakra bombs. As for Jiraiya, despite his formidable strength, he finds it challenging to contend with such war instruments as tailed beasts without resorting to sage mode. It is worth noting that the two Jinchuriki from Iwagakure are capable of fully transforming into their tailed beast forms. In their own words, they dismiss any challengers save for Konoha's nine tails Jinchuriki. Compounding the troubles, in addition to Yunin and Iwagakure, the ninjas from Kirigakure have appeared as mercenaries, frequently ambushing Konoha's supply convoys, leaving Konoha beleaguered and struggling to cope. Konoha today is far from the illustrious days of the Second Great Ninja War. Internal discord, the suicide of Sakomo Hatake, and Tsunade's departure have plunged the village into a state of disarray. Konoha is in urgent need of a breakthrough. Simultaneously, Anoki, the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, shares a similar perspective. In the Land of Earth, within Iwagakure's Tsuchikage building, the diminutive Anoki scoffed upon reviewing the intelligence gathered by the village's spies concerning Sunagakure. How naive they are, he mused. The Fourth Kazekage seeks to isolate himself, watching us fight to the death while he reaps the benefits. With this thought, he summoned his Umbu, handing them a scroll he had prepared, instructing them to deliver it to the Third Kazekage of Yunin in his name. A day later, the Third Kazekage at the front lines received Anoki's correspondence. The news of the Third Tsuchikage sending a letter astonished the ninjas of Yunin. The war, from its inception to the present, has seen both villages launching attacks on Konohagakure, united by a common adversary. Yet, they have never formally engaged at the level of the Kage. The Third Kazekage, intrigued, opened the scroll only to emit a disdainful snort, which piqued the curiosity of the future Fourth Kazekage and Anoki. What did that old man Anoki say? The Third Kazekage handed the scroll to Anoki. What else could it be? Anoki is overly fond of scheming. He wishes for us to unite and pressure Sunagakure into attacking Konoha as well. Why? The future Fourth Kazekage, still somewhat politically naive, questioned. Onoki explained, the Third Kazekage does not want Sunagakure to reap the benefits without effort. According to our intelligence, after successfully invading the Land of Fire a few days ago, Sunagakure secured substantial military funding. Now, the Fourth Kazekage is preparing to use this funding to develop Sunagakure vigorously. Onoki clearly does not wish for Sunagakure to thrive. The future Fourth Kazekage grasped the situation instantly. So what should we say to him? Why not? This plan holds nothing but advantages for us in our assault on Konoha. But what if the Fourth Kazekage refuses? Fear not. That young man is astute. He understands the pros and cons. Of course, should I misjudge him, I will employ my fists to convey the choice he must make. At this moment, the Fourth Kazekage contemplated something further. Speaking of which, we could learn from this young man's strategy. The Land of Fire is indeed a land of great abundance. Onoki quickly understood. Understood, Lord Kazekage. I shall make the arrangements. Meanwhile, Rasha remained oblivious to the impending upheaval in his tranquil life. As the villages of Kimogakure and Iwagakure were poised to exert pressure on Sunagakure to attack Konoha. Yet, even if he were aware, he would not concern himself. For he was already en route to Lulan. Dragon Vein Chakra. This was the objective of his journey. Having conducted 2 prior experiments, he had gained some understanding of the abilities of the wedge within him. In essence, he could absorb chakra and harness the unique powers contained within, such as the sand manipulation techniques and seals derived from Shikaka's chakra, as well as the vitality enhancement from the chakra of the stars. This anticipation of the potential power the Dragon Vein Chakra could bestow upon him grew ever stronger. He recalled that the Dragon Vein Chakra possessed spatial-time capabilities, which had transported the character Naruto from the storyline to the past. The power of space-time is unparalleled within any world's power structure, including that of the Hokage. The Flying Thunder God of Minato and the Kamui of Obito are prime examples. Should he acquire the power of space-time through the absorption of Dragon Vein Chakra, his security within the ninja world would be significantly enhanced. At the very least, he could escape if he could not prevail in battle. Chapter 38. The Kingdom of Lulan. Under the guidance of 2 Umbu ninjas, Rasha traversed the desert for a day and a night, ultimately arriving at the miraculous city nestled within the oasis. Towering structures soared into the sky across the vast city, while the center flourished with verdant vegetation, concealing any trace of the surrounding desert, as if it were a perfect, dreamlike metropolis. Countless residents of the Kingdom of Lulan thrived within its bounds. Upon witnessing the grandeur of Lulan, both Umbu members gasped in astonishment. This elicited curiosity from Rasha. What is it? Had you not visited Lulan before? The 2 Umbu ninjas, codenamed Rabbit Cat and Viper, adorned with masks bearing feline and serpentine patterns, exchanged glances. Rabbit Cat expressed astonishment. Reporting to you, Lord Kazekage, I visited Lulan 3 years ago, but it was nowhere near this prosperous then. The transformation is staggering. It's as though an entirely different city has emerged. Viper nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, Lord Kazekage. I too visited 4 years ago. The city lacked these grand structures and was not nearly as beautiful. It is truly remarkable how much has changed in just 3 years. While the two expressed their astonishment, Rasha sensed something amiss. Between the vast buildings of the city, numerous conduits interconnected, through which invisible strands of chakra flowed, directly linking to the residents of the Kingdom of Lulan. Puppets? Rasha deduced. Could it be that the rogue ninja from the future had traversed into the present? If memory served, this rogue ninja hailed from Sunagakure and was known as Baizoku, also a puppeteer. Noticing Rasha's perplexed expression, the 2 Umbu ninjas curiously observed. Initially, they failed to perceive anything unusual, but being seasoned jonin, they soon discerned the truth, leaving them astounded. This is the village's puppetry technique. How could this be? Such a quantity of puppets is absurd. Puppetry is a secret art of Sunagakure. How could it manifest in the Kingdom of Lulan? The sheer number of chakra strands suggested that this puppeteer had transformed the entire nation into puppets, controlling tens of thousands, perhaps. The realization dawned upon them regarding the Kazekage's interest in this nation. Has the village's puppetry technique been leaked? Rasha disregarded the shock of the 2 Umbu ninjas and commanded directly, investigate the origins of these puppets, but do not expose your presence. Understood, Lord Kazekage. The 2 Umbu ninjas vanished like phantoms. As for Rasha, he remained stationary, allowing the gentle breeze to swirl around him, as countless grains of sand emanated from his being, gradually enveloping the entirety of the kingdom of Lulan. Simultaneously, some grains adhered to the chakra strands, penetrating the conduits. This was a technique he had developed through constant dialogue with his wife, Hiro, a master of sand manipulation, and the second Kazekage, merging the art of sand control with unique secret techniques. Sand perception. In this moment, through the sensory abilities of sand, the entire situation within the kingdom of Lulan unfolded before him, including the dragon vein chakra. I found it. Although he had brought the Umbu ninjas along, certain matters were best kept to himself. In an instant, Rasha transformed into grains of sand and vanished. This was one of the secret techniques of sand manipulation, sand body flicker technique. At his current strength, he was not invincible, but he certainly occupied a position among the elite. Thus, anything he sought did not necessitate a greeting with its owner, much like the stars of Hashigakure. Such actions may appear brazen, yet they epitomize the survival principles of the ninja world. Within mere moments, Rasha, guided by his sand, pinpointed the location of the dragon vein chakra in Lulan. This is the tallest tower of the Lulan kingdom, which, from a distance, appears to soar dozens of stories high, infused with European architectural style. The brilliant glass is adorned with an image of the Virgin Mary. This tower also houses the royal palace of Lulan, with a mysterious hexagon at its pinnacle, connecting countless pipes through which powerful chakra radiates, distributing it throughout the nation. Beneath the tower, several hundred meters underground, lies a vast puppet manufacturing factory, replete with robust pipelines. Here, puppets resembling armored beetles are crafted, infused with purple chakra by a colossal machine, thereby gaining the ability to move autonomously through the control of chakra threads. Concealed above the sturdy pipes, Rasha could easily discern the center, surrounded by massive machinery and pipes, where a square seal emitted an overwhelming chakra. The pressing question was how to evade the watchful eyes of these puppets. Although Rasha regarded these puppets, and even the traitorous ninja from the future, Baiju, with disdain, he despised the feeling of being interrupted while absorbing chakra. It seemed he first needed to deal with Baiju. He decided to send his companions, Mao Mao and Viper, to engage him. Their strength as elite shinobi would suffice to buy him the necessary time. With this thought in mind, Rasha remained unhurried, knowing the dragon vein chakra lay right before him, unescapable. Just as he prepared to leave momentarily, an unusual sensation tingled through his senses. Someone was approaching from the spiral staircase above. Rasha concealed himself, soon discovering the identity of the newcomer. It was a strikingly beautiful, mature woman, clad in deep red garments befitting the Queen of Lulan, her head adorned with a white hat, hastily arriving at this location. The puppets exhibited no reaction to her presence. Rather, the woman appeared somewhat anxious as she sprinted to the center of the dragon vein seal. She formed intricate hand signs and pressed them against the sealing stone, sealing the dragon vein. Upon uttering these words, a force akin to the dragon vein chakra surged into the seal. Visibly, the chakra dissipated from the surrounding machines and pipes, rendering the puppet factory inert, as if it had lost its energy source. The woman sighed in relief. However, at that moment, a voice resonated behind her, causing her to shudder. "Your Majesty, may I inquire why you are here?" Chapter 39. The Queen of Lulan in the dimly lit underground factory. The Queen of Lulan trembled, her body tensing, yet she quickly composed herself, standing tall and turning towards the exit of the spiral staircase. There, a gaunt man wearing a distasteful smile stood flanked by two puppets, exuding an air that suggested he was the true ruler of this realm, while the queen appeared merely as a prisoner. The queen placed her right hand on her chest, seemingly gathering her resolve, and with a determined gaze and a resonant voice declared, "Lushan, I am the queen of this nation. Do I owe you an explanation for my whereabouts?" Hee. And Lushan chuckled coldly. "Your Majesty, your destination requires no explanation to me. However, I believe you owe me an explanation for your intention to reseal the dragon vein. After all, everything in Lulan is a product of your efforts and my technology utilizing the power of the dragon vein. Without the support of the dragon vein chakra, the entire Lulan will come to a standstill. You must not be so capricious." The queen furrowed her brow, her expression turning icy. "Do not deceive me any longer. Lushan, I comprehend your true intentions." She gestured toward the puppets surrounding her. "You are not seeking to harness the dragon vein's power for the benefit of Lulan. You merely wish to exploit it and the people of Lulan to forge instruments of warfare. These puppets are your weapons. After a moment of surprise, and Lushan burst into mocking laughter. Indeed, you are not an easily deceived queen. While I anticipated your discovery, I did not expect it to come so swiftly. Seeing in Lushan's easy admission, the queen's brow furrowed in unease as she queried, "What? Do you no longer wish to maintain your facade? There is no longer any need." As he spoke, and Lushan took a few steps forward, startling the queen into instinctive retreat. Sensing the gravity of the moment, she summoned her courage and bit her lip. "And Lushan, do you intend to kill me here? Without me, you will never be able to unlock this seal." And Lushan scoffed disdainfully. "Your Majesty, at times you astonish me with your intelligence, yet at others, you bewilder me with your naivety. Why would you presume that only you can unlock this seal?" The queen gasped but quickly regained her composure, confidently asserting, "It is futile. Although that child Sarana possesses powers akin to mine, she is utterly unaware of the sealing techniques." Observing her unwavering confidence, and Lushan could not resist the urge to shatter her self-assured facade, grinning maliciously as he replied, "Is that so? Allow me to share another secret. Your Majesty, in the midst of your surprise, let me reveal that my name is not in Lushan, but Baizhu. I am not from this era, but rather from the future, 18 years hence." The revelation left the queen momentarily stunned. 18 years into the future, Baizhu continued, "Indeed, in my time, Lulan was long destroyed by warfare. However, I fortuitously discovered the existence of the dragon vein within the ruins and unearthed the means to unlock its seal. Unfortunately, when I prepared to unseal it, I found another layer of sealing, the flying thunder god Kanai of the Fourth Kazekage of Konoha, which is beyond my ability to unlock. Fortunately, through my studies of this sealing technique, I devised an alternative method, using the space-time ninjutsu within the Fourth Hokage's Kanai. I could harness the dragon vein chakra to transport myself back to a time when the dragon vein had not yet been sealed, thereby claiming its power for myself. The enormity of Baizhu's revelations left the queen momentarily dazed. Yet, she grasped the critical aspect. Baizhu indeed knew the sealing technique to unlock the dragon vein. Meanwhile, Rasha, eavesdropping nearby, was also taken aback. This meant Baizhu's arrival in the past was not facilitated by the dragon vein's power, but rather through the cursed seal within Minato's flying thunder god Kanai. If that were the case, the allure of the dragon vein chakra for him would be significantly diminished. Baizhu, seemingly delighted by the queen's crestfallen expression, continued to chuckle ominously. "I could have easily disposed of you long ago, for the little girl is far easier to manipulate than your clever self. However, I stumbled upon some intriguing matters that compel me to keep you around a bit longer." The Queen of Lulan sensed a flicker of hope, but alas, it was ruthlessly extinguished by the centipede. "What a pity! I had no intention of explaining myself, Your Majesty. You shall depart to another realm with your lingering doubts. Rest assured, I will take good care of that child, Sarah." Hee. As the words fell, two puppet arms extended from behind the centipede, brandishing sharp blades that glinted with a chilling light, hurtling toward the Queen of Lulan. "What a shame. You will not witness the moment I wield the power of the dragon vein to dominate this land." At that instant, the blades loomed larger in the queen's sight, the cold gleam almost within reach, as she neared the moment of being pierced through the heart. Yet suddenly, as if time had ceased, the puppets halted midair, motionless. The centipede was taken aback. The queen, who had thought her demise imminent, was equally stunned. What was happening? The centipede, controlling the chakra threads, attempted to command the puppets, only to find them unresponsive. No, there was some reaction. The puppets, as if rusted, struggled to move their joints with a creaking sound. As both the centipede and the queen were left bewildered, fine grains of sand began to trickle from the seams of the puppets, capturing their full attention in this quiet world. While the queen remained perplexed, the centipede's eyes widened in terror and fury. How could this be? Could it be Gara? The centipede's gaze darted around, searching for the figure that filled him with such rage. "You bastard, Gara, you monster, show yourself." His expression morphed into one of greater fear, his body trembling as a nightmarish figure emerged within his view. "Impossible, Kazekage. Ah, it seems you recognize me, and you can utilize puppet techniques. Are you a ninja from Sunagakure? Yet, I have no recollection of you." The voice of Raza resonated through the dim world, echoing in the shadowy basement. The Queen of Lulan turned in astonishment toward the source of the voice, revealing a man with a commanding presence and short brown hair, akin to a ferocious beast. stepping forth from the darkness. The queen was incredulous. She had not anticipated the presence of another man here, and from the centipede's words, this individual was indeed the Kazekage of Sunagakure. As the queen of Lulan was merely surprised, the centipede was engulfed in sheer terror. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Raza emerging from the shadows, his form involuntarily retreating in fright. After 2 or 3 steps back, he seemed to rally himself. Snarling with a contorted face, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you here, Fourth Kazekage? You were supposed to be dead." "Dead? Fourth? What are you talking about?" Raza felt his performance was worthy of an Oscar at that moment. The centipede, clearly falling into a trap, seemed to grasp the situation. His complexion darkening as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Could it be that my assumption is correct? I have not returned to the past, but rather arrived in another world? The centipede's words startled Raza, for he perceived an unbelievable implication in them. A parallel world? However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. He continued to showcase his acting prowess, frowning as he inquired, "Your name is Baiju, is it? How is it that you wield our Sunagakure's puppet technique? You had better provide me with an explanation, or else." At that moment, Baiju confirmed, "No wonder. Recently, the intelligence I gathered indicated that the Third Shinobi World War in this world differs entirely from what I recorded. And the Fourth Kazekage appearing before me must be the Kazekage of this world. What joy!" Baiju began to feel a surge of excitement, his eyes reddening as he gazed at Raza, filled with a frenzy. With his chakra surging, the puppets of the entire Lulan kingdom began to converge toward this location. Baiju coldly laughed. "Although the fourth from my world has perished, preventing my revenge, killing you here shall suffice." A buzzing sound akin to locusts filled the air. From the towering structures above, countless puppets descended. Yet, Raza appeared unfazed, calmly asking, "You seem to harbor great hatred for me." Baiju bellowed in a frenzied rage. "Of course I hate you. As the Fourth Kazekage, you suppressed me, a prodigious puppet master of Sunagakure, so that you could pass the puppet forces to your son. Even more infuriating is that the Kazekage position, which should have belonged to me, was usurped by your monster of a son, Gaara. Despicable." Baiju flailed his arms wildly, as if seeking to expunge his pent-up fury. "Not only shall I kill you, but I shall also obliterate Sunagakure with the army of puppets I have created." Baiju's madness compelled even the Queen of Lulan to recoil in shock. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes glazed over. He discerned no trace of fear in Raza's gaze. Instead, he perceived a pitying look, akin to that directed at an insect. To kill me and annihilate Sunagakure? Such grandiose claims from a mere insect. Insect? Baiju trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief at Raza's words, his body quaking as veins bulged on his forehead. "You dare call me an insect? I will kill you. I will undoubtedly kill you." Baiju felt a level of humiliation and disdain he had never before experienced. This world's Fourth Kazekage instilled a deeper hatred within him than that of his own. "In light of this, let me show you the pinnacle of my puppet mastery." Boom. In that instant, Baiju's form rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a gigantic insect with 6 legs and a human face. Its entire body clad in armor, roaring at Raza, "Are you afraid? Are you terrified? Submit to my power." Regrettably, all that met him in return was Raza's icy gaze. An insect remains an insect, no matter how grand. Baiju, now a colossal insect, momentarily stunned, quickly became filled with rage once more. "Damn it!" he roared, swiftly moving his 6 legs toward Raza. Yet alas, boom, boom, boom. Before Baiju could reach Raza, 6 massive sand spears descended from the heavens, pinning him to the ground. Magnet release, sand prison of 6 wheels. Baiju thrashed about like a pinned insect, struggling with his 6 legs. "Damn it!" As Luo Sha furrowed his brow, he questioned the adequacy of the power displayed before him. Was this the extent of strength that aspired to dominate the shinobi world? The monstrous Baiju, upon hearing these words, experienced a remarkable surge of chakra. Before the naked eye, Luo Sha's 6 sand spears, which had impaled Baiju, began to disintegrate. Could it be that this creature possessed the ability to absorb chakra? Indeed, Luo Sha could feel the chakra from his sand being siphoned away, resulting in a loss of control over it. This puppet, crafted by Baiju, had the ability to absorb chakra, piquing Luo Sha's interest in its puppet mastery. Now, as the wind shadow, Luo Sha was particularly keen on any secret arts that could enhance the Sand Village. The subsequent scene solidified his resolve to capture Baiju alive. Visibly, The puppet body, which had been pierced by Luo Sha's sand prison, began to auto-repair. It had a rapid regeneration capability? Fascinating. Luo Sha's eyes sparkled with intrigue, igniting a furious rage within Baizu. With a swift motion, Baizu's claws transformed into spinning blades, charging towards Luo Sha. Oh, this sparked renewed interest in Luo Sha. Unfortunately, Baizu barely took a few steps forward before Luo Sha summoned a colossal stone of sand, akin to a mountain, compressed from high-density granules, plummeting from the sky. Boom. The sheer weight and gravitational force of the stone crushed Baizu's enormous insect-like form into fragments, scattering the components of the puppet. Though Baizu's puppet could absorb chakra, it was powerless against the forces of nature. Queen Lulan, witnessing Baizu's transformation into debris, glanced incredulously at Luo Sha, who remained undeterred. "Isn't Lushan dead?" she inquired. "No," Luo Sha replied, gazing at the swarm of puppets descending like locusts. "He should still be alive." Intriguing. This ability resembles the sage arts of the Dragon Cave, the rebirth of the inorganic. Before Queen Lulan could comprehend, her body was enveloped by a swirling mass of sand, lifting her into the air alongside Luo Sha. At that moment, a multitude of puppets descended upon them. Baizu's shattered body began to merge with these puppets, growing ever larger. It seemed this place was no longer suitable for battle. They needed to retreat. Chapter 41. Rebirth of the Inorganic. The rebirth of the inorganic is one of the 3 sacred arts mastered by Kabuto in the narrative of Naruto, originating from the Dragon Cave. This natural energy can bestow life upon inanimate objects and control them. Compared to merely controlling objects with chakra, this energy offers significant advantages: greater convenience, freedom, and reduced exertion. As the controlled objects are no longer lifeless, but possess their own consciousness, acting according to the will of the controller. No wonder Baizu could command such a multitude of puppets. In that moment, as Baizu absorbed the entirety of Lulan's puppets, merging them into his own form, Luo Sha felt a similar power. The combination of the rebirth of the inorganic with puppet mastery was indeed a match made in heaven. Additionally, Luo Sha observed another intriguing ability: the transformation of objects. In essence, this power allowed the controlled objects to transform into entirely different forms. Just moments ago, Luo Sha had witnessed Baizu convert wooden claws into iron blades. The current merging process also exhibited this capacity. The descending puppets barbarically fused with Baizu's shattered form, not merely pieced together, but rather a true amalgamation, aided by the chakra of the dragon vein. As seamlessly as water merges with water. In that instant, Luo Sha perceived the true nature of the dragon vein chakra, the rebirth of the inorganic, the transformation of objects, and an extraordinary speed of self-healing. It appeared to be a natural energy strikingly similar to that of the Dragon Cave's sage arts. What a delightful surprise! Even in the absence of spatial powers, the acquisition of this natural energy was worthwhile. With a swift motion, Luo Sha manipulated the sand gold to shatter the glass encasing the statue of the Holy Mother, emerging into the outside world, landing on the grass beneath the tower. Upon escaping, Queen Lulan sought to leave and reveal Lushan's true nature to her people. Yet, a wall of sand gold obstructed her path. "I'm afraid you cannot leave just yet. I require your assistance in unsealing the dragon vein. In exchange, I shall eliminate the traitor from our sand village who hails from the future." Queen Lulan realized the implications. "So, the wind shadow of the sand village. Your arrival in our land was also for the power of the dragon vein?" Luo Sha turned to the seemingly astute yet occasionally naive Queen Lulan and inquired, "What else? Did you think I was drawn here by your beauty, to play the role of a gallant savior?" Queen Lulan was taken aback, her expression shifting from shock to indignation. However, a perplexing thought crossed her mind. Why, despite being in the tower of the Lulan Palace, was there not a single guard in sight? She scanned the surroundings, hoping to find a soldier to rescue her daughter, Sarah. But to her astonishment, there was no one to be found. "What is happening?" "Quite simply, Your Majesty. You have long been undermined by your own ministers. The soldiers and citizens you once knew were mere puppets crafted for your perception," Luo Sha explained. Queen Lulan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. The people of Lulan are living beings, not puppets." "It must be Baizu." "I cannot say," Luo Sha replied. Just as the ground began to tremble, a furious roar echoing throughout the Lulan kingdom. "I will kill you, you wretched fourth." Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The earth ruptured, revealing a colossal puppet creature, a fusion of a scorpion and a centipede, towering at least several dozen meters high, resembling a tailed beast. It appeared before Luo Sha, bellowing, "Behold my ultimate puppet technique, Fourth Kazekage." The tremendous roar caused the very foundations of Lulan to quake. Impossible. Queen Lulan gazed at the enormous puppet and the overwhelming chakra swirling around it. Disbelief etched across her beautiful features. I had sealed the dragon vein. Baizu should not be able to harness its chakra. Just then, a realization struck her, her eyes widening in terror as she faced Luo Sha. Oh no. I only sealed the dragon vein connected to Baizu's puppet factory, but the true source of the dragon vein continues to supply chakra to him. Luo Sha was taken aback. It meant that Queen Lulan was no longer of any significance to him. Baizu, now transformed into a colossal monster, roared triumphantly. It appears you have remembered, my queen. Did you think I would not foresee this day? Fourth Hokage, you shall pay for all your deeds. At this moment, two ninjas from the covert mobile unit, dispatched by Rasha to investigate, arrived, astonished by the sight of the colossal monster before them. What is this? Lord Wind Shadow. Without turning back, Rasha issued his command. Henceforth, you will heed the orders of this Queen of Lulan and rescue the civilians of this nation. This behemoth is mine to deal with. The two ninjas exchanged glances and focused their attention on the Queen of Lulan. Understood, Lord Wind Shadow. The Queen, momentarily bewildered, soon realized Rasha would not allow the three of them to linger as mere spectators. Leave the ceiling for later. I shall engage this creature while you go save your people imprisoned by the centipede, lest a confrontation lead to collateral damage. The Queen finally comprehended. Casting a glance at the monster and then at Rasha's confident demeanor, her expression a complex mix of gratitude and realization. I understand now, thank you. She then addressed the two ninjas from the covert mobile unit. Please, follow me. Once the three departed, Rasha clasped his hands over his chest, gazing at the enormous monster before him, and sneered. The ultimate puppet technique, is it? Allow me to discern the source of your arrogance. Observing Rasha's calm demeanor in the face of his ultimate puppet, the centipede was filled with rage. Its jaw, reminiscent of a scorpioness, opened wide, unleashing a torrent of purple flames. Dragon Pulse, Grand Dragon Fire. This was an advanced version of the fire release Grand Fireball technique, empowered by the strength of the Dragon Pulse. The temperature soared, and the fireball's range expanded due to the fusion with Dragon Pulse chakra. Oh! Rasha's eyes lit up once more, recalling his recent battle with Jiraiya, who had significantly enhanced his ninjutsu by merging with natural energy. There exists a similarity here. How intriguing. Let me see the limits of the Dragon Pulse chakra. With that thought, Rasha swiftly clasped his hands together. Boom. At the moment the centipede's purple fireball hurtled towards Rasha, two enormous claws of sand erupted from the ground, crashing together, palms pressed in unison, extinguishing the centipede's Grand Dragon Fire. What? Witnessing this, the centipede was momentarily stunned. Rasha, however, felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that the Grand Fireball, augmented by Dragon Pulse chakra, could scarcely compare to Jiraiya's, lacking in both temperature and intensity. Perhaps Dragon Pulse chakra is not the ideal natural energy for amplifying ninjutsu? If that is the case, let us explore its other capabilities. Magnet Release, Guardian of the Sand. Chapter 42, Sealing the Centipede. Under Rasha's guidance, the Queen of Lulan, accompanied by two ninjas, set forth to rescue her people. Not long after departing, she was met with a scene that left her speechless. Just a short distance away, two enormous monsters were engaged in a fierce clash beside the towering palace of Lulan. It was not merely a battle, it was a one-sided annihilation. One of the creatures, the queen recognized instantly as the centipede, while the other, resembling a giant raccoon, was unfamiliar to her, yet she surmised it must be the manifestation of that man's power. In that moment, the once terrifying centipede appeared as nothing more than a child's toy, ruthlessly toyed with, dismantled, and struck down by the colossal raccoon summoned by that man. At that instant, the queen comprehended the true extent of the terrifying power possessed by the ninjas of the outside world. Unaccountably, she recalled the centipede's ominous words. Would the future Lulan be destroyed by war? After a brief contemplation, her gaze hardened with resolve, and she addressed the two ninjas accompanying her. My daughter, Sarah, remains within the tower. I ask one of you to assist me in rescuing her, while the other seeks out my people imprisoned by the centipede. The two ninjas from the sand village had no objections. They were originally dispatched by Rasha to follow the queen's orders. Thus, one ninja ventured to rescue Sarah, while the other, coincidentally, had recently discovered a hidden puppet factory within the city, where countless Lulan citizens were imprisoned and enslaved. Boom, boom, boom. Between the colossal structures of Lulan, the guardian of the sand effortlessly pinned the centipede puppet beneath it, its immense power easily tearing the centipede's form apart. Were it not for the self-healing capabilities of the Dragon Pulse Chakra, the battle would have concluded long ago. In just over 10 minutes of combat, Rasha had begun to grasp the limits of the Dragon Pulse Chakra. How shall I articulate this? It appears my prior assumptions were indeed correct. The natural energy within the Dragon Pulse does not augment a ninja's abilities like that of Miyaboka Mountain. Rather, it resembles the unique sage arts of the Dragon Cave, possessing special functions such as inorganic reincarnation, transmutation, and accelerated healing. And the ability to absorb chakra. If another ninja were to confront the centipede, they might find themselves at a loss against such a chakra-absorbing ability. However, Rasha's magnetic control over sand and gold does not involve attaching chakra to the grains, as in traditional sand manipulation techniques. Instead, he generates magnetic force through chakra to remotely control the sand and gold, which contain no trace of chakra. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Rasha had lost interest in continuing the fight, for compared to Minato and Jiraiya, the centipede was truly weak. Were it not for the infinite self-healing capabilities granted by the Dragon Pulse Chakra, the centipede would merely be at the level of an average jonin. Yet, the centipede remained oblivious to the impending disaster. Although it was currently being crushed by the colossal guardian summoned by Rasha, its boundless chakra led it to believe itself invincible. As long as it could deplete Rasha's chakra, victory would be its. As if in response to its thoughts, the enormous guardian suddenly dissolved into grains of sand. Yet, before the centipede could revel in its fleeting triumph, Rasha's scornful voice echoed in its ears. The future genius puppeteer of the Sand Village? It seems the village of the future truly suffers from a lack of talent. A creature like you dares to call itself a genius. The centipede felt an unprecedented surge of anger. The words it had intended to unleash were caught in its throat, causing it immense torment. Fortunately, the overwhelming chakra now coursing through its body restored its confidence. Do not speak such nonsense. As the fourth Hokage who wields the power of the Dragon Pulse, I possess infinite chakra. I am an immortal being. All you can do is be torn to shreds once I exhaust your chakra. Is that so? What a naive frog in a well you are. Rasha sighed, his gaze icy. Such feeble power aspires to dominate the ninja world? Ignorance has its limits. Rasha's disdain once again ignited the centipede's fury, its patience having reached its breaking point. I shall kill you. In order to vanquish the formidable Baiju, Luosha commenced a fervent extraction of the dragon vein chakra by linking to the subterranean source through chakra threads. Visibly, Baiju's colossal form began to don a shimmering cloak of chakra. Alas, this was where it would conclude. In astonishment, Baiju beheld Luosha's figure evaporate into thin air. What? Before Baiju could even process the situation, Luosha reappeared before him, extending his arm towards the immense body. At that moment, a profound unease enveloped Baiju's heart. Yet his inherent abilities clouded his judgment. Useless, for I possess the power to absorb. Baiju's words were abruptly curtailed as terror washed over his visage. Realizing he could no longer mobilize his chakra. How is this possible? Magnetic burial seal. The incantation of Shoha rapidly spread from Luosha's right hand, engulfing Baiju's vast frame. Baiju could only manage to utter half a sentence before losing consciousness entirely. As the remnants of his awareness faded, Baiju's form began to shrink incessantly, ultimately reverting to his original frail state. Unlike Scorpion, it seemed Baiju had not transformed himself into a puppet. Instead, he had harnessed the Dragon Vein Chakra's transmutation abilities to metamorphose into a gigantic puppet capable of freely altering various weapon forms. More importantly, Luosha was intrigued by the puppet's ability to utilize ninjutsu. Should Luosha acquire the power of the Dragon Vein Chakra and infuse it with the capabilities of inorganic reincarnation, transmutation, rapid self-healing, and chakra absorption into the Shoha he had created, perhaps he could truly evolve his Shoha into an extraordinary monstrosity, a being with its own life, requiring no exertion for control, capable of unleashing ninjutsu, endowed with self-healing abilities, and, most crucially, capable of absorbing chakra. It is worth noting that the prowess of Senju Hashirama's would release dragon technique largely stems from its chakra absorption capabilities. Such power is indeed a tantalizing prospect. However, as for now, Luosha felt no urgency. The dragon vein lay before him, an inevitability of its transformation into his strength. His primary concern was the sealed Baiju. There were numerous confirmations and acquisitions he sought, and this individual could not perish. At that moment, 2 clandestine operatives of the ANBU returned. Have you completed your task? Yes. Lord Kazekage, the Queen of Lulan instructed us to return first. Very well. Luosha wasted no time. I recall the ANBU possesses a specialized interrogation genjutsu for extracting memories from prisoners. Procure it for me. 3 days later. Within the accommodation specifically arranged by the Queen of Lulan, Luosha's expression was a tapestry of complexities. Over the past 3 days, he had traversed through Baiju's memories via the genjutsu provided by the ANBU, experiencing the entirety of Baiju's recollections. What can be said? There is both joy and sorrow. The joy lies in the realization that Luosha may owe Baiju an apology. This individual may indeed be a prodigy. Through Baiju's memories, Luosha comprehended how Baiju discovered the dragon vein and harnessed its chakra to develop a puppet technique entirely distinct from that of the second Kazekage, which he termed Dragon Vein Puppet Technique. Although the miraculous abilities of the Dragon Vein chakra played a significant role, Baiju's adeptness in seamlessly integrating it with puppet mastery compelled Luosha to acknowledge that this individual might genuinely be an exceptional puppeteer. Furthermore, the reason Luosha acknowledges Baiju as a genius is due to Baiju's research into the Flying Thunder God Technique seal to unravel the Fourth Hokage's seal, yielding some results. This explains his audacity in absorbing the seal into his body, confident in his ability to return to the past through the power of the Dragon Vein chakra. Regrettably, this knowledge now belongs to Luosha. In gratitude, Luosha generously granted Baiju a complete corpse. As for the sorrow, it stemmed from Luosha's discovery, through Baiju's memories, that in the timeline of the Naruto world where Baiju existed, there was no place for him. To be precise, it was a timeline that unfolded entirely according to the plot, devoid of his interference as a traveler. The fourth Kazekage Luosha perished at the hands of Orochimaru, and the entire sequence mirrored the narrative Luosha was familiar with. What does this signify? It indicates that there undeniably exists a future devoid of Luosha's presence as a traveler. Thus, is it truly a parallel world? Or will something transpire in the future that he cannot ascertain? Luosha remained uncertain. With his current abilities, he could not seek answers to this query. Fortunately, there is not a complete absence of hope. Baiju's memory contained fragments regarding the seals of the Flying Thunder God Technique. As the Flying Thunder God Technique is a space-time ninjutsu, encompassing both time and space, should he master some abilities in this domain, perhaps he could uncover the truth. But for now, the paramount goal remains acquiring the power of the Dragon Vein chakra in the palace of the Kingdom of Lulan. Upon Luosha's request to obtain the Dragon Vein chakra, the Queen of Lulan presented an exceedingly surprising condition. Are you certain? The Queen of Lulan nodded solemnly. Beside her stood a young girl, mirroring the Queen with her striking red hair, anxiously clutching the Queen's leg, her eyes wide with anticipation as she regarded the astonished Luosha. I have made my decision. I wish for Lulan to join Sunagakure as a condition for transferring the Dragon Vein to you. How shall I put this? Had the Queen of Lulan proposed any other condition at this moment, Luosha would likely have reacted with disdain, for in his eyes, this queen had no standing to impose conditions. Yet, this particular exchange caused him to hesitate. Why? The Queen of Lulan spoke with a hint of melancholy. Because Lulan has no choice. According to Baiju, even with the power of the Dragon Vein, Lulan would soon face destruction due to war. Therefore, rather than await death, it is better to take a gamble. So, joining Sunagakure is your wager? Yes, you are the most formidable ninja I have encountered thus far. And as the Kazekage of Sunagakure, one of the 5 great nations, it represents the best choice for Lulan at present. Luosha was not one to vacillate, and indeed, this was a proposition where the other party stood to gain once, while he stood to gain twice. Both the population of Lulan and the Queen herself piqued his interest. Do not misconstrue, while the Queen of Lulan is indeed beautiful, possessing a mature, refined aura distinct from Karura's youthful charm, Luosha valued her capability to govern a nation. He genuinely required someone to assist in managing Sunagakure, as individuals he could trust with such capabilities within the village were few. Thus, he bore no intention of refusing. How many inhabitants does Lulan currently possess? Approximately 3,000. Luosha was taken aback. Was it truly so few? In that case, it was even less of a concern. It is worth noting that the population of Suna village is as high as 100,000, more than capable of accommodating these 3,000 individuals without significant upheaval. I tentatively agreed, yet the final outcome would depend on the conclusion of this matter. Afterward, it would be arduous for both you and me to return to Suna village. Although I am the Kazekage, I must consider the opinions of many others. However, there is no need for excessive worry. It should be manageable. The Queen of Lulan instantly beamed with joy and bent down to express her gratitude. Thank you, Lord Kazekage. I look forward to your guidance in the future. There is no need for formalities. Lulan's inclusion in Suna village is a mutually beneficial arrangement for both parties. Indeed, the Queen of Lulan nodded, then suddenly recalled something. Shingong, that is my original name. Please refer to me as such from now on. Once Lulan becomes part of Suna village, the title of Queen of Lulan will cease to exist. Shingong, you say? It is evident that a woman who has once held the title of a national queen possesses considerable political acumen, Luosha thought, feeling increasingly satisfied. I understand. Now, please lead me to the Dragon Vein. Deeper than the underground puppet manufacturing facility of Baiju, Luosha descended several hundred meters below the surface. Under Shingong's guidance, he finally arrived at the source of the chakra born from the Dragon Vein of Lulan. It was a truly magnificent underground cavern. The purple chakra surged and flowed like molten lava within the cave. Above the cavern, there stood a colossal circular altar, adorned with 4 statues, all gazing towards the center of the altar, where a seal technique surrounded a mysterious inscription resembling an eye. That is the spot. According to records, when our ancestors discovered the Dragon Vein, its chakra was exceedingly volatile. It was through this sealing technique that our ancestors subdued the wild chakra of the Dragon Vein, transforming it into its current gentle form. The reason Lulan has thrived as an oasis in the desert is due to the immense life force of the Dragon Vein's chakra. This revelation sparked a newfound enlightenment in Luosha. Chapter 44. Chakra Fruit. Ever since Luosha traversed into the world of Naruto and became the ruler of Suna village as the Fourth Kazekage, he realized he could not emulate those predecessors who roamed as lone wolves. His personal interests had long been entwined with the welfare of Suna village. To put it simply, Suna village now resembled a corporation, and he was the owner. Although possessing sufficient funds grants formidable power in the world of ninjas, allowing one to establish a new village or organization, it would be folly to abandon a well-established company ranked among the top 5 globally, especially when he already held half of its shares. Luosha was certainly no fool. Thus, he generously bestowed the power of the star-released chakra mode upon Yetzong, Michuan, and Maki, intending to pass it on to many more. The stronger the village's overall strength, the greater the resources he could mobilize. Though their powers might not prove useful during the final confrontation, they could alleviate many troubles for Luosha in the meantime. Hence, he earnestly hoped to nurture Suna village's growth. From his brief experience as Kazekage, Luosha discerned that the primary factor hindering Suna village's prosperity compared to Konoha was the harsh environment of the Wind Country. It may seem peculiar. How could a ninja's strength be related to the natural environment? Wouldn't a harsher environment forge stronger ninjas? Yet, this overlooks a fundamental truth. Ninjas require sustenance. It may sound trivial, yet it is a universal principle. As the saying goes, before the army moves, provisions must be prepared. If ninjas are unable to fill their stomachs, how can they harness energy? Without energy, how can they extract chakra? And without chakra, how can they contend with ninjas from other villages? What is the situation in Suna village in the Wind Country? Based on Luosha's understanding, the inhospitable environment of Suna village leaves it with no self-sufficiency. Over 80% of the land in the Wind Country is barren desert. This implies that the Wind Country faces severe food shortages, let alone supplying Suna village. In truth, Suna village is not lacking in money. Luosha's sand gold technique alone can extract countless golden sands from the desert. What Suna village genuinely lacks is food, which even wealth cannot procure. Thus, Luosha has long sought ways to ameliorate the village's dire environment. This was one of the reasons he urged the ninjas in the recent meeting to devise strategies to alter the village's harsh conditions using their ninja abilities. What he had in mind, of course, was the wood release of Hashirama Senju. With the power of Hashirama's wood release, The creation of a wood-release forest could transform the surrounding desert into a lush forest. With the cover of trees, the loss of moisture from the ground would diminish, and the desert could swiftly be converted into arable land. While transforming Suna village into a forest may be unrealistic, at least turning it into a vast oasis should be feasible. However, this was evidently impossible. Not only is Hashirama Senju deceased, but even if he were alive, why would the Hokage of Konoha assist Suna village? As for awakening wood release through Hashirama's cells, Luosha would not entertain such thoughts. He is now the Kazekage of Suna village, not the Hokage of Konoha, and not even a citizen of Konoha. Yet now, Shingong's words bestowed him with a glimmer of hope. Indeed, the power of the dragon veins chakra is, in a sense, a form of natural energy. Utilizing natural energy to alter the natural environment seems quite reasonable, does it not? However, a new dilemma arose. The dragon vein is located in Lulan. How could such a vast dragon vein be transplanted to Suna village? Suna village could not abandon its defensible terrain to establish itself in the exposed locale of Lulan. Observing Luosha's suddenly shifting expression, Shingong regarded him with curiosity. It was evident that Luosha had fallen into a state of profound conflict. Fortunately, this state did not linger for long. Luosha took a deep breath and declared, "Please step back." Although a bit puzzled, Shingong obediently nodded and slowly moved away. Once she had distanced herself, Luosha gradually approached the sealing technique. Perhaps due to the sealing, Luosha had not fully sensed the magnitude of the dragon veins chakra. However, as he stood upon the seal, the chakra below surged like lava, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Such immense chakra. This powerful chakra was nearing the level of a tailed beast. His anticipation for the power the dragon veins chakra could bestow upon him intensified. With that thought in mind, he did not hesitate to place his right hand upon the central stone eye of the sealing technique. Boom! A diamond-shaped emblem appeared in the palm of Luosha's hand, accompanied by an overwhelming pull. Beneath the altar, the chakra magma swiftly coalesced into sinister chakra dragons, converging into the palms of Rasha. Shinkong was a woman of remarkable intellect. After Rasha instructed her to retreat, she promptly chose to leave the towering structure housing the dragon vein chakra. Outside, upon the vast earth, her daughter Sarah awaited anxiously, and alongside her were countless citizens of Lulan. "Your Majesty, must we truly leave Lulan?" Some citizens could not help but inquire. After all, this land was where they had spent their entire lives. Shinkong understood that this sudden decision would be difficult for them to accept, but for the future of Lulan, she had to take such a step. "Please trust me, I do this for the future of Lulan. Compared to the world beyond, we are far too weak and must rely on the formidable ninja villages to survive." The expressions of Lulan's citizens reflected their inner turmoil, yet they ultimately chose to place their faith in their queen. "We believe in you, Your Majesty. I shall return home to gather our belongings." This scene brought tears to Shinking's eyes. Nothing was more encouraging for her as a queen than the trust of her people. As the outside world buzzed with commotion, deep within the underground palace, at the source of the dragon vein chakra, Rasha's countenance shifted peculiarly. Following his gaze, he observed that the massive chakra beneath him had been completely absorbed, replaced by a pulsating fruit the size of a palm, shimmering with a violet glow and adorned with spiral patterns. Rasha certainly did not perceive himself as having wandered into the realm of pirates. Thus, there was but one explanation for this fruit, the chakra fruit. His memories were somewhat hazy, yet it seemed that in the Naruto movie, Otsutsuki Kagaya possessed the ability to condense chakra into fruit-like aggregates. Rasha did not squander time. On the very day he absorbed the dragon vein chakra, he chose to return to Sunagakure with Shinkong. Although she could harness the power of the dragon vein chakra, Shinkong was not a ninja. Hence, Rasha opted to utilize sand gold to carry them both home, significantly reducing their travel time. As night descended, Rasha and Shinkong arrived at Sunagakure. The two traversed a narrow passage, for Maki had already anticipated their arrival and was waiting at the village entrance with his subordinates. This was Shinking's first foray into the outside world, particularly into Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Her initial impression was one of enormity. The vastness of Sunagakure, its densely packed structures, and its populous nature dwarfed Lulan by several magnitudes. Her second impression was one of desolation. The harsh environment of Sunagakure astonished even the queen of Lulan. Her third impression was one of an oppressive atmosphere. Shinkong sensed the lingering spirits of countless departed souls hovering above the village, particularly in the presence of the vigilant ninjas stationed at the entrance, exuding a terrifying aura of bloodshed. This was a presence born from the trials of countless battles. In that moment, Shinkong grasped the reason why Sunagakure had earned its place among the 5 great shinobi villages. In comparison to the idyllic Lulan, Sunagakure was a realm steeped in death and warfare. Suddenly, she felt a pang of regret regarding her decision to lead Lulan into Sunagakure. At that moment, a fearsome-looking ninja approached, his gaze emanating a fierce intensity that startled Shinkong. "Lord Kazekage," she exclaimed, "has anything transpired during my absence from the village?" It seemed that the oppressive atmosphere had rendered Rasha somewhat aloof. Maki nodded, casting a glance at Shinkong before continuing. "The Reikage of Kumogakure and the Tsuchikage of Awagakure have jointly sent a diplomatic letter to Sunagakure. Oh, intriguing. Have the 2 elders, Yakura and Michikawa, wait for me at the Kazekage Tower. I shall join them shortly." With Maki's departure, Shinkong exhaled a sigh of relief. Sensing her tension, Rasha softened his demeanor and remarked, "It feels quite different here, does it not, compared to your Lulan?" Shinkong paused momentarily before nodding and candidly replied, "Everyone here feels quite intimidating. Naturally, this is the entrance to Sunagakure. The ninjas responsible for guarding this place are the elite among the elite, the very pillars that allow the village to endure. The guardians of all its inhabitants." Rasha's words ignited a glimmer of understanding in Shinkong's eyes, and as she observed the ninjas, they no longer seemed as fearsome. "Come with me. I shall take you to my home. You will stay with me tonight, and my wife will take care of you." Without allowing her to protest, Rasha guided Shinkong to his residence using sand gold. Shinkong was taken aback but did not refuse. Instead, she felt relieved by Rasha's warm acceptance. However, she was curious about Rasha's wife, wondering if she too was an exceptional kunoichi and how well they would get along. Upon arriving at Rasha's home, she was stunned to find Karura, his wife, joyfully awaiting her husband's return, her face beaming with happiness. It was a sight that would astonish any woman upon seeing her husband accompanied by an unfamiliar woman. Fortunately, Rasha was no fool. He approached Karura and introduced Shinkong, saying, "Karura, this is the Queen of Lulan. You may call her Shinkong. Soon, she will lead her people to join Sunagakure, becoming a part of our village. However, she is still somewhat unfamiliar with us, so I brought her here for you to help her acclimate." Afterward, he gently tousled his wife's slightly bewildered face and added, "Do not overthink it. Shinkong's children are already in their teens." To be honest, this moment struck Shinkong as quite heartwarming, revealing that Rasha was not merely the cold man he seemed during their prior interactions, but rather a deeply caring individual who respects his wife. Yet for reasons unknown, Rasha's words irked her, prompting a playful retort. "Are you implying that I am an old woman?" "I said nothing of the sort," Rasha replied. Shinkong bit her lip, yet the tension she felt in this unfamiliar environment began to dissipate. At that moment, Karura regained her composure, and Rasha's next remark caused her face to flush crimson. "This is also a good opportunity for you to seek Shinkong's insights on parenting." Night enveloped Sunagakure, the Kazekage's office ablaze with light. When Rasha arrived, Chiyo, Ebizong, Yakura, Yikawa, and Maki had long been waiting. To Rasha's surprise, Yashimaru was also present, obediently standing behind Chiyo. It appeared that Chiyo had understood Rasha's intentions, raising Yashimaru as her successor. Without wasting time, Rasha took his seat as the Kazekage. Maki, perceptive as always, handed Rasha the diplomatic letter received 2 days prior. Upon opening it, Rasha immediately grasped the implications from Awagakure and Kumogakure. After passing the letter to the others, he coldly remarked, "This is undoubtedly the old Koot Onoki's idea. The third Reikage, AI, lacks such foresight." The four soon finished reviewing the joint diplomatic correspondence from Awagakure and Kumogakure. Ebizang's voice, cool and detached, broke the silence. "It seems Awagakure and Kumogakure do not wish to stand idly by as Sunagakure grows stronger." Yikawa discerned the intentions behind the letter as well. Their intent is quite evident. "If we refuse, Awagakure and Kumogakure plan to unite against us?" Yakura scoffed. "Humph, if they wish to attack Sunagakure, they should first clean up their own mess." Chiyo, who had been quiet, shifted her demeanor and began to earnestly engage in Sunagakure's affairs. "However, our own matters are not pristine. Awagakure and Kumogakure's truce is something Konoha would certainly welcome, complicating the situation. Let us not forget that the daimyo of the Land of Fire is urgently ordering Konoha to strike at us. If mishandled, we could find ourselves besieged." The room fell into silence. At that moment, Everyone turned their gaze toward Rasha. He, without pretense, thought for a moment and tapped the table, stating, "My perspective is quite simple. We can agree to the alliance between Kumogakure and Iwagakure to attack Konoha, but we must not acquiesce too easily." Rasha's words surprised the others in the room. They had anticipated that he would never allow Sunagakure to enter this war, as evidenced by his actions and orders over the past month. The priority for Sunagakure should be to strengthen its power while other nations were embroiled in conflict. Thus, they awaited Rasha's explanation. "My reasoning is straightforward. In this ninja world, whether it be Iwagakure, Kirigakure, or Kumogakure, I firmly believe that given time, we can surpass them. However, Konoha is a different story. Regrettably, even with 10, 20, or 50 years, I still see no glimmer of hope for surpassing them." The others present quickly understood Rasha's intention. Therefore, from the village's perspective, any action that weakens Konoha is something I, as Kazekage, will support. Ebizong nodded in agreement. The Kazekage's reasoning is sound. Even without the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, we still cannot match Konoha. At best, we can only take a bite while they are weak. What do you mean by not acquiescing too easily? Yakura, ever bold, directly inquired. Rasha, unperturbed, or perhaps accustomed to such inquiries, replied, "For the village, our primary task remains development. However, as a ninja village, no matter how well we build our village, it is of no use without sufficient ninja. Thus, this war presents an excellent opportunity." Yakura frowned, questioning, "Are you suggesting we send those children directly to the battlefield?" Rasha, somewhat exasperated, responded, "Do you think I am that foolish?" Yakura realized he had posed a foolish question. Rasha articulated his thoughts. Ninjas cannot improve their skills solely through training. Various missions are inevitable. Real combat is a vital pathway to enhancing a ninja's abilities. Our Sunagakure is indeed lacking in this regard. However, Iwagakure and Kumogakure have provided us with an opportunity. My intention is not to engage in full-scale war with Konoha, but rather to engage in small skirmishes, applying pressure on Konoha while transforming the battlefield into a training ground for our Sunagakure ninjas. The specifics will require careful discussion. The group began to grasp Rasha's vision. However, war is no trivial matter, Chiyo remarked coldly. Rasha nodded, "I am well aware. Yet, being a ninja is inherently a profession that brushes against death. Furthermore, we will not enter the land of fire. We can shift the battlefield to the land of rivers. This will help avoid large-scale conflict. We can rotate our village's ninjas, sending them to the battlefield to undertake missions while absorbing the atmosphere of war, which will greatly benefit their growth. If necessary, I, Yakura, and Yikawa can even oversee the front lines." This notion garnered nods of agreement from those present. Rasha had considered the matter thoroughly, and they felt it was a commendable approach. Only through experiencing battle and witnessing life and death can ninjas grow rapidly. However, I doubt Iwagakure and Kumogakure will agree to this. Yikawa expressed his concerns. Rasha snorted dismissively. The current issue is not whether they will agree, it is about Sunagakure. If they wish to coerce us into participating in the war against Konoha, a mere diplomatic letter will not suffice. His words once again captured everyone's attention. Yashimaru, visiting for the first time, gazed at his brother-in-law with admiration. "Is this the aura of the Kazekage?" Rasha continued, "Next, we must devise a plan. For our Sunagakure ninjas to assist Iwagakure and Kumogakure in attacking Konoha, they must provide some form of compensation. A mere diplomatic letter is insufficient. We should demand tenfold the current rates for mercenaries in the ninja world." The assembly fell silent, with Maki hesitantly asking, "Kazekage, is this truly feasible?" "Absolutely," Rasha asserted, surveying the room before reclining comfortably in his chair. "What do you think of this pretext? As the newly appointed Fourth Kazekage, my position is still unsteady, and there is internal discord within the village. To persuade the village, I must present sufficient leverage." Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated their faces. Throughout the night, they deliberated on how to align this plan with the interests of Sunagakure. Following the substantial gains from the previous raid on the Land of Fire, everyone held high hopes for the success of this endeavor. After an entire night of discussions, the plan for Sunagakure's second offensive against the Land of Fire was set to take place in the Land of Rivers, dividing the battlefield into 3 fronts. The first front lay along the border of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire. This was the most perilous battlefield, led by Rasha, Yikawa, and Yakura, who would engage Konoha's main forces here. The second front was situated within the Land of Rivers. A considerably safer area where the number of Konoha ninjas crossing into this zone would be significantly reduced, thus becoming the primary trial ground for Sunagakure ninjas against their Konoha counterparts. The third front lies within the borders of the Land of Wind. Here, safety is assured, allowing the recently graduated genin from the village to undertake simple escort missions and experience the ambience of the battlefield. Once this plan is finalized, Maki will be able to calculate the approximate resources and military expenses required for Sunagakure's upcoming assault, subsequently making requests to Iwagakure and Kumogakure. By the time dawn breaks, all plans will have been established. Maki, adhering to Raza's directives, will have communicated Sunagakure's demands to Iwagakure and Kumogakure. After Maki departs, the group that confirmed the plans breathes a sigh of relief. Now, they await the responses from Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Raza nods approvingly. We shall act according to the situation. For it is not Sunagakure that is in urgent need, but rather Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Once the discussions regarding Iwagakure and Kumogakure conclude, the focus shifts to another pressing matter. What, precisely, is the situation with Lulan? As the Kazekage, should you not discuss such a significant issue with us before making a decision? Chapter 47. The joining of Lulan in response to Yakura's inquiry. Raza's answer is succinct. Am I not preparing to discuss it with you now? As for the circumstances surrounding Lulan, I believe I have already dispatched someone to inform you. Yakura scoffs, visibly displeased, while Michikawa furrows his brow. Both understand that Lulan's inclusion will undoubtedly instigate subtle shifts within Sunagakure's internal dynamics. With over 3,000 individuals, it is neither a trivial nor a negligible number. Lulan's incorporation will certainly disrupt the long-standing balance of power between the aristocratic and civilian factions within Sunagakure. They cannot help but suspect that this is precisely what Raza desires. Concerning their own interests, despite having grown increasingly supportive of Raza as Kazekage, both maintain a considerable skepticism and opposition to the inclusion of the citizens of this unfamiliar nation. Lulan. Chiyo, however, expresses curiosity. Is it true, as the Umbu reported? Has our puppetry technique from Sunagakure been leaked? And is it under the control of someone named in Lushan? Raza, of course, will not permit the existence of another who knows the future trajectory of events. Thus, he conceals the identity of Hundred-Legged and has only divulged the name in Lushan to Yumiko and Viper. As for the Queen of Lulan, Shinomiya, he has also cautioned her. Raza nods, producing a scroll he had prepared in advance, which he hands to Chiyo. This contains information I obtained through certain interrogation methods from in Lushan's mind. Chiyo takes it, examining it closely, her face a mask of astonishment as she exclaims, "It is truly astonishing. This ninja, in Lushan, seems to possess a profound understanding of our puppetry techniques. Do you know his origins?" Raza, of course, shakes his head. The others in the room immediately comprehend that Raza is undoubtedly withholding information, but none present have the standing to question him. Chiyo, particularly since Raza concealed the sins of her beloved grandson, Sasori, regarding the assassination of the third Kazekage, and shifted the blame onto Konoha, has already resolved to retreat from the political arena and is consequently less interested in Raza's secrets. I see. As she continues to read, Chiyo begins to grasp Raza's motivations behind allowing Lulan to join Sunagakure. Kazekage, have you set your sights on the dragon vein chakra of Lulan? To clarify the confusion of the others, Chiyo passes the puppetry technique scroll to the three others present. One by one, they examine it for an extended period. Raza remains patient, observing the subtle shifts in their expressions. Hirako appears somewhat astonished, then falls into deep thought, as if struck by a revelation. Yakura's gaze subtly shifts to Raza, evidently connecting the power of the dragon vein chakra to the star release chakra Raza had gifted them during their invasion of the Land of Fire. Michikawa seems to share this line of thought, appearing more fascinated by Raza's ability to uncover such extraordinary powers than by the puppetry technique itself. So what exactly is this? Is it a power akin to the star release chakra? Michikawa directly inquires. At this question, Yakura's face lights up with curiosity, while Chiyo and Hirako exchange puzzled glances. The star release chakra, what is that? Michikawa explains to the two elders. A surge of vibrant chakra erupts. It appears that Michikawa has begun to master the star release chakra during this time. Under Michikawa's explanation, the two elders grasp that this ability can enhance bodily vitality and unleash formidable chakra. They had not anticipated that such miraculous chakra existed within the ninja world. Observing this, Raza elaborates. This power is rooted in the potential of one's body. For young individuals like myself, Michikawa, and Yakura, utilizing it a few times poses little risk. However, for elders such as yourselves, Raza does not finish his thought, but both Chiyo and Hirako understand his implication. Hirako nods, appearing unperturbed. Chiyo, however, expresses a newfound interest. I would like to investigate this extraordinary power. Perhaps it could aid in the development of medical ninjutsu for the village. Raza acknowledges her enthusiasm, turning to Yashimaru, who stands behind Chiyo. I will pass on the powers of star release chakra and the peacock method to Yashimaru, but for you, it would be wise to prioritize your health. Chiyo scoffs, yet she finds no fault in Raza's arrangement. The fact that Raza is willing to impart this power to Yakura and Michikawa indicates that he does not possess a miserly mentality. It is undoubtedly due to his concern for her health, as both he and Hirako are nearing 60 years of age. At this moment, Yakura can no longer contain her curiosity. What, then, is this dragon vein chakra? As a strong-willed woman, having experienced the benefits of the star release chakra and its enhancement of her abilities, Yakura has grown enamored with this method of extraordinary empowerment. She eagerly anticipates whether the dragon vein chakra will similarly augment her strength. Unfortunately, Raza's response leaves her disappointed. Regrettably, I am also uncertain. Raza does not divulge everything. A blend of truth and deception is ideal. However, I have a hypothesis. The dragon vein chakra may be a form of natural energy. Upon hearing this, Yakura and Michikawa appear bewildered, unable to comprehend what Raza means by natural energy, while Chiyo is taken aback and Hirako gasps in surprise. Is it truly so? Kazekage, are you certain? The expressions of Chiyo and Hirako lead Yakura and Michikawa to sense the extraordinary nature of this so-called natural energy. Raza shakes his head. No, I cannot be certain. I am merely speculating. However, as long as it is a force that can bolster Sunagakure's strength, I believe it should not be squandered. Hirako, upon hearing this, nods solemnly. Indeed, compared to the benefits derived from natural energy, Lolon's joining Sunagakure is a trivial matter. Observing the two engaged in riddles, Yakura can no longer restrain herself. What precisely is natural energy? The answer comes from Hirako. I apologize, but I am also unaware. Nevertheless, I have heard from the first and second Hokage that natural energy is an immensely powerful force. When this energy is intertwined with the chakra within our bodies, it gives rise to a technique known as sage arts. Sage arts. Both Yakura and Mikawa's expressions change dramatically. Merely the mention of sage arts conveys the magnitude of this power. Aizo did not disappoint the duo and remarked, indeed, according to our known records, the only individuals capable of mastering sage arts are the legendary Sage of Six Paths and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The Sage of Six Paths, Hashirama Senju. The utterance of these two names left Yakura and Mikawa utterly astounded. Hashirama Senju is one thing, but the Sage of Six Paths, is he not a figure from myth and legend? Could he truly exist? Yakura stammered, revealing the intimidation these names instilled, even in such formidable women. Aizo shook his head. Whether the Sage of Six Paths truly exists remains uncertain. Yet it is indeed true that Hashirama Senju could wield sage arts. According to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, when utilizing sage arts, even the mightiest of tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, would be akin to a mere pet in his hands. At this moment, the occupants of the room fell silent, unable to utter a single word. It is essential to recognize that the tailed beast Shikaku of Sunagakure is already perceived as an extraordinarily terrifying creature. Observing this, Rasha understood that the atmosphere could not remain so somber and spoke up directly. Therefore, esteemed colleagues, do you still harbor any doubts regarding Lolon's joining Sunagakure? Chapter 48. The Foundation of Konoha. In response to Rasha's inquiry, everyone fell silent. Indeed, if the exchange involved the power of Dragon Vein Chakra, Lolon's integration into Sunagakure would be a trivial matter. However, if we can master this Dragon Vein Chakra, can we harness the power of sage techniques? Yakura curiously inquired of Rasha and Aizo. Unfortunately, the answer remained negative. In fact, even to this day, I cannot confirm whether Dragon Vein Chakra is truly natural energy, let alone its connection to sage techniques. Even if Dragon Vein Chakra is natural energy, sage techniques are not merely a simple infusion of natural energy into one's body, mingling with chakra to create a ninjutsu. I must admit, I remain entirely at a loss regarding how to harness the power of Dragon Vein Chakra. At this juncture, Rasha regained his enthusiasm and continued. However, a lack of understanding does not imply we should allow such power to scatter within the ninja world, or worse, fall into the hands of our adversaries. This is why I have consistently stated that the gap between us and Konoha cannot be bridged merely by time. It is because Konoha's foundation runs exceedingly deep. In terms of sage techniques alone, Konoha possesses 3 distinct schools, while our Sunagakure has none. 3 schools of sage techniques? Even Chiyo and Izo were taken aback. Rasha did not conceal this information. On one hand, it served to unite Sunagakure against external threats, and on the other, it heightened their vigilance towards Konoha. Based on my understanding, there are currently 3 known schools of sage techniques in the ninja world, each residing within one of the 3 great sanctuaries, Mayaboka Mountain, Ryuchi Cave, and the Forest of Death. Presently, we have encountered the inheritor of Mayaboka Mountain on the battlefield. Encountered? Both Yakura and Mikawa were momentarily stunned, then their expressions tightened as they grasped the implication. It seems you have all come to the realization. Indeed, we have faced one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya, as well as our opponent, Minato Namikaze. Their summoning beasts originate from Mayaboka Mountain. Thus, does this mean that Konoha's Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze have mastered sage techniques? Mikawa inquired. While I cannot confirm whether Minato has mastered sage techniques, I can assert that Jiraiya undoubtedly has. This is why, during that battle, I repeatedly cautioned you not to escalate the conflict, for if Jiraiya were to utilize sage techniques, even I would stand no chance whatsoever. Hearing such demoralizing words from Rasha, the Kazekage, a profound silence enveloped the entire Kazekage office. After a lengthy pause, Yakura reluctantly spoke. Did you not mention that aside from Mayaboka Mountain, there are also Ryuchi Cave and the Forest of Death? If we could locate these 2 sanctuaries and learn their sage techniques, would that not provide us a means to confront Konoha? Regrettably, Rasha's tone bore a hint of melancholy. The inheritor of Ryuchi Cave is Orochimaru, while the inheritor of the Forest of Death is Tsunade. At this moment, an atmosphere akin to dark clouds pressing down upon a city descended upon the Kazekage office, as if a great weight had settled upon each individual, making it difficult to breathe. Rasha sighed. Therefore, you should now comprehend that the position of Kazekage is not so easily held. Upon hearing Rasha's words, everyone lifted their heads to gaze at Rasha, who occupied the Kazekage's seat. In that instant, they felt as though Rasha's figure had taken on a more imposing stature. Indeed, this world is profoundly unfair. Chiyo sighed. Indeed, even if Konoha engages in a 3-front war, I must admit I remain pessimistic about the outcome of this conflict. As for Dragon Vein Chakra, although we still lack knowledge of its utilization, we cannot afford to abandon it, for it is our only path to potentially catch up to Konoha. The others nodded in agreement. Observing this scene, Rasha felt a sense of relief. Although there were numerous internal conflicts within Sunagakure, at least the highest-ranking individuals would not hinder Rasha in the interest of the village. Recognizing this, Rasha concluded the meeting. Once Lulan joins our Sunagakure, I will assign the Umbu to guard the Dragon Vein. If any of you are interested, you may visit and experience it. Perhaps you will gain unique insights. While Rasha has absorbed the chakra from the Dragon Vein, as natural energy, the chakra within the Dragon Vein can gradually replenish. Chiyo interjected. At the very least, this puppet technique developed by Lushan has given me some inspiration. If the Kazekage has no further matters, I shall take my leave to conduct thorough research. Over the next few days, I will ensure that Lolan's queen becomes well acquainted with Sunagakure. The village must also prepare to welcome the citizens of Lulan. In 7 days, the village will officially accept the arrival of Lolan's populace. Chiyo, Izo, Mikawa, and Yakura departed, each bearing solemn expressions. Yashimaru followed Chiyo's lead and took his leave as well. However, Rasha had no time to rest. Upon his return to the village, the Minister of Education, responsible for the Ninja Academy, Yoshida, the Minister of Logistics, Ruji, and the Minister of Medical Affairs, Kiku, all arrived in quick succession, presenting the plans they had prepared for Rasha's review. Rasha glanced over the plans. How should I put it? They did not contain any significant surprises. Yet neither were there substantial flaws. The proposals submitted by Yoshida and Kiku primarily focused on expanding the Ninja Academy and the hospital. The Ninja Academy can cultivate a greater number of ninjas, while the hospital can train more medical ninjas. Simultaneously, they prepared a list featuring the names of the village's chunin, aspiring for these individuals to become teachers at the village's Ninja Academy and doctors at the hospital. According to their plan, if all goes smoothly, the number of children enrolling this year could double from 300 to 600, expanding from 6 classes to 12. Although the graduation rate may inevitably decline, the graduation rate for genin is already quite high, generally around 90. Even with a reduction, they would still be able to provide over 500 ninjas annually for Sunagakure. While these ninjas might remain at the genin level throughout their lives, their ability to wield chakra elevates them above ordinary individuals. With such a graduation rate, the number of medical ninjas produced would also see a significant increase, even if they cannot become true medical ninjas. Mastering some basic healing techniques would greatly enhance the safety of ninja teams and improve the overall medical welfare of Sunagakure. However, this is not a process that can be achieved overnight. The cultivation of ninjas requires time. Particularly, Yoshima proposed that the ninja school in Sunagakure adhere to a 4-year curriculum, while that of Konoha extends to 6 years. Raza did not refuse but rather approved it with a sweeping gesture, reasoning that children in their early teens should not be expected to engage in battlefield combat. Ryuji then suggested the establishment of an orphanage, building upon the existing compensation system. Raza agreed, though the choice of the orphanage's director sparked some other thoughts within him. After addressing the proposals from Yoshima, Ryuji, and Kiku, Yoshima presented Raza with another list. Upon reviewing it, Raza was reminded that the current cohort of Ninja Academy students was approaching graduation. Chapter 49. The Baroness of Sunagakure. Raza glanced over this list briefly. It included names such as Sabaku, Inazuma, Riza, and Ryokan, some exceptionally promising children selected by Yoshima from this year's graduating genin, informally referred to as the elite class. In any ninja village, jonin are a scarce resource. For these newly graduated children to have the chance to be taught by jonin, they must demonstrate their worth. As for the others, they would remain as perennial genin, slowly accumulating experience in hopes of becoming chunin. However, upon inspecting the list, Raza found no individual of particular interest. These children possessed no extraordinary abilities. The traits that merited their inclusion on the list were merely above-average chakra control, possessing 2 or more chakra affinities, or a talent for puppet techniques, qualities that, while commendable among ordinary ninjas, did not stand out significantly. Moreover, the number of children listed was disappointingly small, only 12 in total, barely sufficient for 4 elite classes. Sensing Raza's dissatisfaction, Yoshima nervously remarked, "I apologize, Kazekage-sama, but the qualifications of this year's Ninja Academy students are rather low. However, once the academy expands, I assure you there will be improvements." Raza nodded in acknowledgement. "Do not misunderstand. These are our children from Sunagakure, our future. I am merely contemplating how to empower these children to become stronger ninjas." Yet, despite his words, Raza felt a renewed sense of helplessness regarding the barrenness of Sunagakure. It is worth noting that the village has existed for 47 years. The village reached its zenith during the tenure of the second Kazekage, who compensated for the village's lack of resources through the development of puppet techniques and sand manipulation. At that time, the number of chunin surpassed 1,000. However, following the Second Shinobi World War, many perished, and among the 300 chunin still alive today, many are elderly remnants from the first and second generations. Although the third Kazekage possesses formidable strength and earns respect, he lacks the talents of his predecessor, resulting in a decline in the ninja population, with no more than 10 individuals achieving chunin status each year. As for jonin, it is a rare occurrence for 1 or 2 to be promoted annually, a matter of great fortune for the village. Clearly, a solution must be found. If this continues, no amount of effort from Sunagakure will bridge the gap with Konoha regarding talent. After all, this is a matter dictated by lineage. Sunagakure's bloodlines are too scarce, necessitating reliance on technology and mutations. Strangely, the thought of the dragon vein chakra fruit he acquired in Lulan solidified his resolve. "I approve of the list of guiding jonin you requested." With a flourish, Raza signed the document and continued, "The construction of the Ninja Academy, the medical department, and the orphanage is urgent. From now on, everything in the village must accommodate this endeavor. The new cohort of children will enroll once the school expands. A month is sufficient. In 7 days, a group of citizens from Lulan will join Sunagakure, and eligible children must be enrolled in the Ninja Academy, with further expansion of the academy to follow." With no further matters at hand, the 3 took their leave. Shortly after their departure, Maki returned. "Kazekage-sama, the diplomatic letters to Iwagakure and Kumogakure have been secretly delivered by the Umbu." Raza shook his head. Do not send them secretly. I want it to be public. I wish for Konoha to be aware. Maki seemed to grasp the implication and nodded in understanding. As you command, Kazekage-sama. I will ensure the Umbu handle this. How is the announcement regarding the solicitation of improvements to the village's transportation and environment coming along? Maki was well prepared, producing a scroll from his chest. It is ready. It only awaits your approval before being announced in the village. Raza reviewed the scroll, finding no significant objections, save for the rewards being rather meager. He suggested enhancing the rewards. Any concrete and useful suggestions should be rewarded according to A-rank task standards, with benefits equivalent to Jonin level within the village. If a suggestion is ultimately confirmed for implementation, the reward should be elevated to S rank, along with privileges comparable to those of village elders. Maki appeared somewhat astonished. As if he wished to voice a concern, yet Raza interrupted him. It's merely some money and prestige. The village does not lack these at present. Maki nodded in agreement. As Maki prepared to depart, Raza called him back and inquired, how is Fun's condition? Upon hearing Raza mention the Jinchuriki, Maki promptly responded, Fun is currently in excellent condition. I have specifically assigned Umbu medical ninjas to care for him. Very well. Starting today, Fun's status and treatment will be elevated to that of an elder. Maki was taken aback and cautiously asked, what about monitoring? I have my arrangements. Come with me to meet Fun. As Raza exited the office, the day had brightened considerably, and the desert's temperature began to rise, the blazing sun scorching the entirety of Sunagakure. Under Maki's guidance, Raza swiftly arrived at Fun's current location. Due to concerns about the potential rampage of the tailed beast, Maki had placed Fun in a somewhat dilapidated ancient temple at the western edge of the village. From the outside, it appeared to be merely a rundown shrine, yet it held significant historical value, as it was the site where the first Kazekage sealed Shikaku, known as the Temple of Sand. If it were not for the second Kazekage's pursuit of knowledge regarding the tailed beasts, Shikaku would have remained imprisoned within the body of Fu. Now, Shikaku ought to be confined here as well. Let the Umbu ninjas withdraw first. Upon issuing the command, Raza stepped forward alone. Before him stood a temple, constructed against the towering cliffs, where numerous caves had been hollowed out, transforming into sanctuaries adorned with intricate carvings of Shikaku and patterns of violet flowers. However, many of these now lay in ruin, with only the main hall remaining intact. As Raza entered, he observed the desolate courtyard where the aged Fu was diligently sweeping away the dust. Upon noticing Raza's arrival, Fu appeared surprised and greeted him with a respectful gesture. I have met Lord Kazekage. Raza nodded and remarked, it seems you have been faring well here. Fu acknowledged with a nod, stating, indeed, although Shikaku is somewhat displeased with this place, given that it was where the first Kazekage sealed him. It is certainly better than a prison and much more serene. I owe you my gratitude, Lord Kazekage. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. However, noticing Raza's hesitation, Fu seemed to grasp the underlying sentiment and spoke. Please, do not hold back, Kazekage. I have come here with the intention of relocating you. I possess a treasure that requires your and Shikaku's strength to safeguard. By the way, the sealing artifact that once bound Shikaku, the black tea kettle, is here. Is it not? Chapter 50, The Divine Tree. Beneath the scorching sun, amidst the swirling sands, a golden cloud of sand swiftly traversed deeper into the desert. Upon this cloud stood Fu and Maki, positioned on either side of the black tea kettle. Both were perplexed, unable to comprehend Raza's intentions in bringing them to this perilous expanse. They had even brought along the sealing tool for Shikaku, the black tea kettle. Despite being ninjas, they were occasionally left powerless in the face of nature's might. This desert, after all, was known as the Devil's Desert, feared by all. After flying approximately 50 kilometers, Raza sensed they had nearly arrived at their destination and commanded the sand cloud to descend. Upon landing, Raza bent down and extended his hand into the sand, infusing it with chakra. In that instant, the terrain beneath them became vividly apparent to Raza through the sand's sensory ability. Is this the place? Raza's words evoked confusion in both Fu and Maki, who looked around, finding nothing remarkable aside from the endless sand. It is merely sand, nothing but sand. Raza dispelled their confusion directly. This is the convergence point of all the underground rivers flowing through Sunagakure. Their bewilderment only deepened. Maki dared not inquire further, while Fu, devoid of such reservations, clasped his hands together and asked, Kazekage, Is the treasure that requires our protection located here? Raza shook his head. That treasure has always been with me. However, rather than hoarding its power for myself, I believe it is vital to share its strength with all the villagers, to reflect its true value. As he spoke, Raza produced a sealing scroll from his garments. With a single hand, he unsealed it, revealing a beautiful jade box. In that fleeting moment, even before the box was opened, Fu and Maki felt the overwhelming chakra emanating from it, so immense that even Shikaku within Fu stirred restlessly, sensing a power that rivaled its own. Observing their curious expressions, Raza refrained from revealing the contents of the jade box, instead stating, "To strengthen our Sunagakure, it is imperative to enhance the abilities of our children and improve the surrounding environment. Lacking the hereditary secret techniques of Konoha or the fertile lands of the Fire Country, we must devise our own solutions." Maki, astonished, gazed at the jade box in Raza's hand, instinctively recalling the stardust chakra Raza had once gifted him. Fu began to understand, exclaiming, "I see. Kazekage intends to channel this chakra through the underground river, subtly altering the villager's constitution and the village's environment. But, Kazekage, are you certain this chakra will not have any adverse effects?" Raza's response caused Fu to furrow his brow. "No, I cannot be certain. While the citizens of Lulan have lived under the influence of dragon vein chakra without issue, I remain cautious and dare not make guarantees. Hence, this is why I brought the black tea kettle here." As he spoke, Raza approached the black tea kettle, which, despite its modest size, housed a vast spatial dimension capable of sealing Shikaku. Open. With the sealing technique undone, the lid of the kettle lifted, and Raza manipulated the sand to place the jade box within it. Then, he formed hand seals and struck his palm against the desert floor. Boom. Instantly, for colossal sand sculptures erupted around them, towering at least 14 to 15 meters high, formed from the dense concentration of Raza's chakra. Countless seals spread from his palms, intertwining to create a net woven from mystical symbols. Dragon Vein Seal, release. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Dragon Vein Seal, activate. With these words, a void emerged within the web of seals, and under Raza's command, the sand began to collapse downward, forming a tremendous pit. At this juncture, Raza finally had the opportunity to explain, "For safety's sake, I will impose a dual sealing on the chakra within the jade box. The first layer is the black tea kettle, providing the initial safeguard for the chakra. The second layer is the dragon vein seal, which will temper the volatile chakra within the box." Continuing, Raza turned to Fu, saying, "While I cannot ascertain whether the chakra within the jade box poses any side effects to humans, based on my collected intelligence, the residents of Lulan have thrived under the influence of dragon vein chakra for decades without issue. With these two seals in place, we can promptly address any adverse effects that may arise. My aim is to share the power of the chakra in the jade box with all the villagers of Sunagakure, truly embodying your name." Fu's murky eyes sparkled with understanding, and as if grasping his mission, he nodded resolutely. "I comprehend, Kazekage. Leave the rest to me. For the future of Sunagakure, I and Shikaku shall vigilantly safeguard this place. Indeed, Maki, from this point forward, the existence of this place shall remain a secret known only to you, and you alone shall provide for Elder Fu's needs. As you command, Lord Kazekage." Since arrangements have been made, Rasha decided not to waste any more time. Under the control of the sand, the black tea kettle was covered and moved above the cave. Rasha's original plan, as previously illustrated, was to use the black tea kettle, which sealed the guardian crane, as a vessel for the dragon vein chakra. At that time, he merely needed to leave a small opening in the sealing technique of the black tea kettle, allowing the dragon vein chakra from the chakra fruit to overflow. Ultimately, through the dragon vein sealing technique from Lulan, it could transform into a gentle dragon vein chakra, silently flowing down the underground river into the sand-hidden village. However, when Rasha buried the black tea kettle within the dragon vein seal and released the sealing curse that bound the guardian crane atop the jade box, the anticipated scene of the dragon vein chakra overflowing did not manifest. The chakra fruit merely floated quietly in the otherworldly space of the black tea kettle. This left Rasha somewhat bewildered. To be honest, he had not foreseen such a scenario, as his understanding of the chakra fruit was quite limited. Observing Rasha, who had remained still for an extended period as if lost in thought, Maki and Funfu felt that something was amiss, but inexplicably decided it was best to remain silent. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, Rasha suddenly moved again, waving his hand, causing the surrounding sand to continuously surge into the otherworldly space of the black tea kettle. Just when the two were puzzled by the actions of the wind shadow, a burst of green suddenly blossomed atop the black tea kettle, which seemed to be treated as a flower pot by Rasha. Upon closer inspection, a young sapling began to slowly rise from the ground, stretching its branches and leaves. Surrounding this budding tree, the once barren desert soil started to reveal patches of beautiful grass and flowers. This miraculous scene in the desert left both Funfu and Maki utterly stunned. Even more astonished was Rasha himself. He had not anticipated that his experiment would yield such results. In the face of his original plan's failure, he had thought, since it is a fruit, why not attempt to plant it like a seed? Perhaps it would yield extraordinary results. After all, this is a ninja world with divine trees. But he truly did not expect that the dragon vein chakra fruit he had planted would actually take root and sprout. Was this also a divine tree? Chapter 51. Alliance of Rock and Cloud. At the moment, Rasha unexpectedly grew a divine tree from the chakra fruit. An official letter from the Sand Hidden Village was delivered to the third Kazekage, Anoki, of the Rock Hidden Village, as well as to the third Kazekage, of the Cloud Hidden Village. The third Kazekage was the first to receive this letter from the Sand Hidden Village, even with his typically composed demeanor. Upon reading the contents of the letter, he was furious. The fourth Kazekage of the Sand Hidden Village was truly an audacious brat. Accompanying Anoki at this time, due to his son Kuratsuchi's deployment to the front lines, was his trusted aide, the East Ninja. What is the matter, Kazekage? How did Sand Hidden Village respond? Anoki handed the scroll to the East Ninja, who glanced at it and felt an overwhelming rage. It was utterly ridiculous. The wind shadow of Sand Hidden Village must think of us in Rock Hidden Village as fools. They actually demanded that we cover the military expenses for their deployment, and the amount was outrageous. Anoki snorted disdainfully. He was unconcerned with the excuses written in the scroll about the Fourth Kazekage's recent appointment and the instability within the village, which was rather pleasing to him. East Ninja, what do you think we should do? Anoki inquired tentatively. The East Ninja replied without hesitation. The audacity of Sand Hidden Village to make such an insolent request implies they believe we are incapable of deploying forces due to our war with Konoha. However, they are unaware that we have been holding back our strength. Furthermore, this letter surely did not reach only us. Cloud Hidden Village received it as well. Given the third Kazekage's temper, he will not let this slide easily. Oh, what do you mean? I believe this is an opportunity. An opportunity to ally with Cloud Hidden Village. The war has dragged on to this point, and Konoha can no longer sustain their forces. They are merely holding on by a thread. If our two villages join forces, we can surely break through all of Konoha's defenses and strike at their heart. Anoki regarded the East Ninja with admiration. A commendable idea. Just as the East Ninja felt pleased, Anoki continued, however, you underestimate Konoha. Only one who had encountered Uchiha Madara, like Anoki, could comprehend the terrifying depth of Konoha's reserves. The East Ninja was puzzled by Anoki's statement. Clearly, on the battlefield, both Cloud Hidden and Rock Hidden had already penetrated deep into the Land of Fire, and Konoha was suffering continuous defeats, nearly retreating to the daimyo's estate. Yet, the Kazekage still seemed to fear Konoha. At that moment, Anoki spoke again. Proceed as you suggested. Send a letter to Cloud Hidden Village in my name. We shall not form a formal alliance, as that would raise suspicion in that guy. However, we can collaborate, and this time, that brat from Sand Hidden Village is due for a proper lesson. The East Ninja instantly grasped Anoki's meaning and tentatively asked, should we mobilize our village's ninjas or draw from the front lines? After thinking it over, Anoki replied, the war has been ongoing for a month. It is time for the frontliners to rest. Let Shikari lead the explosives team to replace them, and as for those retreating ninjas, you will lead them to Sand Hidden Village. Oh, and withdraw Old Purple as well. Let him accompany you to Sand Hidden Village. The East Ninja quickly comprehended that the secret regarding the Four Tails Jinchuriki's discord with the Kazekage was well known among many. The Kazekage did not wish for Old Purple to gain too much influence within the village. Understood. Are we merely going to intimidate them, or? Anoki snorted. That depends on whether that brat from Sand Hidden Village behaves. If he does not, a lesson can be administered. Just a lesson? The East Ninja suddenly understood. Hey, I will contact Cloud Hidden Village right away. Boom. At the front line where Cloud Hidden was engaged in battle with Konoha, it wasn't long before the third Kazekage received the official letter from Sand Hidden Village. After reading the contents of the scroll, He immediately raised an eyebrow, and his chakra surged uncontrollably. Damn that brat. The overwhelming chakra emanating from him startled everyone in the tent. Dad, are you alright? What did Sand Hidden Village respond with that made you so furious? The third Raikage passed the scroll to everyone present. The future fourth Raikage, upon reading it, also erupted in anger, while the Earth platform merely glanced and remarked, Raikage. It seems the fourth Kazekage of Sand Hidden Village is not as clever as you suggested. So, Dad, what should we do now? The third Raikage's answer was straightforward. Wait. Everyone in the tent was taken aback. The third Raikage provided them with his reasoning. That old Kudanoki must have also received the response from Sand Hidden Village. This matter cannot be solely addressed by us from Cloud Hidden Village. The third Raikage was indeed correct. Just that afternoon, the frontline received an official letter delivered by the Dark Boo of Rock Hidden Village. Dad, you really are a prophet. The future fourth Raikage exclaimed flatteringly. The third Raikage, while opening the scroll, continued speaking. After all these years of rivalry, how could Inoki's intentions possibly elude me? As soon as the words escaped his lips, the third Raikage had swiftly glanced over the contents of the scroll and immediately devised a plan. It was time to allow the ninjas in the frontline village some respite and adopt a defensive stance. Inoki summoned Troy from the village. Taken aback for a moment, Inoki nodded in understanding. Understood, I shall attend to it at once. The future fourth Raikage inquired, somewhat perplexed. Father, what is the reasoning behind this? We were on the verge of completely vanquishing the ninjas of Konoha. On the verge? When confronting the ninjas of our own village. The third Raikage would naturally refrain from expressing his true thoughts, yet in the presence of his own kin, some truths must be imparted to the younger generation. Open your eyes and behold, at this juncture, both we and Konoha find ourselves at an impasse. Although Konoha faces attacks from two fronts, the battlefield favors them as it lies within the land of fire, allowing for swift reinforcements. Our situation is markedly different. It will take at least 2 days for the ninjas from our village to arrive. Furthermore, the exceptional ninjas from Konoha. At this point, the third Raikage clenched his fists tightly, producing a cracking sound. Perhaps it is only our generation that truly comprehends the formidable nature of Konoha, which lies in its seemingly endless supply of talent. Should this stalemate persist, only Kumogakure will suffer defeat. Therefore, aligning with Sunagakure and Iwagakure to decisively crush Konoha is the optimal choice. With this thought, he turned to Inoki and issued his command without hesitation. Since Inoki has deployed the Jinchuriki, we cannot fall behind. Inoki, bring the wooden figure as well. She shall follow your command alongside Troy. And together they will rendezvous with the ninjas of Iwagakure, with a singular goal, to ensure that the young Kage of Sunagakure comprehends the current state of the ninja world. Inoki immediately understood and nodded. The terrifying power of the two-tailed beasts should be sufficient to compel the young Kage of Sunagakure to comply. Chapter 52. The resurgence of turmoil. The sudden tranquility of Kumogakure and Iwagakure could not possibly escape the notice of Konoha, who were engaged in combat with them. Both villages had no intention of concealing their movements. The shifts in the two villages' ninjas were meticulously observed by Konoha's Umbu. At this moment, the two villages had already penetrated deep into the land of fire, and their advanced positions allowed Konoha's higher-ups to convene, enabling mutual support among ninjas, which was pivotal for Konoha's endurance against the assaults from both nations. Within Konoha's encampment, the third Hokage, Danzo, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato, Hayashi Hyuga, and the clan heads of Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka were gathered, a rare assembly of the village's elite. This gathering underscored the gravity of Konoha's situation. Aside from the Uchiha clan, Konoha had deployed nearly all its elite forces. The expressions of the attendees revealed a hint of exhaustion, as a month of continuous conflict had taken a toll on them. As an exceptional intelligence ninja, Shibi Aburame reported on the observed movements of Kumogakure and Iwagakure along the front lines. The third Hokage, clad in a black combat uniform, contemplated for a moment before speaking slowly. So, from the perspective of high-level combatants, only Iwagakure's Jinchuriki of the Four Tails and Inoki have withdrawn from the battlefield? Indeed, Hokage-sama, replied Shibi. However, based on the intelligence we've received, Iwagakure's explosive unit is on its way, led by the notorious explosive release ninja, Katsu. So the withdrawal of the Four Tails Jinchuriki may not affect us. On the contrary, it might further consolidate Iwagakure's forces. It appears that the current state of affairs is quite dire for us in Konoha, Danzo interjected. Why not seize this opportunity to strike at Kumobikure and Iwagakure while they are in disarray? Nara Shikaku, the frontline commander, sighed and responded, "Our ninjas are already fatigued. Prolonging the conflict would be detrimental to us, and both Kumobikure and Iwagakure will certainly be on high alert, rendering any counterattacks ineffective." "Have we ascertained the cause of the movements in Kumobikure and Iwagakure?" Jiraiya inquired. "Yes," came the reply from Inuzuka Hana. "According to the intelligence we've gathered, their target seems to be Sunagakure." Sunagakure? Instantly, nearly everyone in the tent widened their eyes in surprise. Just recently, Konoha had been outmaneuvered by Sunagakure. Presently, the daimyo was persistently urging them to attack Sunagakure and reclaim the plundered treasures. Only Danzo's expression remained grim. The reason he could not return to the village was indeed due to Sunagakure. Danzo understood that he had never laid a hand on the third Kazekage of Sunagakure. But that was of little consequence. What mattered was how the fourth Kazekage had uncovered the secret of his arm. During this period, he had scrutinized all individuals privy to that secret, yet none had shown any signs of leakage, including Orochimaru. The atmosphere around Danzo became palpable with tension, and the others sensed something amiss. However, given the gravity of the current situation, they could not dwell on Danzo's issues for the time being. Only Orochimaru wore a peculiar smile. Recognizing the need to maintain the momentum of the discussion, the third Hokage pressed on. "Do we know the reason behind Kumobikure and Iwagakure's sudden aggression towards Sunagakure?" Inuzuka Hana answered. "It is said that Kumobikure and Iwagakure sought to ally with Sunagakure, but were refused." This revelation left the entire encampment in stunned silence. Hana, aware that this reasoning seemed somewhat dubious, added, "This is information leaked from Sunagakure." The tent fell into a contemplative hush as everyone grappled with the implications of Sunagakure's enigmatic motives. One thing was certain: they must not underestimate the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure. Konoha and the Land of Fire had already suffered significant losses in this regard. Given this, we might as well take the initiative to strike Sunagakure. Especially since the daimyo has urged us multiple times, Danzo suggested. The third Hokage appeared slightly swayed by the idea, but ultimately shook his head. "If we proceed in that manner, regardless of the outcome, we risk pushing Sunagakure into the arms of Kumobikure and Iwagakure, leaving us besieged on three fronts. While we must fulfill the daimyo's orders, this is not the right time. Our immediate priority remains to break free from this encirclement. If we can repel one of the opposing forces, Konoha's situation will markedly improve. We have never feared any enemy when standing alone." Shikaku nodded in agreement. "However, given the current circumstances, it would be challenging. Any action we take against one side will undoubtedly provoke a response from the other." At this moment, Konoha seemed to find itself at an impasse. Just then, Danzo proposed a rather dubious idea. Let the Nine Tails enter the battlefield with its power. Before he could finish, Minato, who had remained silent until now, immediately stood up to refute him. "No, Elder Danzo, Kushina has yet to master the power of the Nine Tails. It is not appropriate for her to join the fray at this time." Danzo's gaze turned icy. The very existence of a Jinchuriki is to serve as a weapon of the tailed beast. Now is precisely the moment for Kushina to demonstrate her worth. Without the power that Danzo Elder has not mastered, not only can it harm enemies, but it can also injure our own. Therefore, I still do not believe it is a prudent idea to bring Kushina to the battlefield. Repeatedly rebutted by Minato, Danzo's gaze darkened further. "Minato, are you opposing my decision as an elder?" Minato, undaunted, replied with rare indifference, "I apologize, Elder Danzo, but this is the battlefield, not the village. I am the highest commander responsible for the front line of Iwagakure, and only Lord Hokage can issue orders to me. In fact, to be precise, Elder Danzo, even you should heed my commands." At that moment, Danzo's expression turned darker than ever as he stared at Minato, who met his gaze without a hint of fear. The atmosphere in the tent became palpably tense. It was the third Hokage who finally broke the silence, coldly stating, "Enough, Danzo. Let us not discuss Kushina any further." The third Hokage's command effectively put an end to the debate. Danzo retorted icily, "Jiraiya, you have truly raised an exceptional disciple." Jiraiya, a figure of great renown, was not one to fear Danzo. He laughed heartily while patting his disciple's shoulder. "Indeed, I share that sentiment." Observing this, Danzo slowly rose from his seat. "Since there is no place for me here, I shall return to the village." As Danzo made his way out, everyone furrowed their brows, yet under the third Hokage's silence, none dared to voice their thoughts. Only Kakashi seemed to comprehend the situation. The village was currently experiencing internal turmoil, and Danzo's return as an elder would allow him to address the rumors and the Uchiha clan's matters. Just then, Sunagakure received news that Kumogakure and Iwagakure were preparing to assault their village. Chapter 53: Miracles of the Desert on the Streets of Sunagakure. Recently, due to the successful raid on the Land of Fire and the reforms instituted by Raza, both the shinobi and the civilians in the village found themselves with newfound wealth. Coupled with the expansion of the Ninja Academy, the hospital, and the establishment of an orphanage, Sunagakure began to exhibit a vibrant and flourishing demeanor. The shops lining the streets displayed an array of exquisite items, including precious jewelry and beautiful garments, seized from the affluent nobility of the Land of Fire. These items held little value for a shinobi village, prompting Raza to instruct Maki to dispose of them. Upon receiving the order, Maki swiftly set to work. The majority of these goods were intended for sale to the nobility of the Land of Wind, with a small portion retained to be sold by local merchants. In a women-esque clothing store, Karura, the wife of the Kazekage, and Jingu, the queen of Lulan, were trying on various elegant outfits. It had been 3 days since Jingu's arrival in Sunagakure. In fact, on the very morning of her arrival, she had already received Raza's consent for Lolan's integration into the village. However, she chose not to rush back. Instead, wishing to familiarize herself with Sunagakure and understand how the village would accommodate her people. Jingu was a remarkably astute woman. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to the throne of Lulan. She understood that fostering a good relationship with Karura, the Kazekage's wife, would greatly facilitate the acceptance of her people by the villagers of Sunagakure. Jingu was clever, and Karura was no less so. Although Karura appeared innocent and gentle, resembling a naive girl, one must not forget her true identity as a jonin of Sunagakure, having been a test subject for the second Kazekage's sand techniques since a young age. It was implausible that she was truly a simple-minded girl. Perceiving Jingu's intentions, Karura welcomed her closeness, for as Raza's wife, she too wished to assist her husband. The two soon emerged from the clothing store, laughing and wearing long skirts that embodied the style of Sunagakure, appearing quite modest, with scarves around their necks to shield against the blowing sand. These 3 days had enabled Jingu to gain a general understanding of Sunagakure. To put it mildly, the villagers appeared remarkably simple and unpretentious compared to the fearsome shinobi she had encountered on her first night. Perhaps due to the scarcity of resources, extravagance was not the norm in Sunagakure. The villagers led lives that were frugal and plain. Even Karura, the Kazekage's wife, had few garments that could be deemed beautiful, favoring modest attire. However, the smiles on the faces of the children and women indicated a profound satisfaction. It seemed that the people of Sunagakure led joyful lives. Walking alongside Karura, Jingu observed the smiles on the faces of the villagers and remarked, "It appears that everyone here is quite content." Karura's face beamed with pride as she replied, "It is thanks to Raza. Because of him, everyone can live so happily." Over the course of these 3 days, Jingu had also heard tales of the previous events between Sunagakure and Konoha. Although, from her personal values, acts of raiding other nations seemed somewhat unethical, it appeared to be commonplace among shinobi villages. At that moment, 3 adorable little children rushed over, joyfully surrounding Karura. "Lady Karura, oh, is that you, Mori, Angie, and Ro?" Jingu looked on, somewhat surprised, as Karura greeted the 3 children. The children, thrilled that Karura remembered their names, became even more excited. A brave little girl even tugged at Karura's skirt, saying, "Lady Karura, we want to show you something. Can we?" "Of course, little Angie." Karura gently patted the girl's head, signaling to Jingu before following the 3 children. Jingu, in turn, followed suit. Before long, the 5 of them arrived beside a small building. Karura recognized it as the village's well house, strategically placed at intervals for the convenience of the villagers' water access. As Karura and Jingu wondered why the children had brought them here, the girl named Angie pointed at the edge of the building, exclaiming, "Lady Karura, come quickly. It's little grass. So much little grass." Little grass? Karura was taken aback, and following Angie's direction, she too was astonished. There, beside the well in the well house, tiny patches of grass had sprouted between the cracks of the stone floor, standing out vibrantly against the sandy soil. "What is this?" Karura stood still for a moment, then took a few steps forward, bending down to gently caress the grass's tender leaves, her eyes wide with disbelief. The 3 children nearby eagerly chimed in, Lady Karura, this grass sprouted yesterday. It's not just here. We've seen it in other well houses too. Everyone in the village says this is a miracle brought by the Kazekage. A miracle? Joe was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by the two words. But soon a smile graced her face as she stood up and gently patted the heads of the three children, saying tenderly, "You must take good care of these little grasses from now on." After comforting the three children, and Shingon left the well house. Reflecting on the little grasses they had just seen, Shingon, with a contemplative look, gazed at his gentle demeanor and tentatively inquired, "Does Lasha often stay away from home for long periods?" Jiao regarded Shingon with a hint of curiosity, quickly realizing that she had something to express but was hesitant to voice it directly. Could it be related to the little grasses they had just encountered? With a smile, she replied, "Is the village's thing. All matters of the village rest upon his shoulders." While Zhonghua did not explicitly state it, Shingon understood her answer. With a sigh, she remarked, "Indeed, during my time in An, I too often neglected that child, due to duties, never truly experiencing the life of an ordinary woman." Jiao, hearing this, smiled even more brightly and said, "Then I must take you out for a proper stroll, Shon." However, just as the two women were about to continue their exploration, Jiao suddenly sensed something and looked up. Curious, Shingon followed Zhao's gaze, but saw nothing. Yet, the sight of Zhao's furrowed brow filled her with unease. As Shingon pondered what to say, a stealthy ninja from the Anbu suddenly appeared before them. "Jialuo Daran, Shingon Daran, Fengying Daran request your presence." Chapter 54. The approach of Yan in the Fengying office of Fo. Numerous high-ranking officials of the village gathered. Besides Guosa, Chandot, Hailao Zong, Ye Cong, Mi Chan, and Maji. Several upper ninjas were also present. Everyone was attentively listening to the report from a ninja of the Anbu. "Report to you, Fengying Daran. According to our confirmation from the Anbu of the Bird Country, the vanguard of Incheon has already entered Bird Country, led by the Four Tails Jinchuriki of Incheon. Moreover, Incheon has commenced its advance towards our Fengjur Guo from the sea, led by the Upper Ninja Dingtai and the Two Tails Jinchuriki. It is feared that they shall reach our coastline within 2 days, and the Being is already urging us to prepare for battle." This revelation cast a tense atmosphere throughout the office. Incheon could not afford the luxury of facing invasions from two powerful ninja villages simultaneously, especially with both Incheon and Incheon deploying tailed beasts. Contrasting with the somber atmosphere in the office, Luosha spoke with an air of ease. "So, Incheon and Incheon have allied. And their first target is our Incheon?" Yicong coldly interjected, "It appears, Fengying, your plans have failed?" No, Luosha shook his head. "This precisely indicates that Yan and Yin are in desperate need of our assistance to break their stalemate, hence their grand display to intimidate us." "Are you suggesting that Yin and Yan do not intend to engage us in battle?" Michan asked thoughtfully. Luosha's response was resolute, "Certainly. Setting aside the current situation, what benefits would Yin and Yin gain from warring against Incheon? If they truly wish to confront us, how could they make such a ruckus?" Allowing the Anbu to uncover the deployment of Incheon's Two Tails Jinchuriki, Hailao Zong nodded in agreement. "Fengying is correct. We knew that Incheon successfully created the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. But if not for the proactive disclosure from Incheon, we would have been caught completely off guard regarding the Two Tails Jinchuriki." His words relieved many of the upper ninjas in the office. Indeed, if Incheon truly sought to assault Incheon, how could they leak such crucial information? "What shall we do next?" Yicong inquired. "The plan remains unchanged. Whether it be Nier or the two villages of Yan, any battlefield is merely a trial ground for our village's ninjas. It is simply a change of adversaries. Yicong, you shall handle Incheon. The melting release of the Four Tails Jinchuriki aligns perfectly with your scorching release." Yicong's eyes brightened. "Melting release? No problem. I have long wished to test my skills against the Jinchuriki, especially after mastering the Star Release Chakra, significantly boosting my chakra reserves, and developing the secret techniques of scorching release. As for Yin, I shall entrust that to you, Incheon." "No problem." With both agreeing, Luosha advised, "Our strategy remains the same. As long as the ninjas of Yin and Yi do not cross the borders of our Guo, let them create their disturbances. You are to maintain order at the front lines. If they wish for our Incheon to assist them in attacking Muyit, they must offer some conditions. Maji, prepare to dispatch the Anbu to monitor intelligence. While supporting Bichon and Yicong, we must not overlook Muyit to prevent any counterattacks." "Understood, Fengying Daran." Having reached this point, Loisa had yet to mention his own role, prompting Yitzhong to curiously ask, "And what about you, Fing?" "I shall, of course, remain in the village, ready to provide support at any moment. It is not yet time for true warfare, and as the Fing, it is prudent that I do not act recklessly." The plan to ambush the Valo was predicated on the initial instability as the newly appointed Fing, necessitating his leading the charge to garner sufficient prestige. However, now that he had firmly established himself in the role, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to take such risks. Not only would it expose the vulnerabilities within Sainchun, but it could also incite instability within the village. Moreover, the most crucial reason was that although Washa had acquired the power of the Dragon Vein Chakra through his understanding of how to wield it remained rudimentary due to the brevity of time. To put it simply, he possessed chakra but lacked the techniques. What is ninjutsu? In Wasa's understanding, it is the most efficient application of the corresponding chakra to eliminate adversaries. Presently, Loisha's chakra encompassed 3 types: Shohor chakra, star release chakra, and dragon vein chakra. Among these, the Shohor chakra, due to its inheritance from the magnetic release of Sainchen, the research of the second Fing, and the techniques of lore in the narrative, was the easiest for Loisha to develop, requiring little contemplation to execute a series of techniques. As for the star release chakra, its ability is straightforward. It activates the physical limits of the ninja, thus not necessitating overly complex techniques. The mere activation of star release chakra mode is already sufficient for practical use. Only the dragon vein chakra presents a unique challenge. Whether it be inorganic reincarnation, material transformation, super speed regeneration, or chakra absorption, any one of these abilities, if well developed, could stand alone as a form of bloodline limit. It is precisely for this reason that Wasad is reluctant to squander such potential. He aspires to leverage his knowledge as a shadow, a figure of considerable strength, to develop a series of techniques that would enable the efficient utilization of these 4 abilities. Simultaneously, he seeks to comprehend the dragon vein chakra, hoping that one day, akin to sage arts, he may impart the power of the dragon vein chakra to others within him. Regarding the divine tree birthed from the dragon vein chakra fruit, Rasha has spent several days in contemplation. Regrettably, aside from observing some minor alterations to the environment of Sunagakure, he remains perplexed about the true purpose of this divine tree and whether it genuinely embodies the 10 tails or something else entirely. Given the limited time at his disposal, he must temporarily set aside these inquiries and concentrate on the strategic response to the impending threat from Kumogakure and Iwagakure. After an hour of deliberation, a rough plan emerges. The confidence and composure exhibited by Rasha, the Kazekage, have instilled a sense of calm in everyone, dispelling the initial panic. Remember, our goals remain unchanged. We seek not war, but merely to carve out time and space for our village to thrive. Now, let us proceed with the plan. With Rasha's command, everyone in the office promptly departs, leaving the room eerily quiet. At this moment, Maki enters and announces, "Lord Kazekage, Lord Karura, and Lady Shinkai have arrived." "Ah, let them in," Rasha replies. As the curious Karura and Shinkai enter, Rasha naturally gestures for them to take a seat, and, with a tone of regret, addresses Shinkai. "I must apologize, Shinkai. The welcoming ceremony for the citizens of Lulan will have to be postponed for the time being." In truth, the 2 women, who had been waiting outside, had observed a throng of ninjas departing from Rasha's office, including Yakumo and Chio, who greeted Karura and Shinkai with nods. Karura, taking the initiative, inquires on behalf of Shinkai, "Is war about to commence again?" "Indeed," Rasha replies candidly. "The forces of Kumogakure and Iwagakure are advancing toward the borders of the Land of Wind. We are unlikely to experience tranquility in the near future." Although Shinkai had anticipated this, the chaos exhibited in the world of ninjas still unsettled her. Fortunately, Rasha reassures her, "Do not worry, it is unlikely that actual conflict will ensue. Kumogakure and Iwagakure are merely attempting to intimidate us. As for the integration of the Lulan citizens into Sunagakure, we shall proceed as planned, though the welcoming ceremony may be temporarily delayed." Shinkai acknowledges Rasha's apology with understanding, sighing softly, "It is of no consequence. Having made my choice, I am prepared to bear the consequences." Nodding, Rasha observes the camaraderie between his wife and Shinkai and suggests, "Let us consider this. Shinkai, you and Karura have developed a good rapport over these past few days. Karura, I entrust you with the responsibility of overseeing the integration of the Lulan citizens into Sunagakure. Should you have any requests, feel free to communicate them to Karura. Both Karura and Shinkai are taken aback, though Karura's surprise is genuine while Shinkai's is tinged with delight. Shinkai understands that having the Kazekage's wife assist the Lulan citizens in acclimating to the village will undoubtedly mitigate numerous challenges. Through their interactions, she has come to appreciate Karura's gentle and amiable nature. Rasha's decision not only conveys goodwill toward the Lulan citizens, but also alleviates Shinkai's apprehensions regarding the looming threat of war. As for Karura, she had resigned herself to the role of a homemaker and mother after marrying Rasha, never imagining that he would entrust her with such a significant task. She does not decline, for she senses his confidence in her and the underlying significance of this arrangement. Rasha's motives are twofold: to comfort Shinkai and her people while also avoiding the waste of Karura's ninja talents, which would be squandered were she confined to domesticity. Although he harbors reservations about sending her into battle, he believes she will be safe within the village. Ultimately, he aims to establish a faction representing Lulan to balance the power dynamics between the noble and commoner factions within Sunagakure. Once Rasha finishes speaking, Shinkai eagerly turns to Karura, saying, "Karura, I look forward to your guidance. Can I truly do this?" Karura responds uncertainly. Of course, Rasha assures her, granting her the necessary authority. As the Kazekage, I am capable of making such decisions. I will also ensure that the Umbu support you. I understand, Karura replies, emboldened by Rasha's encouragement as she accepts the assignment. Has a location been determined for the Lulan citizen settlement? Yes, it will be in the area surrounding the Sand Temple. Karura's eyes light up as she comprehends Rasha's intention. Having once served as a test subject for the Shikaka Chakra, she is aware of the Sand Temple's significance. This area, once abandoned due to fears of a Shikaku uprising, has remained uninhabited for years. However, time has passed, and with the Shikaka long gone, it presents an ideal location for the Lulan citizens, sparing them from encroaching on the interests of other villagers. That truly is an excellent location, Karura acknowledges. However, it has been uninhabited for quite some time. It will likely require repairs. Hearing Karura's endorsement of the site, Shinkai feels considerably reassured. You will be responsible for the renovations, with the village covering the costs. Just bring the bill to me for signature when the time comes. Sunagakure is currently exuding a sense of extravagance. Very well. I shall take Shinkai to inspect the site now, Karura declares. With that, the two women depart. Karura refrains from mentioning the well-house matter to Rasha. Though she is the Kazekage's wife, she was once a jonin in the village and understands the principles governing ninjas. That which she ought to know will be disclosed by Rasha, while what she should not know remains unasked. As the Kazekage, Rasha is certainly aware of the changes within the well house. He, however, chooses to say nothing further, as he wishes to keep the village's transformations discreet to prevent the discovery of the divine tree's existence. After Karura and Shinkai leave, Rasha assigns a shadow clone to manage village affairs while he himself, through the manipulation of sand and gold, ventures into the vast and desolate desert to continue his development of chakra-related ninjutsu tied to the dragon vein. Upon the yellow sands, Rasha places his hands together, embarking on the task of sensing the dragon vein chakra present in the surrounding natural world. More accurately, it should be termed dragon vein energy. Due to his lack of training in sage mode, Rasha is uncertain whether this dragon vein energy differs from the natural energy encountered in the learning of other sage arts. Consequently, to facilitate differentiation, he designates this energy as dragon vein energy. This ability is one bestowed upon Rasha through the use of the wedge, allowing him to perceive and absorb the dragon vein energy from nature, serving as a prerequisite for harnessing dragon vein chakra. In this process, his body did not exhibit the distinct sage eyes or physical transformations akin to the three great sacred lands or the sage mode of Hashirama. To be more precise, Luosha did not perceive any changes in his physique. Thus, he refrained from labeling it as sage mode, opting instead for the term dragon pulse mode. Perhaps due to the direct influence of the wedge, which induced a change in his constitution, Luosha's dragon pulse mode can be activated instantaneously. Furthermore, during its utilization, it continues to absorb dragon pulse energy, indicating that his dragon pulse mode is not constrained by time. However, akin to the natural energy of sage mode, the dragon pulse energy stored within his body at any given moment is also limited, necessitating a balance with the spiritual and physical energies within him. Through several days of study, Luosha has begun to discern this ratio, which diverges from the sage mode's 1:1 ratio, presenting instead as 1 o'clock. 5. This implies that 1 unit of spiritual energy corresponds to half a unit of Dragon Pulse energy. Once Luosha enters Dragon Pulse mode, these 3 energies blend in proportion, culminating in a unique form, Dragon Pulse Chakra. The capabilities of Dragon Pulse Chakra encompass inorganic reincarnation, matter transformation, rapid healing, and chakra absorption. Consequently, it is accurate to state that Luosha, through the wedge, has gained a singular ability to sense and absorb Dragon Pulse energy, thereby entering Dragon Pulse mode, while all other powers derive from the Dragon Pulse Chakra. Chapter 56, Technique Development. 2. The Guardian Crane of the Dragon Pulse accompanied by a resounding roar. A colossal guardian crane emerged over the boundless desert. Bolstered by Dragon Pulse Chakra, the transformation of the guardian crane was starkly evident. Initially, its exterior lost the noticeable texture of granules, evolving instead into a surface as smooth and refined as genuine skin. This is the power of Dragon Pulse Chakra, the ability of matter transformation. It fused all the granules into a singular entity. While this may seem inconsequential, it rendered the guardian crane impervious to water-based ninjutsu, as the amalgamated sand lost its interstitial gaps, preventing water from penetrating and thus increasing the weight of the sand, compromising the integrity of the guardian crane's body. Additionally, the unified form enhanced its defensive capabilities, for the amalgamation of granules transformed it into a solid rock, making the disparity in defense between a pile of loose sand and a single stone exceedingly clear. Beyond the external alterations, the guardian crane's agility and motion significantly improved. It was no longer the rigid puppet-like entity it had been during battles against Minato and Jiraiya. Instead, it moved with the fluidity of a living creature, its limbs exhibiting remarkable speed and sensitivity in running, jumping, and striking, while its tail, when swung, exuded a force capable of sweeping all before it, coupled with an effortless grace. Most importantly, it no longer required painstaking control. The sensation was akin to a puppet previously manipulated by chakra threads being transformed into a robot programmed with its own directives. Although it still lacked independent intelligence, it could now operate akin to a summoned beast, engaging in dual-line combat. This exemplifies the power of Dragon Pulse Chakra's inorganic reincarnation, instilling life into lifeless inorganic matter and granting control over it. Thus, while Luosha's guardian crane gained formidable defensive strength, its offensive capabilities also experienced a substantial enhancement. However, this was not the pinnacle of the guardian crane's offensive potential under the influence of Dragon Pulse Chakra. With a swift body flick, Luosha positioned himself atop the guardian crane's head, connecting his chakra with that of the guardian crane beneath him. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, prompting the guardian crane to respond by utilizing its claws to perform the same. Dragon Pulse Great Breakthrough, or perhaps more fittingly, Wind Release Great Breakthrough. The hand seals and effects of the two techniques were identical. Yet the guardian crane's massive size and the utilization of Dragon Pulse Chakra allowed it to unleash a wind technique of significantly greater potency. Although merely a C-rank ninjutsu, the destruction it wrought rivaled that of an A-rank technique. The entire desert was swept by a fearsome tempest, raising a colossal sandstorm. Yet, witnessing this immense destructive force, Luosha felt a sense of dissatisfaction. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, while he had bestowed life upon the guardian crane through inorganic reincarnation, to facilitate the release of ninjutsu, he still needed to connect his chakra with that of the guardian crane, thus controlling the fluctuations of chakra within its body. Secondly, the chakra consumption was excessively vast. The sand comprising the guardian crane, as an inorganic substance, could not generate chakra autonomously, implying that once the guardian crane expended chakra to perform ninjutsu, its own chakra reserves would dwindle, necessitating replenishment from Luosha. Although Dragon Pulse Chakra endowed Luosha with the extraordinary abilities of inorganic reincarnation, matter transformation, rapid healing, and chakra absorption, it did not enhance his constitution in the manner of Hashirama's cells, transforming him from chakra into a tailed beast-level chakra. Furthermore, due to Luosha's insufficient chakra reserves, maintaining the balance of Dragon Pulse Chakra within his body prevented him from continuously absorbing Dragon Pulse energy. Viewed in this light, consuming the chakra fruit condensed from Dragon Pulse Chakra initially might have resolved this issue, yet Luosha refrained from such action, as he was concerned that doing so might expedite the thawing of the wedge within him. While he had significantly augmented his power through the wedge, Luo Sha remained vigilant against the potential outcome of being possessed by it. Moreover, from his current state, his personal strength was already sufficient to contend with the prevailing circumstances in the ninja world. The guardian crane should be capable of staving off a fully realized tailed beast for some time. There was no need to take excessive risks. It was merely unfortunate that Luo Sha had initially believed the ability of Dragon Pulse Chakra to absorb chakra could remedy this concern. However, after experimentation, he discovered that Dragon Pulse Chakra could only absorb chakra without converting it for personal use. Nevertheless, this did not signify that Luo Sha had reached the limits of his development of the guardian crane. As he pressed his palms together, the form of the guardian crane began to shift, rapidly dividing like the slugs of the wet-bone forest, splitting into 100 smaller guardian cranes. Although termed small, they still dwarfed a human in size. Luo Sha referred to this as the Dragon Pulse Guardian Crane Division technique. Inspired by the puppet technique of Chiyo Shiranui, the secret technique of 100 mechanical puppets. The purpose of developing this technique was to compensate for the lack of manpower in the sand-hidden village. With the ability of Dragon Pulse Chakra's inorganic reincarnation, even Luo Sha, who was not adept at puppet techniques, could effortlessly manipulate these hundreds of smaller guardian cranes. Moreover, through Dragon Pulse Chakra's matter transformation, these 100 guardian crane puppets were endowed with their own weapons. Each of these hundreds of guardian crane puppets wielded a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. Coupled with their considerable weight and the ability to absorb chakra, rendering them immune to most ninjutsu, every guardian crane puppet could unleash destruction on par with a Chunin-level threat, effectively augmenting the sand-hidden village's forces by 100 Chunin. Regrettably, although Raza is the Kazekage of Sunagakure and possesses some knowledge of puppet techniques, he does not excel in them. It is already a challenge for him to masterfully control 100 Shikako puppets. Beyond this limit, their strength would exceed that of mere Chunin, and their numbers would surpass 100. Consequently, the development of the technique known as Shikaku's form has reached its zenith. The next stage involves the enhancement of Raza's own abilities, such as magnet release and sand manipulation techniques. At this juncture, under the leadership of Yakumo and Michikawa, hundreds of Sunagakure ninjas departed the village, heading towards the approaching forces of Kumogakure and Iwagakure, perhaps due to the success of the previous ambush on the Land of Fire. The villagers of Sunagakure exhibited a surprising calmness in the face of the impending war, devoid of the deep-seated anxiety that had previously gripped them. As time passed, reports from the front lines continuously reached Raza's ears. The forces of Kumogakure, having landed on the coastline of the Land of Demons and traversed the Land of Marsh, converged with the ninjas of Iwagakure in the Land of Birds, presenting an imposing military front poised to invade the Land of Wind. Upon receiving this intelligence, Yakumo and Michikawa led the ninjas of Sunagakure to the border, confronting the ninjas of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. The atmosphere along the borders of the Land of Wind grew tense, as if a war could erupt at any moment. Yet, due to the lack of genuine intent to commence hostilities from either side, an eerie silence settled over the battlefield. Just then, an unforeseen new force emerged on the scene, shattering this fragile tranquility. They were known as Otsutsuki. Chapter 57. The Otsutsuki Organization in Sunagakure. Upon receiving this new intelligence from the Umbu, Raza had no choice but to abandon his technique development and return from the desert to the Kazekage's office. Otsutsuki? Raza was taken aback. Indeed, Lord Kazekage, that is precisely how the ninjas refer to themselves. A look of incredulity crossed Maki's face as well. By this time, 5 days had elapsed since Yakumo and Michikawa led the ninjas of Sunagakure to confront the ninjas of Kumogakure and Iwagakure at the borders of the Land of Wind. Although minor skirmishes had occurred daily during this period, neither side had any genuine desire to initiate full-scale combat, resulting in no significant conflicts. However, just last night, Kumogakure and Iwagakure made significant moves, signaling a full-scale offensive aimed at invading the borders of the Land of Wind. It appeared they had grown weary of Sunagakure's assertive stance. The intent of Kumogakure and Iwagakure in gathering their forces at the borders of the Land of Wind was to unite their strengths, threaten Sunagakure, and compel it to relent in a joint assault against Konoha. However, Sunagakure responded with unwavering resilience. When you come to another's doorstep, is this how you negotiate cooperation? Sunagakure would not be intimidated by any village. If you wish to meet with our Kazekage, withdraw your troops first. Such was the formidable response from Yakumo and Michikawa towards the threatening postures of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Sunagekyure's assertiveness was not merely verbal. They took decisive action against any ninja from Kumogakure and Iwagakure daring to cross the border, leading to a situation where the ninjas of Kumogakure and Iwagakure were caught in a dilemma. This ultimately drove them to the brink of retaliation, as they prepared to teach Sunagakure a lesson. Yet, just as they were about to act, a contingent of ninjas clad in black uniforms adorned with red clouds appeared on the battlefield. Akatsuki. Raza was astonished as he perused the intelligence in his hands. He could not recall Akatsuki's involvement in the Third Shinobi World War within the storyline, and the intelligence indicated that a considerable number of Akatsuki ninjas had appeared on the battlefield, suggesting that the organization had not yet evolved into the S-rank rogue ninja collective depicted in the future narrative. Indeed, at this time, Uchiha Obito had not yet transformed into Uchiha Madara, and Nagato and Konan had not succumbed to darkness. The leader of Akatsuki must still be Yahiko, who believed in peace. Nevertheless, this was the real ninja world, and Raza did not place undue trust in the fragments of information he remembered. He inquired, "What is the origin of this Akatsuki organization?" Maki appeared to have prepared for this question, reporting to Lord Kazekage. The Umbu has documented Akatsuki as a mercenary organization originating from the Rain Village in the Land of Rain, with the motto of achieving peace within the ninja world through nonviolent means. At this juncture, Maki seemed somewhat embarrassed. The aspiration for peace in the ninja world is indeed a lofty ideal. Continuing, he stated, due to its origins in a small nation, Akatsuki primarily operates to protect its homeland from the ravages of war instigated by larger nations, thus attracting many ninjas from other small nations, resulting in a considerable number. According to the intelligence, the number of Akatsuki ninjas present on the battlefield between Sunagakure and the forces of Kumogakure and Iwagakure is estimated to be around 500 to 600, which is no small force. No wonder both Kumogakure and Iwagakure, as well as Yakumo and Michikawa, appear to be on high alert. What, then, is their purpose? Do they intend to take advantage of the chaos? No, Maki replied with an unusual expression. Akatsuki has contacted Lord Yakumo and Lord Michikawa with a singular objective, to prevent war. They assert that if a conflict erupts, the smaller nations will inevitably become battlegrounds for the larger powers. How intriguing. But why did they not intervene when Kumogakure and Iwagakure attacked Konoha? Do they now perceive Sunagakure as weak and vulnerable? Maki continued. Lord Yakumo inquired, and Akatsuki's response was that while the land of grass, the land of waterfall, the land of frost, and the land of iron are also small nations, they possess substantial strength and their own ninja villages capable of safeguarding their citizens. In contrast, the land of rain, the land of birds, and the land of marsh. Maki trailed off, but Raza comprehended the implication. However, he remained skeptical of such excuses. Ultimately, it was because the primary forces engaged in the ongoing ninja world war were concentrated in Kumogakure and Iwagakure's assault on Konoha. The limited strength of Akatsuki would hardly serve as a deterrent. Yet, the situation was different here. Neither Sunagakure, Kumogakure, nor Iwagakure had deployed their main forces. Let us disregard them and proceed with our plans, Raza decisively declared. He held little regard for Akatsuki at present. If he were acting alone, he might not mind engaging with them. However, as the leader of a village, he could not show weakness. Maki hesitated before speaking. The ninjas of Akatsuki have stated that whoever instigates the war will become their enemy. Raza shot a cold glance at Maki, who immediately broke into a cold sweat. I apologize, Lord Kazekage. I will convey your decision to Lords Yakumo and Michikawa. Raza then shifted his gaze and inquired, is there anything else? Maki sighed in relief. It concerns Lord Michikawa. He believes that the patience of Kumogakure and Iwagakure has reached its limit. If this continues, a conflict may indeed erupt. Lord Kazekage, what is your stance? Raza pondered for a moment before providing his response. Have Michikawa inform those from Kumogakure and Iwagakure that if they wish to meet with me, they should send the Third Kazekage and the Third Utsutsuki. In any case, the ultimate goal remains to confront the Hidden Leaf Village. It is time to discuss a potential transaction. Upon Maki's departure, Rasha wasted no time and returned to the desert to refine his techniques. Given the impending confrontation with the Third Kazekage and the Third Utsutsuki, it was prudent to make preparations based on the intelligence they had gathered. Within a day, both the Third Kazekage and the Third Utsutsuki received news from the front lines. How intriguing. Is this young man finally willing to relent? In Inoki's eyes, this was a clear indication of Rasha's submission. Thus, he had no qualms about meeting this young Fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure. To be honest, Inoki harbored a considerable interest in this clever young leader. As for the Akatsuki organization, he regarded them as nothing more than a naive group, hardly worthy of his attention. The Third Kazekage, A, shared a similar sentiment. Consequently, after discussions among the three parties, it was ultimately decided that a summit of the Three Shadows would take place in the Land of Birds 3 days hence, amidst this ongoing conflict. Sunagakure, Kumo, and Iwagakure held no intention of concealing this meeting, and soon, the news spread throughout the ninja world. Chapter 58, Amigakure Beneath a Gloomy Sky. The relentless downpour cascaded upon the towering edifices of steel and concrete. This was Amigakure, the village hidden in rain. Once a formidable force that single-handedly instigated the Second Great Ninja War, the power of Amigakure was indisputable. Under the leadership of the so-called demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, Amigakure boasted strength comparable to that of the 5 great shinobi countries. Alas, a single war decimated the village's hard-earned resources accumulated over more than a decade. Since then, Amigakure had languished in decline. Moreover, the once mighty Hanzo, who had stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, succumbed to the ravages of time, losing his absolute dominion over Amigakure, which spiraled into a state of chaos. Thus, the Akatsuki organization emerged. The turmoil within Amigakure provided fertile ground for the Akatsuki's growth. Coupled with the disarray in the ninja world and the personal charisma of its leader, Yahiko, the Akatsuki evolved into a mercenary organization comprising nearly 1,000 ninjas within just a few years. Although most of these ninjas lacked remarkable strength, it is noteworthy that, aside from the 5 great nations, only the former Amigakure and Takigakure could boast such numbers. However, despite the Akatsuki's burgeoning power, they harbored no ambitions of overthrowing Hanzo, for he remained a figure of reverence within the organization. During the Second Great Ninja War, Hanzo declared war on Sunagakure and Konoha, driven by his desire to alter the plight of small nations caught between larger powers, a plight he had witnessed throughout his upbringing in the Land of Rain. Although he ultimately failed, Yahiko embraced the mantle of this ideal. This is the very endeavor the Akatsuki pursues today. With a thunderous roar illuminating the heavens, the torrential rain poured down. In a humble abode located at the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Birds, 5 ninjas clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds gathered. They were the current leaders of the Akatsuki. At the forefront stood Yahiko, a youth with vibrant orange hair, flanked by Konan, a girl with flowing blue locks. Beside them were a ninja resembling a Buddha, known as Daibutsu, and a ninja with intricate facial tattoos, called Kizu. Behind these 4 stood Nagato, who appeared rather unassuming with his red hair. Although the Akatsuki now boasted nearly 1,000 ninjas, the true elite numbered only a handful. These 5 were the cream of that crop. Upon receiving the latest intelligence, a sense of despondency and frustration washed over them. The news of the meeting between the Kazekage of Sunagakure, the Kazekage of Kumogakure, and the Otsutsuki of Iwagakure in the Land of Birds signified that these 3 great ninja villages had dismissed the Akatsuki's warnings entirely. Damn these arrogant nations. What do they think of our lands? Merely pawns for their warfare. Kiza bellowed. His fury stemmed from his origins in the Land of Birds. During the Second Great Ninja War, he had become an orphan due to the battlefield and fled to the Land of Rain, where he became a ninja of Amigakure. Such was the pride of these great nations. Daibutsu wore a countenance of compassionate sorrow. Amidst the bewildered atmosphere in the room, Konan, now grown into a stunning beauty yet still exuding traces of youthful innocence, turned to the silent Yahiko and asked, "Yahiko, what shall we do now?" Yahiko's decision to proceed with this action had been made only after considerable persuasion, yet many remained unconvinced, doubting that the 3 great ninja villages regarded their meager mercenary organization with any seriousness. Indeed, this skepticism was not unfounded. Upon hearing Konan's words, Yahiko turned to her with gentle eyes, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. "Apologies, it seems I was indeed naive." Seeing Yahiko smile, Konan felt a wave of relief. Daibutsu offered reassurance, saying, "This is not your fault, Yahiko. It is we who are too weak. These great ninja villages do not regard us at all." Daibutsu's words plunged the room back into silence. After a moment, Yahiko raised his head, his expression earnest. I still wish to give it a try. At this declaration, the others were taken aback. What do you mean by try? What are you planning? Conan asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Kizu, harboring feelings for Conan, felt a pang of jealousy, but was equally concerned about Yahiko's potential recklessness. Yet, Yahiko's gaze remained resolute. I intend to meet with the three Kages. If possible, before Yahiko could finish, he was met with vehement objections from the others. Even Nagato, who was typically taciturn, spoke up. What? Are you mad? Absolutely not. What if they? Yahiko gazed at the concerned faces around him and broke into a gentle smile, his tone firm. Rest assured, I am not foolish. I will not recklessly approach them, and the three Kages may not even wish to meet with me. Hearing this, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. Then what are you planning to do? Aren't the three Kages due to arrive in the land of birds shortly? In the name of the leader of the Otsutsuki organization, I shall request a meeting with the three shadows. If they are willing to meet with me, I will endeavor to persuade them, said Jiao, gritting his teeth. It may be futile, I understand that, yet one must try to ascertain the outcome. Otherwise, all our efforts would be rendered meaningless. The atmosphere within the dwelling once again grew somber and oppressive, with only the sound of the pattering rain and the rumble of thunder outside. Such is the despair of existence in this shinobi world. Just then, Nagato, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Yahiko, I will accompany you. Chapter 59. The land of birds, were it not for war, the land of birds would undoubtedly be an exceedingly beautiful country. The azure sky, dense forests, and crystal-clear lakes render this land a sanctuary for countless avian species, hence its name. Alas, with the convergence of ninjas from the three great nations, all the birds have been frightened away, and the land and forests have been devastated, now shrouded in smoke and ruin. The venue for this summit of the Three Shadows is situated in a village not far from the battlefield of the three nations' ninjas. The villagers had long abandoned their homes, fleeing just before the outbreak of war. Ninjas from the three hidden villages also concealed themselves around this village, wary of any movements from the other two villages. As the closest nation to the land of birds, Anoki, the third Otsutsuki, was among the first to arrive. Following him was Raza of the Wind Country, who shares a border with the land of birds. Accompanying Raza were Maki, the leader of the Umbu, and Yashimaru, a medical ninja and Raza's brother-in-law. This was a deliberate arrangement by Raza. With his current strength, aside from Jinjutsu, the only way to weaken him would be through poison. Since the agreed time for the summit is tomorrow, Raza first met with Yakumo and Michikatsu after arriving. It seemed everyone was in good spirits. In the tent belonging to the Sand Village faction, Raza observed the cheerful expressions of Yakumo and Michikatsu and jestingly remarked. Yakumo shot a glance at Raza, while Michikatsu earnestly explained. As you predicted, the Iwagakure and Kumogakure have no intention of waging war against us. Thus, although we are directly confronting ninjas from both countries, our pressure is not overwhelming. What of the Jinchuriki from Iwagakure and Kumogakure? Raza inquired, his interest piqued. Upon hearing this, both Yakumo and Michikatsu furrowed their brows. They did not wish to exaggerate, responding with utmost seriousness. They are formidable. If it were merely a half-tailed beast transformation, I would not fear it. However, in its fully transformed state, it is simply incomprehensibly powerful, and I can only delay for a while. In the face of such a chakra monstrosity, had it not been for the stardust chakra you entrusted to us, Wind Shadow, we might have found ourselves in dire straits. It is no wonder that such an ultimate weapon symbolizes the strength of a nation. Our Sand Village must also possess its own Jinchuriki. Michikatsu's words captivated the attention of everyone in the tent. The Sand Village indeed has its own Jinchuriki, Shikaka's host, Fukkatsu. However, his age has rendered him unfit for the battlefield. Thus, the implication of Michikatsu's statement became glaringly obvious. To replace a Jinchuriki signifies the loss of the previous host's life while heralding the birth of another monster. Maki's gaze flickered toward Raza, for he alone among the village understood Fukkatsu's current predicament. Raza was well aware of Michikatsu's reasoning. In comparison to the limits of human capability, tailed beasts, as naturally occurring chakra monstrosities, indeed possess the power to sway the battlefield, which is why ninjas covet them. Yet, Raza had his own thoughts regarding tailed beasts. The matter of Jinchuriki cannot be rushed. Selecting a suitable candidate is no simple task. Michikatsu nodded, having considered this fact. To suppress the chakra of a tailed beast is not something that can be achieved by merely choosing anyone. Raza then shifted the topic, inquiring, How is the location of the talks? It is a nearby village. We have inspected it multiple times, and neither a Wagakure nor Kumogakure obstructed our reconnaissance. As it stands, it appears relatively safe, though we cannot afford to be complacent. At this moment, Yakumo continued. So, does that mean we do not need to engage in battle? Raza shook his head. We must continue to fight. However, whether our enemies will be a Wagakure and Kumogakure or Konohagakure will depend on the outcome of this summit. Yakumo and Michikatsu expressed their concerns. They certainly did not wish to engage in conflict with the ninjas from Kumogakure or Iwagakure. The longer they battled with ninjas from other villages, the more they could sense the internal weakness of their own village. Compared to Kumogakure, Iwagakure boasts an abundance of talent, including tailed beast Jinchuriki as their weapon. The Sand Village's advanced combat capabilities appeared severely constrained, leaving them only to prey upon the beleaguered Konohagakure. Observing their unease, Raza reassured them, do not worry, since the Reikage and Otsutsuki are willing to participate in this summit. It indicates they share similar sentiments to mine. The two nodded in understanding, feeling a measure of relief. One cannot deny that with Raza, the Wind Shadow, serving as a pillar of support, they could approach any endeavor with greater composure. Reflecting on this, both felt a sense of admiration. If either of them were the Wind Shadow, could they maintain such calmness in the face of such turmoil? With the conversation about the upcoming summit nearing completion, Yakumo, wearing a peculiar smile, brought up another matter. A letter arrived from that organization called Akatsuki. It is addressed to you, the Wind Shadow. Saying this, he produced a scroll from his robe and tossed it to Raza. Yakumo was unaware of the contents of the scroll, as it was intended solely for the Wind Shadow's eyes. However, it was impossible not to be curious. Raza was momentarily taken aback, receiving the scroll and opening it to reveal a rather strange expression. How naive, he muttered, but soon resolved to respond. Since the leader of the Akatsuki organization wishes to meet me, I shall grant them an opportunity. Tell them, if they possess the courage, to come to our Sand Village's encampment after the summit concludes. He then tossed the scroll back to Yakumo and the others, who glanced at it briefly before comprehending its contents. Upon reading the somewhat naive remarks inscribed upon it, Yakumo curiously inquired, what exactly is this Akatsuki organization? I was quite startled when they appeared 3 days ago. Yet, why does their leader seem so childlike? Maki provided an explanation to Yakumo and Michikatsu regarding the origins of this Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing that their principle was to promote peace in the shinobi world through non-violent means, Yakumo's expression reflected astonishment. Such an endeavor would undeniably be considered exceptional in the annals of shinobi history. At this moment, Raza, intrigued, asked, have you encountered this Akatsuki organization? What do you think of their strength? Mikawa pondered calmly before speaking. They were all quite young. Their leader was formidable, yet the others were rather ordinary. However, the sheer number of ninjas was indeed intimidating. It was surprising that the Rain Village harbored such a mercenary organization. Given Hanzo's character, how could he possibly tolerate the existence of the Akatsuki? It was rumored that Hanzo had not appeared before the world for quite a long time. And while Maki shared his speculation, Rasha shook his head. If Yahiko were still alive, how could Hanzo possibly be dead? At that moment, a ninja rushed in. Lord Kazekage, the Reikage from the Cloud Village has arrived. Chapter 60. The Summit of the Three Shadows. 1. In the early morning, as dawn began to break, the entire forest remained in slumber. Countless ninjas adorned with the headbands of various nations traversed the dense forests of the Land of Birds, their singular objective being the village not far from the woods. The relatively small village was already surrounded by ninjas from the Sand Village, the Cloud Village, and the Rock Village, each maintaining a tacit understanding of non-interference while keeping a vigilant watch on one another. Just then, from the direction of the Cloud Village, 3 figures emerged from the shadows of the trees. Leading them was the third Reikage, clad in his signature Reikage robe, his muscular chest exposed. The imposing aura emanating from his robust physique made the ninjas from the other 2 villages swallow nervously. Am I the first to arrive? That old Kudanoki and the Fourth Kazekage are certainly slow. Beside the third Reikage stood the Jonin Tsukadai and a youthful girl with a ponytail, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito. As the third Reikage's voice faded, an audacious voice echoed through the air. Humph, old man. Reikage, it seems you are not much younger than I. With that, 3 light figures descended gracefully from above. The diminutive Inoki, clad in his Otsutsuki robe, landed in the presence of the gathered ninjas. Accompanied by the Cloud Village Jonin Doshi and the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi. The third Reikage ignored Inoki and surveyed the area. Now, we are only waiting for the fourth Kazekage from the Sand Village, right? Inoki retorted with a mocking grin. The youth of today certainly lack respect for their elders. Suddenly, a gust of yellow sand surged from the forest, settling before everyone. As the sand dissipated, the final shadow of the summit, Rasha, clad in the Kazekage robe, appeared before all, flanked by Yakura and Mikawa. Rasha, intrigued, glanced at the two shadows present and their respective guards, remarking, "Isn't it only fitting for the main act to arrive last?" The main act? Inoki scoffed at the young Rasha. "You think you have the qualifications to play the main act before me?" "Qualifications?" Rasha replied calmly, casting a cold glance at the third Tsuchikage before turning to the third Reikage. "It is you who seek our assistance, not the other way around. You know not what you speak." The third Reikage's fury was palpable, ready to erupt at any moment, which heightened the tension among the gathered ninjas. Yet, Rasha appeared unfazed by the Reikage's wrath. "What? Is that not the case? If so, then there is no need for this summit. We can each return to our respective villages." "Ah!" The third Reikage's eyes widened in shock, his fists clenching tightly, poised to strike. Sudai, standing beside the Reikage, intervened, urging, "Lord Reikage, calm down." He then turned to the young fourth Kazekage, whose words had provoked his leader. "Kazekage of the Sand Village, do not forget that you initiated this summit. Can I take it to mean that our objectives align? If so, then we need not engage in such verbal sparring." Sudai's words caught the attention of the shadows and their guards. Rasha, somewhat surprised by this standout character from the Fourth Great Ninja War, remarked, "It appears the Cloud Village has its share of wise individuals." Inoki snorted dismissively. "If that is the case, then let us not waste any more time." With Inoki's declaration, the initial interaction of the summit concluded on a relatively smooth note. Consequently, the three shadows, accompanied by their guards, proceeded to the designated meeting place in the heart of the village, a quaint temple steeped in traditional Japanese aesthetics. Due to the absence of a neutral party, the distrust among the three factions resulted in minimal arrangements. Each had a table representing their respective forces set before the grand main hall, behind which stood three colossal statues of benevolent Buddhas. However, at that moment, the serene visages of the Buddhas were obscured by the flags representing the sand, cloud, and rock villages. Boom. As the three shadows settled into their seats, their guards standing behind them, the summit officially commenced. Inoki, exhibiting the least patience, perhaps to assert his status, spoke up immediately. "Before we begin this summit, I must clarify one matter. Is it, as your guard stated, Fourth Kazekage, that you share our sentiments? This is a prerequisite for our discussions to proceed." Rasha, seated comfortably, feigned ignorance and inquired, "Share sentiments? What do you mean by that?" Third Tsuchikage, while the third Reikage, known for his brashness, was also perceptive, he clearly disdained such indirectness. "Do not waste time with trivialities. Kazekage, do you wish for the Sand Village to join us in an assault on Konoha?" The straightforwardness of the Reikage's question startled everyone present. However, Rasha remained composed and replied without hesitation. "For the four great nations in this ninja world, Konoha." His voice slowed as he met the gazes of the third Tsuchikage and the Reikage, continuing thoughtfully, "is a formidable adversary. If given the chance to weaken Konoha's power, I believe no nation would refuse." Rasha's words alleviated the tension in the Grand Hall. At least, in that moment, the three factions shared a common goal, suggesting that the summit could proceed smoothly. Inoki, unreservedly, stated, "Since you, Fourth Kazekage, understand this, why then do you reject our proposal for an alliance?" Rasha cast a sidelong glance at Inoki and replied slowly, "As the shadow of the village, I must carefully evaluate what participating in this war would entail for our community. While weakening Konoha would certainly be advantageous, I must contemplate the potential detriment to our village's interests." From the perspective of a village leader, Raza's words held no fault. Neither the third Reikage, nor the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, could find any issue with his statements. "Thus, what do you truly mean, Fourth Kazekage?" Inquired impatiently. Raza, well prepared, responded, "My intentions are quite simple and have been clearly articulated in my correspondence. As long as our village receives its due benefits, we, Tsunagakure, shall undoubtedly participate in this conflict." Unfortunately, Inoki outright rejected the proposal. "Do not jest, Fourth Kazekage. Even the Mist Village, participating as mercenaries, funds their own military expenses. It is utterly unreasonable for us to cover yours. Moreover, I have heard that your village acquired a substantial amount of military funds from your raid on the Land of Fire over a month ago. That is indeed true. But our Sunagakure differs significantly from your villages, Kumo, and IWA. The arid conditions we endure render us severely lacking in resources. The funds from our raid merely alleviated our impoverishment slightly. Upon hearing Raza's blatant falsehood, the expression of the attendant, Yakura, was peculiar. It was clear that she was ill-suited to the role of Kazekage. She likely would not possess such audacity. Mikawa remained composed as the atmosphere in the grand hall fell into silence once more. At this juncture, both the Kumo and IWA representatives discerned Raza's straightforward objective. He wished for Sunagakure to partake in the assault on Konoha, provided that either Kumo or IWA would fund a portion of the military expenses. However, such a condition was utterly unattainable. Inoki interjected, "Do not harbor such illusions, Kazekage. There has never been a precedent for such arrangements in the shinobi world. Each village's military funds are invaluable, and it would be ludicrous to provide support to you. It would invite ridicule from other villages." The third Raikage added, "I have also heard that the daimyo of the Land of Fire has been urging Konoha to attack your wind country. If Konoha regains its momentum, they will undoubtedly retaliate against you." Raza, however, remained unfazed. "That is a matter for Sunagakure to consider. There is no need for your undue concerns." Seeing Raza's obstinate demeanor, A's brow furrowed with frustration, and Inoki shared a similar expression of displeasure. At this moment, the Otsutsuki's aide, Todai, stepped forward once more. "My apologies, Lord Raikage. I have something to express." "Oh, Todai, please proceed." Todai approached, saluted the gathered leaders, and then turned to Raza, "Kazekage, since you initiated this summit, you must have prepared something. Why not present your conditions? Of course, if they are as excessive as before, we shall not entertain them. We Kumo are not fools. And we shall settle this on the battlefield if necessary." All eyes turned to Raza, who smiled gently. "Engaging with intelligent individuals is indeed a pleasure. My proposition is straightforward." Raza's gaze swept across the assembly as he unveiled his meticulously devised plan. "Given Sunagakure's current military strength, it is impossible for us to mobilize the entire village to assault Konoha. I suspect you cannot afford such a commitment either. However, let us not squander an opportunity to weaken Konoha. Therefore, I propose we operate under a mercenary framework." "Mercenaries?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Indeed. Your IWA and Kumo may commission tasks from us. Anything from attacking the Land of Fire to striking Konoha or sabotaging their rear supply lines. We shall not demand much. Merely the customary rates for mercenary services in the shinobi world." This proposal left the third Raikage and third Otsutsuki deep in thought. In light of Raza's unwillingness to relent, this strategy indeed appeared advantageous. However, persuading Kumo and IWA to agree to such terms posed a formidable challenge. Such an approach is of no use to us. The power of mercenaries is too insubstantial. What we seek is a full-scale assault from Sunagakure on Konoha to exert sufficient pressure. "A full-scale assault?" Raza scoffed lightly. "Do not jest, Otsutsuki. If the third Raikage were to make such a claim, he might possess some legitimacy. However, your IWA has merely been taking advantage of Kumo's efforts against Konoha. When will your village be prepared for a full-scale offensive? Then you may speak boldly." "You insolent brat." Inoki's expression darkened considerably. The atmosphere grew tense as the participants from Kumo observed the unfolding drama with a mix of interest and concern. Fortunately, the third Raikage understood the urgency of the situation. "Very well, Kazekage. State your conditions. What is it that you can offer?" "What can I offer?" Raza feigned contemplation. "Does this mean the Raikage is willing to agree to a mercenary collaboration?" "No." He shook his head. As Inoki stated, a mercenary arrangement is ineffective on the battlefield. Additionally, there are already agents from the Mist Village causing turmoil in the Land of Fire. The addition of your Sunagakure would hardly matter." "I see. Then, Raikage, what do you expect from us?" "At the very least, you must divert some of Konoha's forces." In contrast to Inoki's meticulous calculations, A, as the principal force on the battlefield, was more concerned with swiftly concluding the conflict with Konoha, thus taking a more proactive stance at the negotiation table. "The Land of Rivers," Raza stated coolly, causing the third Raikage to pause in surprise. "Sunagakure can present the facade of attacking Konoha, but the battlefield shall be confined to the Land of Rivers. As a gesture of goodwill, this portion can be pro bono. However, any further advancements will require compensation." "You little brat, are you truly a village leader? Always demanding money. Do you not desire to avenge your third Hokage? Anoki's discontent was palpable, provoking further irritation in Mikawa. This is a matter for our village, Otsutsuki. Your words are excessive. Anoki remained unfazed. Kazekage, it appears you cannot manage your subordinates. Raza, unperturbed, replied. It is as I have mentioned, being Kazekage is no easy task. Despite his words, those present sensed no hint of dissatisfaction from Raza. Instead, there was an air of indulgent affection, and even Yakura could not suppress a peculiar smile. Anoki, witnessing this, could only respond with irritation. You insolent child. Raza's patience had reached its limit. Enough with the trivialities, old man. Just tell me whether your Wagakure agrees to my proposal. Chapter 62. The Three Shadows Conference. 3. Raza is certainly not a naive idealist. Thus, he harbored no intentions of aiding Anoki in rediscovering himself. In response to the elder's disrespectful demeanor, Raza retorted sharply. Anoki's expression darkened, but this time, he refrained from addressing Raza with any contemptuous titles. He slumped back into his seat, appearing disinterested in voicing his opinion. I concur. The third Raikage promptly declared his decision, simultaneously glancing at the third Otsutsuki. What about you? Anoki? Do not forget, we share a common enemy now. Anoki, of course, was unperturbed by such threats. He was a man who calculated benefits with precision. The deal proposed by Raza aligned remarkably well with the interests of a Wagakure. The shadow cast over him by Uchiha Madara was far too immense. So as long as they could weaken Konoha, or even obliterate it entirely, Raza's proposal would be a foolproof investment. As for employing mercenaries, Anoki was quite clear-headed. It was far better to resolve matters with money than to risk the lives of his village's shinobi. Certainly, I shall agree as well. With Anoki's words, it became evident that the conference had reached a conclusion more swiftly than anticipated. The next step would involve discussing some particulars. However, this was no longer the concern of the three Kage. Once they had established the general direction of cooperation, the specifics were left to their subordinates to manage. As a gesture of goodwill, the shinobi from each village began to withdraw, and the Kage returned to their respective camps. After all, with cooperation confirmed, they were now preparing to concentrate their forces for an assault on the Land of Fire. This, of course, did not escape the notice of Konoha's spies, prompting a resurgence of turbulence within the shinobi world. Meanwhile, at Sunagakure, the shinobi began to retreat in waves, yet Raza did not hasten his departure. Are you truly resolved to meet this Akatsuki leader? In the Sunagakure camp, the already prepared Michikawa hesitated to ask. From Michikawa's perspective, it was incomprehensible that Raza, as the Kazekage, would wish to meet this so-called Akatsuki leader. Well, since I have already committed, a meeting will not hurt. I understand. Since you have made your decision, I shall take my leave with the village's shinobi. Yes, prepare yourselves. The battle against Konoha is imminent. At that moment, Yakumo approached. Raza initially assumed she had come to bid farewell like Michikawa, but to his surprise, she chose to remain. Seeing Raza's puzzled expression, Yakumo shrugged and explained, just in case. I will stay to protect you, lest you end up like the third. Although her words were filled with concern, Raza found them oddly phrased. What did she mean by like the third? No need. With Maki and Yashimaru around, there will be no issues. Seeing Raza's lack of gratitude, Yakumo shot him an exasperated glance. No, I shall remain. On one hand, I am the one communicating with the Akatsuki, and on the other, I wish to see this so-called Akatsuki brat myself. With that, Raza found it difficult to refuse. The two exited the tent together. As Michikawa led the majority of their shinobi away, the camp appeared disheveled. Yakumo regarded the weary departing figures and, for reasons unknown, turned to Raza and inquired, do you believe this shinobi world will ever witness true peace? Peace. Raza looked at Yakumo with confusion. Her delicate face bore a look of despondence, her expression steeped in uncertainty. Why do you ask such a question? Yakumo replied, for some reason, it seems that in my memories, this world is either at war or preparing for war. Yakumo slowly delved into her recollections. I was born shortly after the First Shinobi World War concluded. So as a child, I had no impression of the conflict, thinking it was merely adults fighting. Those were my happiest days, until 13 years ago, when I graduated as a genin and the Second Shinobi World War erupted. At 12, I participated in that war as a genin. I still vividly recall my first experience taking a life. It was then I understood that war leads to death. From that moment, it seems the battlefield has never ceased. Filled with corpses, my comrades, family, and teachers all perished in that war. I thought that after it ended, the shinobi world could enjoy a period of peace. Yet mere years later, war began anew. Although Raza possessed the memories of the original owner, as a time traveler, he could not fully empathize with Yakumo's plight. He wished to comfort her, assuring her that one day, war would ultimately cease. However, knowing the future narrative, Raza recognized such a notion as impossible. Even after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, there would be a fourth, and following the defeat of Kage Otsutsuki. The looming threat of the Otsutsuki clan would persist. War would never truly end. Yakumo seemed to sense Raza's dilemma and remarked with a peculiar smile. Is my question truly so difficult to answer? After some contemplation, Raza nodded and slowly replied, Indeed, it is challenging. The existence of shinobi fundamentally serves warfare, and human desire is incessant. As long as desire exists, war will not cease. Will it never end? Yakumo's expression grew even more desolate. Indeed. Raza pondered for a moment before offering a comforting thought. Although war may not cease, we can strive to prolong the periods of peace, albeit these methods may be arduous. Yakumo suddenly turned to Raza with renewed intensity. What methods? Raza responded directly. It is quite simple. Either find a common enemy for all shinobi to unite against, thereby making it less likely for war to erupt, or unify all the fractured nations for a lasting resolution. Yakumo's gaze turned grave. The two strategies Raza proposed were indeed monumental challenges. Whether finding a common enemy or unifying the entire shinobi world seemed an insurmountable task. Is that truly possible? Who knows? Raza did not answer Yakumo, but instead gazed into the distance. Perhaps one day, we may achieve this goal ourselves. Yakumo's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked upon Raza, her expression shifting. She opened her mouth, seemingly ready to inquire further, yet inexplicably found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Just then, Raza turned back, a smile gracing his face. Do not dawdle. Our guests have arrived. Chapter 63. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, 1. Outside the Sunagakure camp. The trio clad in the Akatsuki's black and red cloud attire, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, arrived at the entrance of the Sunagakure encampment. They gazed at the departing Sunagakure shinobi, their brows furrowing in concern. That was quick. A mere day has passed since the Three Shadows conference, yet results have emerged with astonishing swiftness. Logically, the withdrawal of Sunagakure signifies a positive development, suggesting that this conflict may be averted. However, the abrupt conclusion of the conference instills a sense of foreboding among the members of the Akatsuki. A greater war, it seems, may soon erupt. As the trio pondered this unsettling notion, a striking figure materialized before them. Are you the leaders of the Akatsuki? Yahiko, gathering his composure, stepped forward and spoke softly. Indeed. I am Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki, and these are my companions, Konan and Nagato. I am Yakura, a jonin of Sunagakure. Please follow me. The Kazekage awaits your arrival. Under Yakura's guidance and the curious gazes of surrounding Sunagakure ninjas, the three cautiously entered the village's encampment. Throughout their journey, they remained vigilant, wary of potential traps, but fortunately, they traversed the path unscathed. Encouraged by this fortunate turn of events, Yahiko summoned his courage to inquire of the seemingly aloof Yakura. Is Sunagakure indeed retreating? Has the Three Shadows conference concluded? Yakura dismissed their inquiries curtly, stating, You may ask the Kazekage directly. Before long, the trio found themselves within the tent of the Kazekage, Raza. Upon entering, they beheld Raza, clad in a flowing white Kazekage robe, seated behind a table. In that moment, time within the expansive tent seemed to momentarily halt. Raza, taken aback, noted the audacity of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato's visit. At first glance, the trio exuded youthful exuberance. Though they bore the appearance of adults, a certain naivete lingered in their expressions. Yahiko, in particular, radiated a certain innocence reminiscent of the future Naruto Uzumaki. Konan, undeniably beautiful, captivated with her mesmerizing eyes, compelling one to gaze longer. As for Nagato, Raza could not discern the Rinnegan hidden beneath his crimson locks. While Raza scrutinized the trio, they too examined the Kazekage. Surprisingly, Raza appeared youthful, defying their preconceived notions of a leader's age and leaving them momentarily astonished. Beyond his youth, however, they sensed a profound maturity emanating from him, particularly striking to Yahiko, who gazed at Raza with a hint of envy. To Yahiko, Raza embodied the archetype of a leader, contrasting starkly with his own perceived ineptitude. In contrast to Yahiko's admiration, Konan and Nagato experienced an inexplicable sensation, as if Raza recognized them. The peculiar intensity of his gaze upon them, especially Nagato, was unsettling. Before they could delve deeper into this enigma, Raza broke the silence, posing a curious question. How old are you? This unexpected inquiry momentarily caught the trio off guard, prompting Yahiko to respond. Kazekage, do you perceive us as children? Yakura, intrigued, observed the interaction, curious about Raza's intentions in meeting these young individuals. Isn't that so? Raza retorted. Yahiko instinctively prepared to counter, but Raza's subsequent words left them momentarily speechless. At your current age, achieving what you have is indeed remarkable. Yahiko and his companions were, in fact, quite young. Yahiko and Nagato were 15, while Konan was a year younger at 14. In contrast, Raza had already reached adulthood at 23. The sudden compliment left Yahiko flustered, prompting him to scratch his head sheepishly and mutter, "Thank you for the praise." Yakura regarded Yahiko's foolish demeanor with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Is this truly the leader of the Akatsuki? She mused. Konan, with her innocent countenance, tugged at Yahiko's sleeve, embarrassed by his antics. Fortunately, Raza maintained his composure, stating, "Now, as the leader of the Akatsuki, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? However, if it pertains to the peace of the ninja world, spare us the time." Why is that? Yahiko, reminiscent of Naruto's eagerness, lacked the gravitas expected of a leader. His impatience prompted him to ask, do you revel in war? Even if you disregard the plight of smaller nations, do you not care for the lives of your own villagers? Yahiko's fervent display of emotion surprised Yakura, who had initially perceived the Akatsuki as a mere facade for mercenaries under the guise of promoting peace. Now, she found these young individuals intriguingly earnest, heightening her curiosity regarding Raza's forthcoming response. Raza's reply was straightforward. He regarded the impassioned Yahiko and countered, "Young one, what do you believe defines a ninja?" The unexpected question caught the trio off guard, as it echoed a query they had once posed to their mentor, Jiraiya, who had left them to seek their own answers. Years had passed, yet they remained uncertain of their own definitions. The atmosphere within the tent grew tense, and while Yahiko might have harbored his own thoughts, Raza's commanding presence momentarily caused him to falter, revealing a lack of conviction. "Tell me, as the leader of the Akatsuki, do you lack an answer?" Raza pressed, his tone icy and authoritative. Fortunately, Konan, sensing Yahiko's hesitation, stepped forward and posed a question of her own. "Kazekage, what is your answer? What, in your view, constitutes a ninja?" All attention shifted to Konan, and Raza regarded her with admiration. "A wise young lady," he replied, reclining in his chair. "My answer is simple. A ninja is merely a tool." Tool? The revelation stunned not only Yahiko and his companions, but also Yakura. They struggled to comprehend Raza's assertion. Fortunately, he provided further clarification. Indeed, the so-called ninjas are merely instruments of war, cultivated by the feudal lords of their respective nations. You may believe that we ninjas revel in conflict, yet the true enthusiasts of war are the powerful nations behind us. Thus, any attempts to persuade us are futile. Your efforts would be better directed towards those feudal lords. Chapter 64. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, 2. Reflecting upon the narrative of the Naruto saga, all wars, aside from the Fourth Great Ninja War, are essentially conflicts among the nations supporting various ninja villages. The villages themselves have little to gain from one another. Although the ninja world is neither vast nor insignificant, it could accommodate peaceful coexistence among the villages. For instance, Konoha and Sunagakure are merely larger settlements, each with a population of around 100,000, occupying less than 1,000th of their respective nations' territories. Were it not for the disputes among their patron nations, both villages could thrive independently in their own domains. Given their current primitive state of development, there exists no reasonable justification for such grand conflicts and wars. The only advantage that wars provide to the ninja villages is the military funding from the feudal lords. Other benefits such as land, population, and resources gained from victory have little relevance to the villages themselves. Rosace's words plunged the entire tent into an eerie silence. Although Yahiko appeared somewhat naively innocent, he was not unintelligent. Having matured prematurely due to the hardships of living in the rain country, he grasped the implications of Rosace's remarks with just a nudge. Yakumo was also enveloped in contemplation. As a high-ranking member of Sunagakure, she was not oblivious to these realities. However, The ingrained mindset of a ninja made it challenging for her to transcend her identity and consider these matters objectively. Her thoughts mirrored those of Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, viewing themselves as the orchestrators of this war. She raised her head slightly, her bright gaze fixed on Rosesa, and an unusual sentiment stirred within her. As representatives of their respective factions, Yakumo and Rosesa had limited private interactions outside of public occasions. This lack of contact meant that despite their long-standing rivalry, Yakumo had never truly understood what kind of person Rosesa was, which also explained her resentment towards his ascension to the position of Kazekage. However, with Rosesa now firmly in that role, their interactions began to increase, leading Yakumo to discover a different side of him. The man she had once perceived as arrogant and detestable was now revealing qualities she found captivating: maturity, composure, wisdom, generosity, and an inexplicable sense of security. Thus, even if she was reluctant to admit it, she could not deny that in the role of Kazekage, she found herself unable to measure up to Rosesa. This realization sparked her curiosity, prompting her to inquire, why are the feudal lords so eager to incite war? Yahiko and his companions, lost in thought, lifted their gazes in surprise towards Yakumo, then turned to Rosesa. His response remained straightforward. It is quite simple. Since the inception of this ninja world, it has been mired in an inequitable distribution of resources. The others looked on with confusion. In our world, the land is plagued by a grotesque imbalance. Taking the 5 great nations as an example, the most fertile lands of the entire continent are occupied by the Land of Fire. Its abundant arable land sustains a vast population, which is why it thrives. What of the other 4 nations? Over 80% of the Land of Wind is desert. The Land of Earth is predominantly barren rock. The Land of Lightning is riddled with perilous mountains, and the Land of Water consists of countless small islands. The scarcity of resources in these nations compels them to resort to plunder to acquire what they need, while the fertile lands of the Land of Fire remain an unattainable target for the other 4 nations. Rosesa's declarations resonated profoundly with the 4 individuals present. Gradually, they realized that, as he had articulated, this indeed appeared to be an inextricable deadlock. Therefore, even if you could persuade the feudal lords, it would bear no fruit. For the true catalyst of war lies not within humanity, but in this distorted allocation of land and resources. It is not a matter that a single organization, such as yours, or even our ninja village, can easily influence. Even should a savior emerge to usher in a fleeting peace, once they depart from this world, the ninja realm will inevitably descend into conflict once more over the struggle for resources. With this, Rosesa felt he had conveyed all he could. Yet, the 4 present, Yakumo, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, were ensnared in a state of disarray. Through Rosesa's words, they could envision a future that remained steeped in chaos and warfare, regardless of how much time passed. Yahiko wished to counter, yet he understood the validity of Rosesa's assertions. The bleak future struck a devastating blow to his long-standing aspirations, compelling him to clench his fists and inquire, is there truly no glimmer of hope? Hope does exist, Rosesa replied. We must either find a common enemy that compels all ninjas to set aside their grievances and unite against it, thereby reducing the likelihood of war, or unify all the fractured nations for good. Yakumo was not surprised by this answer, having heard it from Rosesa before. However, Yahiko and his companions were taken aback, gazing at Rosesa in astonishment as they endeavored to digest his response. After a prolonged silence, Yahiko exhaled deeply, a bright smile gracing his face as he said, "What a headache. Nevertheless, I must thank you, Kazekage. I sense that you are unlike anyone I have encountered before, not only willing to meet with us, but also to share so much." At that moment, Rosesa caught a glimpse of Naruto's essence within Yahiko. A sudden, inexplicable thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Yahiko, too, is a reincarnation of Ashura? His naive demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance. It is a remarkable coincidence that, considering Yahiko's age, he was born after the death of the previous Ashura, Hashirama Senju, and perished during the 3rd Great Ninja War, shortly before Naruto's birth. This, combined with Jiraiya's prophecy regarding the Child of Destiny, adds another layer to the intrigue. As for Nagato, despite his lineage from the Uzumaki clan, he lacked the unique charm that characterized Ashura, Yahiko, and Naruto, an infectious innocence that seemed far more critical than raw power. Was this mere coincidence? Rosesa could not say for certain. Yet a bold notion began to take shape in his mind. No need for thanks. My willingness to meet with you stems from my astonishment that such fools truly exist within this ninja world. Though they were called fools, the trio of Yahiko showed no signs of anger, especially Yahiko himself, who shyly smiled as if Raza were praising them. It was at that moment that Raza uttered a statement that left everyone astonished. But now, I have a different idea. Would you consider joining Sunagakure? Chapter 65, An Ambush. Indeed, Raza's sudden proposal was a highly risky endeavor. Not to mention Uchiha Madara, even the hidden Black Zetsu would likely take immediate notice of Raza's presence. However, this risk was manageable. Firstly, with the assistance of the wedge, Raza had gained confidence in his abilities, which would quickly elevate to a level capable of making waves in the ninja world. Secondly, his understanding of the plot allowed him to prepare adequately for the impending dangers. If the risks were controllable, and if Raza's invitation succeeded, the rewards would be immense. Not only would Sunagekyu's strength receive a tremendous boost, but the entire timeline of the Naruto universe would shift in a new direction. It could be said that as long as Raza safeguarded Nagato's Rinnegan, or more radically, destroyed Uchiha Madara's eyes, Madara's resurrection plan would be completely thwarted. Without his eyes, Madara could not execute the Moon Eye plan, leading to Kaguya Otsutsuki's resurrection being averted, and a period of peace could descend upon the ninja world. As for the impending Otsutsuki clan, regardless of how formidable Raza and Sunagakure might become by then, the absence of Madara's interference could prevent numerous tragedies within the ninja realm, potentially averting the Fourth Great Ninja War. This would mean the preservation of considerable strength within the ninja world, making them less fearful of the Otsutsuki clan. Though the Otsutsuki clan was undeniably powerful, they did not reach a level of despair. In Raza's view, despite Kaguya Otsutsuki being dubbed the shame of the Otsutsuki, her consumption of the chakra fruit rendered her stronger than any subsequent Otsutsuki appearing in Boruto. She was a being that even Naruto and Sasuke, in their prime, could only seal but not kill. In contrast, others like Otsutsuki Kinshiki ended up merely as sacrifices to the Otsutsuki Jinchuriki. And then there was the so-called god of the Otsutsuki. Due to Raza's limited understanding of Boruto's narrative, he was not well acquainted with this Otsutsuki god. Yet he was aware of the existence of divine techniques. That was indeed a terrifying ability. However, let us not forget that Raza was also the current possessor of the wedge. Though he still did not know the origins of the wedge, it provided him with the confidence to face future crises, especially with that miraculous divine technique. Perhaps one day, he too could master this technique reputed to possess divine powers. In the land of birds, after bidding farewell to the Akatsuki trio, Raza and Yakura found no further reason to remain. Accompanied by Maki and Yashimaru, they departed the camp. Within the forests of the land of birds, the four figures continued their journey toward the direction of Sunagakure in the land of wind. Although Raza possessed the ability to manipulate sand for flight, it was customary for leaders to refrain from playing the role of a chauffeur for their subordinates. Thus, they could only rely on conventional ninja travel methods. As senior members of the village, Raza and Yakura naturally led the way, while Maki and Yashimaru flanked them, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Are you serious? In the forest, the scenery whizzed past rapidly. Yakura's voice reached Raza's ears. What do you mean? Do you truly wish to invite this so-called Akatsuki organization to join our village? Raza did not respond directly, but countered with a question. What do you think of these three Akatsuki children? Yakura pondered for a moment before replying. The one named Yahiko may seem a bit foolish, but he is rather likable. The girl named Konan is beautiful and quite intelligent. As for the one called Nagato, I hardly noticed him. He seemed to have said nothing at all. Raza nodded. Though these three children were quite young, their ability to form an organization like Akatsuki and attract so many followers indicated their considerable talents. I see. Have you taken a liking to them? Yes, you should also sense that our village has too few capable shinobi. Aside from you and Michikawa, I hardly have anyone useful by my side. Chiyo and Elder Kaibutsu are both too old, if not necessary. I would prefer not to see them end their lives on the battlefield. Yakura regarded Raza with surprise, not expecting him to display such tenderness. I heard you plan to have Karura help out as well? Indeed, it would be a waste for Karura's talents to be squandered on the role of a housewife. However, as her husband, I cannot allow her to engage in overly dangerous tasks, so I must keep her in the village. This made Yakura's eyes light up, and Yashimaru behind them wore a gentle smile. Are you not considering having children with Karura? Yakura's sudden question caught Raza off guard, prompting him to turn sharply, only to see Yakura's delicate face, calm yet tinged with a hint of fluster. Raza felt an inexplicable lightness in his heart and joked, "Of course, we've been trying lately." Yakura's cheeks flushed. Raza continued, "What about you? Children are the future of the village. As a jonin, you cannot fall behind." Yakura, typically cold and aloof, showed a rare moment of self-consciousness, casting Raza an exasperated glance. "You should worry about your own matters." With that, she leaped away, attempting to hasten her pace to distance herself from Raza. Just then, Raza suddenly extended a hand to block her path. "Be careful." "What?" Yakura was caught off guard. And as Raza waved his hand, countless grains of yellow sand surged up to form a circular sand wall in front of the four, providing them with comprehensive protection. At that moment, a flurry of shuriken rained down from the forest like a storm. Whoosh! The entire sand wall was instantly peppered with the shuriken, resembling a bed of needles. Yakura's face went pale. The ambush had come so suddenly that she was completely unprepared. Had it not been for Raza's intervention, she would likely have been riddled with shuriken by now. Maki and Yashimaru were also startled, quickly positioning themselves on either side of Raza and Yakura in defense. Fortunately, upon realizing the futility of the ambush against Raza's defenses, the forest fell silent once more. Yet, in that moment, as they gazed into the dimly lit woods, Yakura, Maki, and Yashimaru wore grave expressions, the disappearance of the third Kazekage still vivid in their minds. Although they were not specialized sensory ninjas, as jonin, they possessed a certain degree of sensing ability. However, as they gazed at the forest before them, an unsettling emptiness enveloped them. Chapter 66, The Iblis Clan. Yitsong, who had narrowly escaped a fatal ambush, was consumed by rage at that moment. Though a ninja, facing death was a common occurrence, succumbing to such an inexplicable fate seemed exceedingly frustrating. Who was it? Yitsong furiously scanned the surrounding woods, yet received no response. The forest around him lay eerily still, as if devoid of life. Luo Sha also surveyed the area, having sensed a peculiar energy moments ago. This energy was not chakra, but rather a natural force reminiscent of dragon vein chakra. This was why he had been able to detect the trap beforehand. But now, he could no longer sense the presence of any foes. "Ma-ji, force these insects out." With Luo Sha's command, Ma-ji, his face twisted in anger, immediately formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempest erupted from Ma-ji's mouth, sweeping through the forest where the kunai had just landed, toppling a swath of trees in its wake. As Ma-ji unleashed his wind technique, Luo Sha sensed that familiar feeling returning. Simultaneously, both Yitsong and Yachimaru witnessed countless figures seemingly materializing from thin air within the forest. They did not appear to be skilled ninjas. Their attire was rudimentary, and they bore kunai, numbering around 40 to 50 individuals. Among the four-man team, only Luo Sha, due to his prior awareness, discerned the manner in which these figures had emerged. What is this? Countless purple mists coalesced among the branches of the forest, forming human-like shapes before transforming into corporeal beings. Luo Sha was certain this was not an illusion, nor a transformation technique, but rather a tangible manifestation of bodies materialized from smoke. He detected no chakra fluctuations, only a natural energy akin to dragon vein chakra. Fascinating. At that moment, Luo Sha felt a surge of intrigue. This scene reminded him of the elemental transformations he had seen in the anime One Piece. Just then, as the ambushers were forced to reveal themselves, Ma-ji seemed to recall something. "Lord Wind Shadow, if I am not mistaken, these should be the ninjas of the Iblis clan?" Ma-ji's words captured everyone's attention. Yitsong, visibly displeased, inquired, "The Iblis clan? What is that?" Ma-ji cast a cold gaze upon the ninjas and elaborated. "The Iblis clan is a group of rogue ninjas within the Land of Fire. They do not belong to Konoha. The Iblis clan possesses a unique ability known as the smoke transformation technique, allowing them to become smoke and execute silent assassinations, a skill even sensory ninjas struggle to detect." "Ah, I see." Yitsong finally comprehended why he had nearly fallen victim to the ambush. Luo Sha, intrigued, asked, "Is this technique similar to the water transformation technique of the Otsutsuki clan from the Hidden Mist Village?" "Indeed, Lord Wind Shadow. However, there are distinctions. The Otsutsuki clan's water transformation technique is a secret skill that requires training to master, whereas the Iblis clan's smoke transformation technique is an innate ability, resulting in their ninjas often lacking control over this talent and facing significant casualties." Moreover, Ma-ji glowered at the distant, unsavory-looking ninjas of the Iblis clan. The smoke transformation technique, like the water transformation technique, has a notable weakness. Iblis ninjas are particularly vulnerable to wind techniques. Upon hearing this, the countenance of the Iblis ninjas darkened further. Luo Sha, grasping the situation, surmised that the Iblis clan's abilities bore some resemblance to those of Chong Wu, piquing his interest. He stepped forward and inquired, "Did Konoha send you to assassinate me?" Everyone was taken aback. The Iblis ninjas wore expressions of disbelief. Upon witnessing this, Luo Sha felt certain. As it stood, the only village that would go to such lengths to assassinate him was Konoha. He had only recently negotiated collaboration with the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock, and had little interaction with the Mizukage, leaving Konoha as the only adversary. It appeared to be true. Now, the Iblis ninjas grew increasingly frantic, shouting, "Kill them!" Instantly, all the Iblis ninjas transformed into human-shaped purple smoke, launching themselves toward Luo Sha and his companions. As Ma-ji and Yachimaru prepared to strike, Luo Sha halted them. "Leave this to me." Typically, Luo Sha would not take the initiative against ordinary ninjas, yet he found the Iblis clan's smoke transformation technique genuinely intriguing. Ma-ji and Yachimaru, seeing this, could only nod in agreement. Luo Sha formed a single hand seal, unseal, magnet release, sand tendrils. Fine grains of yellow sand began to swirl in the air, coalescing into numerous sand tendrils that ensnared the nearest Iblis ninjas. However, these ninjas instantly transformed into smoke, escaping the grasp of the sand tendrils. Clearly, they too feared wind techniques. After breaking free, they reformed into smoke figures, poised to revert to their corporeal forms at any moment. Fascinating. In a flash, Luo Sha vanished from his position, reappearing midair, his right hand reaching upward. Bang! One of the Iblis ninjas, now in smoke form, found itself seized by Luo Sha's grip around its neck. How is this possible? This scene left the surrounding Iblis ninjas in shock. They were aware that their clan's smoke transformation technique rendered them immune to physical attacks. But the Iblis clan's terror was only just beginning. In midair, Luo Sha's right hand shimmered with purple chakra, and the smoke figure let out a piercing scream, as if being consumed by the purple chakra, before dissipating into nothingness. This spectacle not only petrified the Iblis ninjas, but also astonished Yi Tsong and his companions. They had never known their wind shadow possessed such power. Yet Luo Sha did not afford them the luxury of explanation. After absorbing the Iblis ninja through the wedge technique, he immediately sensed a shift within his own body. However, it was evident that the chakra was insufficient to facilitate a complete transformation. His icy gaze fell upon the Iblis ninjas, perceiving them not as living beings, but as mere sustenance. In that case, 5 sealing barriers. As the colossal barrier enveloped all the Iblis ninjas, those who understood Luo Sha's intentions regarded him with expressions of sheer horror, as if gazing upon a demon. Why? This was entirely contrary to their plans. Chapter 67, Sunagakure vs. Konoha, 2. In a certain location within the land of birds, in the dense forest, a group of ninjas clad in the attire of the Konoha Umbu lay concealed, seemingly awaiting something. However, an hour passed, and the anticipated target did not materialize. 3 figures gradually emerged from the shadows of the trees. Orochimaru, it seems your plan has faltered? The figure of Orochimaru, cloaked in a long black robe that concealed his entire form, remained unperturbed by his apparent failure. Isn't that to be expected? Elder Danzo, after all, is the Kazekage. It would be odd if there were no precautions in place. We merely wasted those experimental materials. The half-masked Danzo's expression darkened. If we do not ascertain who leaked the root's secrets from this Kazekage, Orochimaru, neither you nor I shall find peace. Regrettably, Orochimaru paid no heed to the matter. At that moment, a root ninja appeared before Danzo to report. Lord Danzo, the battle ahead has concluded. What is the situation? I apologize, but we dared not approach too closely to ascertain the details. However, the Kazekage of Sunagakure has departed, and upon investigation, it appears all members of the Iblis clan have perished. Danzo furrowed his brow, while a hint of intrigue flickered across Orochimaru's face. Fascinating. The Iblis clan's smoke technique is renowned for its exceptional escape capabilities. How curious that not a single one managed to flee. This fourth Kazekage from Sunagakure is indeed intriguing. The root ninja continued, reporting to you, Lord Orochimaru, It seems the Kazekage utilized a barrier technique to ensnare all the Iblis clan's ninjas. A barrier? Orochimaru pondered thoughtfully. Danzo, however, dismissed it entirely. Enough. Since the mission has failed, we shall retreat. There are numerous matters I must attend to back at the village. As the root ninjas withdrew one by one, Orochimaru reluctantly followed suit. Just then, he sensed something amiss and looked up towards the sky. There, amidst the heavens, floated a colossal eye. Interesting, he mused silently, a mysterious smile gracing his features as he followed Danzo away. The Sand Eye? One of the numerous sand manipulation techniques developed by the second Kazekage. It is essentially an application of transformation techniques, transforming gathered sand into an eye connected to the user's vision for distant reconnaissance. By adjusting the size of the eye, it can observe movements up to 10 kilometers away. Unfortunately, it lacks the ability to see through objects, limiting its view to only the most obvious motions and general shapes. Nonetheless, that is sufficient. Indeed, these two individuals. Although the details were indistinct, the distinctive attire of Danzo and Orochimaru was unmistakable. Are they from Konoha? Asked Yukura. Yes, it's Danzo from the Root and Orochimaru. The mention of these names astonished the three present. Danzo was the designated assassin of the third Kazekage, while Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin. What shall we do now? Yukura asked through gritted teeth. The audacity of Konoha to attempt the assassination of Rasha, their Kazekage, was a monumental provocation against Sunagakure. Naturally, Rasha was infuriated, yearning to strike down the two culprits immediately, but he restrained himself. To charge recklessly into a known trap would be sheer folly. However, this matter could not simply be overlooked. He had been searching for an excuse to declare war on Konoha, and now they had presented it on a silver platter. With that, he turned to Maki and issued a command. Maki, immediately on my behalf, take this assassination incident as grounds for Sunagakure to officially declare war on Konoha. Inform all ninjas in the village that this time, unlike the last, we shall make Konoha pay a bloody price. Yes, the news of the failed assassination of Sunagakure's Kazekage by Konoha's elder Danzo and the legendary Sannin Orochimaru spread throughout the ninja world, marking the official declaration of war against Konoha. Upon confirming the information, the third Raikage of Kumogakure and the third Otsutsuki of Iwagakure were elated. They had initially feared that Sunagakure might not fully commit to their cooperative efforts against Konoha, but now there was nothing to worry about. The assassination of a village leader was a grave diplomatic affront in any nation. The response from Sunagakure was equally disappointing. Following the formal declaration of war, their initial assault forces began to rapidly assemble, crossing through the land of rivers towards the borders of the land of fire. This time, unlike the previous sneak attack, Sunagakure was evidently serious. Behind the initial assault teams trailed innumerable logistical support units, leaving Sunagakure. This indicated that Sunagakure was not merely engaging in opportunistic strikes, but was genuinely prepared for a prolonged conflict with Konoha. As for when the main forces would mobilize, it depended on when the cooperation among the three nations was officially signed. Kumogakure and Iwagakure were also aware of Sunagakure's intentions. To seize this fortuitous opportunity to decisively crush Konoha, they hastened the establishment of their alliance. In the land of fire, within Konoha, the atmosphere grew oppressive upon receiving Sunagakure's formal declaration of war. Danzo's actions were certainly unilateral, but at this juncture, the village could not place the blame solely on him. Firstly, for the sake of internal unity, and secondly, the involvement of Sunagakure in this war was inevitable. Moreover, Danzo had his own rationale. His actions were entirely for Konoha's sake. Had he succeeded in assassinating the fourth Kazekage, he could have taken advantage of Sunagakure's internal strife, rendering them unable to participate in the conflict. Yet, clearly, such reasoning was now moot. Sunagakure's entry into the war had become a foregone conclusion. Kumogakure and Iwagakure did not let this opportunity slip by, beginning to amass troops along the border, preparing for an impending showdown. Observing this, Danzo finally saw fit to reveal his true intentions. It is time for the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to enter the fray. With the power of the Nine Tails, we can surely alter the current circumstances in Konoha. Naturally, Minato vehemently opposed this notion. Yet, given the current situation, it seemed that deploying the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was the optimal choice. Consequently, the high-ranking officials of Konoha commenced a fervent debate. Meanwhile, as the high-ranking officials of Konoha continued their heated discussions, Rasha returned to Sunagakure, having received incredible news regarding the divine tree he had planted. Chapter 68. The transformation of the divine tree above the devil's desert surrounding Sunagakure. Rasha returned to the village, scarcely having time to address matters at home. He swiftly departed the village, heading deep into the desert. This urgency stemmed from a message he received from Maki. Fubuku wished to see him. The reason was simple. The divine tree planted in the desert had exhibited remarkable changes. At this moment, it had only been half a month since Rasha planted the dragon vein chakra fruit in the desert. But the dragon vein chakra had already begun to reveal its extraordinary vitality. Utilizing the underground rivers beneath the desert, it constructed verdant lifelines across the vast, arid expanse. Gazing down from the heavens towards the devil's desert, one can observe the green lifelines meandering across the golden sands, reminiscent of the branches of a river. Upon closer inspection, these verdant strands are composed of a myriad of plants, not only the familiar desert flora, but also species exclusive to distant lands. The explanation for this phenomenon is quite straightforward. The underground river of Sunagakure is fed by waters from the rain country, the bird country, and the river country, regions abundant in precipitation. As the water flows through the subterranean realms of the wind country, it carries with it seeds from foreign vegetation, which, upon encountering the immense vitality of the dragon vein chakra, swiftly take root and flourish. This development is undoubtedly a boon for Sunagakure and aligns perfectly with the initial vision of Rasha. At this pace, after several years of nurturing by the dragon vein chakra, transforming this arid expanse into a habitable oasis should not prove to be a formidable challenge. If so, Sunagakure will no longer be burdened by its desolate environment. The lingering question remains, could the dragon vein chakra also instigate a transformation in human physiology? With such contemplations in mind, Rasha soon arrived at the terminus of this green lifeline. However, the scene that unfolded before him left him once again astounded. Since he had planted the dragon vein chakra fruit here, transforming it into a divine tree, he had returned daily, save for the 3 days spent away from the village attending the summit of the Three Shadows, eager to witness any changes. Thus, he believed himself quite familiar with the area. Just 3 days prior, it resembled an ordinary desert oasis, dotted with low shrubs and patches of grass, yet in his absence, it had burgeoned into a forest reminiscent of the fertile lands of the Fire Country. Although its expanse was modest, roughly the size of a soccer field, it was enough to astound Rasha. Could this indeed be the transformation spoken of by Fukufuku, controlling the sand gold to descend from the skies? Rasha positioned himself at the heart of the forest. Towering between the 4 colossal statues sealing the dragon vein was a magnificent, verdant tree. Surrounding this sacred seal stood a modest stone dwelling, where Fukufuku resided, safeguarding all that lay within. What is happening? Upon touching down, Rasha curiously surveyed his surroundings, and Fukufuku, sensing his arrival, emerged from his abode to greet him. Is this the surprise you spoke of, Fukufuku? With his new status as a village elder, Rasha's address had shifted. It was evident that Fukufuku had been living well during this time. His health had significantly improved, shedding the frail appearance he had displayed during their first meeting, now emanating vitality. Listening to Rasha's curious inquiries, Fukufuku clasped his hands in wonder, replying, "Indeed, Lord Wind Shadow. Yet this is merely one of the surprises." One of the surprises? Rasha echoed, intrigued. "Yes, Lord Wind Shadow. Please examine this divine tree closely. Do you notice anything peculiar?" Rasha paused, scrutinizing the tree. Admittedly, at first glance, he discerned nothing unusual, aside from its apparent growth. However, shortly thereafter, his eyes widened in disbelief as he perceived, nestled within the dense foliage of the tree, a bizarre fruit that he had never seen before. Stunned, Rasha found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Had he not acclimated to the identity of the Wind Shadow, he would have surely exclaimed a curse at this sight. For this strange fruit bore an uncanny resemblance to the magnetic fruit from another anime, One Piece. Had he mistakenly wandered onto the wrong set? This was not Naruto, but rather One Piece. Dazed and bewildered, Rasha turned to Fukufuku, questioning, "What is the meaning of this, Fukufuku?" Fukufuku, hands still clasped, shared his own confusion. "I must report to you, Lord Wind Shadow, that I too am unsure. Had it not been for Shikaku's alert, I would not have noticed this fruit's existence." "Shikaku's alert?" Rasha inquired. "Indeed, as a tailed beast residing within the desert, Shikaku is acutely sensitive to changes in the natural environment. On the night you departed the village, Lord Wind Shadow, I was resting in my house when suddenly, Shikaku's voice echoed in my mind, informing me of some changes outside. Upon stepping out, I witnessed the transformation here and the emergence of this peculiar fruit. Rasha furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and asked, "Did Shikaku convey anything else?" Fukufuku nodded. "Shikaku also revealed that the miraculous tree you planted, Lord Wind Shadow, emits a rather strange chakra, which in turn nourishes the land." Nourishes the land? Rasha felt utterly bewildered, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. Although this was indeed his intention, to utilize the natural energy of the dragon vein chakra to alter the desolate landscape, he had harbored concerns ever since the dragon vein chakra fruit had transformed into a tree. He feared it might resemble the divine trees of the Otsutsuki clan, which were utilized as tools to absorb the energy of their planet, the Ten Tails. Was this the true purpose of the seal inscribed upon his palm? Was he being compelled to nurture a new Ten Tails for the Otsutsuki? Despite being a traveler from another realm, Rasha regarded himself as a native of this world, and he had no desire for this ninja realm to become mere sustenance for the Otsutsuki clan's evolution. Yet now, Shikaku informed him that this divine tree was not absorbing chakra from the world, but rather providing it back to the earth, which left him utterly perplexed. Was this due to Rasha controlling the roots within the black tea kettle, or was he simply overthinking the matter? As Rasha grappled with these uncertainties, a low, feminine voice resonated in his mind, uttering the word chakra. Who? Startled, Rasha scanned his surroundings, causing Fukufuku to react in surprise. What is it, Wind Shadow? Is something amiss? Rasha quickly turned to Fukufuku, asking, "Did you hear any voices just now?" Fukufuku looked at him quizzically and shook his head. "I did not hear anything." Lord Wind Shadow. Realizing the implications, Rasha gazed at the divine tree with astonishment, yet he still sought confirmation. And what of Shikaku? Fukufuku's eyes narrowed, indicating he was communicating with Shikaku. After a brief interval, he reopened his eyes and reported, "Shikaku did not hear anything either." "Is that so?" Rasha frowned, his gaze returning to the divine tree. The answer was becoming increasingly evident. The voice they had just heard must have originated from the tree itself. In other words, the divine tree before him had inexplicably developed its own consciousness and was demanding chakra from him. This revelation made Rasha's heart race once more. It reaffirmed the notion that this divine tree was indeed inextricably linked to the Otsutsuki clan's Ten Tails. Moreover, the voice seemed to be that of a woman. Could it be Kagaya Otsutsuki? This implied that the wedge on his right hand originated from Kagaya Otsutsuki. Was he destined to transform into a woman like Uchiha Madara? Absolutely not. In that moment, Rasha fell into deep contemplation. The changes exhibited by the divine tree had caught him off guard. Yet he understood that this might represent an opportunity, not only to ascertain whether this divine tree was indeed the Ten Tails, but also to unravel the connection between the wedge in his possession and Kagaya Otsutsuki. It seemed he would have to take a gamble. Even if it truly was Kagaya Otsutsuki, so what? At this point in time, her true form was sealed on the moon, rendering any resurrection impossible. It would be she who would be dependent on him. With this thought, he quickly resolved to proceed. "Feng Fu, I shall now infuse my chakra into this divine tree. Should you sense any anomaly, immediately sever the connection between me and the tree." Observing the serious expression on Rasha's face, Feng Fu felt a twinge of doubt, but nodded solemnly. "Understood. Leave it to me, Wind Shadow." Indeed. With that, Rasha felt a wave of reassurance. He trusted Feng Fu's integrity and had no fear of betrayal. With this thought in mind, he gently traversed the massive statue, arriving at the very center of the seal, standing before the trunk of the divine tree, which was as thick as 3 men embracing. After a moment's hesitation, he placed his right palm, marked by the wedge, against the trunk. Logically, he need not take this risk. He could conduct experiments using other sources of chakra, such as that of the nearby Shikaku. However, in pursuit of understanding the true nature of the divine tree, he resolved to proceed personally. Thus, a gentle radiance of chakra began to emanate from Rasha's right hand. Unsurprisingly, upon contact with the trunk of the divine tree, the chakra was swiftly absorbed, as if it were a sponge meeting water. This scene astonished not only Rasha, but also left Feng Fu wide-eyed. Yet, as time passed, Rasha began to feel disappointment. Aside from the absorption of his chakra by the divine tree, it appeared that nothing else was transpiring. Just as he pondered this peculiarity, the feminine voice echoed in his ears once more. "Chakra, chakra." Strangely, although the tone of the voice remained unchanged, Rasha sensed an undercurrent of emotion, specifically, that the chakra he was transmitting was woefully insufficient. This caused Rasha's brow to furrow once again. In the past, his cautious nature would have precluded him from continuing this risky endeavor. However, the gentle demeanor exhibited by the divine tree during the absorption of chakra, lacking the aggression characteristic of the 10 tales in the stories, compelled him to press on. You desire more chakra? Very well, I shall provide it. Let me see what you truly are. With this resolve, Rasha activated the star-released chakra mode, unleashing a torrent of chakra that erupted from his being. A pale blue chakra aura enveloped him, akin to a mighty river, which the divine tree swiftly absorbed. Then, time abruptly froze, as if ensnared in a genjutsu. Rasha observed the world around him beginning to warp and retreat rapidly, the fabric of space and time twisting into linear strands. Fortunately, he felt no discomfort, allowing him to maintain his composure and discern the nature of these phenomena. When the world finally ceased its transformation, Rasha perceived that everything around him had vanished. Time, space, light, sound, only an abyss of darkness remained, reminiscent of an endless starry expanse, eerily silent. Even with Rasha's resilience as a traveler, accustomed to the myriad wonders of this world, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude wash over him. Just as he grappled with this bewildering experience, a brilliant light appeared behind him. Instinctively, he turned to behold an astonishing sight. A colossal green Rasengan materialized before him. Indeed, a gigantic green Rasengan. Rasha could sense an unprecedented surge of potent energy swirling within it. This energy was not merely chakra. It bore hints of natural energy, yet was distinctly different. Contemplating this, Rasha slowly extended his hand and gently touched it, immediately feeling a wave of warmth, gentleness, and an overwhelming vitality flooding into his body. Rasha was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the sensation. The enormous Rasengan began to spin more rapidly, as if time itself were accelerating. It underwent a transformation reminiscent of the evolution of life. As the green Rasengan whirled, its surface manifested landscapes, oceans, clouds, and soon thereafter, various plants, animals, and humans began to emerge. Ultimately, it transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful blue planet. Witnessing this scene, Rasha inexplicably entertained a thought. Could the source of that mysterious voice be the world consciousness depicted in countless mythologies? The subsequent events seemed to validate Rasha's hypothesis. On this planet, where humans and animals coexisted in harmony, a meteor suddenly descended from the heavens. This moment felt eerily familiar to Rasha. Was this not reminiscent of the Otsutsuki clan's arrival? Indeed, following the explosive impact of the meteor, a towering tree emerged upon the planet. It bore a striking resemblance to the divine tree that Rasha had cultivated using dragon vein chakra. As the divine tree appeared, a foreboding crimson hue emanated from its base, spreading outward across the planet. Ultimately, this once beautiful blue planet transformed into a stark crimson. Then, a pair of eyes, hauntingly familiar to Rasha, reflected upon the surface of the blue planet. They were the Rinnegan, adorned with 9 tomo. Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes. With the emergence of these eyes, the blue planet seemed to descend into chaos and fury. In that moment, Rasha's gaze penetrated the depths of the blue planet. Within its core, the originally warm and gentle green energy that had birthed the blue planet began to turn violent, becoming chaotic and fracturing. Ultimately, the green energy splintered into dozens of smaller orbs of varying colors and countless strands of energy that dissipated into the air. These energies exuded an essence entirely distinct from the green energy. The largest among them was a colossal, deep blue energy orb. On this energy sphere, Rasha finally sensed a familiar aura. Chakra. It emanated a ferocious, ominous, and chilling presence, along with the visage of an evil woman. Kagaya? A pang of anxiety gripped Rasha's heart. The remaining 3 large spheres were deep crimson, dark green, and pale blue. Rasha felt a resonance akin to that of the toads from Mayaboka Mountain. As for the dozens of smaller spheres and the dissipating energy, they varied in color. Yet, within one of the diminutive spheres, Rasha detected a sense of familiarity. The Dragon Vein Chakra. Chapter 70. The Purifier Next. The transformations of this planet appeared oddly familiar to Rasha. The sealing of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the emergence of the moon, and the disappearance of the god tree. The formidable power of chakra was transmitted to humanity in this world by the Sage of 6 Paths, ushering in an era dominated by samurai, amidst chaos and war. The familiar landscape of the ninja world unfolded before Rasha: the land of wind, the land of fire, the land of lightning, the land of earth, the land of water, the land of rain, the land of rivers, and so forth. Upon observing the location of the land of wind, Rasha finally comprehended why it lay so desolate. It was precisely where the god tree had manifested during Kagaya's descent, draining the energy from the land. Once lush like the land of fire, the land of wind had been transformed into vast stretches of desert. As time progressed, ninjas supplanted samurai as the dominant force in the wars that ravaged this world. Familiar villages such as Sunagakure, Konoha, Kimogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Amigakure began to establish themselves one after another, igniting successive ninja world wars. Amidst this turmoil, unexpectedly, a meteor descended from the heavens. Initially, Rasha assumed it was yet another member of the Otsutsuki clan arriving in this world. However, upon the meteor's landing and the emergence of a glowing figure, Rasha was utterly taken aback, for he recognized that the figure was none other than himself. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The soul of Rasha, hailing from another realm, seemed to possess a purifying essence. The chakra within the original Rasha's body was cleansed after being occupied by the traveler, reverting to the primordial green energy of the world. Yet, this energy appeared incapable of enduring, as new chakra began to encroach upon their existence, attempting to taint them. Gradually, these energies coalesced, ultimately congregating in the palm of Rasha's hand, forming a black diamond-shaped emblem. In that moment, Rasha finally grasped the origin of the fearsome wedge he wielded. Curiously, this revelation evoked memories of game settings he had once experienced: the old gods and the outer gods. The old gods were the native deities of the world, while the outer gods hailed from beyond. Clearly, the force revealing all this to Rasha resembled the old gods of this realm, tainted by the otherworldly power of the Otsutsuki clan. The soul of Rasha, as a traveler, possessed the ability to purify this corruption. The subsequent scene confirmed Rasha's suspicions and illuminated some of his lingering queries. A question mark appeared above the little Rasha's head, akin to encountering an NPC in a game who had a quest to offer. Evidently, this old godlike consciousness possessed the ability to probe Rasha's memories and intentions, explaining the emergence of the magnetic fruit as it had scanned Rasha's recollections of One Piece. Following this, Rasha reflected upon his actions since arriving in this world. As the wedge absorbed the chakra of Shikaku, the chakra of the stars, and the dragon vein chakra, the Otsutsuki power within these energies was purified, causing the green energy within Rasha to swell, finally enabling him to contend with chakra. In that moment, Rasha planted the dragon vein chakra fruit atop the desert. New seeds of green energy were sown into this world. Centered around the divine tree formed by these green seeds, the internal dragon vein chakra began its purification. 3 days ago, this purification reached its fruition, transforming the energy sphere that once signified the dragon vein chakra entirely into green energy. Simultaneously, a magnetic fruit identical to that from the world of One Piece appeared on the divine tree. Subsequently, Rasha's figure plucked the magnetic fruit and consumed it, causing the question mark above his head to vanish, reminiscent of completing a quest and receiving a reward in a game. Fascinated, Rasha comprehended the intention behind this consciousness, a desire to engage in a trade, requesting Rasha's assistance in purifying the powers tainted by the Otsutsuki clan, in exchange for a power akin to the devil fruits of One Piece. However, it seemed that this transaction might be tilted against him. By merely utilizing the power of the wedge, he could attain similar strength without necessitating these chakra fruits. As a traveler, Rasha was indifferent to the morality of power, whether it be right or wrong. Only the utility of power mattered. Yet, he pondered whether these chakra fruits differed from his bloodline limits. Did they truly possess powers akin to the devil fruits in One Piece? In that fleeting moment of contemplation, the world around him shifted once more, and Rasha's form plummeted from the cosmos. Concurrently, a voice resonated in his ears. He jolted awake as everything before him snapped back to normal. He found himself beside the divine tree, his right hand resting upon it, feeling an unprecedented weakness enveloping him. The voice of Bunpoku echoed in his ears. Steadying himself, Rasha raised his right hand. "Fear not, I am unscathed." This reassured Bunpoku, who visibly relaxed, though concern still lingered in his gaze. Was Rasha truly unharmed? Certainly not. For at that moment, he discovered something that made him frown. His entire chakra had vanished. It wasn't merely the sensation of being completely drained. Rather, his body could no longer produce even a trace of chakra. This left Rasha in a state of bewilderment. Just as he grappled with this confusion, an astonishing surge of vibrant life energy manifested within his perception. This energy was so potent that it far surpassed any chakra or natural energy he had encountered thus far. And this energy felt strikingly familiar. It was the very green energy he had witnessed at the inception of this world within the illusionary realm. Rasha seemed to grasp the intent of this consciousness. It wished for him to substitute chakra with this green energy from henceforth. Feeling the immense life force contained within this energy, it appeared to be a commendable choice. Yet, even so, he remained furrowed in thought. The action of seizing his chakra without his consent felt rather impudent. As if to compensate for Rasha, the branches and leaves of the divine tree began to sway, revealing a fruit that resembled a cactus. This was the shasha fruit. In the wind shadow office of the sand-hidden village, more than 2 months had passed, and once again, Rasha, the wind shadow, was late for a significant village meeting. However, this time, the individuals present in the conference room held no grievances. Through the course of the past 2 months of collaboration and combat, they began to gradually acknowledge Rasha in his role as wind shadow. Furthermore, the presence of 2 women lightened the atmosphere of the office. One was Karura, the wife of the wind shadow, and the other was the queen of Lulan, Shingu. They had appeared here at the behest of Rasha. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Due to her amiable nature, Karura had garnered a good reputation within the village. Even Yakura, who previously harbored animosity towards Rasha, found it difficult to speak ill of Karura. And Chio had even less to say. As for Shingu, with Karura's assistance, the people of Lulan had gradually begun to relocate to the sand-hidden village. For the future of her subjects, she, though an outsider, was earnestly trying to integrate into the discussions among these women, with Karura facilitating the conversations. And both Chio and Yakura understanding that Rasha had a purpose for bringing Shingu here, they treated her with utmost courtesy, engaging in casual dialogue. After waiting for over an hour, familiar footsteps echoed from outside. The wind shadow had arrived. As Rasha, donned in the traditional wind shadow robe, stepped into the office, the senior members of the sand-hidden village, including Karura, were taken aback, sensing that something about Rasha had shifted. Chapter 71. Senjutsu Energy and the Limits of Senjutsu in this world of ninjas, where chakra serves as the source of power. The strength of nearly every ninja emanates from within, starkly and unabashedly. This is dictated by the very nature of chakra, which is an amalgamation of spiritual and physical energy, operating and being stored within a ninja's body in a remarkably straightforward manner, ultimately released through ninjutsu. Hence, most ninjas endowed with perceptive abilities can sense the chakra within their opponents, allowing them to gauge their strength. For instance, when faced with Rasha, the wind shadow, even the village's elite ninja could subtly perceive the tumultuous chakra within him, recognizing his formidable prowess without him having to engage in combat. This was even more pronounced among the senior members present in the wind shadow office: Chio, Irozak, Yakura, and Mikawa, alongside his wife Karura. They were ninjas capable of contending against hundreds, even thousands, of foes, and their perceptive skills were exceptionally acute. Yet, as they gazed upon Rasha, an odd sensation enveloped them. Although Rasha, the wind shadow, sat directly before them, their senses relayed a hollow feeling, as though he were a mere ordinary individual devoid of any chakra. Could this be possible? Certainly not. Coupled with the fact that Rasha had arrived an hour late to the meeting, there was only one explanation. Something had transpired within Rasha that rendered them incapable of sensing the chakra coursing through his body. In that moment, astonishment clouded the gazes fixed upon Rasha, seated in the wind shadow's position. However, neither Chio, Irozak, nor Yakura, nor Mikawa chose to inquire further. The events since the surprise attack on the Land of Fire had already offered them an abundance of surprises from Rasha. In fact, the astonishment was not limited to those present. Rasha himself was taken aback by the changes within his body. After a brief hour of experimentation and adaptation, Rasha had come to a basic understanding of his transformation. In summary, he could no longer refine or utilize chakra. This rendered him incapable of employing any ninjutsu or bloodline limits associated with chakra. However, as a substitute, he could now directly absorb and store the senjutsu energy from the natural world as his source of power. Indeed, senjutsu energy, This was the new name Rasha had bestowed upon the primal green energy of this world. Moreover, in place of his bloodline limit techniques, sand manipulation and smoke transformation, Rasha had consumed the 2 chakra fruits from the divine tree, the magnetism fruit and the shasha fruit, thereby acquiring an entirely new form of power. He referred to this as the senjutsu limit, which allowed him to wield senjutsu energy. After consuming the chakra fruits, Rasha had regained the abilities of magnetic release and sand manipulation through senjutsu. Truth be told, Rasha was uncertain whether he had become stronger or weaker. Although he felt that his new powers of magnetic release and sand manipulation were indeed superior to his original bloodline limits, he no longer needed to refine chakra or combine different elemental chakras to generate magnetism and control sand and gold. This simplification not only saved him the effort of chakra refinement, but also reduced energy consumption, enabling greater ease of control. Furthermore, it expanded his range of influence over metals. He was no longer limited to sand and gold, but could also manipulate the iron sand that had once been the pride of the third wind shadow. Additionally, the sand manipulation technique endowed him with elemental-like capabilities, allowing Rasha to disregard the majority of physical techniques in this world, thus compensating for his shortcomings in that area. Lastly, due to the distinct nature of senjutsu energy, Rasha discovered that typical genjutsu could no longer affect him, alleviating his most significant weakness regarding illusions. Though he remained uncertain of his ability to resist ocular techniques like the Sharingan. However, not all aspects of senjutsu energy were beneficial. The most troublesome issue was the inability to utilize any of the elemental ninjutsu, sealing techniques, or body replacement techniques with which he was familiar. This left Rasha feeling somewhat disoriented, as he would have to rely solely on the powers of his 2 senjutsu limits in battle. Furthermore, in the world of ninjas, where ninjutsu operates under the constraints of the natural elements, certain techniques could still counter his elemental abilities. Fortunately, the essential properties retained within the energy, such as the cursed seal power from Shikaka's chakra, the inorganic reincarnation from Ryoma's chakra, the ability to change matter, accelerated healing, and chakra absorption, remained intact within senjutsu energy. Through these abilities, he could indirectly negate such counters. Regrettably, the power of star release chakra had completely vanished, signifying that aside from Yakura, Mikawa, Maki, and Yashimaru, the star release chakra mode had become a relic of the past. Nevertheless, Rasha felt that he had, on the whole, become stronger. In any realm, the physical constitution is of paramount importance. The formidable vitality of senjutsu energy can nourish the body, continuously enhancing the physical prowess of Roswa. It is widely acknowledged that ninjas in the world of Naruto possess high attack and health stats, but lack defensive capabilities. With the infusion of senjutsu energy, which boasts remarkable life force, Roswa does not aspire to possess the impenetrable physique akin to that of a steel balloon from the world of One Piece. Yet he dares to dream of attaining a body akin to that of Hashirama Senju. Furthermore, relying solely on chakra to confront the impending threat of the Otsutsuki clan is clearly impractical. Utilizing chakra against them would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, futile and without return. However, with the emergence of senjutsu energy, the scenario transforms. This grants him the confidence to face the Otsutsuki clan in the future. There is, however, an ambiguous aspect to consider. Rashua's current capacity to store senjutsu energy is merely half of what he could previously contain with chakra. While he can absorb senjutsu energy from the natural world to replenish his reserves, this realm's senjutsu energy has only recently begun to awaken. Except for areas rich in the sacred tree's presence, elsewhere in the ninja world, the energy is quite sparse, making recovery a slow process. Fortunately, as Roswa continues to utilize the wedge to seize chakra from this world and convert it into senjutsu energy, he can gradually restore the vitality of senjutsu energy throughout the realm. Nonetheless, as a traveler from another world, Roswa does not wish to rely on external sources for his strength. True power must emanate from within. Thus, he must find a way to transcend his physical limitations to store more senjutsu energy. Improving his constitution through the wedge seems the most direct approach. Yet Roswa prefers to rely on his own capabilities. The sacred tree's unilateral appropriation of his chakra has left him somewhat displeased. He has now conceived a singular plan. Perhaps he could cultivate senjutsu energy as one would cultivate spiritual energy in a fantasy novel. However, such matters can be addressed later. With war on the horizon, He must first attend to the affairs of his village before finding time to practice. With this thought in mind, he gently tapped the table, drawing everyone's attention from their surprise as he spoke. I sincerely apologize for the delay. Let us now turn to the matter at hand. Chapter 72, Sunagakure vs. Konoha 3. First and foremost, I wish to announce something. Rashua's gaze swept over the individuals in the office, finally resting on Shingon. You should all be aware that the people of Lulan have joined our Sunagakure. Although we are unable to hold a welcoming ceremony for them due to the impending war, I hope everyone will guide our villagers to embrace their arrival. Moreover, as the former queen of Lulan, Shingon possesses exceptional governance skills that would be a waste to overlook. I propose she joins the upper echelons of our village. Upon hearing this, Shingon's eyes widened in surprise, quickly transforming into joy. Her elevation to a high-ranking position within Sunagakure would greatly facilitate her people's integration. However, Rashua's words elicited furrowed brows among the other village leaders present. As a relatively small village, the positions within Sunagakure's leadership are limited. Any new appointment would inevitably impact the interests of others. Furthermore, Shingon is not a particularly powerful kunoichi. Although she has some mastery over Dragon Vein Chakra, she remains an ordinary woman without combat prowess. In a ninja village, the divide between ninjas and non-ninjas is stark, making it difficult for non-ninjas to ascend to significant positions, even if she had once been a queen of a small nation. Fortunately, Roswa is no longer the same individual he was 2 months ago, especially after the successful Three Shadows Summit. His reputation within the village has soared. Thus, when Roswa finished speaking, the attendees exchanged glances, none daring to voice dissent. Eventually, Michikawa from the noble faction inquired, Kazekage, where do you intend to place Lady Shingon? Roswa, not wishing to impose too forcefully, replied, for now, she will remain in my office as an assistant, aiding me with some village affairs. Once she becomes acquainted with the village, we can evaluate a suitable position. What do you think, Shingon? Shingon readily agreed. As a member of the village, she was willing to serve in any capacity. Since the role of Kazekage's assistant is a personal position, the others had no objections. Excellent. Now, Shingon, you will need to familiarize yourself with the village, and Karura will assist you, Roswa stated. Karura nodded gently at both her husband and Shingon with warmth and happiness. With Shingon's situation settled, they turned their attention to the impending war. Sunagakure had long been prepared for the official declaration of war against Konoha, and there was no need for extensive discussion. They simply needed to execute their plan. However, once Roswa detailed the arrangements, the atmosphere shifted. It became evident that Roswa was genuinely irked. The others quickly grasped the reason behind his agitation. Konoha had shown blatant disregard for Sunagakure. They had yet to provide an explanation for the death of the third Hokage and now sought to assassinate him. He believed it was time to teach Konoha a memorable lesson. The others nodded in agreement. Understanding the implications of an assassination attempt on the Kazekage was an affront to all the ninjas of Sunagakure. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this plan? Ibozu asked calmly. Rashua's declaration was startling. It is quite simple. This time, I intend to test whether we can annihilate the Konoha ninjas who come to battle against Sunagakure. At that moment, everyone, including Karura, stared wide-eyed and slightly agape, at a loss for words. Only Shingon appeared confused, failing to comprehend the weight of Rashua's ambition. His aspirations were monumental. The thought of annihilating Konoha's ninjas was not unfamiliar to Sunagakure's ninjas, yet throughout their history of conflict, they had never once succeeded. Is this truly feasible? Michikawa and Ibozu expressed their astonishment. What is your plan? Roswa turned to Shingon. You must remember everything I am about to share and remind me as necessary. Shingon nodded, somewhat nervously, while Karura gently provided her with a notepad. Roswa then addressed the assembly. First, I shall designate this operation as the Konoha Annihilation Plan. The secrecy surrounding this mission will be more stringent than the previous assault on the Land of Fire. Everything discussed in this conference room must remain confidential. No one outside this gathering is to be informed. Should anyone breach this trust, they shall face severe consequences. You need only ensure that they understand their roles. During the previous raid on the Land of Fire, Raza did not possess such authority to command everyone. A few individuals understood the gravity of this operation and nodded in agreement. The plan for the annihilation of Konoha can be summarized as a series of maneuvers designed to lull Konoha into a false sense of security, gradually ensnaring them in the traps we have meticulously prepared, ultimately leading to their complete destruction, inflicting significant damage upon Konoha. To achieve this objective, the plan is divided into 3 distinct phases. The first phase, which I refer to as the narcotization plan, involves Yakura and Michikawa leading 800 ninjas each into the Land of Rivers to engage Konoha's ninjas. I grant you absolute freedom in devising your battle strategies, with but one stipulation: to remain undefeated. Undefeated? The two were taken aback, unable to comprehend Raza's intent. Raza elucidated. Much like our previous incursion into the Land of Fire, you must create the illusion for Konoha's ninjas that we do not genuinely wish to engage them in combat, but rather are merely stalling for time. Yakura's eyes brightened with understanding. I see. However, having suffered a setback once, will Konoha fall for the same trick again? This leads us to the second phase, which I call the reassurance plan. At this stage, I will allow certain collaborative details between us and the villages of Kumogakure and Iwagakure to leak, and if necessary, we may even disseminate some misinformation. The eyes of those present sparkled with intrigue. Michikawa nodded in admiration. Excellent idea. Regardless, Konoha undoubtedly wishes to avoid committing too many forces against us, which will not only lead them to lower their guard, but also significantly reduce their manpower. Yakura concurred. However, even so, annihilating Konoha's ninjas will not be an easy task. With their exceptional abilities and intelligence-gathering skills, even if their numbers dwindle, total extermination remains a formidable challenge. Upon hearing this, Raza's gaze shimmered with anticipation. That brings us to the third phase, which I term the decoy plan. A decoy? However, executing this plan will require a stroke of luck. Luck? Raza's voice, laced with significance, caused a momentary pause among those present. Just then, a knock echoed, and the door to the Kazekage's office swung open, revealing Maki, who entered respectfully. Reporting to Kazekage-sama, we have received word from the scouting division that the commander opposing our Sand Village ninjas from Konoha is Danzo. It seems fortune is indeed on our side. In that moment, the joy in Raza's voice resonated throughout the office. Yet, the intelligence was not yet complete, as Maki continued. There is one more piece of news. The Uchiha clan has also joined the battle. Since the death of the only Uchiha allowed into Konoha's upper echelons, Uchiha Kagami, during the Second Shinobi World War, the Uchiha clan's standing within Konoha has increasingly become isolated. This isolation stems partly from Konoha's oppression of the Uchiha clan, and partly from the clan's own inflated sense of superiority as the most prestigious family in the shinobi world following the demise of the Senju clan. This pride has led the majority of the Uchiha to prioritize their family's interests over those of the village, resulting in a significant consequence: the Uchiha clan's reluctance to heed the village's commands, an intolerable situation for any village leadership. Take this ongoing shinobi world war as an example. Though the conflict has persisted for months, Uchiha ninjas have been conspicuously absent from the battlefield. Rumors have even spread that the Uchiha are awaiting Konoha's defeat to seize power during the village's moment of weakness. These rumors have effectively obliterated any support the Uchiha may have garnered from the village due to Elder Danzo's clandestine research into the Sharingan. Ironically, the Uchiha, who were the victims, have been cast as perpetrators and subjected to even closer scrutiny. This has escalated internal dissatisfaction within the Uchiha clan, making their participation in the war increasingly unlikely. Yet, at this juncture, an event transpired that altered the Uchiha clan's course. Namely, the visit from Minato Namikaze to Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's leader. What transpired during their conversation remains a mystery. However, following that meeting, Uchiha Fugaku, facing considerable dissent from many within the clan, issued the command for the Uchiha clan to join the battle. Although the Uchiha, as the most prominent clan in the shinobi world, boast a complex internal hierarchy, many still chose to follow their leader, resulting in a significant contingent of powerful ninjas. Thus, the participation of the Uchiha clan, the foremost clan in the shinobi world, immediately alleviated some of the immense pressure Konoha faced on the battlefield. The Land of Rivers, situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, is aptly named for its numerous rivers. While some still flow with water, others have long since dried up, creating natural hiding spots. Since the Sand Village declared war on Konoha, both Sand and Konoha ninjas have utilized these riverbeds for covert troop movements and supplies transport. Now, 7 days have elapsed since the Sand Village officially declared its intention against Konoha. Within these 7 days, countless skirmishes have erupted across the Land of Rivers. Yet it is evident to discerning eyes that the Sand Village does not genuinely seek to engage Konoha in a full-scale war. Nevertheless, this has effectively drawn a portion of Konoha's main forces into the Land of Rivers, presenting an opportunity for Kumogakure and Iwagakure to launch substantial offensives against the Land of Fire, in stark contrast to the Sand Village's ongoing conflicts in the Land of Rivers. Within just 7 days, the aggressive Kumogakure has advanced deep into the heart of the Land of Fire, while opportunistic Iwagakure has seized the moment to take control of 1/3 of the Land of Fire. The situation in the Land of Fire grows increasingly precarious. In the dry riverbeds of the Land of Rivers, a convoy from Konoha transporting supplies steadily progresses. Hurry! We must reach the camp by nightfall. The shout comes from a ninja named Aburame Kaze, a jonin clad in the distinctive long robes of the Aburame clan, wearing sunglasses, and serving as the captain responsible for escorting logistical supplies. Hey! The pace of the convoy quickens slightly, though not significantly. Most of those transporting supplies are civilians, lacking the remarkable abilities of ninjas. Seeing that urging them yields little result, Aburame Kaze approaches the center of the formation, where he is accompanied by 3 ninjas adorned in Uchiha clan attire. Unlike the haughty demeanor of most Uchiha ninjas in the village, these 3 exude a gentle demeanor. Following Minato's admonition, Aburame Kaze strives to present a more amiable front, addressing the young boy in the center, who appears remarkably youthful. Shursui, how do you find the battlefield? Can you hold your ground? As he speaks, Aburame Kaze cannot help but reflect on the fact that this boy, merely 8 years of age, would still be a novice in ninja school, yet possesses the strength of a genin. Undoubtedly, he is a prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan. However, it is indeed cruel to send such a child into battle, yet Konoha finds itself with no alternative. The pressure from 3 battlefronts has rendered them incapable of lifting their heads, unlike the contemplative musings of Yamanaka Fu. Uchiha Shursue's youthful visage bore a hint of excitement as he gently remarked, "Do not worry, Fu-senpai, everything will be fine. I also wish to contribute to the village." Haha. Contributing is one thing, but your foremost priority now is to safeguard yourself. After saying this, he nodded towards the 2 other Uchiha Chunin accompanying them. Thank you both. The 2 Uchiha, their expressions complex, nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the group continued onward, with Uchiha Shursui observing the towering riverbanks on either side, his curiosity prompting him to inquire. "Fu-senpai, why are we taking this route? If the enemy attacks us from both riverbanks, it seems we would be trapped here and rendered quite passive." Yamanaka Fu responded, clearly impressed. "Indeed, you are a talented youth of the Uchiha clan. It is commendable that you recognize these concerns. However, we are left with no options." "No options?" Shursui was taken aback. Yes, the terrain of the Land of Rivers is exceedingly intricate. Aside from rivers, there are only mountains, with few plains. Compared to the flat riverbanks, those routes are far more difficult to traverse, especially as we are transporting so many supplies. Carts and oxen simply cannot manage. However, there is no need for excessive worry. The riverways in the Land of Rivers are as dense as a spider's web, making it quite challenging for the Sunagakure ninjas to locate us. Shursui nodded, feeling enlightened. Just then, however, Yamanaka Fu abruptly turned to look ahead, murmuring, "This cannot be good. Everyone, halt and remain vigilant." Instantly, the entire team understood that an assault from Sunagakure was imminent. Uchiha Shursui began to feel a twinge of anxiety. This was his first encounter with the ninjas of a rival nation. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, the riverbanks erupted with a cacophony of explosions. "Oh no, it's explosive tags!" Someone screamed, followed by the collapse of the riverbanks, as countless stones and clods of earth rained down from above. The ninjas, naturally unafraid of such attacks, evaded with agility. But the ordinary villagers were not as fortunate. They were almost instantly buried by the falling debris, their lives extinguished. Suspended in midair, Uchiha Shursui gazed down at the horrific scenes filled with death and despair, experiencing for the first time the brutal reality of war. "Ah, my leg! Help me! Cough, cough!" The relentless explosions had severed the riverbank, burying some beneath the debris, crippling others, and causing some to cough up blood from the shockwave of the blasts. Shursui's dark pupils widened as he beheld the grim tableau below, feeling an unprecedented impact. He yearned to leap down and assist, but was forcibly restrained by a family ninja beside him. "What are you trying to do?" "I want to save them." The family ninja shook his head, his gaze cold. "They are beyond saving. If you go down there, you will meet the same fate. But we cannot simply watch them perish. They are our fellow villagers. The family ninja's expression remained indifferent, his tone chilling. Understand this, Shursui, you are not a deity. This is war, and here, life is exceedingly fragile. Shursui's pupils contracted. As he looked down, his body trembled slightly, yet he could not bring himself to take another step. The other Konoha ninjas lacked the capacity to confront such intense explosive force, taking refuge and cursing vehemently. Damn it, just how many explosive tags did those Sunagakure ninjas bury? The explosions persisted for a full 3 minutes before finally ceasing, yet the Konoha ninjas dared not lower their guard. After a lengthy wait, as the smoke began to clear, they still did not see any approaching Sunagakure ninjas. Yamanaka-senpai. All eyes turned to Yamanaka Fu. Sensing the information conveyed by his insects, Fu gritted his teeth and declared, Sunagakure has not advanced. After speaking, he glanced at the devastation below, sighing inwardly. Let us survey the battlefield and see how many have survived. It appears we must find another route. As they proceeded, a heavy gloom enveloped the group, and Uchiha Shursui, filled with remorse over the war, fell into silence. Fortunately, they arrived safely at Konoha's encampment in the Land of Rivers, the Tsuru Maru Castle. All right, I will arrange for you to find a place to rest. I must seek out Danzo-sama. Upon hearing the name Danzo, the expressions of the 3 Uchiha clan members shifted. Thank you, Yamanaka Fu. Fully aware of the history between the Uchiha clan and Elder Danzo, internally sided with the Uchiha. On one hand, his brother Yamanaka Shimi was a close friend of Namikaze Minato. On the other hand, as a member of the Yamanaka clan's elite, he was privy to some of Elder Danzo's methods. Nevertheless, the overarching interests of the village compelled him to suppress these feelings. Upon entering the tent, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them. The commanding officer, Shimura Danzo, sat at the head of the table, flanked by Yamanaka Ryoma, a trusted subordinate from the root. Perhaps the village believed this relationship warranted sending the Yamanaka clan to assist Danzo. Also present was the Yamanaka clan leader, Yamanaka Shimi. You have arrived, Fu. I heard that you were attacked by Sunagakure. Though they belonged to the same faction, the atmosphere in the tent was notably frosty. It was Yamanaka Shimi, the clan leader, who took the initiative to break the eerie silence. Yamanaka Fu was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, as before, the ninjas from Sunagakure merely harassed us before retreating. At this moment, the cold-faced Danzo finally spoke. It seems our intelligence was accurate. Seeing Yamanaka Fu's puzzled expression, Yamanaka Ryoma added, We have just received confirmation that Sunagakure has no intention of engaging us directly. What? Yamanaka Fu's confusion deepened. It is as follows, Fu, Yamanaka Shimi explained. According to information gathered by our informants in Sunagakure, Humogakure, and Awagakure, the 3 Kazekage, Reikage, and Tsuchikage, have discussed a cooperative strategy. Aside from tying down a portion of our forces here in Konoha, Sunagakure will only involve itself in the assault against us through mercenaries. Mercenaries? Indeed. Tasks will be assigned to Sunagakure by Kumogakure and Awagakure, and Sunagakure will execute these tasks in exchange for compensation. This revelation astonished Yamanaka Fu and clarified the doubts lingering in his mind. Indeed, I never anticipated that Yunin Village and Yunin Village would consent to such a proposal. It appears that the Kazekage of Sunagakure is no ordinary individual. Upon hearing this, Danzo's gaze sharpened, and he coldly remarked, However, for the village, this is a fortuitous development. Since Sunagakure is disinclined to engage in conflict, we have no need to provoke them. Inform the ninjas within the village to exercise restraint. Danzo is not a warmonger. His rise to leadership is not genuinely for the village's welfare, but rather a quest for opportunities to extract the answers he desires from the Kazekage of Sunagakure. Moreover, although the collective number of Konoha ninjas exceeds 2,000, their caliber pales in comparison to the over 1,000 elite ninjas dispatched by Sunagakure. Yamanaka Shikaku nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. It must be said that being in the presence of Elder Danzo was quite stressful for him, primarily due to the fear of Danzo's unilateral decisions. Just then, Danzo suddenly spoke. The prodigious Uchiha Shursui has also arrived, hasn't he? Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, in the area recently designated by Raza as the Oasis of Dragons, the energy of the Divine Tree's Sage Chakra continually transforms this oasis day by day, with the forest's expanse gradually increasing. As the Jinchuriki, Fu's astonishment at these changes grows daily. Aware of the existence of the Umbu leader, Maki, He too is increasingly astounded by Raza's inscrutable depth. As the master of this place, Raza has spent the past 7 days training here, only returning home at night to be with his wife. His training focuses on harnessing sage chakra energy. With only half of his usual chakra reserves, Raza cannot confidently execute his forthcoming plans. Thus, he seeks to transcend his physical limitations, aspiring to store more sage chakra within his body. However, the method remains elusive, compelling him to revert to primitive techniques, rigorous physical training supplemented by sage chakra energy to shatter his bodily constraints. After 7 days, the results have been somewhat underwhelming. While there is indeed progress in his physical training, the daily increase in his capacity to store sage chakra is minimal, and the enhancement of his physical strength, though gradual, is insufficient compared to the time and energy expended. Given Raza's current prowess, such improvements are negligible. He craves a transformative elevation. Although he feels he has surpassed his former self and reached the pinnacle of shadow-level strength, his future adversaries will be of a higher echelon, such as the Super Shadows, Six Paths, and Otsutsuki. Their power levels are increasingly formidable. Of course, there exists a shortcut, the Jinchuriki beside him, Fu. If he could convert the chakra of Shikaku, the tailed beast, into sage chakra energy, it would not only vastly enhance his physical capabilities, but also significantly amplify the concentration of sage chakra energy in this realm. Yet, Raza harbors a concern. The Sage of Six Paths is still alive, lurking in the shadows, observing this world. And he is reluctant to take such a risk, at least not at present. Therefore, while employing this inefficient training method, he must devise a more effective approach to cultivate sage chakra energy. Chapter 75. The Land of Grass. The Land of Grass, one of the smaller nations in the ninja world, lies nestled between the Fire Nation, Earth Nation, Rain Nation, and the Land of Waterfalls. The Fire Nation and Earth Nation are both well-established major powers. The small Rain Nation is notable for having produced the semi-divine Hanzo of the Salamander, who instigated the Second Great Ninja War. As for the Land of Waterfalls, its own Takigakure boasts a tailed beast. It can be said that none of these 4 nations are particularly amicable, which has led the Land of Grass to develop a diplomatic strategy to navigate the tensions between the great powers, ensuring its continued existence. At this moment, due to the Earth Nation's incursion into the Fire Nation, the Land of Grass is finally spared from becoming a battleground between 2 major nations, granting this country a rare moment of tranquility. Unbeknownst to everyone, Raza, the Kazekage of Sunagakure, has arrived here with a covert task force of 9. Upon entering the borders of the Land of Grass, 3 members of another secret task force dispatched by Raza to investigate the region appeared before him. Their code names are Sandmouse, Black Scorpion, and Red Thorn, all unique creatures of the desert. Kazekage-sama, speak as we walk, exclaimed one of the members. With 12 elite jonin alongside Raza, this operation is indeed a significant undertaking. The 13 swiftly traversed the forest. Leading the investigative trio, the robust Black Scorpion began to relay the intelligence they had gathered regarding the Land of Grass. Kazekage-sama, we have located the woman of the Uzumaki clan you instructed us to find. Her name is Hanabira. Hearing that their mission involved an Uzumaki clan member stunned the other 9 masked members of the secret task force. After the destruction of Yuzushiogakure, Hanabira had wandered into the Land of Grass, where she was discovered by Kazekage and has since been covertly concealed due to her remarkable ability. Any injured ninja who consumes her blood can rapidly recover their injuries and chakra, an effect so potent that it is said to even heal those on the brink of death. This revelation astonished the other 9 even further. Raza, already aware of these details, remained unfazed, simply inquiring, aside from Hanabira, are there any other members of the Uzumaki clan in Kazekage? Does she have any offspring? No. Hanabira is merely 13 years old. I see. It appears that Kurenai has yet to be born. How did you acquire this information? Kazekage-sama, the internal structure of Kazekage is quite corrupt. Many issues can be resolved with money. Furthermore, the village is rife with internal conflicts, currently dominated by 2 opposing factions. 1. The pro-war faction known as Kusa no Jitsu seeks to restore Kazekage. The other, the anti-war faction called Kusa no Hana, is being suppressed. Given the current war, the pro-war faction holds most power, so we attempted to make contact with some high-ranking members of Kusa no Hana, offering our support in exchange for information. And that's how we acquired these details. Excellent work, Raza exclaimed, his eyes brightening at this revelation. It seems my plan can proceed more smoothly than anticipated. The 12 members looked at Raza with curiosity, for until now, he had not disclosed the purpose of gathering them all. At this juncture, Raza chose to reveal his intentions without reservation. It is time. Our objective is straightforward. We shall invade Kazekage and bring Hanabira back to our village. The 12 individuals, esteemed as the elite shinobi of the village, were undeniably astute. Upon hearing Raza's words and reflecting on the current state of affairs on the battlefield, he immediately thought of the tailed beast residing within their village, Shikaku. Indeed, the current Jinchuriki was far too aged. It was imperative to find a younger host to wield Shikaku's powers. No wonder the Kazekage had personally intervened this time. However, Raza remarked, if the sole purpose was merely to obtain the vortex flower bouquet, we could discreetly procure it with the assistance of those aligned with the flower of grass. No, Raza shook his head. If that were the case, my personal involvement would be unnecessary. Beyond the vortex flower bouquet, our mission entails another objective, to serve as bait. Bait. This term was hardly encouraging. Indeed, our true target is the leader of Konoha in the land of rivers, Danzo. The 12 elite shinobi were taken aback, realizing that the Kazekage's aim was to eliminate Danzo, the one responsible for the assassination of the third Hokage and the attack on the Kazekage himself. Without further explanation, Raza issued commands. We will launch a formidable assault on the village hidden in the grass, compelling them to surrender the vortex flower bouquet. During this period, I require your assistance in leveraging internal connections within the grass village to prompt their leader to seek aid from Danzo in Konoha. Can this be accomplished? The 12 understood the Kazekage's intentions. The Sandrat, tasked with liaising with the upper echelons of the grass village, contemplated before responding, this is not an insurmountable challenge. Given the current adversarial dynamics within the grass village, if we assist the faction aligned with the grass flower in dealing with some from the grassroot faction, they should be inclined to cooperate with us. However, Kazekage-sama, let us handle the bait without you risking yourself. Raza had no desire to take such risks, nor was he particularly interested in eliminating Danzo. He preferred the notion of Danzo remaining alive, a source of future turmoil for Konoha. Nonetheless, the potential rewards of Danzo's possession of Hashirama cells and the Sharingan were too enticing to ignore. Furthermore, Raza was well aware of Danzo's capabilities, particularly since he lacked Shirsui's Sharingan at this time, significantly diminishing his threat level. Thus, Raza resolved to take a gamble. Regardless of the grievances regarding the third Hokage or the assassination attempt on my life, we must provide an explanation to our village. Since Konoha refuses to yield, we shall take it ourselves. Upon witnessing Raza's unwavering determination, the 12 elite shinobi complied with his orders. Just then, the last of the reconnaissance shinobi, Chikage, recalled something of interest. Kazekage-sama, during our investigation of the land of grass, we uncovered a fascinating tidbit, a legendary artifact left by the Sage of Six Paths, known as the Paradise Box. The Paradise Box, Raza exclaimed, recognizing it from a certain theatrical adaptation. However, he chose not to delve further into it. He lacked the power to engage with the Sage of Six Paths at this moment. How intriguing. Continue your investigations, he instructed, casting a glance at the other 11. Should you encounter similar intriguing matters in your inquiries, do not hesitate to inform me. After all, despite being a traveler from another realm and possessing knowledge of many narratives, I often overlook intricate details. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Very well. With this matter settled, let us resume our advance towards the village hidden in the grass. Chapter 76. Village hidden in the grass. The village hidden in the grass lies upon an expansive plain, cultivated with a flower known as the dragon tongue, whose buds resemble flames of red. At first glance, the entire plain appears to be a world ignited by flickering sparks. The village itself, lacking natural fortifications, has been constructed like a fortress surrounded by sturdy stone walls. The buildings within the village, crafted from hard rock, exude a European castle-like aesthetic. Upon the walls, ninjas adorned with the insignia of the village hidden in the grass patrol solemnly. Their attire reveals a clear division between two factions. The majority bear markings resembling flames of burning foliage, indicating their alignment with the main combat faction, the grassroot, while a minority display the emblem of the dragon tongue, representing the grassflower faction. They collectively gazed into the distance, scanning the unobstructed plain, easily detecting any approaching intruders. Consequently, The ninjas stationed on the walls quickly noticed the 13 ninjas swiftly approaching across the field of dragon tongue flowers, moving with such speed that the defenders barely had time to react before the intruders reached the base of the wall. Who goes there? With a few agile leaps, the 13 figures ascended the wall, allowing the grass ninjas to finally discern their headbands. Sand Village ninjas. Instantaneously, alarms blared throughout the village hidden in the grass. Humph, Raza scoffed, addressing the 12 members of his covert task force. Proceed according to the plan. Yes. The 12 members of the covert task force dispersed, leaving 3 ninjas stationed behind Raza. Seeing this, Raza gestured with his hands, summoning the energy of Sage Arts. Sage Art, Sand Flowing River. In an instant, the vast plain surrounding the village hidden in the grass transformed into a desert, waves of sand rising to obscure the sun, encasing the entire village in darkness. The village hidden in the grass was not particularly large. Perhaps it had once thrived. But now it was merely 3 to 4 times larger than the star-hidden village that Raza had encountered. Thus, when Raza's colossal surge of sand blotted out the sun over the village, every ninja of the grass village was paralyzed with fear, astonished by the overwhelming display of ninjutsu. Is this ninjutsu? This astonishment was not limited to the ninjas of the sand village. The 12 members of the covert task force were equally stunned by the sheer power of the technique. Their resolve to fulfill Raza's orders strengthened. At that moment, shadowy figures materialized before Raza. These were 4 of the rare elite shinobi among the grass village, donned in animal masks and long robes. Who are you? Why have the sand village ninjas invaded our domain? One of them demanded. There are agreements between the great nations that prohibit unprovoked attacks. Raza, however, paid them no mind, instead inquiring of the sand rat behind him. Is it these individuals? Indeed, the sand rat affirmed. Raza had come prepared, having allocated several days for this operation. Among the most crucial matters is the connection established by the sand mouse with the upper echelons of the grass-hidden village, tasked with negotiating collaborative affairs. It must be said that the internal corruption within the grass-hidden village is indeed severe, with the animosity between 2 factions escalating to the point of internal conflict. The conditions proposed by the upper echelons of the grass flower were shockingly to have the elite jonin of the sand-hidden village resolve the grievances of the grass-hidden village. Upon seeing the sand mouse nod in agreement, Risha wasted no time. Sage Art, Sand Instantaneous Movement. In an instant, Risha's figure transformed into a swirling cloud of sand. What? The 4 jonin of the grass-hidden village gasped in shock, a wave of dread washing over them. They quickly activated their sensory abilities, attempting to locate the intruder. However, they perceived nothing until a sudden, excruciating pain struck. Sage Art, Sand Instantaneous Movement / This technique, derived from Risha's mastery of the sage art and the ability to manipulate sand, allowed him to approach his enemies silently, undetected by the majority of ninjas who could not sense natural energy, and strike with lethal precision. While it may not rival the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, it proved devastating against ordinary ninjas. With a swift motion, 3 deep gashes appeared across the abdomens of 3 jonin from the grass-hidden village, leaving only one trembling. Horrified at the sight of his slain comrades, unable to comprehend how they had been dispatched in a single blow. Who are you? As the question escaped his lips, he felt a chill run down his spine, paralyzed by fear as a cold voice resonated behind him. I am Risha, the wind shadow of the sand-hidden village. Inform your leader to surrender the vortex bouquet to me. Hearing that his life was spared, the grass-hidden village jonin fled in a panic. In the grand tower at the heart of the grass-hidden village, the high-ranking officials gathered. However, the sparse number of attendees indicated the village's limited jonin, totaling no more than 9, seated together. Though they still wore animal masks, their terrified voices betrayed the panic etched upon their faces. How did the wind shadow of the sand-hidden village learn of the vortex bouquet's existence? Could it be that someone leaked information from within the village? Fools. Is this truly the time for infighting? What do you propose we do? What else can we do? The wind shadow has personally arrived. Can we possibly refuse to comply? How infuriating. I can't accept this. That power belongs to the Vortex clan. If only we had a bit more time, we could. Survival is paramount over the power of the Vortex clan. Did you not see? Gio and the others were annihilated in an instant. Do you believe yourself stronger than them? Clearly. In the face of life and death, the high-ranking officials of the grass-hidden village made the most prudent choice. Given Risha's demonstrated strength, annihilating the grass-hidden village would be effortless, especially with the presence of other jonin from the sand-hidden village. Just then, another voice broke the tension. We can refuse to hand it over, but it cannot be done so easily. Chapter 77, Sand-Hidden Village versus Leaf Village, 6. What do you mean? All eyes turned toward the speaker. Since we cannot claim the power of the Vortex clan for ourselves, we must create some trouble for the Sand-Hidden Village. Otherwise, we will lose all face. We certainly understand that, but how can we create trouble? We are no match for the Wind Shadow. We may not be able to stand against him, but others can. Have you forgotten about the Leaf Village? Given the relationship between the Vortex clan and the Leaf Village, they will undoubtedly refuse to hand the Vortex bouquet to the Sand-Hidden Village. A glimmer of realization sparked in everyone's eyes. Indeed, the Sand-Hidden Village desires the Vortex bouquet for the power of the Vortex clan, aiming to make her a Jinchuriki. The Leaf Village will certainly not agree. At that moment, the individual who proposed the plan continued. Informing the Leaf Village will take too long. We should relay this information to the leader of the Leaf Village, Danzo, who is currently engaged in battle with the Sand-Hidden Village. Why? It's simple. The Wind Shadow must travel from our land of grass to the land of wind, passing through either the land of rain or the land of fire, traversing the land of river. Danzo is presently in the land of river, and he can intercept the message swiftly. Moreover, there exists an unresolvable enmity between Danzo and the Sand-Hidden Village, stemming from the death of the third Wind Shadow and the assassination attempt on the Wind Shadow. Furthermore, we all know Danzo's covetousness for the power of the Vortex clan rivals our own. The sound reasoning of this high-ranking official garnered unanimous agreement from those present. As the Grass-Hidden Village frequently interacted with the four great nations, they possessed special communication channels with the dark divisions of the Leaf Village. Thus, just over an hour later, the Roots received a message from the Grass-Hidden Village in the land of river, at Tsurumaru Castle. Upon realizing that the Sand-Hidden Village had no intention of engaging in genuine warfare with the Leaf Village, akin to the previous assault on the land of fire, the Leaf Village's front lines had contracted. Aside from recalling some ninjas, Leaf Village's forces opted to avoid direct confrontation with those from the Sand-Hidden Village. However, due to past experiences, the Leaf Village maintained a military presence of over 1,000 troops in the land of river to prepare for any potential conflict. Since the situation on the battlefield was stable, Danzo, as the commander, could have returned to the village for a period of rest, but he declined. He had discovered something that piqued his interest greatly. What remarkable talent, Uchiha Shursui, alone within the Leaf Village's camp. Danzo scrutinized the intelligence gathered by the Roots regarding Uchiha Shursui, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. He had long heard of the prodigious Uchiha Shursui, but due to the relationship between the Uchiha and himself, Danzo had not delved deeply into understanding Shursui. However, during the past week of close contact, he had indeed come to recognize the extraordinary nature of this mere 8-year-old child, even seeing reflections of his old friend, Uchiha Kagami, within him. Contemplating this, Danzo narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. Kagami, let me see how far your lineage can grow. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Lord Danzo, enter. It was his trusted subordinate, oil woman Ryoma, who entered in haste, clutching a small note. Lord Danzo, we just received urgent news from the Roots. Transmitted from the Grass-Hidden Village. The Grass-Hidden Village. Danzo furrowed his brow in curiosity, but upon seeing the anxious expression on Ryoma's face, he took the note and read it, his brow immediately knitting in concern. Has the information been confirmed? Ryoma relayed what he had verified. The message was sent through our special channel with the Grass-Hidden Village's leader, known only to them. However, we interrogated some Grass-Hidden Village ninjas using our techniques, confirming that there is indeed an individual with a suspected bloodline limit from the Vortex clan. Danzo's expression darkened, yet his eyes glinted with urgency. What audacity for the Grass-Hidden Village to harbor the orphan of the Vortex clan in secret. What is our course of action now, Lord Danzo? How many jonin can we mobilize from here? Yaninja Ryuma pondered for a moment, including the 2 elite Uchiha shinobi and the senior members from the Root organization. A total of 38 elite shinobi could be mobilized. Uchiha, you say? Danzo's eyes glimmered with interest as he immediately issued an order. Gather all the elite shinobi. Such a large-scale mobilization by Danzo could hardly escape anyone's notice. As the vice commander, Yaninja Shursui noticed the unusual commotion among the ninjas in the camp and promptly sought out Danzo. Elder Danzo, what has transpired? Why have all the elite shinobi been assembled? Without hesitation, Danzo revealed the intelligence received from the route to Yaninja Shirwei. Upon reading it, Shirwei was taken aback. Danzo, not allowing Shirwei a moment to react, declared, "We absolutely cannot allow Sunagakure to obtain the last remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Their desire for her is undoubtedly linked to the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure." Shirwei nodded in agreement, without offering any rebuttal. "So, Elder Danzo, do you intend to intercept them? Should we inform the village? There is no time for that. By the time we relay this information to Hiruzen and await his response, Sunagakure may have already secured the Uzumaki heir." Shirwei understood this logic, recognizing Danzo's authority in this matter. "What are your plans, then, Elder Danzo?" "I intend to lead the elite shinobi to intercept them. If all goes well," Danzo's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent, "we can capture the young Kazekage of Sunagakure, which would eliminate a significant threat." Shirwei was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, this would indeed be a splendid opportunity. Yet, inexplicably, he harbored a sense of unease. Reflecting on this apprehension, he recalled the last incursion into the Land of Fire, where he had witnessed the prowess of the young Fourth Kazekage from Sunagakure firsthand. Tentatively, he inquired, "Elder Danzo, could this be a trap?" "A trap?" Danzo was momentarily stunned, as was Ryuma, who stood beside him. "Why do you say that?" Danzo pressed. Shirwei furrowed his brow. "I don't know. I just feel that the young Kazekage of Sunagakure is not to be underestimated. Last time, even Minato and Jiraiya-sama suffered at his hands." Shirwei mentioned Minato and Jiraiya to bolster his argument, yet unexpectedly, his words had the opposite effect. "Humph," Danzo scoffed, making a swift decision. "If you don't know, then refrain from speaking. Assemble the elite shinobi here. I will take 30 of them. This time, we must capture the Fourth Kazekage." Chapter 78, Sunagakure vs. Konoha, 7. Danzo had never considered that one day, the seemingly unfounded Minato Namikaze would emerge as his greatest threat in the race for the Hokage title. It was only after Minato successfully persuaded the Uchiha clan to join the fray in order to prevent the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from entering the battle that Danzo realized something was amiss. Looking back, he saw that Minato had grown into an existence that even he could not contend with. He was the disciple of Jiraiya, the husband of Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the close friend of the Yaninja clan head, and the teacher of Kakashi Hitaki, the son of Konoha's White Fang. He was a hero of the battlefield, known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha. Adding to this, the Uchiha clan was now willing to support him. If Minato were to run for Hokage, no one in the village could possibly stand in his way. In that moment, Danzo seemed to understand why even Hiruzen placed such importance on Minato's opinions. Standing behind him in this critical time for the village, unwilling to send the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki into battle. Perhaps now, even Hiruzen felt powerless against Minato. This was intolerable for Danzo, especially since Minato had defied him repeatedly regarding the deployment of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, causing Danzo to lose face within the village and even giving the previously subdued Uchiha clan a chance to regain their footing. How could he not be furious? Thus, upon hearing Shirwei's words, Danzo coldly issued his command. Shirwei, powerless to oppose, soon saw the elite shinobi gather. Shortly thereafter, Danzo stealthily departed from Kurama Castle with 30 elite shinobi. Watching Danzo and the 30 elite shinobi leave, Shirwei's sense of unease intensified. Just moments ago, an unexpected incident had occurred. Danzo had obstinately conscripted 2 elite Uchiha shinobi for the ambush against the Kazekage of Sunagakure. Yet he could do nothing but order the ninjas of his clan to spread the word and heighten their vigilance. Meanwhile, as Danzo departed, the hidden forces of Sunagakure, already prepared and lurking around Kurama Castle, noticed the exodus of Konoha's elite shinobi and promptly relayed the information. In the Land of Rivers, the long-abandoned Iron Tooth Mine served as Sunagakure's base of operations at the far end of the land. Unlike the bustling Konoha encampments, this place appeared rather desolate. Aside from the main tent representing the commander and the supply tent, there were few other tents. This was part of Sunagakure's operational strategy, to divide and conquer. Within the main tent, the leaders of the 3 major divisions, Chiyo, Yakura, and Mikawa, convened. With Raza absent, Chiyo, as the elder, naturally held the highest seniority. However, she was reluctant to speak up, allowing the more composed Mikawa to take on the role of the de facto commander as arranged by Raza. The intelligence from the Umbu indicated that everything was proceeding according to the Kazekage's plan, with the Konoha forces ensnared in the trap they had prepared. Danzo had led most of the elite shinobi away from Kurama Castle, while their main force had already been secretly positioned near Kurama Castle, ready to encircle Konoha at a moment's notice. Has the timing for the operation been confirmed? Chiyo inquired. Yes, according to the Kazekage's directive. We plan to launch our attack on Konoha 6 hours after Danzo's departure. All orders must be communicated to the village's ninjas to arrive at the designated operation site. We will need some time to mobilize. Since it has been confirmed, then issue the orders. Understood. Soon, Mikawa's orders were disseminated through Sunagakure Zumbu. Then let us proceed, Chiyo declared, rising to her feet. Suddenly, the usually silent Yakura interjected, how many shinobi from Konoha has Raza's side engaged? Chiyo and Mikawa exchanged puzzled glances. But Mikawa replied with curiosity, according to our intelligence, Danzo has led 30 elite shinobi away. It's astonishing how accurately the Kazekage anticipated this. Danzo has been completely outmaneuvered. Mikawa's admiring words elicited an irate response from Yakura. Even so, as the leader of the village, to personally act as bait is rather reckless, don't you think? Mikawa was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Yakura's discontent. Isn't this already an established plan? However, Chiyo, with her keen feminine intuition, sensed something deeper. Her gaze shifted slightly, and she offered a comforting response. Rest assured, since Rasha possesses such confidence, as comrades, we ought to place our trust in him. Furthermore, has not the information here already been conveyed to him? If he were aware of his inability to prevail, he would undoubtedly refrain from taking such risks. Yitsung thus slightly nodded in agreement. Consequently, the three departed from the tent, leading their respective subordinates onward. In an instant, the entire country of Chuan began to stir with unseen currents. Meanwhile, in the land of grass, within the village of Kusa, an imposing structure akin to a colossal tower housed numerous cells constructed of wooden bars. This was a place designated by the land of grass for the confinement of prisoners. Deep within the dimly lit confines of the prison, a small chamber, illuminated only by 2 palm-sized windows that allowed a sliver of sunlight, contained a young girl. With striking features and flowing red hair, she donned a simple gown resembling prison garb, curled up on a rudimentary wooden bed, cradling her head. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the bite marks adorning her exposed arms and thighs, while shackles sealed her feet, suppressing her chakra. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. As the sounds grew increasingly closer, 2 guards clad in Kusa village ninja attire rushed in, opening the cell with a shout directed at the girl. Come with us. The girl offered no resistance, for she had long since grown accustomed to such treatment. Soon, traversing the lengthy corridor, the brilliant sunlight greeted them at the hallway's end. Just as the girl stepped into the light, the glaring sun compelled her to squint. Once her eyes adjusted and she reopened them, an unimaginable scene unfolded before her. Like the apocalypse, a blinding sandstorm engulfed the entirety of Kusa village. The air was thick with yellow dust, transforming the once verdant landscape into a gray haze. It was then that she finally noticed the fear etched upon the faces of the Kusa ninjas who had once tormented her. What is happening? A flicker of life ignited in her otherwise vacant eyes. At that moment, a voice whispered near her ear. Is it her? Yes, indeed, Lord Kazekage. This is the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, known as Hanabusa. Several high-ranking officials from Kusa village gathered nearby, their gazes filled with trepidation. Hanabusa slowly lifted her head, following the source of the voice, and beheld a man with short brown hair, exuding an extraordinary presence, as he descended from the heavens like a deity. Chapter 79. Hanabusa Uzumaki. It could only be said that she was indeed the future mother of Karen. Before Rasha stood a girl strikingly reminiscent of the future Karen. Appearing no older than 13 or 14, her youth evident. With eyes and hair bearing the distinctive red hue of the Uzumaki clan. She wore what seemed to be prison garb, her exposed skin marked with bite marks, emanating an aura of fear and unease as she regarded Rasha. This caused Rasha to furrow his brow slightly, expressing his displeasure to the nearby Kusa officials. Free her from her bonds. Why yes. Sensing Rasha's fury, the officials became flustered, promptly commanding the guards to remove Hanabusa's shackles. With a clang, the chakra-sealing cuffs fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Suddenly, the previously frightened Hanabusa widened her eyes in astonishment, staring at Rasha with a look of disbelief, her lips quivering. This transformation did not escape the notice of those present. Rasha, too, was intrigued. However, he had no intention of seeking answers here. Having acquired the individual he sought, There was no longer a need to linger in Kusa village. A swirling mass of golden sand coalesced beneath their feet. The weakened girl, startled, lost her balance and plopped down, though fortunately, the sand was quite soft. Ignoring the hidden resentment in the gazes of the Kusa ninjas, Rasha dispelled the jutsu surrounding Kusa village and soared into the sky, departing from the village. In this world, the possession of absolute power renders one impervious to reason. Rasha's figure soon vanished from the sight of the Kusa ninjas, who, filled with animosity, immediately began relaying all intelligence back to Konoha, in a forest 10 kilometers away from Kusa village. Rasha did not rush back to his village, but instead chose to wait patiently. Before long, the silhouette of the Black Scorpion appeared beside him. Glancing at the seemingly dazed orphan of the Uzumaki clan, he spoke, reporting to Lord Kazekage, "The bait has been released." "Very well, let us proceed." "Understood." In the forest, 12 figures flickered and vanished, paving the way for Rasha. He then resumed control of the sand cloud, taking to the skies. His pace was deliberate, for although the bait had been cast, they needed to wait for the fish to take the hook. Next, they would traverse the land of grass, then enter the land of fire, reach the land of Chuan, and finally return to the land of wind. As for why they did not opt for a more direct route through the land of rain, it was because the rain-soaked terrain posed a significant hindrance to Rasha's current abilities. The impending battle would be of utmost importance, and Rasha would not allow any vulnerabilities to remain. At this juncture, he turned his attention to the girl beside him. Unlike the initial terror and anxiety she had exhibited, after the shackles had been removed, Rasha observed that Hanabusa now regarded him with curiosity and astonishment. Sensing Rasha's gaze upon her, the girl named Hanabusa displayed a hint of panic. This intrigued Rasha. "You do not appear to fear me." Startled, Hanabusa's lips trembled slightly as she spoke in a voice only they could hear, her tone tense. "Your chakra, it feels warm." This revelation took Rasha by surprise. He recalled that Karen possessed exceptional sensory abilities and had a technique known as the Kagura's heart, which was specifically attuned to chakra. Yet, here was Hanabusa, capable of perceiving even the sage energy within him. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Can you sense the power within me?" With a hint of trepidation, she nodded, her voice rising slightly as she replied, "Yes, it feels different from all the chakra I have sensed before. It is warm, like the sun." "Warm like the sun?" Rasha's expression shifted at the girl's faint words. However, he refrained from pressing further, instead retrieving some food and water from his attire and placing them before Hanabusa. "Your body is too frail. Eat something to regain your strength. There is a battle ahead." Hanabusa's eyes widened in surprise, and without hesitation, she began to ravenously consume the food and water. Rasha had intended to reassure her to eat slowly, but after a moment's reflection, he chose not to intervene. Thus, time passed gradually. Approximately 2 hours later, the Black Scorpion reappeared at Rasha's side. "To Lord Kazekage, I bring news from the Umbu. Danzo of Konoha has intercepted us with 30 elite shinobi." Having finished her meal and regained some strength, Hanabi's expression turned anxious. Although she remained unaware of the unfolding events, the mention of 30 elite shinobi was enough for her to grasp the gravity of the situation, evoking memories of the destruction of her homeland, the Uzumaki clan. At that moment, she heard the composed voice of Rasha. 30 elite shinobi? Quite an impressive display. Let us proceed as planned. Let us see who the mantis is and who the cicada is. As you command, Lord Kazekage. Hanabi gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. Despite her confusion, a sense of unease crept over her. Just then, Rasha spoke again. "You must already know that I am Rasha, the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure. I have come personally to bring you to Sunagakure, as we require the strength of the Uzumaki clan." Hanabi's gaze dimmed. She had grown accustomed to this reality, knowing that her greatest value lay solely in the blood of the Uzumaki clan that flowed within her. "So, will you join Sunagakure?" Reflecting on her painful past, she replied in a calm yet sorrowful tone, "Sunagakure and Kazekage are no different to me," and curled up, hugging her knees. Rasha sensed the sorrow within the young girl and thoughtfully stated, "I do not favor insincere words. But I can promise you this in the name of the Kazekage. No one in Sunagakure will ever bully you again." Hanabi's red eyes quivered, her gaze revealing a flicker of hope mingled with apprehension. Observing her reaction, Rasha refrained from further trivial conversation. "You should focus on recuperating. We have a battle ahead. But do not worry, all is proceeding according to plan." Rasha had no intention of sending Hanabi back to the village alone, for he could not completely trust the capabilities of his subordinates. As mere bait, he could not rely on Danzo to lower his guard. Hence Hanabi must remain by his side. Chapter 80. Perception abilities at the border between the land of fire and the land of rivers. Near the territory of the land of rain, Danzo led the Konoha elite shinobi in ambush. Despite the extensive length of the border, the only swift passage for Sunagekyu's ninja back to the land of wind lay here. Danzo, after thoroughly examining the intelligence gathered, dismissed the possibility of Sunagekyu's ninjas traversing the land of rain to reach their destination. The young Kazekage's bloodline limits, whether in sand manipulation or magnetic techniques, would be rendered ineffective in the land of rain. Nonetheless, to be cautious, Danzo dispatched elite shinobi with sensory and reconnaissance abilities to the borders of the land of rain and the land of fire. After waiting for over 4 hours, a response finally came. The ninjas of Sunagakure had appeared. High above the vast forest, an eagle soared through the sky. Its intelligent gaze revealed that this was no ordinary creature. Indeed, it was a summoning eagle. In the shinobi world, summoning eagles, dogs, and cats are the most common spirit beasts. While lacking formidable offensive capabilities, they excel in delivering messages and reconnaissance. For instance, the eagle's flight ability and keen eyesight enable it to detect enemy movements from 10 kilometers away, far surpassing the perception capabilities of most shinobi. In the shadow of the forest, Danzo, concealed, inquired of the oil-wielding Ryoma, "Have you confirmed?" Ryoma nodded. Upon the eagle's discovery, "I confirmed through insects that it is indeed the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, along with a red-haired girl. She must be the orphan of the Uzumaki clan referred to as Hanabi by Kazekage. How far are they from us?" "Less than 8 kilometers. Then let us initiate our plans." At the border of the land of fire, Rasha, standing atop a cloud of sand, finally reached the land of fire's border by afternoon after over 4 hours of travel, on the verge of entering the land of rivers. As a junction of 3 countries, the terrain here was peculiar. After crossing into the land of rivers, the ground appeared as if it had been peeled away, steep cliffs plunging nearly 100 meters downward, placing the entire land of rivers in a canyon-like depression. It was no wonder that rivers flowed abundantly in this region. Water flows to lower ground. And the land of rivers, situated in such a low-lying area, gathered the majority of rivers from surrounding nations. Even with Rasha's average perception abilities, he sensed the lurking dangers in the low-lying land of rivers, resembling a natural trap awaiting its prey. Though Rasha's strategy involved the notion of the mantis catching the cicada while the yellow bird waits, he knew it would be unwise to recklessly step into the trap set by his adversaries. With this thought, he gestured for his companions and directed the sand cloud to descend into the forest, concealing their presence. This maneuver caused the Konoha eagle above to swiftly lose sight of Rasha. Soon, 12 elite shinobi from the covert task force arrived at his side, displaying utmost respect. Without wasting time questioning them about the dangers hidden within the forest, Rasha turned directly to Hanabi. "Hanabi, I know you possess exceptional sensory abilities. Can you sense how many Konoha shinobi lie ahead and their approximate positions?" The moment he spoke, the 12 elite shinobi from Sunagakure looked at Hanabi in astonishment. Could it be true that this girl, brought back from Kazekage by their Kazekage, possessed such abilities? What followed left these elite shinobi in awe. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hanabi formed hand seals and closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. In no time, she discerned the locations of all the Konoha shinobi, a total of 31, their chakra immense, organized into 4 squads positioned 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers, and 7 kilometers away. The first and second squads contained 9 members each, the third had 7, and the fourth had 5. Among them, one individual exuded an exceptionally overwhelming chakra, accompanied by an aura of chilling coldness. As she spoke of this, Hanabi seemed momentarily shaken. Indeed, Rasha's face brimmed with admiration. And though the other 12 shinobi wore masks, their astonishment was palpable. No wonder the Kazekage held this woman in such high regard, beyond her Uzumaki lineage. Her sensory abilities were unmatched in the village. After praising her, Rasha addressed his subordinates. "It appears the Konoha shinobi intend to employ a strategy of containment, isolating you one by one to ultimately strike at me, the Kazekage. What shall we do now? As the ninjas of Konoha have meticulously devised their plans, how could we possibly deny them the opportunity to play their part after waiting for us so long? Let us entertain the ninjas of Konoha. Should we succeed in resolving matters with them, it would be even better. The 12 members of the covert mobile unit were momentarily taken aback. It was not that they were unwilling to obey the orders of the Kazekage, but rather that the disparity in forces was rather overwhelming. They numbered only 12, while their adversaries boasted 30. Sensing the hesitation among the group, Raza calmly brought his hands together, the energy of sage arts swirling within him. Sage art, Shikaku's form, Tanuki samurai. In the forests of the land of rivers, the ninjas of Sunagakure suddenly halted, their forms melding into the shadows of the woods, startling the concealed Konoha ninjas. Beside Danzo, Oil Girl Ryoma furrowed his brow and spoke. Have we been discovered, Lord Danzo? Danzo's expression darkened. So what if we have been? The revelation of secrets concerning myself has long made me regard this Kazekage as a thorn in my side. Regardless, I must ascertain who within the village leaked this information. Not to mention, there's an unexpected boon, the Uzumaki clan. If we can capture the last scion of the Uzumaki, perhaps we could even attempt to seize control of the Nine Tails. After all, without Uzumaki Kushina, this clan would become the village's sole option. With that thought, Danzo's gaze shifted towards the distant towering cliffs, his eyes narrowing before he turned to the 4 Konoha ninjas carrying massive scrolls behind him. Let us commence our operation. In a secluded part of the forest, atop a massive branch, a humanoid figure, entirely white, emerged as if from the very earth itself. Its head resembled a spiral mask, emanating the childish words, "Why? Why has Danzo come here?" This white figure was the white Zetsu sent by Uchiha Madara to monitor Danzo. For months, compelled by Madara's orders, White Zetsu had been keeping a distant watch on Danzo. However, perhaps due to the exposure of his own secrets, Danzo had been exceedingly cautious lately, showing no signs of possessing any Hashirama cells or Sharingan. Yet, through his sensing abilities, White Zetsu could ascertain that Danzo's right hand harbored a secret, containing a seal that even he could not perceive. Just then, the hidden Konoha ninjas began to make their move, splitting into 3 teams of 25, leaping onto the 100-meter cliff and entering the forests of the Land of Fire. At that moment, White Zetsu diverted his attention. So they are making a move? As he instinctively expanded his sensory perception, the feedback startled him. Wait, I've been discovered. In the forests along the border of the Land of Fire, as Raza's sage energy surged, the ground beneath the feet of his companions transformed into yellow sand, coalescing into colossal tanuki-like monsters, clad in black armor, one wielding a sword and the other a shield. This was Raza's developed technique, Dragon Pulse Shikaku's form, division technique, an enhanced version of the original. Utilizing sage arts and magnet release to substitute for the bloodline limit techniques, he minimized energy consumption and harnessed the immense power of sage energy, cloaking these puppets in black sand iron armor, rendering them more agile and formidable. Originally only mid-chunin in strength, these Shikaku puppets now possess the prowess of elite jonin. The overwhelming aura exuding from these massive Tanuki warriors left the elite ninjas present, despite their masks, unable to disguise their astonishment. How do you feel now? Are you confident in facing these ninjas from Konoha? The 12 elite ninjas, now filled with reverence and excitement, knelt before Raza. Leave it to us, Kazekage-sama. Although they could not ascertain the precise number of Tanuki warriors, it was evident that they held the advantage in numbers. How could they not feel exhilarated, knowing they served such a powerful Kazekage? At that moment, the vigilant Hanabi, sensing the distant movements, murmured, "The Konoha ninjas are approaching." "Very well, I leave it to you." With those words, the 90-strong Tanuki warriors surged forward, their massive forms thundering as they advanced toward the oncoming Konoha ninjas. The 12 covert mobile unit ninjas trailed behind, while Raza ascended into the sky, controlling the sand clouds to gain a broader view for directing the puppets. Though the Tanuki warriors had been imbued with life through the sage energy's inorganic reincarnation ability, they still lacked intelligence and required Raza's guidance for their maneuvers. Thankfully, the combination of magnet release and sand manipulation meant he need not rely on chakra threads as one would with traditional puppetry. Just then, as Raza and Hanabi soared into the sky, Hanabi suddenly gasped, her eyes widening in horror. This drew Raza's attention, prompting him to instinctively inquire, "What is it?" With a face pale from fear, Hanabi pointed in a direction. "There's an unusual chakra over there." This revelation startled Raza, who swiftly turned to follow her indication. However, Hanabi's eyes grew even wider as she exclaimed, "It's gone." This abrupt turn of events left Raza momentarily stunned, and his brow furrowed with concern. In such a critical moment, the occurrence of such an unforeseen development filled him with a sense of foreboding. He could only ask, what kind of chakra was it? The terror on Hanabi's face had yet to fade as she recalled her previous perception. It felt malevolent, chilling. I've never encountered such a terrifying chakra. It felt as though it could devour my very soul. Malevolent. Chilling, these descriptors evidently did not assist Raza in identifying the source of the chakra. Just then, Hanabi seemed to have an epiphany. Aside from its evil and cold nature, I sensed a powerful vitality emanating from this chakra. Yes, its owner seems to possess sensing abilities as well. Suddenly, Raza, who had struggled to arrive at a conclusion, experienced a surge of inspiration upon hearing Hanabi's words. Within the entire realm of Hokage, among the antagonistic figures he was aware of, the only one who embodied such vitality, possessed sensing abilities, and could move with such swiftness was likely White Zetsu, who served Uchiha Madara. Why is White Zetsu here? Is it because of me or Danzo? Raza found himself equally concerned about the potential presence of Black Zetsu. However, he felt utterly powerless against either of them at this moment. Raza pondered briefly before instructing Hanabi. I need you to keep a close watch on that chakra. If it reappears, you must inform me immediately. Understood. The bouquet also nodded nervously. At that moment, beneath the sky, the raccoon samurai, accompanied by the ninjas of the sand-hidden village, encountered the ninjas of the Leaf Village in battle. What manner of creature is this? In truth, they had already heard the thunderous footsteps echoing from the distant forest as they ascended the cliff. However, as elite jonin, their formidable strength and Danzo's orders compelled them to press on. Among the first echelon, 2 jonin from the Uchiha clan were assigned to different teams. Despite their deep-seated mistrust of Danzo, they could not openly defy the commands of their leader on such a front line. Thus, utilizing the insight granted by their Sharingan, they were the first to behold the colossal raccoon monster that devastated all trees in its path. This creature towered like a giant, its height 3 to 4 times that of an average person, composed entirely of gravel, wielding a sword and shield, exuding an overwhelming aura. The jonin of the Leaf instantly sensed the peril and halted in their tracks. Upon spotting the ninjas from the Leaf Village, the raccoon samurai, under Raza's command, initiated an attack, leaping from the ground with astonishing speed, swinging its great sword towards the Leaf ninjas. Chapter 82. Raccoon Samurai, be careful. The foremost jonin could feel the immense power radiating from the creature's massive frame and instinctively began to retreat. With a thunderous crash, the weight of its descent unleashed a tremendous force, shaking the ground and cleaving trees as thick as 2 men at the trunk. A cold sweat broke out on the brows of the jonin. If struck, they would likely be severed in 2. Fortunately, those who attained the rank of jonin possessed various means. Leave this to me. One jonin stepped forward, forming hand seals. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Instantly, the ground beneath the raccoon monster transformed into a mire, ensnaring the creature and rendering it immobile. Resolved. Just as this jonin felt he had effortlessly subdued the monster and prepared to command a continuation, a horrifying scene unfolded before him, causing his tongue to falter. Wait, are you joking? From the depths of the forest, a veritable army of enormous raccoon monsters materialized, launching an assault on all Leaf ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. The entire forest erupted with cacophonous sounds. Below the cliff, hidden from view, Danzo furrowed his brow upon hearing the commotion. What is happening? In Danzo's calculations, with the Leaf's 21 jonin, they should have dominated the sand-hidden ninjas. He had ordered them to distract the sand ninjas, drawing their attention. Yet the sounds from above suggested a fierce, back-and-forth confrontation. Orochimaru, startled, remarked, I shall investigate. Forget it, let us go together. Danzo decided that remaining hidden was no longer necessary since the situation had escalated. Thus, he led Orochimaru as they leaped onto the rocky cliff, entering the land of fire. However, upon their ascent, the scene before Danzo left him aghast. The forest lay ravaged, with countless giant raccoon samurai brandishing their swords and shields, engaged in fierce combat with the Leaf ninjas. The ninjas from the Leaf unleashed a plethora of ninjutsu, flames, wind blades, torrents of water, lightning, and earth dragons. Yet, the majority of these techniques proved ineffective, and in close combat, the Leaf ninjas dared not challenge these behemoths, relying instead on evasion to avoid retaliation. What is happening? Danzo was at a loss. Orochimaru stood equally dumbfounded until he suddenly exclaimed, Lord Danzo, look to the sky. Instinctively, Danzo gazed upwards to see Raza and the red-haired maiden floating amidst the clouds of sand. That hair color confirms her lineage as part of the Uzumaki clan. And there is the fourth Kazekage of the sand-hidden village. At that moment, as Danzo's eyes met Raza's, both parties locked gazes, each having found the target they sought. 10 kilometers from the battlefield, White Zetsu finally revealed himself, glancing nervously into the distance. Ah, how terrifying. Someone can sense my presence. Thankfully, I fled quickly, otherwise Lord Madara would not have spared me. Currently, Uchiha Madara sought to merge the powers of Sage Body and Sage Eyes, awakening the force of all creation, and concealed his movements meticulously, leaving no room for leaks. However, what was Danzo doing here? Never mind, I must relay the events occurring here to Lord Madara. With that, White Zetsu melded back into the earth, vanishing from sight. At the border of the Land of Fire, above the dense forest, Raza, the fourth Kazekage of the sand-hidden village, and Danzo, the elder of the Leaf Village, exchanged glances, neither seemingly inclined to engage in direct confrontation. Lord Danzo, no need to rush. Although this differs from my expectations, as long as our target remains, we shall proceed with the plan. As he spoke, Danzo instinctively squeezed his right hand. At that moment, after numerous trials against the colossal raccoon samurai, the seasoned jonin of the Leaf finally discerned a strategy against these creatures. Do not squander chakra. Fire, water, and wind techniques are ineffective against this monster. Lightning can damage their forms, while earth techniques can restrict their movements. With this insight, the jonin devised a plan to confront the beasts. However, while most jonin could manipulate multiple chakra natures, not everyone possessed mastery over lightning and earth. Among the 25 leaf jonin, only about half could wield these elements, while the raccoon monsters numbered nearly 90. Lord Danzo, I will assist, Orochimaru declared. Very well. In an instant, Orochimaru formed hand seals, blue chakra surging from his body as swarms of insects, akin to ocean waves, erupted forth, transforming into a cloud of bugs that surged towards the immense raccoon monsters. The sand-hidden village's jonin, familiar with Orochimaru's techniques as long-standing adversaries, recognized this as the Oil Woman clan's insect manipulation technique, insect deception technique. These insects could drain the chakra of any life they inhabited. Ninjas from the sand-hidden village, concealed behind the raccoon samurai, leaped atop the creatures, preparing to counter the approaching swarm with their own ninjutsu. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. With the sand ninjas primarily utilizing wind techniques, supplemented by a few fire techniques, the combined might of several jonin wielding wind and fire was formidable. Instantly, a large swath of the forest was devastated, and the assault of the insect cloud was momentarily thwarted. Thus, the battle between the ninjas of Sunagakure and Konohagakure erupted in full force, with only the leaders of both sides, Raza and Danzo, remaining uninvolved. As for Hanabi, she was hardly considered a combatant. Nevertheless, Danzo had no intention of intervening, choosing instead to remain perched atop the treetops, subtly observing with his left eye. He was waiting, having studied all intelligence regarding the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, knowing that only by finding a way to restrict the actions of this Kazekage could he have any hope of defeating and capturing him. Therefore, ever since he took command of the operations against Sunagakure, he had kept the barrier core close at hand. He merely needed to bide his time until they could set up the barrier. At that moment, a voice that made Danzo's pupils constrict rang out. As expected, like a rat in the sewers, everything was done in secrecy. How much longer do you need me to give you? Raza's words caused Danzo's pupils to narrow sharply. He looked up to see Raza in the sky, regarding him with disdainful eyes, which deepened his frown and darkened his expression. Had he been discovered? As for the comments about being a rat, Danzo was not the kind of ninja whose mindset could be swayed by mere words. Unable to ascertain the truth, Danzo remained calm, gazing up at Raza with his single eye narrowed. You misunderstand, Kazekage of Sunagakure, he said. I have come to clarify the misunderstandings between us. Clarify misunderstandings? Raza was taken aback by Danzo's audacity. However, he did not mind indulging Danzo, as it would relax his guard. What misunderstandings could there possibly be? Seeing Raza fall into his trap, Danzo continued smoothly. Of course, it concerns the third Kazekage. I have never laid a hand on him. Is that so? Raza remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on Danzo's right arm and right eye. If that is the case, then why not remove your right arm and right eye for me to see? Danzo's left eye narrowed, his demeanor shifting to one of dark intensity. He realized that Sunagakure was intent on pinning the blame for the third Kazekage's death on him. Given this situation, he chose not to argue, instead coldly inquiring, I am curious, Kazekage, how did you know my secret? Raza initially intended to use his previous excuse, but upon seeing Danzo's grim expression, he suddenly thought of something and replied, do you think I would tell you? He knew that by uttering such words, even without naming anyone, Danzo's suspicious nature would lead him to suspect there were spies within Konoha. One must admit, while Danzo was inept at external affairs, he was a master of internal strife. Indeed, as Raza spoke, Danzo's expression darkened further, and he slowly placed his left hand upon his right arm, unabashedly revealing his murderous intent. In that case, after I capture you, I shall extract the answers from your memories myself. Attack! In the four corners of the forest surrounding Raza and Danzo, the ninjas of the Barrier Corps finally reached their designated locations. They unfurled the massive scrolls they had carried on their backs, placing them on the ground and opening them. Then, they formed hand seals and infused chakra into the scrolls. Ninjutsu, for purple flames formation. In an instant, for beams of purple light soared into the sky, spreading outward and transforming into barriers of burning purple flames, creating a barrier the size of a football field. This sudden change naturally drew the attention of all the battling ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure. Excellent. Danzo's plan has succeeded. Yamanaka Ryoma, witnessing the scene, glanced confidently at the ninjas of Sunagakure, hoping to see expressions of panic on their faces. However, to his dismay, the Sunagakure ninjas seemed oblivious, continuing their fierce combat. Inside the barrier, seeing it form and Raza trapped within, Danzo let out a sigh of relief. Yet, when he looked at Raza, he noticed that this Kazekage appeared completely unfazed, while the red-haired orphan of the Uzumaki clan displayed a face full of panic. An inexplicable unease washed over Danzo, but sensing the power coursing through his arm, he felt reassured. He raised his head, speaking like a victor. Kazekage, if you reveal who leaked my secrets, I may let you go. Oh, you think you have me cornered? Danzo frowned, then confidently declared, this barrier, developed by the first Hokage, is known as the Four Purple Flames Formation, capable of ensnaring even-tailed beasts. Without my command, Kazekage, you cannot escape. However, at that moment, Raza shook his head, a hint of anticipation in his gaze. You are mistaken. It is not I who is trapped here, but rather you and your Konoha. At that very moment, in the land of rivers, at Kurama Castle, the remnants of the castle walls were met with the pale visage of Yamanaka Shimi as he stared into the distance. Most of the Konoha ninjas were soaked in cold sweat, their pupils bloodshot, their trembling arms gripping kunai tightly. A chilling mist, laden with murderous intent, enveloped the surroundings of Kurama Castle. By the time Yamanaka Shimi's insects issued a warning, it was already too late. The ninjas from Sunagakure had encircled Kurama Castle from 3 directions, with reinforcements continually arriving. At this juncture, even a fool would understand that Konoha had fallen into a trap. This was Sunagakure's true objective, to lure Elder Danzo and the majority of the elite ninjas away, only to unleash a coordinated ambush. The young Uchiha Shursui stood atop the castle walls alongside his comrades. Gazing out, he beheld the complex network of rivers outside Kurama Castle, shrouded in mist, teeming with ninjas bearing the headbands of Sunagakure, at least twice the number of Konohas, with elite ninjas far exceeding their own. Lord Shimi, what shall we do? A panicked Konoha civilian ninja exclaimed. Even if we contact Lord Danzo now, it may be too late. From the way he tightly gripped his kunai, it was evident that he too was anxious. In that moment, Yamanaka Shimi came to terms with reality. He refused to allow his villagers to perish in vain. With a bitter smile, he instructed, tell everyone to abandon all supplies. Have the Chunin lead the way while the Jonin provide cover. Form teams of 4 for a rapid retreat. Escape as many as you can. Also, send a message to the village, hoping it will reach in time. The Jonin's pupils constricted, but he gritted his teeth and nodded. Understood. With the order given, chaos ensued in Kurama Castle. Meanwhile, surrounding Kurama Castle, the trio of Yagura, Mikawa, and Chiyo recognized that their opportunity to strike had arrived. Attack! At this moment, Danzo, still unaware of the dire situation unfolding for his village, gazed at Raza with confidence. Enough talk. It is futile. Once I capture you, all your arrogant words will become mere jest." As Danzo spoke, he narrowed his eye at Raza, his left hand resting upon his right, beginning to slowly unravel the bandages. "You wanted me to reveal my right arm, did you not? Now, I shall fulfill your wish." As the words fell, the bandage wrapping Danzo's right hand dropped to the ground, along with the golden ninja tool used to seal the chakra of that hand. Before the eyes of Rasha and Hanakusa lay an arm that appeared as pallid as a corpse, grotesquely implanted with 5 crimson Sharingan, evoking an immediate sense of revulsion. This repulsive limb sent Hanakusa trembling in fear, while Rasha, after a brief moment of discomfort, found his gaze sharpened with clarity. With a total of 6 Sharingan, 5 on the arm and 1 in his right eye, combined with the cells of Hashirama Senju, he realized that this operation promised abundant rewards. Contemplating this, he clasped his hands together. Chapter 84, Rasha vs. Danzo. 1. Outside the 4 purple flames formation, after a period of familiarization, the elite shinobi of Konoha finally understood how to confront these enormous Tanuki samurai. However, knowing how to counter them was one matter. Vanquishing them was quite another. Their incomprehensible defenses and immense destructive power rendered it impossible for Konoha's elite shinobi to defeat them in a short span of time. Just as they felt overwhelmed and at a loss, these colossal Tanuki monsters suddenly transformed into mere sand and gravel. What was happening? Confusion spread across the faces of Konoha's shinobi. They instinctively assumed that Lord Danzo had compelled the wind shadow to unravel this technique within the barrier, which brought them a fleeting sense of relief. Yet, before they could fully exhale, the scene before them widened their eyes in astonishment. The Tanuki samurai, after metamorphosing into grains of sand, began to coalesce like a sandstorm, forming a colossal beast that towered like a mountain, emitting a feral roar. The sound of the roar reverberated, stirring a tempest. The root shinobi, well versed in Rasha's intelligence, immediately recognized this as the technique that had once left both Lord Jiraiya and Lord Minato helpless. The ninjas of Sunagakure had already taken advantage of the chaos. Leaping atop the immense creature's head, without a hint of mercy, the body of Shikaku raised its massive tail, unleashing a torrent of shuriken that rained down upon Konoha's ninjas. Inside the 4 purple flames formation, such a titanic creature could not escape Danzo's notice. Drawing from his vast experience, he swiftly deduced Rasha's intentions. Casting a sidelong glance at the distant beast, controlling so many puppets is evidently no simple task. However, to engage in battle with me while being so distracted? Rasha snorted contemptuously, launching a verbal onslaught. If it were your Konoha's Minato or Jiraiya, I would not dare to act with such audacity. But against you, it is more than sufficient. As his words echoed, Rasha leaped from the sand cloud, landing atop the treetops of the forest. Gazing at Danzo's frigid expression, he declared, "I hope you will not disappoint me. May this battle not conclude too swiftly." Danzo's countenance darkened as he formed a hand seal. "You shall not be let down." Wind release, vacuum wave. Thus commenced their battle. Sharp wind blades, akin to scythes, surged forth under Danzo's control, slicing horizontally towards Rasha. Shikaku's shield, remaining utterly still. A shield of sand materialized, akin to Shikaku, standing resolutely against the vacuum wave, preventing it from advancing. Though trees on either side were cleaved in two with a thunderous crash. Indeed, a defense that lives up to its reputation. Danzo grimaced, swiftly springing into action, his form darting rapidly within the barrier. While Rasha's defense was formidable, it could only guard from one direction. Contemplating this, Danzo formed another hand seal. Wind release, vacuum continuous waves. A torrent of wind blades erupted from Danzo, cascading towards Rasha from all directions as he moved. Boom. 2 Shikaku shields arose, forming a protective horn around Rasha. A bloodline limit? Danzo furrowed his brow, recognizing the distinct advantage of bloodline techniques over those requiring hand seals. Just as he prepared to form another seal, a scene before him caused his expression to shift, prompting a swift evasion. From the 3 Shikaku shields, numerous pointed sand spikes extended, morphing into a golden hue. Senjutsu limit. Magnet release, sand gold shuriken. Whoosh. These shuriken shot forth with incredible speed. Danzo immediately began to dash within the barrier, evading the projectiles, but his expression soon shifted again. The shuriken, after being launched, appeared to possess a tracking capability, relentlessly pursuing him. What? This was the transformation of Rasha's magnetic field, enhanced from a mere bloodline limit to the realm of Senjutsu, allowing him to generate magnetic forces without condensing chakra. He now wielded precise control over the magnetic force, enabling him to command the shuriken to follow their target like homing missiles. Danzo frowned, his hands moving deftly. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a roar, a tempest erupted from Danzo's mouth. The immense wind force blew away the pursuing shuriken and uprooted the surrounding trees, sending debris soaring into the air. Hanakusa, concealed above in the sand cloud, could not perceive the chaos unfolding below. She was left to rely on her sensory abilities. Be cautious. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and considering the ties between the Uzumaki and Konoha, she should not have felt compelled to warn Rasha so proactively. However, the absence of Konoha's intervention during the eradication of her clan, coupled with the terrifying sight of Danzo's arm, made her acutely aware of the dire consequences should she fall into his clutches. As Hanakusa's warning echoed, Danzo's figure became a blur within the white smoke, appearing before Rasha at lightning speed, wielding a long blade aimed straight at him. Die! Clang! The golden sand coalesced into a colossal hand, seizing the blade thrust by Danzo. Sand gold hand. What? Danzo struggled to extract his long blade from the grasp of this sand giant hand, only to find it futile. The blade seemed to be fused with the hand itself. However, Danzo's reflexes were sharp. He relinquished the blade, leaping and swinging his fist towards Rasha's face. Bang! Danzo's attack, however, did not go as planned. A hand, reminiscent of Shikaku's massive arm, emerged from the opposite side, transforming into a colossal fist aimed at Danzo. Boom! Though Danzo attempted to defend with both hands, he was sent flying by Rasha's powerful punch, blood spilling from his lips. Yet, despite being struck, Danzo displayed no signs of pain. Hanakusa's sensory abilities swiftly revealed the reason behind his resilience. Be careful, it's a shadow clone below. Bang! Hanakusa's warning was too late to match Danzo's rapid maneuvers. At this moment, behind Rasha, the unscathed Danzo emerged from the depths of the forest, extending his palm marked with cursed seals, reaching out towards Rasha. The battle had concluded, or so it seemed. Rasha's cold retort echoed, casting doubt. Danzo sensed something amiss in an instant, only to be met with a flash of cold light. It was the long sword he had just forsaken, now transformed into the enemy's weapon, slicing across Rasha's cheek under the magnetic control aimed at his skull. Due to Rasha's body obstructing his view, Danzo only saw the glimmer at the last moment. In the chaotic and ravaged forest, Rasha and Danzo stood atop the crowns of two trees. Feeling the sharp pain on his face, Danzo gently touched it, revealing a streak of crimson. Despite his swift reaction, the blade had still grazed his cheek, leaving a wound. What a troublesome ability. Though he had heard tales of the formidable magnetic release of the Sand Village and the sand manipulation techniques developed by the Second Kazekage, Rasha's display of prowess exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, the strength of his arms and eyes instilled confidence within him, but the time for unleashing that power had not yet arrived. After all, the Sharingan was a precious asset. With this thought, Danzo swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Within the vast barrier, a colossal summoning beast, occupying 1/8 of the entire space, was conjured. This creature, with its yellow fur, elephantine trunk, and tiger-like claws, was none other than Danzo's summoning beast, the Dream Taper. At that moment, Danzo and his beast launched a two-pronged assault on Rasha. The Dream Taper raised its trunk and opened its massive jaws, unleashing a powerful gust. Seemingly intent on devouring everything in its path, trees and gravel were consumed. Rasha found it increasingly difficult to maintain control against this tremendous force being pulled towards the beast. Danzo, seizing the opportunity, approached from the other side. Using the power of the summoning beast to restrict my movement, then eliminate me? Rasha thought. He tested the waters. But his sand and gold had no resistance against the Dream Taper's voracious pull, being easily drawn into its maw. Fortunately, it seemed that even Danzo, the master of the summoning beast, could not withstand this overwhelming suction. The beast circled around, preparing to flank Rasha from behind. Seeing this, Rasha relinquished his resistance, allowing himself to be drawn closer. This left Danzo momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend Rasha's intentions. Just as Rasha's form neared the beast's mouth, he raised his arm, conjuring a massive golden iron rod. With a swift motion, Rasha plunged the enormous golden staff into the Dream Taper's mouth. In an instant, the creature let out a piercing cry. Its colossal body writhed and twisted in the forest, obliterating everything around it, as the powerful suction ceased. Seizing the moment, Rusha ascended to the beast's head, placing his right hand upon its skull. What a shame to waste such an exceptional summoning beast. With that, the gravel below transformed into a swirling mass, enveloping the dream taper, inscribing numerous cursed seals. Great Burial Seal. Danzo attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as his summoned beast not only failed to restrain Rusha, but was instead sealed away. Danzo clenched the shuriken in his hand, acutely aware of the challenge Rusha posed. It was evident that with his current abilities alone, he could not subdue Rusha. In light of this realization, Danzo finally revealed his trump card. He unwrapped the bandage around his right eye, exposing a 3-tomo Sharingan. The instant the 3-tomo appeared, Rusha sensed a shift in Danzo's aura, now colder and more menacing. Oh, so you have chosen to unveil it, even exposing your Sharingan. Armed with a kunai, Danzo exhaled chakra, channeling wind-released chakra into the kunai, forming an invisible sword of wind. Vacuum blade. Danzo's expression turned steely as his crimson Sharingan locked onto Rusha. This belongs to my old friend Uchiha Kagami. Though I harbor disdain for the Uchiha clan, I cannot deny the immense power of the Sharingan. Hearing this, Rusha became more serious, yet retorted, "It seems this is not merely a gift from Uchiha Kagami. You truly are the kind of person who would exploit even your own friends." Rusha's concern was not for the 3-tomo Sharingan itself, but rather the potential emergence of the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, he possessed no information regarding Uchiha Kagami. Danzo, sensing Rusha's diverted attention, narrowed his gaze, retorting defiantly, "Devoting everything to the village was Kagami's dream. I am simply fulfilling it. Such audacity. Let me witness just how formidable Uchiha Kagami's I can be." With that, Rusha clasped his hands together. Unlike the previous one-directional techniques, the earth within the barrier began to undulate, transforming into flowing waves of sand, the trees in the forest beneath being swept away. Flowing sand waterfall. In an instant, Danzo leaped into the air, using a tree trunk like a makeshift canoe to charge towards Rusha. Golden sand barrier. From the depths of the sand waves, countless golden spines erupted, resembling numerous tendrils, surging towards Danzo, who was leaping atop the sand. The 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly in Danzo's right eye. His own body technique was already formidable, and with the enhanced insight of the Sharingan, he deftly evaded the incoming spines, closing in on Rusha. For those he could not dodge, Danzo wielded the sharp wind blade, cleaving through the spines with precision. In that fleeting moment, empowered by the Sharingan, Danzo's prowess surged to a new level. Previously, Danzo's strength had merely been on par with elite Jonin in Rusha's eyes, but now, he was brushing against the upper echelons of Kaga-level power. Even Rusha felt a hint of pressure. His previously unassailable magnetic techniques seemed somewhat ineffective against the current Danzo. One could only marvel at the Sharingan, a formidable boon in the world of Hokage. However, with Rusha's strength surpassing that of a Kage, Danzo now posed merely a minor inconvenience, especially after revealing his trump card. Yet, Rusha refrained from using his own, as he awaited the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. From the moment Danzo appeared, unveiling the Sharingan, the 5 Sharingan embedded within Rusha's arm, along with the one in his right eye and the Hashirama cells on his right arm, had become his own. There was no way he would allow Danzo to squander them as mere tokens for resurrection, as he had done with Sasuke. At this moment, Tawanzo gazed at the nearby Rasha, wary of any sudden movements. His 3-tomo Sharingan whirled as he sought to perceive the flow of chakra within Rasha's body. However, the scene before him left him momentarily dumbfounded, causing him to forfeit the opportunity to attack. As one of the 2 great ocular techniques in the ninja world, both Sharingan and Byakugan possess the ability to observe the chakra flow within a ninja's body. However, the distinction lies in the fact that Sharingan's vision is predicated on the ability to perceive the existence of chakra. In other words, Sharingan can only see the flow of chakra within a ninja, but cannot discern the meridians and chakra points. If the target lacks chakra altogether, then nothing can be seen. In this instance, Tawanzo found himself in such a predicament when he activated the ocular power of his right Sharingan to observe Rasha's chakra flow. Intending to guard against any covert ninjutsu, he discovered that his vision revealed nothing. This evidently illogical scenario caused his pupils to constrict, prompting him to abandon the advantageous position he had gained and retreat swiftly. Meanwhile, his rotating Sharingan began to scrutinize the ninjutsu Rasha was releasing. There were no signs of chakra, not even a trace. Neither the sand controlled by Rasha nor the gold sand exhibited any presence of chakra. This elicited a profound sense of unease within Tuanzo. In the past, he would have certainly chosen to withdraw, but at that moment, peering at Rasha, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the orphan of the Uzumaki clan above in the sky, a colossal bait that compelled him to take a risk. With this thought, Tuanzo began to swiftly maneuver, evading Rasha's golden sand technique while secretly forming hand seals. A three-tomo Sharingan on his right arm began to spin as well. Naturally, Rasha, with his keen senses, noticed this development, for he had long awaited this moment. It was finally commencing. Whoosh! Tuanzo, who had initially given up on the attack, surged forward once more. In response to Tuanzo's remarkably agile movements that dodged all the golden sand techniques, Rasha extended his hand, summoning a golden staff that struck directly toward Tuanzo's wind blade. Although Rasha did not possess the Monkey King Enma, the summon of the third Hokage, his magnetic release combined with the ability of material transformation and inorganic reincarnation, which absorbs chakra, allowed him to create a golden staff that was no less formidable than Enma. Clang! The golden staff clashed violently with the wind blade, the sharpness of the wind and metal producing an explosion of sparks. While wind release is renowned for its sharpness, its cutting ability pales in comparison to the destructive power and penetrative force of lightning release, let alone the golden staff Rasha wielded, which, bolstered by sage energy, had the capacity to absorb chakra. Visibly, the wind chakra that Tuanzo had infused into the wind blade was directly absorbed by Rasha's golden staff. How is this possible? Tuanzo's pupils constricted, and before he could comprehend the situation, an immense pressure bore down upon him. The golden staff grew larger, under the influence of material transformation. The sage energy Rasha infused into the staff transformed into sand gold and sand iron, causing the staff to swell tenfold, exceeding 10 tons in weight. What? This is a technique of Hiruzen. The immense force slammed into Tuanzo's arm, causing his complexion to drastically change, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Tuanzo was still relatively young, not yet 60, and not the frail elder he was during his battle with Sasuke, so this injury was insufficient to incapacitate him. Moreover, his battle experience against Hiruzen allowed him to leverage the downward force to swiftly evade the continuing assault of the iron staff. Hey, it's not over yet. Although the golden staff, measuring half a meter in width and 20 to 30 meters in length, weighed over 10 tons, Rasha controlled it with remarkable ease due to the magnetic release, enabling him to execute various maneuvers, such as elongating the golden staff. The staff in Rasha's hand instantly stretched forth like a strand of noodles, aiming directly at Tuanzo on the ground. Boom! Each strike created a massive crater in the earth. I cannot allow this to continue. Although Tuanzo was relatively youthful, he had to expend chakra to suppress the cells of Hashirama in his arm, while simultaneously sustaining the operation of his Sharingan, leading to significant chakra depletion. He could not afford to prolong the confrontation any longer. With this in mind, facing the oncoming golden staff, Tuanzo formed hand seals with both hands. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. The tremendous blast of the wind sphere repelled Rasha's golden staff, weighing over 10 tons, along with Rasha himself, sending him reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Tuanzo leaped into the air, propelling himself towards Rasha along the lengthened golden staff. The explosive release of chakra augmented his speed beyond previous limits. Seeing this, Rasha swung the golden staff to cast Tuanzo aside. Yet, the airborne Tuanzo merely formed hand seals again. His three-tomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly, coalescing into the shape of a large pinwheel. At this moment, Rasha's curiosity was finally satiated. The question of whether the Sharingan's ocular technique had any effect on his sage energy was answered, and the verdict was affirmative. Accompanied by a tearing sensation, he felt as though his body was being dismembered, with his head, limbs, and torso severed from one another. Pop! Witnessing the success of his illusion technique, Tuanzo panted heavily as he descended from the air, standing upon Rasha's golden staff. Gazing at the immobilized Rasha, he spoke in a somber tone. This is my friend Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan technique, known as Guniten. It has the power to sever the connection between the subject's brain and body, completely immobilizing them. Tuanzo spoke true at that moment. Rasha indeed felt disconnected from his brain and limbs, left with only an empty consciousness. However, Rasha remained largely unperturbed, for he had activated elementalization the instant he discerned Tawanzo's secret hand seals. This technique, which was entirely unforeseen in the world of Naruto, alleviated his concerns of sustaining any harm. Seizing this rare opportunity, he resolved to explore the means of unraveling this ocular technique. With this thought, he calmed his mind. Meanwhile, Tawanzo, observing the stillness of Rasha, finally exhaled in relief and approached slowly. "Thank you, Kagami. Even in death, your eyes continue to serve the village." As he spoke, Tawanzo advanced along the golden staff, taking a few steps closer to Rasha, his hands manifesting mysterious seals. This was the seal of the root, the curse mark of self-inflicted bondage. The illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan required chakra support and could not be sustained indefinitely. Only with the curse mark could he securely seal Rasha's movements. Yet, just as Tawanzo's arm was about to press down upon Rasha to seal him, a sharp spear of the Shikaku pierced through Tawanzo's body. Crimson blood gushed forth. This marks the first failure of the Sharingan of the mirror. Danzo, in disbelief, lifted his gaze and encountered the calm stare of Rasha. How could one possibly unravel the Jinjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan? According to the records Danzo had heard, only perfect Jinchuriki possessed such an ability. Yet, Rasha was certainly not a perfect Jinchuriki. However, the pure sage energy coursing through him at this moment was remarkable. Through his attempts against the Mangekyo Sharingan, Rasha had come to grasp the essence of ocular techniques. Like other illusions, ocular techniques utilize chakra, disrupting the flow of the opponent's chakra to manipulate their five senses. To break free from such illusions, one must either possess a significantly stronger chakra than the opponent, forcibly interrupting their control, or have a second individual introduced chakra to disrupt the flow. The illusions cast by ocular techniques are inherently more challenging to resist due to the elevated nature of the chakra they embody, which transcends ordinary elemental chakra, likely belonging to the yin aspect of yin-yang chakra. Presently, Rasha's sage energy surpassed that of the yin chakra. Although Rasha had lost connection with his body and limbs, he no longer required the extraction of chakra from his physical form. He merely needed to sense the natural sage energy surrounding him and draw it into his being, effortlessly shattering the Genjutsu of the Sharingan. Thus, it seemed that he would no longer need to worry excessively when confronted with the illusions of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Gazing at Danzo, staggering and bloodied, with a gaping wound in his chest, Rasha unsheathed the spear of Shikaku, his eyes devoid of pity. "Seek your answers in hell." In the sky above, a bouquet floating amidst the sandstorm sighed in relief upon witnessing this scene. For her, choosing between Sunagakure and Konoha was inconsequential. Yet the Sharingan adorning Danzo's arm instinctively caused the young maiden to recoil from Konoha. Just as she began to relax, an unsettling shift in perception made her pupils constrict. Looking down, she was met with an astonishing sight. "Be careful," she warned, but it was too late. Danzo, staggering and bleeding profusely, suddenly vanished like a phantom before a long blade pierced through Rasha's chest. "How is this possible?" Rasha exclaimed in disbelief, turning to see Danzo, his expression dark, standing behind him, the blade he wielded having penetrated Rasha's body. "Nothing is impossible. The moment you dared to meet the gaze of my Sharingan, I suspected you might possess a counter to its Jinjutsu. When I could not perceive chakra within you, my certainty grew. Indeed, you awaited me here." Alas! Before Danzo could finish his words, a splash of crimson caught his eye. Desert Blade, the sand blade, composed of gritty particles, severed Danzo's right arm at the shoulder, which Rasha swiftly seized. In that moment, Danzo's pupils dilated in shock, disbelief flooding his expression as blood gushed forth. He attempted to reclaim his severed arm, only to be sent flying by a kick from Rasha. Observing the arm he had just severed, with the eerie visage of Hashirama upon it, Rasha felt the impending surge of chakra and finally smiled. It appeared he had won the gamble. Without hesitation, the seal of Shikaku spread from his palm, aiming to seal the rampaging Hashirama cells. However, the once invincible seal faltered before the Hashirama cells, showing signs of impending collapse. Noticing this, Rasha waved his arm, obscuring everyone's view with sand, and pressed the wedge onto Danzo's severed arm. Though Rasha had no intention of eliminating Danzo here, after all, allowing such a pest to linger would be a waste, he nonetheless exerted considerable force. In an instant, Danzo felt 3 of his ribs shatter, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The current Danzo was not the same as he had been post-Uchiha massacre. The Sharingan was an invaluable asset to him, and wasting a single eye to utilize his Anaji was an extravagant act. Thus, upon losing the light in the first eye and successfully activating his Anaji, he had dispelled it. Yet, it was evident that he would pay dearly for his complacency. How could this be? He thought, bewildered. He had aimed directly for Rasha's heart as a precaution. The continuous injuries and chakra depletion left Danzo in a state of profound weakness. After coughing up blood, he clutched his bloodied right arm and looked skyward. At that moment, he saw no trace of Rasha. Instead, a massive sphere of sand loomed above him. In that instant, his spinning three-tomo Sharingan finally bore witness to the sight within the colossal yellow sand sphere, his own arm floating there. The green chakra of the first Hokage seemingly absorbed and fading from view. At last, Danzo comprehended the gravity of his predicament. This young Kazekage from Sunagakure had likely targeted the power of the first Hokage and the Uchiha Sharingan from the very beginning. Furthermore, it was apparent that this Kazekage was aware of Izanagi's existence. Why? A sudden possibility flickered in Danzo's mind. Could the informant have originated from the Uchiha clan? Otherwise, it was unfathomable how Rasha could possess such extensive knowledge. But who could it be? Uchiha Fugaku, or perhaps another Uchiha? Moreover, the Kazekage seemed to possess the ability to absorb chakra, even that of the first Hokage's cells. Did this relate to his inability to discern the flow of chakra within him? In that moment, countless secrets loomed over Danzo's mind. But he also recognized that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. The priority now was to escape. The battle had lost its significance. Continuing would only lead to his demise. Thus, Danzo glanced around, staggering toward the edge of the barrier. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a voice echoed in his ear. "Elder Danzo, where do you think you are going?" The voice, akin to that of a denizen of hell, sent tremors through Danzo's entire being. Summoning his remaining strength, he brandished a kunai and turned to stab Rasha. The kunai effortlessly pierced Rasha's body from behind, yet it could not halt the outstretched arm of Rasha. "Ah!" Danzo cried out in agony as Rasha extracted his right eye from its socket. In that fleeting moment, Danzo finally comprehended why, despite having pierced Rasha's heart, Rasha remained unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Gazing at Rasha, who was half composed of sand and half of human form, Danzo had an epiphany. Was it the abilities of the Otsutsuki clan and the Iburi clan? Simultaneously, he realized that Rasha was indeed after the Sharingan embedded within him. Rasha promptly produced a vial of saline and discarded the extracted Sharingan into it. Suddenly, Danzo's pupils constricted as he recalled the scenes he had witnessed through the Sharingan. Observing Rasha before him, he seemed to grasp a revelation, retreating several steps while clutching his right arm, from which blood poured from his hollow eye, rendering him exceedingly weak. So he possesses the ability to seize others' bloodline limits. Danzo did not voice this thought, for he understood that keeping it unspoken offered him a glimmer of hope. To utter it would signify certain doom. Indeed, an unexpected offer arose. "Danzo, do you wish to live?" Upon hearing this, Danzo was momentarily taken aback, gasping in weakness. He replied, "What do you mean? Do you not wish to kill me?" Rasha countered, "Why would I want to kill you? Individuals like you are the best choice to remain in Konoha for our Sunagakure." Due to excessive blood loss, Danzo was now somewhat disoriented. Yet he recognized a chance for survival. "Cough, state your terms." If he could escape from this predicament, he believed he could reclaim all that he had lost. "First, give me the summoning scroll of the Dream Demon." Without hesitation, Danzo formed hand seals, summoning the Dream Demon's scroll forth. Rasha directed the sand to receive it, opening it to verify its authenticity before continuing. "I have heard that Konoha possesses a sealing book, which contains numerous forbidden techniques. Hand it over to me." Danzo's expression darkened. His weakened state made his eyelids droop as he coughed blood. "The sealing book is within the village. I do not have it here." "Is that so?" The spear of Shikaku reappeared in Rasha's hand. "Then, how unfortunate." Seeing this, Danzo gritted his teeth and produced a scroll. Although it was not the sealing book, it contained some techniques recorded within it. Rasha, still commanding the sand, accepted the scroll and, after a cursory glance, appeared satisfied. Edo Tensei and the 8 Gates. With that, Rasha contentedly stowed the scroll away. "That will suffice. You may leave, but you can only depart alone." Danzo's pupils constricted as he grasped Rasha's intent. Yet he did not hesitate. Outside the 4 Purple Flames formation, Konoha's ninjas continued to battle against Sunagakure's forces and Shikaku. The absolute defense of Shikaku seemed nearly invincible against these Konoha Jonin, especially with the cover provided by the surrounding Sunagakure ninjas. Despite their numerical superiority, the Konoha ninjas found it no easy feat to secure victory. Just then, the distant four purple flames formation was dispelled, capturing everyone's attention. The question on everyone's mind was whether Danzo or Rasha had emerged victorious. As all gazes focused on them, Rasha maneuvered the sand cloud forward. The Konoha ninjas sought to locate Elder Danzo, but discovered that there was no one behind Rasha. However, two Jonin from the Uchiha clan caught sight of the red-haired girl atop the sand cloud, her expression one of disgust as she held a white arm, upon which four crimson Sharingan were clearly visible. The two Uchiha Jonin trembled in furious indignation. They could hardly believe that this was Rasha's arm. The only conclusion was that Elder Danzo had indeed utilized unknown means to seize the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and had now relinquished it to Sunagakure. The other Jonin from Konoha quickly grasped the implications. It seemed that Elder Danzo's fate was grim. His arm had been claimed by the Kazekage, let alone his life. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. They needed to consider their own escape. In stark contrast to the somber expressions of Konoha's ninjas, the Jonin from Sunagakure were exhilarated. Their Kazekage was indeed the victor. The next step was to eliminate the remaining Konoha ninjas. Rasha wasted no time and commanded, "Let us eliminate the rest." As Rasha joined the fray, the outnumbered Sunagakure ninjas turned the tide into a one-sided massacre. The Konoha Jonin, witnessing this, could only retreat in disarray. After approximately 10 minutes, the battle concluded. The results were stark. Under Rasha's overwhelming might, only 5 of the Konoha Jonin managed to escape. Coincidentally, among those who fled were 2 from the Uchiha clan. Observing the eager Sunagakure ninjas wanting to pursue, Rasha raised a hand. "Enough, do not chase the defeated." This operation was undoubtedly flawless. The 12 elite Jonin from Sunagakure who accompanied Rasha sustained only minor injuries, with none perishing. Such minimal casualties had never been seen since Sunagakure's establishment in its conflicts against Konoha. For the first time, the ninjas of Sunagakure felt that their village was not inferior to Konoha. They gathered around Rasha, gazing at him with admiration. The Sand Rat congratulated him. "Congratulations, Kazekage, for slaying Danzo of Konoha and avenging the 3rd Hokage and our village." Others echoed in agreement. But at that moment, Rasha shook his head. "No, I let Danzo go." The 12 Jonin were momentarily stunned. Observing their puzzled expressions, Rasha seized the opportunity to elevate his status in their eyes. Remember, the most fortified bastions often begin to crumble from within. He gestured toward the eerie white arm in Hanabusa's possession. Initially, the 12 elite Jonin from Sunagakure were perplexed. But as they followed Rasha's gaze, they were struck dumb before suddenly understanding. They recalled that 2 of the 5 Konoha ninjas who had fled were from the Uchiha clan, and their eyes now reflected reverence and awe toward Rasha. "Now, let us clear the battlefield. The fallen ninjas are Konoha's Jonin. There may be unexpected gains." Once the 12 Jonin departed, Hanabusa, standing beside Rasha, regarded the arm in her grasp with distaste, suppressing her nausea, and quietly asked, "Is it truly acceptable to let that Konoha ninja go? What if he reveals your information?" In the world of ninjas, even Hanabusa understood the paramount importance of intelligence. Rasha, however, merely shook his head. He had indeed considered this question, but weighed against the benefits of letting Danzo go. This minor risk was worthwhile. As Rasha's power continued to grow, it signified that the information about him was also evolving rapidly. If one were to confront him with outdated intelligence, it would undoubtedly lead to a detrimental trap. Moreover, the presence of the Uchiha clan in Konoha and its absence delineates 2 entirely different tiers of villages. Raza would never engage in actions detrimental to himself that would benefit Konoha by eliminating Danzo, this malignant tumor. What if, without Danzo, Konoha decided to eradicate the Uchiha clan? That would indeed be a grave miscalculation on his part. Ultimately, even if Danzo were to divulge all his intelligence, attracting numerous covetous eyes, he would remain unperturbed. It can only be said that he truly embodies the unparalleled advantage in this world. Danzo certainly did not intend to slight himself. He had transplanted the most primal cells of Hashirama, which bestowed upon him immense surprise. Contemplating this, Raza extended his right hand. It was then that the wedge on his palm exhibited its first transformation, as a black line emerged from one corner of the diamond shape, extending outward and ultimately forming a black dot beneath his middle finger. With this transformation, Raza closed his eyes, immersing himself in the natural energy of the world. In his perception, within the depths of the planet, the largest sphere of chakra in this realm began to manifest a small green dot. As for the purpose of this green dot, a tiny green sapling gradually sprouted in the palm of Raza's hand. In that moment, Raza experienced a profound realization. He finally understood why Hashirama Senju's wood release was so formidable. For Hashirama's wood release was not mere ordinary trees. Its essence was the divine tree, the very power of the Ten Tails. The divine tree, or the Ten Tails, represents the collective essence of all chakra in this world. At that moment, whether it was an illusion or not, Raza suddenly felt a connection to this world. Meanwhile, beside Raza, Hanabira, seeing the small green sapling in his palm, widened her eyes in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand. As an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, she undoubtedly understood the significance of this. In the land of fire, amidst a dense forest, a golden figure flickered through the trees, capable of traversing over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Wherever he landed, peculiar markings appeared on stones and trees alike. This individual was none other than Minato Namikaze. Since mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he had consciously inscribed his own technique across the lands of the shinobi world, establishing himself as the fastest support in the entire realm. Yet, despite this, Minato's expression remained unusually grim. Too slow, still too slow. He had received the Hokage's orders half an hour ago. Learning of the events unfolding on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, gazing at the scroll containing the intelligence, he comprehended the severity of the situation. Pushing aside his fatigue as he hurried towards the battlefield, even with all his might, he knew deep down it was too late. According to the information, by the time news from the battlefield reached the Hokage, an hour had already elapsed, a span sufficient to alter many outcomes. Minato's speed was indeed remarkable. With the aid of the Flying Thunder God technique, he reached the border of the Land of Fire in under 10 minutes, a journey that typically required a full day. Just then, he sensed something amiss and swiftly relocated. Upon arriving at the border, he witnessed dozens of Konoha ninjas fleeing in disarray towards their village. Among them his close friend, Shibi Aburame. However, Shibi appeared gravely weakened, covered in wounds while protecting his comrades. Upon seeing this, Minato immediately revealed himself. The sight of him instilled hope in the Konoha ninjas, as if they had encountered a savior. Thank goodness, it's Lord Minato. Our reinforcements have arrived. But at that moment, a commotion erupted behind them as a throng of Sunagakure ninjas emerged, pursuing them. Minato promptly positioned himself in front of the Konoha ninjas. Yet, the Sunagakure ninjas did not continue their assault. Upon recognizing the golden-haired figure, they were taken aback. That figure is the Golden Flash of Konoha. Damn, how could he arrive so quickly? Lord Kazekage has commanded that if we encounter the Golden Flash, we are to abandon the pursuit. We retreat. Reluctantly, the Sunagakure ninjas wisely chose to cease their chase. Witnessing how Minato's mere name was enough to intimidate their pursuers, the Konoha ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their tension dissipating as they sat down, faces etched with sorrow and confusion. Minato stepped forward, gazing at Shibi, who was being supported by a Uchiha youth, and inquired, "Shibi, are you all right?" Shibi, his face marred with blood, expressed profound guilt and weakness as he replied, "I'm sorry, Minato. I could only save so many." Upon hearing Shibi's response, Minato trembled, disbelief etched across his features. How could it be that of over 1,000 Konoha ninjas, only a handful had escaped? Clenching his fists tightly, he suppressed his anguish and asked, "What exactly happened?" "We fell into a trap." Sunagakure had long been planning this operation. Even the puppet troops were mobilized silently. Our front and rear routes were cut off, and the Jonin were taken by Elder Danzo. I should have foreseen this. At this juncture, Minato began to piece together the unfolding calamity. He refrained from questioning further, for such inquiries had become inconsequential. Instead, he calmly stated, "You all rest here. I will investigate further." Shibi wished to protest, but ultimately nodded, saying, "Your chakra, do not worry, I will be fine." With that, Minato vanished from sight. Yet, it was already too late. Along the way, the ground was littered with the bodies of Konoha ninjas, some of whom were mere children from the village. They should have had brighter futures ahead. Suddenly, the image of Raza flickered in Minato's mind. This marked the second time Konoha had suffered defeat at the hands of Sunagakure. However, rather than displaying the expected fury, Minato remained eerily calm. In that moment, He surveyed the ravaged battlefield and resolved to become Hokage for the future of the village and for Kushina's sake. Chapter 90. The aftermath. Konoha's devastating defeat in the Land of Rivers was utterly unforeseen by all. Upon returning to the village, even as Shibi Aburame led the surviving ninjas, the upper echelons of Konoha could not conceal the grim news. Soon, the skies above Konoha were filled with cries of mourning and despair. 1,000 ninjas represented not merely 1,000 individuals, but entire families, each a pillar of support and hope for their households. In the history of Konoha, no such catastrophic loss had ever been encountered. Yet now, the pressing question remained. Even if Konoha sought vengeance, did they possess the capacity to do so? As the news of Konoha's tragic defeat spread throughout the village, other shinobi villages in the ninja world simultaneously received the intelligence through their informants. Yunin Village and Iwa-in Village, while filled with incredulity, immediately recognized this as a monumental opportunity. The Third Kazekage of Yunin Village swiftly seized the moment and launched an all-out assault on Konoha. Naturally, the Third Kazekage of Iwa-in Village did not let this chance slip by either. However, upon reviewing the intelligence in his hand, he pondered the rapid growth of Suna Village. Although the reports did not specify the extent of Suna's losses, the damage inflicted upon Konoha was sufficient to arouse the suspicions of the cunning Inoki. Raza was well aware of this reality. Thus, following the flawless execution of Konoha's annihilation plan, he abandoned the Land of Rivers and recalled all Suna ninjas back to the Land of Wind, adopting a defensive stance and publicly declaring that Suna had also suffered significant losses. Yet, despite Raza's order of silence, the expressions of returning families from Suna Village revealed the truth. The repercussions of Konoha's devastating defeat were just beginning to ripple through the world of shinobi. In the Land of Craftsmen, akin to the Land of Whirlpools, this island nation is surrounded by the sea. Within the shinobi world, the Land of Craftsmen holds a certain degree of notoriety, being one of the few nations skilled in the production of various ninja tools. However, this expertise has not translated into wealth. Rather, the small stature of the nation has rendered it a target of exploitation by larger powers. The ninja tools forged here are purchased at exceedingly low prices by the 5 great nations, relegating the entire nation to a mere arms factory for them. Consequently, both the Land of Craftsmen and its ninja village, the Craft Ninja Village, are fervently seeking opportunities to escape this subservient status. Yet, the overwhelming strength of the 5 great nations has long obscured any prospects for them, until today. Within a courtyard adorned with traditional Japanese aesthetics, a man clad in armor knelt before an elderly figure draped in white, whose hair was as white as snow. "Guanla, what brings you to seek me?" the elder inquired. The man named Guanla bowed respectfully and replied, "I am here to request your permission to leave Craft Ninja Village." The elder's expression shifted dramatically. "What? Guanla, do you intend to betray the village?" Guanla shook his head. "No, leader. It is precisely for the future of the village that I wish to depart." As he spoke, he produced a scroll from his sleeve and presented it. The elder furrowed his brow as he accepted it, opening it in confusion. "What is this?" "Leader, you must have heard of the battle between Suna Village and Konoha in the Land of Rivers 2 days ago." The elder nodded, expressing his astonishment. "I never expected that the once lowly Suna Village would so embarrass Konoha and suffer such losses. But what does this have to do with us? We must maintain neutrality to survive among the 5 great nations." Guanla nodded in understanding. "I am well aware of that. But this is under circumstances where we have no means to escape the control of the 5 nations. Now, I see an opportunity." "What do you mean?" Guanla's gaze fixated on the scroll in the elder's hand. "Out of curiosity regarding Suna Village, I ventured there yesterday under the pretense of transporting ninja tools and witnessed this. Suna is currently seeking solutions to its dire transportation issues. Those who can provide a resolution will be granted the position of elder in Suna Village. I believe this is a rare opportunity for us in Craft Ninja Village. If we can become an elder, we might gain access to the tailed beasts." The elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Continue." "It is well known that among the 9-tailed beasts present in the shinobi world, only Suna's Jinchuriki for Shikaku is exceedingly old. It is only a matter of time before Suna seeks to create a new Jinchuriki. No one is more adept at crafting ninja tools than us in Craft Ninja Village. If we can find the right moment, we might seize Shikaku's power and resurrect Lord Saimai. With Lord Saimai's strength, Craft Ninja Village could conquer the entire shinobi world and no longer remain an arms factory for the Five Nations. The elder appeared greatly tempted, yet hesitated. Can it truly be done? If we fail, Craft Ninja Village may face annihilation. Guanla's gaze remained resolute. We in Craft Ninja Village already excel at crafting ninja tools. Even if we cannot become elders, infiltrating Suna Village should not pose a problem. It is for the future of Craft Ninja Village. I understand. Then the future of the village rests in your hands. For your convenience, take the 4 celestial beings with you. Such aspirations were not limited to Craft Ninja Village alone. In a distant corner of this land, an affable-looking elder examined a newly acquired scroll, reflecting on how Suna Village's victory over Konoha had captured the attention of countless individuals and afforded Suna unprecedented recognition, causing the events unfolding there to echo throughout the entire shinobi world. Behind him, in a grand hall inscribed with numerous incantations, a colossal creature resembling a serpentine being without scales lay dormant, emanating an ominous chakra as it coiled in the center of the chamber. It appears the time has come to visit Suna Village. With Shikaku's chakra, the Zero Tail can be revived. Simultaneously, in the land of water, the third Mizukage contemplated the intelligence in his hands, which sparked thoughts of his own. Recently, Mist Village had been receiving reports of Suna ninjas lurking around its vicinity. This was clearly not a gesture of goodwill, yet the third Mizukage found himself preoccupied with more pressing internal issues than Konoha's plight. The clans of the Ghost Lantern, Bamboo Cutter, and Waterless Moon, which had once established Mist Village, were even more troublesome than the Uchiha clan, and internal strife rendered the third Mizukage incapable of mobilizing the ninja from those clans. This was precisely why he had expended considerable effort to assemble the 7 ninja swordsmen. But now, as he gazed at the intelligence that surprised even him, he suddenly felt that perhaps it was worth getting to know this young Kazekage of Suna Village. The presence of Suna ninjas in the land of water indicated that the Kazekage likely harbored ambitions regarding Mist Village. With this in mind, he resolved to take a chance. After all, there was little to lose, and unexpected rewards might await. Chapter 91. A New Era in the Land of Wind. Suna Village was abuzz with unprecedented excitement. Festive banners and lanterns adorned the streets, while firecrackers and fireworks erupted in a cacophony of celebration. The villagers, their faces radiant with joy, converged toward the heart of the village. Only a few newcomers to Suna Village were left puzzled and curious, inquiring, "What is happening? Why is Suna Village so lively today?" Upon hearing this, a cautious villager responded, "You must be from outside the village, right?" "Oh, I am a merchant from the Land of Swamps, here to post a mission in Suna Village." "The Land of Swamps? How rare." The merchant understood the villager's caution and awkwardly explained, "Indeed, we have always undertaken missions in the Hidden Leaf Village. However, due to the recent turmoil of war, the village has been preoccupied and unable to attend to our needs. Thus, we sought to visit the Hidden Sand Village to gather information." Upon hearing the merchant's words, the citizens of the Hidden Sand Village immediately shed their wariness and welcomed him warmly, exclaiming, "Ah, is that so? We are indeed pleased to have you. The ninjas of our village are quite formidable. Rest assured, your tasks will be in capable hands." "Ah yes, we have also heard of the Hidden Sand Village's victory over the Hidden Leaf. Quite impressive indeed." In truth, many outsiders had recently come to the Hidden Sand Village. Apart from a few spies, numerous merchants were here to commission tasks, as the entire ninja world was engulfed in chaos due to the ongoing war. While this presented a lucrative opportunity for merchants, it was also fraught with peril. The Hidden Leaf, the Hidden Cloud, and the Hidden Stone were embroiled in conflict, unable to spare any ninjas to undertake protective missions, while the Hidden Mist Village remained isolated and inaccessible. Fortunately, during this tumultuous period, the Hidden Sand Village emerged as a beacon of stability. Not only did it demonstrate its strength by defeating the Hidden Leaf, but it was also one of the few villages that remained relatively unscathed by the war. However, it is indeed quite challenging to find the Hidden Sand Village. We nearly lost our way in the desert. Upon hearing the merchant's lament, the citizens of the Hidden Sand Village responded with a hint of embarrassment. "That is somewhat true. But do not worry. Lord Kazekage is already devising solutions to this issue. You may have noticed upon your arrival that anyone who can assist the Hidden Sand Village in resolving transportation concerns will be generously rewarded." "Indeed, I did notice. Unfortunately, I am quite inept in that regard. By the way, why is the Hidden Sand Village so lively today? Are you celebrating a victory in the war?" The citizens of the Hidden Sand Village shook their heads and replied joyfully, "Not at all. The reason for today's festivities is the occurrence of 4 joyous events." 4 joyous events? Yes. The first is the celebration of Lolon's integration into our Hidden Sand Village. The second is the inauguration of our ninja school. The third is the reopening of our ninja hospital. And finally, the completion of the orphanage. Lord Kazekage will personally attend the ceremony today, and everyone is eager to witness it. Sensing the merchant's confusion regarding why these events were celebrated, the citizens explained further. Although the school and hospital existed previously, under Lord Kazekage's directive, both have undergone significant expansions, transforming them entirely. They are not only larger, but also exquisite, allowing more children to receive education while facilitating access to healthcare. As for the orphanage, it is newly established to care for children who have lost their parents, providing them with a better life. Lastly, Lulon is a small nation that joined our Hidden Sand Village over a month ago at Lord Kazekage's invitation. The welcoming ceremony was initially delayed due to the war. I see. Lord Kazekage truly is remarkable. Indeed, the citizens of the Hidden Sand Village beamed with pride. The merchant from the land of Marsh, observing this, remarked with a smile, "The Hidden Sand Village is quite beautiful. Before my arrival, I had heard that its environment was harsh, but it seems not as dreadful as I had been led to believe." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the citizens of the Hidden Sand Village turned mysterious as they leaned closer to the merchant's ear. "What you say holds some truth, indeed. The environment was once quite severe, but recently, the climate has unexpectedly changed. Everyone claims it is a miracle of greenery brought forth by Lord Kazekage. A miracle of greenery." Yes, the citizens of the Hidden Sand Village appeared puzzled. It seems that in recent times, the climate has suddenly improved. Not only have the winds and sands lessened significantly, but green plants have begun to flourish throughout the village, astonishing everyone. How wondrous, indeed, which is why it is referred to as a miracle. Just then, a great bell tolled, and the citizens of the Hidden Sand Village, their faces filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Oh no, the ceremony is about to begin. I must take my leave. You are always welcome here in our Hidden Sand Village. Farewell." Watching the hurried departure of the Hidden Sand ninjas, the merchant from the land of Marsh grinned widely and exclaimed with a tone of playful disbelief, "Ah, who would have thought that the Hidden Sand Village, which I had previously overlooked, holds so many intriguing happenings? I must inform Lord Madara. He will undoubtedly be very interested." In the heart of the Hidden Sand Village, within the Kazekage Tower, the atmosphere in the office was filled with awe and festivity as they listened to the jubilant cheers from outside. 7 days had passed since the execution of the plan to annihilate the Hidden Leaf, and everything had settled into place. After spending 3 days on the border of the Land of Wind to confirm that the Hidden Leaf would not retaliate, Raza returned to the village with the majority of his forces to rest. Raza contemplated the situation. Although it was prudent to refrain from celebrating the victory to avoid provoking the other great nations, the enormity of their triumph warranted some acknowledgement. Coincidentally, the Minister of Education, Yoshida, along with the Minister of Logistics, Ryuji, and the Minister of Health, Hanabi, brought forth delightful news: the expansion of the ninja school and hospital, as well as the establishment of the orphanage, had finally been completed after more than a month of effort. Coupled with the welcoming ceremony for Lulon, it was indeed a fortuitous occasion. Thus, Raza proposed to seize this opportunity to host a grand celebration for the Hidden Sand Village. Naturally, there were no objections. One could only marvel at the swift efficiency of the ninjas. Within merely 3 days of Raza's command, the village was prepared for the festivities. As they listened to the cheers outside, the attendees, clad in splendid attire, were momentarily taken aback. It had been ages since the village had witnessed such vibrancy. The last occasion was during the reign of the second Kazekage. Ebi Zong expressed his sentiments, while the elderly Chiyo wore a look of pride and nostalgia as she remarked, "Well done, Raza. You have fulfilled your promise and restored the glory of the second Kazekage's era. You are now a competent Kazekage." Although Raza had initially threatened her with the well-being of her grandson to gain her support, it was evident that this choice had proven to be the right one. At that moment, Yakura had long abandoned any aspirations of contesting for the position of Kazekage and beamed with genuine joy as he proclaimed, "Congratulations, Kazekage." Although there remained a hint of reluctance in his tone, all present understood the significance of Yakura's acknowledgement of Raza's position. Mikawa added, if the third Kazekage were still alive, he would surely be pleased to witness this scene. This signified Mikawa's complete acceptance of the third Kazekage's passing. From this day forth, the lineage of the Sand would wholeheartedly support Raza as their Kazekage. Observing this, Raza said little, but sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. At this moment, Maki entered. Her face flushed with excitement. Kazekage, the celebration is about to commence. Very well. Raza cast a serious glance at the four individuals in the office, exuding an aura of grandeur as he proclaimed, "Let us embark on a new era for Sunagakure together." Chapter 92. The Will of Sand in the Land of Wind, Sunagakure. The lively sounds of firecrackers and drums resonated through the sky above Sunagakure, accompanied by the Wind Shadow Cloak. Raza appeared spiritedly on the rooftop of the Wind Shadow Tower's third floor. Below, amidst the throng of villagers, an even more fervent cheer erupted. It is Lord Wind Shadow. Lord Wind Shadow is so handsome. Long live Lord Wind Shadow. Behind Raza, Chiyo, Aizo, Yakura, and Mikawa, who had appeared alongside him, were equally astounded by the villagers' adoration for Raza. However, they refrained from speaking, for today's spotlight was solely on Raza, the Wind Shadow. As Raza took a few steps forward and raised his hand in a gesture to calm the crowd, the world fell silent, all eyes eagerly awaiting his words. From the moment of my birth, I have pondered a singular question. Why did our esteemed first Hokage choose to establish Sunagakure in such a desolate place? A land where the yellow sands yield no vegetation, beset daily by sandstorms and the scorching sun, devoid of the essentials for life, water, food, and arable land. Surrounded by an endless expanse of a treacherous desert, Raza's voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. Compared to Sunagakure, Konoha boasts fertile lands and dense forests, while Kumogakure is graced with vast lakes and rivers. Even Kirigakure, near the sea, and Awagakure, nestled among mountains, possess ample land and water for survival. Yet we, in Sunagakure, have naught but a barren desert, a landscape devoid of hope, filled with lifeless yellow sands. But now, seeing you all, witnessing the ninjas who fight for our village, I comprehend the truth. The first Hokage recognized the formidable will hidden within your beings, forged by the harsh desert, and the boundless potential honed by the unforgiving environment. From this day forth, let us demonstrate to the entire ninja world the immense strength residing within our hearts and bodies. Let us proclaim that even in the barren desert, we can blossom like the beautiful desert flower, embodying the will of sand cherished by every ninja of Sunagakure. And you, all present here, shall be the desert flowers of Sunagakure. Now, I declare the desert flower celebration of Sunagakure officially commenced. Oh, long live Lord Wind Shadow. Long live the will of sand. Instantaneously, cheers and applause resounded, accompanied by the cacophony of firecrackers and drums, enveloping Sunagakure in a joyous sea of celebration. Raza then stepped back, meeting the bright gazes of the four behind him. Well said, Yakura remarked with a charming smile. The will of sand. How intriguing. Aizo nodded in agreement. Mikawa also expressed his approval. These words should be etched into the hearts of the village's children. Raza felt a mix of shyness and relief, knowing his arduous efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. Being from Earth, he understood the profound importance of ideological construction. Konoha had the will of fire, Awagakure the will of stone, and Kumogakure the lineage of the title. Yet, both Sunagakure and Kirigakure had nothing. However, from this day forth, Sunagakure would have its own identity. Unlike Konoha's will of fire, which emphasized self-sacrifice through generations, Raza hoped that every individual in Sunagakure could flourish and live a life of beauty, akin to flowers blooming in the desert. Although the speech had concluded and the celebration had commenced, Raza could not yet rest. Next, he needed to visit the Ninja Academy, the hospital, and the orphanage in his capacity as Wind Shadow, accompanied by Yakura and Mikawa, while Chiyo and Aizo returned to rest. The first stop was the Ninja School of Sunagakure. Established by the first Wind Shadow as a mimicry of the Konoha Ninja Academy, it was situated in the very center of the village, right beneath the Wind Shadow Tower. Due to the unique geographical environment, the Ninja School of Sunagakure bore semblance to modern educational institutions. The buildings were constructed from stone and brick, rising high, and designed to prevent the intrusion of wind and sand, resembling round towers entirely surrounded by walls, with rows of windows peeking through. Previously, due to the elite education system in Sunagakure, the ninja school was modest in size, comprising only a 4-story building. However, A new 6-story building now stood beside it. Furthermore, the training grounds had significantly expanded, equipped with various targets and ninja tools for practice. This year's cohort of 600 new students, alongside over 1,000 from the previous 3 grades, were in classrooms, listening intently to their teachers. The youngest among them was merely 6 years old, while the oldest were 11 or 12. The expressions of both students and teachers reflected their anticipation and nervousness. By the time Raza arrived, he was no longer accompanied solely by Chiyo and the others. His wife, Karura, assistant Shingu, and the Minister of Education, Yoshima, joined them. While they held high statuses within the village, they could not compare to Chiyo and the others. Accompanied by Yoshima, Raza felt like a leader inspecting a site from his past life, as he and his entourage toured the classrooms. In each class, he entered to share a few words, imparting the newly crafted will of sand. Keep it up, children. I hope you can embody the will of sand and become the future desert flowers of Sunagakure. Hey, Lord Wind Shadow. The children, still forming their worldviews, reacted with exuberance to Raza's words. The teachers also took note of his remarks, which would become guiding principles for their future teachings. As Raza walked, he engaged in conversation. Shingu, I heard you enrolled Sarah as well? Shingu paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Yes, she is in class 1. Previously, as a mother, Shingu would have opposed her daughter pursuing the dangerous path of a ninja. However, over the past month, through her role as Raza's assistant, she began to understand the significance of a ninja's status within a ninja village. She even started seeking guidance from Karura to learn ninjutsu. Soon, they arrived at class 1, where Raza spotted Sarah sitting in the front row, her deep red hair glowing with excitement upon seeing her mother. Yet, Raza was taken aback by the serious-looking child with black hair seated beside her, who bore a striking resemblance to Mikawa. Instantly, Raza grasped the situation, feeling a surge of joy, just when Raza thought the surprises had concluded. 3 children from the 3rd grade on the 2nd floor further validated his belief that his recent efforts had not been in vain. Chapter 93, The New Generation Konami. Seated beside Sarah was a 6-year-old child with a serious demeanor reminiscent of an adult, his face adorned with red paint. From his remarkably similar appearance to Michikawa, it is not difficult to deduce that this is Michikawa's child. Logically speaking, as the offspring of Michikawa, Kami does not need to attend the ninja school. For being a child of the Sand Clan, and particularly the son of Michikawa, the education he could receive within his family would undoubtedly surpass that offered by the ninja school. Nevertheless, Kami still made his appearance here, symbolizing Michikawa's support for Lord Rasha. Clearly, Michikawa employs a strict paternal approach towards his child. Upon seeing his father enter, a look of eager anticipation graced Kunmi's small face as he gazed at him. Regrettably, Michikawa, as a father, offered no response. In contrast, Jingu, witnessing the enthusiastic attempt of Sarah to rise, merely cast a stern warning glance, causing her to awkwardly return to her seat. It was at this moment that Rasha noticed that the so-called first class was indeed an elite group, as many of the children in this class were from the upper echelons of the village. Rasha did not exhibit any particular reaction. After exchanging a few words with the children, he led everyone out of the classroom. As they prepared to head to the second-year classroom, Michikawa suddenly spoke up. Kami has awakened magnet release. The revelation startled everyone. While Jingu did not grasp the significance of this, the others present understood all too well. Kami is only 6 years old. Congratulations, Michikawa. Another genius emerges from the Sand Clan. Rasha remarked in congratulations, noting that even he, now the Wind Shadow, had only awakened his magnet release at the age of 7. Yet, it was puzzling why such a talented child had not made more appearances in the narrative. Had he perhaps met an untimely end? Michikawa did not respond to Rasha's congratulatory words, but instead looked at him with a pleading expression and said, I too am surprised. Thus I wish to request that you take Kunmi as your disciple. The words prompted all to turn their gazes towards Rasha, with Jingu's eyes reflecting a sudden understanding. Rasha, however, posed no inquiries. In truth, Michikawa's request for Rasha to accept his child as a pupil had already signified his position. No problem. Let him first socialize and make friends with his classmates during this first academic year. Next year, I shall officially take Kunmi as my disciple. Thank you. Upon receiving such a straightforward response from Rasha, a rare smile appeared on Michikawa's face, and he even turned to Rasha and Karuro, saying, You two must also strive to excel. A blush crept onto Karuro's face, yet the smile was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Yakura and Jingu wore contemplative expressions. Thus, the group continued onward. To be candid, Rasha harbored no grand expectations for the future generation of the sand-hidden village. After all, he had only traversed into the world of Naruto for less than 6 months. The prospect of altering the villagers' innate abilities could not possibly yield swift results. Encountering a young prodigy awakening magnet release was already a pleasant surprise for him. However, upon arriving at the higher-grade classroom, an even greater astonishment awaited him. Before Rasha initiated reforms and expansions at the Sand-Hidden Village's ninja school, the educational system adhered to a 4-year curriculum. The first year focused on cultural studies. The second year on refining chakra alongside cultural studies. The third year introduced ninjutsu and shuriken, and the fourth year prepared students for actual combat. Following the transition to a 6-year system, the content of study remained largely unchanged, merely extending the duration, adding an additional year to both the second and third years. Consequently, students beginning in the second grade were already capable of utilizing chakra, effectively making them half ninjas. Faced with the opportunity to showcase their prowess before the esteemed Wind Shadow, neither the teachers nor the students wished to miss out. Thus, upon ascending the stairs, Rasha sensed a variety of chakra and combat classes. Understanding the sentiments of the teachers and children, Rasha refrained from saying much. Instead, he engaged in close interactions, offering words of encouragement, which elicited excited and admiring glances from the teachers and students alike. Gradually, Rasha arrived at the 3rd floor. Suddenly, an unusual sensation caught his attention, prompting him to halt abruptly. He chose not to proceed to the nearest classroom as initially planned, but instead bypassed it to reach the end of the hallway, leaving everyone somewhat puzzled. Yet, as the Wind Shadow, no one dared question his actions. Rasha glanced at the classroom number, Class 6 of the 3rd grade. This designation indicated that, much like the first class being the elite, Class 6 was undoubtedly the bottom tier of the 3rd grade. Yudo. Assuming that some disobedient students in this class had provoked the Wind Shadow's ire, nervously inquired, "Is something wrong, Lord Wind Shadow?" "Nothing at all," Rasha replied, merely walking to the back of the classroom to peer inside, pointing to 3 children and asking, "What are the names of those 3 children?" Everyone followed Rasha's gaze to see 3 small children in the middle row, attempting to refine their chakra. At first glance, they appeared unremarkable, and their chakra was pitifully scarce, belonging to those who might struggle to graduate in the future. Confusion swept through the onlookers as they pondered why Rasha would be interested in such children. Yudo, feeling a bit awkward about the inquiry, was at a loss. For although he was the Minister of Education, it was impossible for him to know every child, especially in such a low-performing class. Just as he faltered, Kururo, standing beside Rasha, spoke up, "They are Mori, Angie, and Ro." "What of it, Lord Rasha?" Jingu, recalling something, added, "Ah, these are the 3 kids." This piqued Rasha's curiosity, prompting him to ask, "How do you all know these children?" Kururo provided clarification, "These 3 are the children of Senri." Rasha suddenly remembered that Senri was a comrade of Kururo's from their days as Genin. Regrettably, Kururo's exceptional talent soon elevated him to Chunin, leading to the dissolution of their team. However, their camaraderie remained solid. Yet, this did not elucidate why Rasha sensed sage energy emanating from these 3 young children. Indeed, although faint, he unmistakably detected the presence of sage energy within them. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Could it be that the enhancement of the villagers' physical constitution through sage energy was yielding results so swiftly? But why were these 3 children the ones exhibiting it? If he could uncover how these 3 possessed sage energy, it might revolutionize the sand-hidden village. While Rasha pondered, the explanations from Kururo and Jingu illuminated potential reasons. They recounted an incident in which, under the guidance of these 3 children, they witnessed grass sprouting from a well, sharing their laughter with Rasha. After listening to my words, these 3 little ones took it upon themselves to safeguard the wondrous little grasses. Whenever they found a moment, they patrolled the various wells, much like miniature adults, and many villagers had seen them. In Chapter 94, Twisted Fate, Rasha seemed to grasp why these 3 children were so extraordinary. They possessed the energy of mystical arts within them. Yet, this only fueled his curiosity further. Was it due to their frequent exposure to the energy of mystical arts? Or was it a gift stemming from their protective actions? If it were the former, it would be a fortuitous development, suggesting that as the energy of mystical arts grew stronger in this world, soon a village, being the source, would inevitably awaken more ninjas influenced by this energy. However, if it were the latter, it could pose complications. Contemplating this, Rasha's gaze shifted to Kamigami. If it were the first scenario, then Kamigami, being naturally adept at utilizing Dragon Vein Chakra, should also harbor mystical energy within, considering that the current mystical energy is derived from the transformation of Dragon Vein Chakra. I heard you were learning ninjutsu, Kamigami? Rasha's sudden change in topic left everyone momentarily stunned, and Kamigami felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if caught in a secret endeavor. Yes, at least it makes movement a bit easier. Rasha nodded, and then redirected the conversation to Yushima. Training children like these in ninjutsu would be a waste of time. Starting today, let's shift their learning focus to physical arts. I have acquired a secret technique of physical arts from Konoha, and once I refine it, I will pass it on to them. Yushima replied with delight. That's wonderful, Lord Kazekage. I thank you on behalf of these children. Indeed. Let us proceed. As anticipated, the element of surprise soon faded, and the other children at the ninja school resumed their usual demeanor, no longer capturing Rasha's attention. The next destination was the Suna Village Ninja Hospital, where Rasha encountered his brother-in-law, Yakimaru, and the head of the medical department, Iris. Yakimaru's presence here was at Iris's request. Given the scarcity of skilled medical ninjas in Suna Village, Rasha had temporarily assigned Yakimaru to this place. However, this arrangement would soon become unnecessary. Yakimaru, would you consider taking on a disciple? Yakimaru's gentle face revealed a hint of innocence as he nodded. Of course. But am I capable? Certainly. You are a jonin in the village, and it is time for you to train a few disciples and contribute to the village's future. Seeing her husband and brother-in-law getting along so well, Karura felt a surge of happiness. After a brief tour of the newly expanded ninja hospital, they arrived at the third stop, the orphanage. Unlike the ninja school and hospital, which were centrally located, the orphanage, being newly constructed, was situated in the southeastern corner of the village, where ample land was available. Thus, the orphanage was quite spacious, maintaining the closed architectural style characteristic of Suna Village. Upon Rasha's arrival, the head of the logistics department, Ruji, awaited them. Due to the orphanage's recent establishment, it remained rather empty, with few children present. Ruji shared his thoughts. Reporting to Lord Kazekage, I plan to direct the villagers to pay attention to orphans in the Land of Wind and other small nations who have lost their parents due to war, in hopes of gradually increasing the number of children here. Understood. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. As soon as Rasha finished speaking, Ruji seized the opportunity. Reporting to Lord Kazekage, there is indeed a slight challenge. Saying this, Ruji glanced at Karura behind Rasha, his expression tinged with awkwardness. I have a rather bold request. Would it be possible for Lady Karura to become the director of the orphanage? This statement startled everyone, and Karura covered her mouth in disbelief. This was not merely Ruji's idea, but rather a suggestion subtly conveyed by Rasha. Oh, please elaborate on your thoughts. Ruji, being considerate, continued, reporting to Lord Kazekage and Lady Karura, the orphanage is unlike others. It houses children who have lost their parents. Their hearts are incredibly sensitive, and they need a gentle director like Lady Karura to care for them. Rasha nodded and turned to Karura. What is your opinion, Karura? Am I able to? Karura hesitated. Kamigami, having discerned Rasha's intentions, immediately encouraged her. Of course, Karura. Your gentleness will surely help you care for these children. Upon receiving her husband's supportive gaze, Karura finally nodded. Then I shall give it a try. Well then, Ruji, please coordinate with Karura. I shall issue the order tomorrow. Just then, Rasha's gaze caught something, and he halted once more. This familiar action prompted everyone to instinctively follow his line of sight, landing on a woman with golden hair, dressed in a nun's attire, tending to the few children in the orphanage. Her smile radiated warmth akin to sunlight, and her graceful visage evoked a sense of closeness among those present. Even among the women, as if sensing their gazes, the woman looked up and smiled at them, nodding in acknowledgement. Ruji, seeing this, promptly summoned the woman before Rasha and the others. Lord Kazekage, this is Miss Yanai, hailing from our Land of Wind. She is a highly experienced director of orphanages. Upon hearing of her expertise, I invited her to assist in caring for the children here. Greetings, Lord Kazekage. The woman, Yanai, greeted Rasha with calmness, treating him as if he were an ordinary person. Indeed, though Rasha felt a twinge of surprise, he maintained a composed facade and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Yanai. I appreciate your willingness to care for these children. Having a professional like you greatly reassures me about the future of our Suna village orphanage. It is my duty. Yanai nodded gently. I shall not disturb you further. Next came the final leg of their journey, accompanied by Kamigami, as they surveyed the area where the Lulan people resided. Unfortunately, no further surprises awaited them. Upon reaching this point, Rasha's duties as Kazekage for the day concluded, and he led everyone back to the Kazekage Tower. Throughout the journey, however, everyone sensed something amiss with Rasha, as if he were deep in thought. Once they arrived at the Kazekage's office, Yakura, feeling inexplicably irritable, queried, "What troubles you? Lord Kazekage, are you still preoccupied with that Miss Yanai?" This remark elicited peculiar expressions from the women in the office. Meanwhile, the man, Mikawa, nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Miss Yanai is quite beautiful." He could not deny that the gentle maternal aura exuded by Miss Yanai was undeniably captivating to men. The words spoken by Rasha caused Karuro, who had previously not perceived such thoughts from him, to widen her eyes in surprise as she gazed at her husband. Jingong, on the other hand, looked on with a hint of disdain, reflecting the common sentiment that men are all alike. The unexpected blame directed at Rasha left him somewhat bewildered. However, he brushed it off, recognizing that they were among allies. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "What I am pondering is another matter, which is that this Miss Yanao is actually affiliated with Konoha." As soon as Rasha's words left his lips, the attendees were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment and anger. They did not doubt the veracity of Rasha's statement. Bang! Yitsong slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair and exclaimed, "Konoha truly learns nothing from its past mistakes. Having recently suffered such grave losses, they dare to provoke our Sunagakure once more." Rasha shook his head and replied, "It may not necessarily reflect Konoha's intentions, for this Miss Yanao is associated with Konoha's root." Root? Danzo? The assembly was taken aback, and then Michuan recalled something and spoke up. "I heard that this elder from Konoha was gravely injured by the Kazekage and has been on the brink of death ever since. Yet now it seems this was merely an excuse to evade accountability." "That appears to be the case," Rasha nodded. Yitsong, slightly irritated, commented, "Had we known, we should have eliminated him directly. Having such a pest lingering around is truly revolting." "I have already explained my reasoning regarding this matter," Rasha continued. "Rather than eliminating Danzo, allowing him to live is the wiser choice. You have all received intelligence indicating that despite the significant losses Konoha has suffered due to his actions, the Uchiha clan is in an uproar, yet the elders and the third Hokage continue to indulge him. A ticking time bomb like him is certainly better alive than dead." Michuan nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Kazekage, your approach is sound. It seems the internal strife within Konoha is even more severe than we had anticipated. However, it is a pity that despite this, Konoha has managed to withstand the assaults from a Wagakure and Kimogakure. It speaks volumes about Konoha's formidable foundation." Rasha felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing this. Ever since Sunagakure annihilated Konoha's forces in the Land of Rivers a week ago, both Kimogakure and Awagakure launched a massive offensive against Konoha, seemingly poised to crush it entirely. From any perspective, Konoha appeared destined for defeat this time. However, unexpectedly, their perennial adversary, Namikaze Minato, seemed to have undergone an extraordinary transformation, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to provide dual support. Not only did he defeat the AB combination from Kimogakure, halting their advance, but he also fought valiantly against 100 of Awagakure's shinobi, instilling fear in them to the point where they dared not advance further, thereby solidifying his renown in the shinobi world. Yitsong, well aware of this information and having once clashed with Minato, felt a twinge of resentment. How on earth did he achieve such strength? This transformation is utterly unreasonable. Just over a month ago, he was not nearly this formidable. While she too considered herself strong, the feats Minato accomplished seemed insurmountable. The AB combination from Kimogakure, and even taking on 100 of Awagakure's elite shinobi, were feats she could only dream of achieving. Given the reports, those 100 shinobi from Awagakure were not mere foot soldiers, but elite jounin. A month prior, during their encounter, she had not perceived Minato as possessing such overwhelming prowess. Rasha, feeling a headache coming on, could only concede that this world's protagonist truly grows in ways beyond comprehension. Yet, he was pleased to witness the current circumstances. For one, he had no genuine desire to annihilate Konoha. Regardless of whether it was feasible, he would not pursue that course of action. as he would need the two protagonists from Konoha to contend with Otsutsuki Kagaya in the future. Furthermore, the immense external pressure could serve to unite Sunagakure internally. At this moment, Michuan added fuel to the fire, stating, according to intelligence, Namikaze Minato has yet to utilize Sage Mode. This revelation darkened Yitsong's expression even further. The atmosphere in the Kazekage's office grew somber once more, except for Jin Gong, who was somewhat oblivious to the nuances of shinobi strength. The expressions of Yitsong, Michuan, and Kururo were tinged with despondency. Fortunately, Rasha broke the silence. There is no need for such gloom. Jin Gong, please refine some chakra for me. Huh. Jin Gong was taken aback as the topic shifted to her, and the other three cast her curious glances. Nevertheless, she obediently pressed her palms together and began to refine her chakra. As expected, the moment Jin Gong refined her chakra, Rasha immediately sensed the sage energy within it, and it was denser than that of the three younger individuals. This suggested that Jin Gong's daughter, Sarah, might also possess such potential. Alright, that's enough. Jin Gong had only spent a minute refining her chakra, and upon Rasha's instruction to stop, she complied, looking at him with curiosity. What is happening? Of course, the others in attendance could not sense the presence of sage energy, leading Yitsong to wear a puzzled expression. Rasha, half serious, half joking, said, do you recall the dragon vein chakra from Lulan that I mentioned last time? It is not surprising that Jin Gong, as the former queen of Lulan, possesses the ability to absorb dragon vein chakra, but what about those three children? Kururo was unaware of the existence of dragon vein chakra. Yet Yitsong and Michuan understood its significance, as it represented the natural energy of sage arts. Thus, upon hearing Rasha's words, they grasped the implications, with Yitsong eagerly asking, are you suggesting that those three children also possess dragon vein chakra? Yes, this is excellent news. While I find it somewhat peculiar how those three children achieved this, it signifies hope for us in harnessing this natural energy. Yitsong and Michuan's eyes lit up with excitement. However, you will need to wait a bit longer. I need to observe those three children further. Understood. The two recognized that this matter could not be rushed. Just then, Yitsong suddenly recalled something and inquired. We are unable to sense this chakra, yet you can, Rasha. Does that mean you have mastered this power? Rasha did not conceal the truth. Indeed, however, my ability to master it does not imply you can. It merely represents a glimmer of hope. Seeing Rasha's candid admission, Yitsong could only express envy. No wonder we cannot sense the chakra emanating from you. This revelation clarified the doubts lingering in the minds of those present. Observing their reactions, Rasha then brought up another topic. Although we must refrain from extravagant celebrations for this victory to avoid provoking other nations, I have arranged for rewards for the ninjas who participated in this operation. In a few days, Maki will deliver them to you. Additionally, Rasha produced a scroll and placed it on the table. This is a summoning beast scroll I obtained from Danzo. It contains a creature known as the Dream Taper, capable of utilizing wind release techniques, but unfortunately, there is only one. Which of you two desires it? Chapter 96. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Yitsong's gaze immediately ignited with fervor. She vividly recalled the summoning beasts of Konoha. It was evident that being a summoning beast of a Konoha elder signified considerable strength. Conversely, Michuan displayed a more composed demeanor. You may have it, Yitsong. I already possess a summoning beast. Michuan's summoning beast, Rasha, was none other than the famed Kamaitashi, which later became the companion of Rasha's eldest daughter, Temari. Although its size was considerably smaller, it could significantly amplify the power of wind release across a wide area. More importantly, Kamaitashi was not a solitary entity, but a species. Undoubtedly, in terms of power, it could not be compared with the summoning beasts of the Holy Land. It served merely as an auxiliary, yet it was a rare asset for Sunagakure. Rasha observed this and nodded with satisfaction, tossing the summoning beast scroll to Yitsong. This sense of unity within the village delighted him. Thank you. Yitsong expressed her gratitude, casting a grateful glance at Michuan. Historically, the two opposing factions within the village had never enjoyed such a harmonious relationship under their respective leaders. Seeing this, Rasha produced 2 additional scrolls. These are another form of Konoha's forbidden technique that I obtained from Danzo, known as the 8 Gates of Duanjia. This forbidden technique was developed by the second Hokage and allows one to temporarily unlock the chakra pathways within the body, granting immense power. It is said that when all 8 gates are opened, one can achieve strength exponentially greater. Exponentially greater. The magnitude of this revelation astonished both Yi Tsong and Mi Chuan, igniting a fervent glint in Yi Tsong's eyes, rendering the summoning beast scroll in her hands seemingly less enticing. Naturally, this forbidden technique comes with a significant burden. Opening all 8 gates is almost tantamount to a death sentence. However, merely opening the initial gates should pose no issue given your physical prowess. And it can also enhance your taijutsu. Considering Yi Tsong and Mi Chuan's current capabilities, achieving a qualitative leap akin to Namikaze Minato was nearly impossible. Thus, Rasha sought to provide them with an edge. The 8 gates of Duanjiao was undoubtedly one of the best options, safe and reliable. He intended to train in it himself. The two received the scrolls, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm as they turned toward Rasha. It could be said that since Rasha ascended to the position of Kazekage, he had shown remarkable generosity toward them, leaving no secrets concealed. This magnanimity stirred a sense of shame within them as they reflected on their own past actions. At that moment, Mi Chuan unexpectedly presented a prepared scroll to Rasha. Rasha was taken aback by this unexpected return gift. "What is this?" he inquired. Mi Chuan, lost in recollection, responded, "Actually, regarding the summoning beasts, the third Hokage once conducted an investigation. Although he ultimately found no traces of the Dragon Cave, he did uncover information about a location where a gigantic serpent named Koga once existed. This may prove beneficial to you." Rasha's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. This was indeed a delightful surprise. While he may not be as well versed in the events of Boruto as in Shippuden, he recognized the formidable name of Koga, a powerful serpent within the Dragon Cave. He had assembled a covert task force, dispatching 4 elite ninja to seek traces of the Dragon Cave, as finding it would also mean locating Shogo. Little did he expect that, after such a lengthy search, a lead would arise from Mi Chuan. "Thank you. This is indeed of great importance to me." Meanwhile, Yi Tsong felt a twinge of embarrassment as she realized she had little to offer in return to Rasha. Fortunately, Mi Chuan shifted the conversation. "What should we do about the spy known as Yanoyu?" Rasha pondered briefly before making a decisive statement. "For now, let her go." This revelation surprised everyone present, particularly Yi Tsong, who wore a peculiar expression. However, Rasha's subsequent words left her feeling somewhat ashamed of her chaotic thoughts. Rasha gently tapped the table and spoke slowly. "In truth, my opposition to Konoha has never stemmed from an unresolved hatred. It is merely a matter of differing positions. Conversely, I hold great respect for certain ninjas of Konoha, such as this Yanoyu. Although she is a root spy, the intelligence I possess indicates that she is a genuinely kind-hearted individual." The gazes of those present turned toward Rasha with newfound admiration. As Rasha's wife, Karura, regarded him, she found him captivating in this moment, exuding an indescribable masculine charm. Unbeknownst to him, he continued, directing his gaze toward his wife. "Karura, I entrust Yanoyu to you. If you can transform her into an ally of Sunagakure, it would be most advantageous." "Understood." Karura nodded earnestly. "You have all worked hard. That concludes my remarks for now. I shall be visiting Elder Chiyo. Is there anything else you wish to address?" Everyone shook their heads, though Jingu curiously inquired, "Kazekage, do you need me to accompany you?" "Not necessary. You may assist Karura with the orphanage matters." "Very well." After departing from the Kazekage office, Rasha made his way to the residence of Chiyo and Ailu. Unlike the towering structures typical of Sunagakure, the dwelling of the two elders resembled a quaint courtyard, reminiscent of Konoha's architecture, located in a relatively secluded area where few dared to approach. Once filled with yellow sand and earthy tones, the area had recently blossomed with vibrant green vegetation, enhancing its visual appeal. Upon entering, Rasha immediately spotted Elder Ailu instructing a red-haired girl in her training. Upon seeing Rasha's arrival, both paused their activities. The girl, feeling anxious, bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Kazekage." This girl was none other than Hanabi. After bringing her back from Kazekage, Rasha had arranged for her to reside here for a simple reason. "How is Hanabi's talent in sealing techniques?" Rasha inquired, his true intention being to cultivate Hanabi as Ailu's successor. However, it was somewhat disappointing to learn that, despite her lineage from the Uzumaki clan, Hanabi had not mastered their sealing techniques like Kushina had. Thus, she would follow Ailu to learn and not squander her talent. Ailu understood Rasha's intentions and did not resist. Instead, he willingly accepted Rasha's arrangement. Both he and his sister had witnessed something extraordinary in Rasha. They had lived since the era of the First Kazekage, and in over 40 years, they had encountered a Sunagakure unlike any they had known before. Words failed to express their feelings, but if they had to describe it, it was akin to the miraculous greenery that had unexpectedly emerged in their village. Indeed, this child from the Uzumaki clan possesses remarkable talent in sealing techniques. However, Ayla hesitated, prompting Rasha to question further. However, what? The response came from Chiyo, who emerged from the house. Compared to the sealing techniques, this little prodigy exhibits an astonishing talent for medical ninjutsu. If entrusted to me, I could cultivate her into a medical ninja on par with Tsunade. Chapter 97. The arrangement of bouquets. Clearly, the bouquet seemed somewhat intimidated by Elder Chiyo. Upon seeing her emerge, the bouquet grew even more anxious. Raza had not anticipated that Chiyo would come out to claim a disciple. However, this did not interfere with his plans. To his surprise, Elder Chiyo expressed her desire to take the bouquet as her apprentice. Initially, Raza had intended to assign the task of teaching the bouquet medical ninjutsu to Yashimaru. Upon hearing this, Chiyo did not conceal her disdain and remarked, "Do not jest." Although Yashimaru possesses some talent in medical ninjutsu and is considered among the best in our Sunagakure, he pales in comparison to this little one. Allowing Yashimaru to teach her would be a disservice. I see, I understand. In that case, let the bouquet take both Elder Chiyo and Elder Kaiza as her masters, Raza suggested. Yet, Chiyo immediately grew serious and stated, "Do you think medical ninjutsu is trivial? A person's focus is inherently limited. To truly become an exceptional medical ninja like Tsunade, one cannot afford to be distracted." This revelation took Raza by surprise and diverged from his initial thoughts. However, Chiyo's reasoning held merit. Medical ninjutsu is arguably the most technologically advanced and commonly utilized profession in the world of Hokage. While sealing techniques are indeed important, they seem to be less frequently applied. Raza indeed required an outstanding medical ninja to assist him in the future. Contemplating this, Raza lowered his gaze to the somewhat anxious bouquet and inquired, "Bouquet, do you wish to apprentice under Elder Chiyo to become a medical ninja? Or would you prefer to study under Elder Kaiza to become a sealing technique ninja?" As Raza's words hung in the air, he could distinctly sense the bouquet's reluctance towards becoming a sealing technique ninja, coupled with a hint of fear towards Chiyo, leaving her uncertain in her decision. Although Raza found it curious that a member of the Uzumaki clan would not aspire to master sealing techniques, he smiled and reassured her, "Do not be nervous. Despite Elder Chiyo's stern demeanor, she is, in fact, a very gentle elder." Despite this reassurance, Chiyo continued to maintain her displeased expression, which only heightened the bouquet's anxiety. However, feeling averse to sealing techniques, the bouquet ultimately made her choice with Raza's encouragement. "I choose to apprentice under Elder Chiyo and become a medical ninja." "Very well. Since you have made your choice, I shall respect it." Raza nodded in satisfaction at the bouquet's resolution to pursue the path of a medical ninja. Glancing at the still stern-faced Chiyo, he added, "However, calling you master seems too formal. From now on, bouquet, you shall refer to Elder Chiyo as Grandma Chiyo." At that moment, both Chiyo and Kaiza's expressions shifted slightly. The bouquet sensed this change but could not comprehend its significance, obediently calling out, "Grandma Chiyo." Chiyo's body trembled slightly. As she gazed at the nervous little girl before her, she seemed to see the shadow of her own childhood, the same red hair, the same innocence, and the same loss of parents. Was this a form of compensation from the heavens? However, in an instant, Chiyo's gaze returned to calm. Though her tone softened considerably as she said, "The training in medical ninjutsu is arduous, so you must prepare yourself." "I will do my best," the bouquet replied earnestly. Seeing this interaction, Kaiza's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He realized that although his sister had yet to emerge, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Gratefully, he looked at Raza and said, "Thank you." He then turned to the bouquet. "I thought you intended to cultivate this child as a jinchuriki?" At this remark, Raza immediately understood the bouquet's aversion to sealing techniques. Indeed, upon hearing this, the bouquet grew tense. Recognizing this as an opportunity for her to express her feelings, Raza seized the moment to declare, "In the future, I do not intend to continue creating jinchuriki." The room filled with surprise as both Chiyo and Kaiza reacted. Raza elaborated, "While the power of tailed beasts is undeniably formidable, our village does not urgently require their strength. Moreover, the process of becoming a jinchuriki is far too dangerous and painful. As the Kazekage, I will not permit any child to face such risks." Of course, the most crucial point was that Raza currently regarded Shikaka's power as inconsequential, though the same could not be said for the Nine Tails. Yet, the three present were unaware of this. After their initial shock, Chiyo and Kaiza regarded Raza with admiration. The bouquet looked at him with awe. Kazekage, you truly differ from the previous generations. We can rest assured that the village is in your capable hands, Kaiza remarked. Chiyo then inquired curiously, how is Funo doing? I have arranged a place for him. He is well fed and well cared for. I believe he could live comfortably for another decade or so. If the two elders wish to meet him, I can bring him back, Raza offered. No need. I trust Funo is in your care. To be honest, we owe him much and cannot bear to face him, Chiyo acknowledged, recognizing Raza's true purpose for visiting. Come with me, bouquet, and follow along. In the dimly lit laboratory, various vessels were arranged, and bubbling test tubes floated 5 Sharingan eyes and a white arm. The bouquet, stepping inside, was confronted for the first time with this eerie scene. Without wasting time, Chiyo stated, I must say, what you have brought is truly remarkable, the Mangekyo Sharingan. The cells of the first Hokage, these are treasures I could never have dreamed of possessing, and each holds unique properties that have greatly facilitated my research. Have you made any discoveries? I have conducted comparisons, and through the residual powers found in the blind Sharingan, the normal Sharingan, and the Mangekyo Sharingan, I have confirmed the existence of the ocular power you mentioned. Unfortunately, the cells of Senju Hashirama have lost their vitality. However, at your suggestion, I have researched the cells of the Uzumaki clan and found that their powers exhibit a peculiar effect on the ocular power of the Sharingan. The bouquet was taken aback, realizing her cells were being studied. When had this occurred? Suddenly, she recalled the moment she had arrived, when a vial of her blood had been drawn. So, will my idea work? Chiyo shook her head cautiously. It is still uncertain. I require more time for research. Understood. Thank you for your efforts, Raza replied. Then turned to the bouquet and asked, in recent days, have you sensed that strange chakra approaching here or entering the village? The bouquet, fully aware of what Raza referred to, shook her head. No. Observing the bouquet's lingering tension, Raza contemplated before reassuring her, there is no need to be anxious. From now on, Sunagakure will be your home. I vow in the name of the Wind Shadow that I shall not act against your wishes. Should I break this promise one day, you may seek out Granny Chiyo to discipline me, said Chiyo graciously. Rest assured, I will not show any mercy when that time comes. Upon hearing this, Huashu's tense expression finally relaxed, and she obediently nodded. Chapter 98. The development of Sunagakure with the assistance of the Divine Palace. The majority of pressing matters were resolved, allowing Rasha to return to the Dragon Oasis and continue his cultivation without the distraction of trivial concerns. It can be said that Rasha was indeed fortunate to have acquired the 8 gates of Duinjia technique from Danzo. He had been contemplating his lack of a method to enhance the storage limit of his internal Senjutsu energy when the 8 gates of Duinjia presented itself. Naturally, Rasha could not merely practice the technique as it was written. Through studying the scroll provided by Danzo, he gleaned an understanding of the essence of the 8 gates of Duinjia. As described in the scroll, chakra flows through 8 crucial points in the human body, known as the 8 gates: the opening gate, rest gate, life gate, wound gate, limit gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate. Each time a gate is opened, the chakra within a ninja's body experiences a surge, at least doubling in strength. This increase in chakra leads to a corresponding enhancement in physical power, granting the ninja greater strength and swifter speed. Though it seemingly resembled the Star Duinjia chakra mode, which expends the body's potential to unleash formidable power, the fundamental nature of the two techniques is entirely different. If we consider that a ninja's chakra has an upper limit, the Star Duinjia chakra mode stimulates the body cells to produce more chakra, thus raising this limit. In contrast, the 8 gates of Duinjia enhances the efficiency of chakra utilization within the body. Indeed, efficiency. According to the scroll, if we liken a ninja's chakra to a river, the 8 gates serve as 8 dams regulating the flow of this river. If 1's chakra is quantified at 100, then each gate significantly reduces the chakra by at least half as it flows past, safeguarding the organs from the burdens of excessive chakra flow. The foundation of the 8 gates of Duinjia lies in rigorous training to enable the body's meridians and organs to endure this strain. Conversely, each time a ninja opens a gate, their chakra increases by at least double. However, from this perspective, practicing the 8 gates of Duinjia does not necessarily enhance Rasha. as the technique merely releases the chakra confined by the gates, rather than truly expanding the chakra limit. Furthermore, Rasha currently lacks chakra. Yet, as he absorbs senjutsu energy, he follows the chakra meridian system. This indicates that opening these gates could accelerate his absorption of senjutsu energy. Additionally, the specialized training within the 8 gates of Duanjia to enhance the capacity of the meridians and organs indirectly improves his physical quality and raises his chakra storage limit. Of course, these are merely theoretical considerations Rasha has derived from the 8 gates of Duanjia, and the next step involves practical verification. As Rasha commenced his training in the 8 gates of Duanjia at the Dragon Oasis, the ninja world outside was engulfed in conflict. Meanwhile, Sunagakure flourished, witnessing a vibrant phase of development. The victories in 2 confrontations with Konoha, particularly the second one, greatly elevated Sunagakure's status within the ninja world, propelling it from the lowest rank among the 5 great ninja villages to an equal standing with Kumogakure and Iwagakure. The immediate benefits included an influx of individuals seeking to undertake missions in Sunagakure, as well as an increase in civilians wishing to settle there. In these perilous times, finding a safe haven is no small feat, and Sunagakure has proven to be a commendable choice despite its harsh environment. This surge in population and wealth ignited a wave of production and construction within Sunagakure. With newcomers requiring shelter and essential supplies, numerous jobs emerged. Moreover, following the recent wars, the village's ninjas found themselves financially stable, and the improved welfare allowed many villagers to prosper, naturally leading to increased spending. Thus, the dual stimuli of external and internal factors propelled the rapid growth of Sunagakure's economy. Daily, various merchant caravans traversed the desert to reach Sunagakure. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the village's environment was not as dire as rumored, and witnessing the village's thriving development, they shared this news with the outside world, further enticing many to yearn for Sunagakure. This created a remarkably positive internal cycle. The local villagers vowed they had never witnessed such a bustling community. Although this brought certain risks, such as the infiltration of foreign spies, the prosperity of the village was a sight they cherished above all else, as it symbolized immense wealth. A month gradually passed. During this time, the ninjas of Sunagakure experienced a blend of hardship and joy, though their efforts were strenuous. Witnessing the village flourish under the leadership of the Wind Shadow filled their hearts with elation. To compensate for the shortage of chunin, several older genin were specially promoted, which contributed to the ninjas' happiness. While these lower-ranked ninjas might lack combat prowess, their years of experience equipped them to maintain internal security and operations effectively. However, they soon identified a pressing issue. If the population continued to grow at this rate, Sunagakure would likely face a shortage of housing and land within a year. This concern prompted some higher-ups to voice opposition, advocating for restrictions on the influx of outsiders. After all, Sunagakure is a ninja village, and an excessive influx of outsiders could jeopardize internal stability. Yet, upon relaying these concerns to Rasha, the Wind Shadow's response was simple: disregard their worries. For the core of the village will always remain the ninjas. As long as there are no significant upheavals within the ninja community, these matters will not pose a problem. As for the issues of housing and land, I will address them in due time. With Rasha's esteemed reputation in the village, no one dared to defy his orders, merely whispering dissent in private. After over a month of diligent training, Rasha finally advanced to the 4th gate, the Wound Gate, in the 8 gates of Duanjia. The results of his training filled him with joy, as he felt he had transcended the level of a shadow and stepped into a realm beyond. Chapter 99. Ascending beyond the shadow at the Dragon Oasis, beneath the immense sacred tree. Luosha, much like the Buddha meditating beneath the Bodhi tree, remained with eyes closed, immersed in his practice. To the naked eye, his form resembled that of a super saiyan, enveloped in a green aura that caused his hair to float upward. Yet, contrary to the overwhelming sensation experienced by Xiao Li and Kai when they opened the doors, his presence exuded an air of tranquility. The reason for this was simple. Although Luosha was indeed engaged in the cultivation of the 8 gates, his approach diverged significantly from the arduous methods employed by Xiao Li and Kai. Luosha was treading a shortcut. The technique of the 8 gates necessitates rigorous and often harsh self-discipline to prepare the body for the side effects that accompany the opening of the gates. However, Luosha differed in that he harbored no fears regarding the damage that might be inflicted upon his body by the chakra during this process. Firstly, he lacked chakra within his body, and secondly, The energy of sage techniques possessed remarkable vitality, capable of healing injuries. Thus, Luosha, akin to protagonists in martial arts novels, began to reverse engineer the martial arts manuals. Indeed, he was now engaging in the reverse cultivation of the 8 gates. Instead of preparing through preliminary training, he directly commenced the gradual attempt to open the gates. After all, even if his body were to sustain damage, the sage energy would automatically mend it. Moreover, during the healing process, his body and meridians would progressively strengthen. Of course, he did not recklessly attempt to open all the gates at once. He approached it with careful experimentation. Nonetheless, this unorthodox method of cultivation, combined with Luosha's inherently formidable physique as a shadow, allowed him to reach the state of opening the 4th gate, the injury gate, in just 1 month. More significantly, this cultivation approach rendered the state of having 4 gates open a new norm for him, propelling Luosha directly from the shadow level to the super shadow tier. What does it mean to be a shadow? In Luosha's view, a ninja is one who harnesses chakra as their source of power, employing ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu in combat. As for the shadow, by definition, the term signifies the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages. From a strength perspective, it denotes individuals whose abilities in chakra, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu have reached the pinnacle achievable by ordinary ninjas, devoid of glaring weaknesses. For instance, the 5 shadows of the 5 great nations exemplify this standard, exhibiting nearly no deficiencies in their mastery of chakra, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Take Luosha as an example. His capacity for large-scale magnetic release speaks volumes about his chakra reserve. In terms of ninjutsu, beyond the ordinary elemental techniques, his bloodline limit, magnetic release, stands as exceptionally powerful, while his taijutsu, although somewhat lacking, is only so when compared to top-tier experts like the Flying Thunder God technique and Jiraiya. As for jinjutsu, given his formidable chakra, he is largely immune to the majority of illusions. So what constitutes a super shadow? It is the attainment of abilities in chakra, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu that surpass the ordinary shadow level, with 1 or more capabilities transcending human limitations. For instance, Minato Namikaze, with his Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan, has reached the super shadow level in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Upon mastering sage techniques and the Nine Tails mode, his ninjutsu and chakra could ascend to the pinnacle of super shadow, perhaps even approaching the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. Now, Luosha too has finally ascended to the super shadow tier. Firstly, in terms of chakra, while in a constant state of having 4 gates open, the sage energy stored within him surged to 4 times its original capacity. This amplification is fearsome, for the high efficiency of sage energy enables him to utilize techniques while consuming significantly less energy than ordinary chakra. Secondly, regarding ninjutsu, his sage limit, magnetic release sand control, coupled with the sage limit would release acquired through absorbing Hashirama's cells, elevates his ninjutsu to the super shadow level. Furthermore, would release compensates for the adverse weather conditions like those found in the land of rain, which typically hinder his techniques. Lastly, in taijutsu, Luosha has reached an extraordinary realm due to his training in the 8 gates. Each gate opened enhances physical abilities significantly. The first gate, the opening gate, located in the brain, removes cerebral limitations, granting Luosha enhanced reflexes and information processing during combat. The second gate, the rest gate, also in the brain, alleviates physical fatigue, providing him with greater stamina and accelerating recovery during battles for prolonged engagement. The third gate, the life gate, situated at the chest, serves as the nexus connecting the 8 gates, hence referred to as the last safe zone of the 8 gates technique. Its opening greatly amplifies various physical attributes, including strength, speed, and reflexes, representing the zenith of human capability. Following this, the 4th gate, the injury gate, as its name suggests, begins to inflict damage upon the body. However, this is a concern primarily for ordinary cultivators. For Luosha, with the regenerative benefits of sage energy, this poses no issue. After opening the injury gate, his powers experience a substantial enhancement, elevating his capabilities to astonishing levels. In terms of speed alone, he now reaches velocities double that of sound. Although he remains unable to compete with space-time ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God technique, Luosha feels confident enough to contend with the lightning chakra mode of the Cloud Village. As for jinjutsu, it remains Luosha's weaker point. Nonetheless, in the face of sage energy that can resist even the ocular techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan. This weakness seems less significant. In essence, Luosha has reached a level in the current ninja world where, aside from Uchiha Madara, Minato with Sage Mode, and the concealed Otsutsuki, no one could easily overcome him. Of course, this is Luosha's humble perspective. In the enigmatic realm of ninjas, he still believes in maintaining a degree of caution. At least until he obtains power comparable to that of the Sage of Six Paths, he cannot afford to be overly arrogant. Once he attains such strength, merely being able to elude his adversaries would suffice. At that point, he would dare to confront the tailed beasts. This also constitutes one of Luosha's reasons for abstaining from creating more Jinchuriki. As for now, after a month of opening the four gates, Luosha is prepared to take a moment of respite. On one hand, he feels a sense of fatigue, not of the body, but of the spirit. On the other hand, he has received a piece of information concerning the Dragon's Cave from the Covert Mobile Unit. Chapter 100, The Land of Water, the Land of Water. In the office of the Wind Shadow, Luosha, dressed casually, was momentarily taken aback by the report presented by the four individuals. He had nearly given up hope on their search for the Dragon's Cave, only to be pleasantly surprised by this new development. Do tell, what is the situation? Through the recounting of the four, Luosha began to grasp the essence of the matter. In simple terms, an influx of outsiders into the village had led to the circulation of various rumors. The four, realizing that searching aimlessly outside yielded no results for the Wind Shadow's quest for the Dragon's Cave, decided it would be more prudent to inquire among the merchants within the village. Unexpectedly, upon inquiring, we indeed found a few clues. A merchant from the land of the sea mentioned a legend about an island known as the Island of Oblivion, where many colossal creatures reside. Some have seen serpents as large as hills, along with eagles, centipedes, and the like. The Island of Oblivion? Do these merchants know its precise location? The four nodded. And the leader spoke. Well, they have a rough idea of its location. A rough idea? Yes, my lord Fengying. According to the merchants from the land of the sea, the island is surrounded by storms. While it is relatively easy to find, entering is quite challenging. It requires a particularly experienced helmsman. Moreover, merchants who have previously set foot on that island claim it harbors nothing but gigantic beasts, lacking any resources. Thus most merchants are reluctant to approach it. However, those beasts are said to possess remarkable abilities. I wonder if they are what you seek, Lord Fengying? Listening to his subordinate's description, Rasha pondered for a moment. Clearly, this could not be the Dragon Cave, for apart from serpents, there should be no other creatures. Nevertheless, he could not fault his subordinates, as even Rasha himself knew little about the Dragon Cave, only instructing them to search for a place inhabited by colossal serpentine beings. Still, Rasha resolved to visit the island. From the description, he discerned that there were indeed many summoned beasts. Reminiscent of the myriad summoned creatures from the beast path in the Six Paths of Pain, perhaps they originated from this very island. He would not dismiss any opportunity to enhance the strength of Sunagakure. Additionally, aside from the matter of summoned beasts, news had also arrived from the land of demons, where 3 individuals were investigating the legendary monster, the Wraith. In the absence of the tailed beasts, Wraiths would serve as excellent targets to absorb. With this in mind, he promptly commanded, engage with those merchants and see if they are willing to guide us to the Island of Oblivion. The price is negotiable, but do not reveal our identities. The 4 departed to take action. Although Rasha had spent most of the past month training in the 8 gates of the Dragon Oasis, he occasionally returned to the village to handle various matters. This was the burden of holding a high position. Even moments of leisure were elusive. At that moment, Rasha began to understand Naruto's exhaustion in Boruto. Fortunately, he could still find some relaxation at home in the evenings, especially with his wife, Karura, whose once shy demeanor had transformed into a more proactive nature, bringing immense joy to Rasha's heart. He understood the reason behind Karura's change. It seemed she too yearned for children. Rasha reciprocated with affection over several evenings. After leaving the Fengying Tower, Rasha first visited Chiyo. Renowned as the foremost medical ninja of Sunagakure, Chiyo's skills were unparalleled. After studying the 5 Sharingan, she had begun experimenting with their cloning. This was, of course, at Rasha's behest, as he recalled a certain individual from the Akatsuki who, through cloning the Sharingan, had established a wholesale business for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Rasha's demands were modest. He sought not wholesale Mangekyo, but merely 3 Tomo Sharingan. With the addition of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, it might be possible to achieve artificial transplantation of the Sharingan. effectively creating synthetic Uchiha within Sunagakure. Hana's medical ninjutsu talent was indeed astounding. Within a month, she had already begun assisting Chiyo. From Hana's joyful expression, it was clear she was growing accustomed to Chiyo's company, and when she playfully referred to her as Grandma Chiyo, it revealed her playful side, indicative of her understanding of Chiyo's tough exterior coupled with a tender heart. After leaving Chiyo, he proceeded to the orphanage. Upon entering, he saw Karura, flustered and busy, along with Nono and 5 kunoichi from Sunagakure, alongside several ordinary caregivers. These 5 kunoichi had been specifically promoted to assist in the orphanage. While it was not strictly necessary for ninjas to care for children, this served as a means of fostering trust, allowing Karura to have reliable subordinates. In just a month, the once desolate orphanage had transformed into a lively haven. The number of children had surged from a mere 10 to over 100, highlighting the chaos of the outside world compared to the current tranquility within Sunagakure. Upon the arrival of the Fengying, everyone appeared somewhat tense, except for Karura, whose face radiated joy. "What brings you here?" she asked. "I came to see the children and check on you," he replied. Karura beamed even brighter, unable to conceal her happiness. "Well, take a look at the children. I must return to my duties." "Very well." Rasha mimicked the third Hokage's demeanor, displaying a gentle disposition as he played with the children, leaving them awestruck, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. However, before long, Maki suddenly arrived at the orphanage, bearing news that surprised Rasha. "I must take my leave. I will return home tonight." "All right." Karura blushed, seemingly lost in thought. Upon returning to the Fengying Tower, his assistant, Shingo, was already waiting. In addition, a figure adorned with the Mist Village forehead protector, boasting waist-length orange hair and a stout physique, with shark-like teeth and a face painted with green oil, carrying a large sword wrapped in bandages, stood before him. Upon Rasha's arrival, the figure respectfully greeted. "I am Kisame Hashigaki, leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, here to meet Lord Fengying on behalf of the Mizukage." Chapter 101. The Mist Village. The Mist Village? Sitting in the Fengying's seat, Rasha regarded him with curiosity. In fact, not only Rasha, but even the ANBU of Sunagakure were taken aback by the presence of such a formidable figure from the Mist Village. They had anticipated trouble, nearly escalating to conflict, yet the visitors sought an audience with the Fengying under the Mizukage's orders. After reporting to Maki, he promptly dispatched someone to inform Rasha. "I believe there is a communication channel between the ANBU of the Mist Village and our Sunagakure, correct?" It was akin to an unspoken rule. Although the great nations often battled fiercely, they retained certain clandestine channels of communication. The sudden arrival of this Mist Village ninja, without prior notice, could have inadvertently sparked conflict between the two nations. Kisame revealed a shark-like grin, producing a scroll and calmly stating, "This time, I bring a personal message from the Mizukage." Rasha seemed to grasp the situation, casting a glance at Maki. Maki promptly approached, taking the scroll to inspect it before handing it over to Rasha. Upon opening it, Rasha found the contents to be rather unremarkable. The narrative revolves around the third-generation Mizukage extending his congratulations to Rasha for becoming the 4th Kazekage, expressing admiration for Rasha's 2 victories over Konoha. It must be noted that this congratulatory message comes rather late, as Rasha has held the title of Kazekage for 6 months. Maki is tasked with arranging for this ninja from the hidden Mist Village to rest in the village for a day, with a promise of a response the following day. "Understood," replied Suigetsu, who did not resist the order. Shortly after their departure, Yakura and Michikawa received the news and hurried over. While Michikawa maintained his composure, Yakura directly inquired, "I have heard that someone from the hidden Mist Village has come to our village." This reveals that the internal affairs of the Umbu are not as tightly sealed as one might think, which is precisely why Rasha seeks to reorganize the secret mobile units. Some information can be leaked, but certain details must remain confidential. He handed the scroll he held to the 2 of them. Upon seeing it, Michikawa seemed to grasp the situation, while Yakura furrowed her brow and asked, "What does this mean?" Michikawa responded, "I have heard that the Mizukage situation in the hidden Mist Village is not promising, and it appears to be true, as he has resorted to seeking external assistance." Yakura, not one to be easily fooled, quickly understood. Rasha added, "Regardless, a fragmented hidden Mist Village is beneficial for our Sand Village, is it not?" Michikawa nodded in agreement, while Yakura curiously asked, "How do you plan to respond? Are you considering a collaboration with this Mizukage?" A standard reply will suffice. As for cooperation, let the Mizukage resolve his own village's issues first. If he cannot trust even his own Umbu, relying solely on the 7 ninja swordsmen for verification, what use is it for me to agree to collaborate? After stating this, Rasha turned to the side and addressed Shinkami. Shinkami, draft a formal response in my name. For someone like Shinkami, who was once a queen, such a task was quite simple. Understood. Once this matter was settled, Rasha inquired of the two, what is the current situation on the front lines? Michikawa replied, as it stands, things are quite stable. Konoha has indeed withdrawn some ninjas, but most of them are quite weak, and they dare not enter the land of rivers. They remain stationed at the border of the land of fire. We have set up 3 battle lines according to your initial plan. The first line at the border between the land of rivers and the land of fire. The second within the land of rivers, and the third deep within the wind country, which serves as our rear. How have the reactions from Kumogakure and Awagakure been? Have they fulfilled their agreed-upon collaborations by dispatching tasks to our sand village? Yakura scoffed lightly. Humph. After our overwhelming victory over Konoha in the land of rivers, Kumogakure and Awagakure felt they no longer needed us, so initially, they sent no tasks whatsoever. However, now that their offensives have faltered, they are once again reminded of us. In my opinion, we need not even acknowledge them. Many have come to our village to issue tasks, rendering assistance from Kumogakure and Awagakure unnecessary. Michikawa shook his head. That is not entirely true. Most of the tasks issued by Kumogakure and Awagakure are A rank or higher, while these merchants only offer B rank escort missions at best. Yakura merely vented her frustrations, not genuinely looking down upon the tasks from Awagakure and Kumogakure. After listening to them, Rasha summarized, let us proceed with the current steady progress. Our sand village requires time. Given the rate of our village's development, with 5 to 6 years, I would have no concerns even if we were to face Konoha alone. Both Yakura and Michikawa were keenly aware of the changes within the village this month and were eagerly anticipating what lay ahead. Observing this, Rasha inquired about another matter. How is your training in the 8 gates? Are there any issues? Upon hearing this, Yakura and Michikawa reacted differently. Michikawa frowned. The 8 gates truly lives up to its reputation as a forbidden technique of Konoha. It is more troublesome to master than I imagined. Up to now, I can only open the 2nd gate, Rest Gate. However, the enhancement it brings is indeed remarkable. I feel I have become more than twice as strong. Yakura, on the other hand, proudly exclaimed, only the 2nd gate? I am capable of opening the 5th gate, Limit Gate. This revelation astonished both Michikawa and Rasha. Yakura, relishing their surprise, continued, I have discovered a secret to training in the 8 gates. Both men were intrigued. What secret? Yakura continued, have you forgotten about the stellar chakra? Its power revitalizes the body, allowing for rapid recovery from the injuries sustained during the training of the 8 gates. I have developed a more potent version of this technique, which I call the Super Stellar Chakra mode. Michikawa suddenly understood, realizing that he could indeed utilize stellar chakra to aid in mastering the 8 gates. However, Rasha's expression turned serious as he frowned and said, this is reckless. I should have informed you that stellar chakra draws upon one's potential, and your actions are irresponsible. Rasha's sudden admonition caught Yakura off guard, and instinctively she wanted to retort, but the gravity of Rasha's demeanor left her speechless. Rasha stood up from his chair and approached her, saying, hand me your hand. Although taken aback, Yakura instinctively extended her hand. In that instant, she felt Rasha's large hand envelop her small one, a warmth and power unlike anything she had ever experienced coursing through her, bringing her a sense of comfort that nearly made her emit an odd sound, but she managed to restrain herself. Indeed, sensing the cells within Yakura greedily absorbing his sage energy, Rasha realized that her exploitation of her body's potential had begun to inflict damage upon her. From this day forth, in the name of the Kazekage, I command you to cease using stellar chakra in your training of the 8 gates. Yakura offered no rebuttal to Rasha's command, only staring blankly and asking, are you concerned about me? Rasha shot her a glance. What of it? Chapter 102, Departure to the Land of Water. In the Kazekage's office, as Rasha returned to his chair and Yakura sat in a daze with her cheeks slightly flushed, the expressions of the other two present were rather peculiar. Shinkami, as a woman, could distinctly sense the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere in the air and resolved to remind her dear friend at the first opportunity. As for Michikawa, despite being an older man, he also sensed something amiss in Yakura's dazed expression. However, The Kazekage is a married man. The situation seemed to have grown complicated. Seated at his desk, Rasha tapped his fingers thoughtfully before looking up and stating, "For now, halt your training of the 8 gates. And refrain from using stellar chakra for the time being." His words restored the atmosphere in the room to normalcy. "Kazekage, what do you mean by that?" Michikawa asked, observing Yakura's unusual demeanor. Although the power of Star Escape Chakra is quite useful, it does have its drawbacks when compared to Dragon Pulse Chakra, Senjutsu energy. While I have yet to discover a method to bestow Dragon Pulse Chakra upon you, there may be a clever workaround. However, I shall discuss this matter upon my return to the village. Itsong suddenly inquired, "Are you leaving the village?" "Yes. The Umbu have relayed information that they may have discovered an island teeming with colossal creatures. I intend to investigate whether these beings could become summoning beasts. If so, perhaps our Sunagakure could acquire a multitude of formidable summoning beasts." Both Itsong and Michuan were taken aback. But couldn't the Umbu confirm such matters? Itsong expressed his concerns. Should such a place truly exist, it is imperative that we secure it for Sunagakure at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, if this information were to leak and attract other villages, it would spell trouble. Hence, it is best that I handle this personally. "Do you require our company?" Itsong asked, furrowing his brows. "That won't be necessary," Rasha replied with a slight sigh. "I shall go with the Umbu. Currently, there are too few ninjas in the village capable of handling matters independently, so for precautionary reasons, I need you to remain in the village to adapt to any unforeseen circumstances." 3 days swiftly passed. In the land of wind, atop the vast desert, a massive caravan laden with countless camels was making its way across the sands. They were the merchants departing from Sunagakure, intending to return to the land of water. Due to the substantial profits garnered from selling their goods to Sunagakure, they unprecedentedly splurged to post a C-rank mission for protection to the land of water. What they did not anticipate was that Sunagakure would graciously elevate their mission to B rank at no cost, dispatching a luxurious escort team comprising 1 jonin and 2 chunin. Their sole request was that they accompany this jonin to the legendary island of forgetfulness. Naturally, they could not refuse. After all, although the waters surrounding the island of forgetfulness were perilous, Sunagakure's ninjas assured them that they need not personally escort them. A reliable sailor would suffice. Nevertheless, despite their newfound wealth, the sweltering, arid climate of the land of wind proved challenging for these merchants from the humid land of water, compelling them to take frequent breaks. "Mr. Rasha, would you care for some water?" asked the caravan leader, Hisong, as he offered a bottle to Rasha amidst the circle of camels in the desert. Through their day together, Hisong had come to realize that these ninjas were not as fearsome as he had imagined. In particular, Rasha, the jonin from Sunagakure, appeared quite affable, while the 2 chunin accompanying him spoke very little, though they were polite nonetheless. "Thank you." Rasha accepted the water but did not drink immediately. Instead, he inquired, "Mr. Hisong, why do you choose to venture so far to the west of the land of wind?" "I recall there aren't many major port cities in that direction. The west of the land of wind refers to the territory bordering the sea. Typically, merchants would travel eastward, which borders the land of river and faces the land of fire. Mr. Rasha, you may not be aware, but we also wish to go to the eastern port. However, given the ongoing war, our goods are susceptible to being seized by the land of fire. Additionally, there are numerous pirates in those waters." Pirates. This was the first time Rasha had encountered the notion of pirates in the world of Naruto, piquing his interest. "Indeed, our land of water comprises 4 main islands: the main island, Dallin Island, Jiron Island, and the Strange Island. Surrounding these islands are numerous smaller ones, which have become hideouts for many dangerous individuals due to the inconvenient transportation, most of whom have turned to piracy for survival." Moreover, Hisong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately continued, "I have heard that the hidden mist village in the land of water also has many ninjas secretly masquerading as pirates, plundering merchant caravans." "Ah, I see. Worry not, Mr. Hisong. Even if we encounter ninjas from the hidden mist village, we are capable of protecting you." "Haha, then I shall rest easy. Such a safe place as the land of wind, where we can also earn great profits, is quite rare. By the way, Mr. Rasha, you wish to go to the island of forgetfulness, correct?" "Indeed, though I am uncertain if it is on our path." "It is indeed on our route, but we will not venture into that particular sea area. However, rest assured, once we reach the port, we will find a sailor and a vessel willing to take you there. The cost will be yours to cover." "That is only fair." Laughter and conversation filled the air. Seated behind Rasha, the two elite Umbu, Lei Rin and Feng Ran, observed their esteemed wind shadow engaging in such pleasant conversation with the merchants, astonished in their perception. The wind shadow was typically quite imposing, and they had not anticipated this amiable side. Of course, accompanying the wind shadow were not just the two of them, but also Sha Ing and Sha Shi, who remained concealed in the shadows. Thus, although the caravan's pace was not rapid, they eventually reached the outskirts of the land of wind after 3 days. Here, the desert had vanished, replaced by lush forests and an expansive ocean. A small harbor stood proudly, surrounded by countless wooden ships, while dockworkers and sailors bustled along the shore. Chapter 103. The Departed in the Pure Land. Upon arriving at the harbor, Mr. Hisong eagerly led Rasha and his companions to seek sailors and ships. As a familiar face in the area, he quickly found a sailor willing to take them to the island of forgetfulness. This sailor, a robust man with deeply tanned skin, was named Dachin. According to his account, he had previously ventured into the waters surrounding the island of forgetfulness. Initially, he had been reluctant due to the island's perilous reputation. However, upon learning that Rasha and his companions were ninjas and that a generous reward was offered, he changed his mind. As Dachin put it, with ninja protection, the dangers of the island of forgetfulness seemed relatively manageable. Yet, securing a sailor was not enough. They also required a ship. With Dachin's recommendation, Rasha and his companions confidently purchased a vessel, at which point Sha Ing and Sha Shi no longer needed to remain hidden and openly boarded the ship as ninjas of Sunagakure. Thus, guided by Mr. Hisong's ship and accompanied by the vessel they had procured, the two ships set sail into the vast ocean. On the majestic sea, the larger and smaller ships sailed in tandem. Seagulls trailed behind, feasting on the various morsels tossed by the crew. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast a golden hue across the entire expanse of the ocean. For the ninjas of Sunagakure, the sight of the ocean was nothing short of extraordinary. Even seasoned jonin who had traversed the world found themselves invigorated by the breathtaking seascape. Rasha engaged in conversation with the sailor Dachin, inquiring about information regarding the island of forgetfulness. Mr. Dachin, have you ever set foot on the island of forgetfulness? Dachin, steering the ship, chuckled sheepishly. No. I have merely wandered around the waters near the island. I have never dared to land. And what is the reason for that? Due to the inherent dangers, Mr. Rasha may be unaware that the perils of the island of oblivion extend beyond the terrifying storms surrounding it. The territorial instincts of the colossal creatures inhabiting the island are equally formidable. The realms of these great beasts encompass not only the island itself, but also the surrounding seas. So, what magnificent creatures has Mr. Otsu encountered? From a distance, I have witnessed a gigantic crab capable of spewing foam, its size dwarfing my vessel many times over, as well as a massive sea serpent whose girth exceeds that of my boat. Is there no one curious enough to venture onto the island? Upon hearing Mr. Rasha's inquiry, Otsu's expression shifted to one of mystery. Indeed, there are those who have dared, Mr. Rasha. However, it is said that those who return from the island lose all memory of their time there, which explains why it is dubbed the Island of Oblivion. This revelation momentarily stunned Rasha, who was taken aback by such circumstances. Hence, it is rumored that the spirits of the deceased dwell upon that island. Spirits. At this declaration, the crew aboard the ship gasped in surprise, and even the two esteemed shinobi appeared to harbor a degree of trepidation regarding these so-called phantoms. The sand lizard hesitated, inquiring, "Is this a jest?" "Not at all," Otsu replied earnestly. "Many among us who navigate the seas have encountered apparitions, ghost ships, and even sea monsters." The expressions of the two shinobi darkened at this. Yet, Rasha, intrigued, asked, "As ninjas, are you truly fearful of such things?" Startled, they quickly clarified, "No, Lord Rasha. We are merely curious." Otsu chuckled lightly in response. "Fear not. Our luck is not so fortuitous. Even for us sailors, encountering such extraordinary phenomena is no simple feat." The crew exhaled in relief. In stark contrast to the jovial banter of others, Rasha suddenly found himself lost in thought, recalling a memorable scene from the world of Naruto. This occurred near the conclusion, where the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, summoned the souls of past Hokages from the Pure Land back to the realm of the living, bringing Naruto and his companions from Kagaya's dimension. At the time, he felt no particular concern, but now, reflecting upon it, he sensed a significant issue. If the souls of Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi, who were sealed within the Shinigami's belly upon their deaths, still exist. It is understandable. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could be considered special cases, as they are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. However, it becomes particularly perplexing when considering the other 5 Kage, including Tobarama Senju, whose souls have been deceased for an extended period, yet could be summoned again. Upon further contemplation, a chilling realization emerged. This echoed the phenomenon observed with the Edo Tensei technique, where not only the souls of significant figures, but also those of lesser individuals persist after death. Thus, one must ponder whether reincarnation exists in this world, or if these souls are manipulated by the Sage of 6 Paths. Such thoughts lead to questions regarding the Shinigami summoned during the use of the Shiki Fujin technique, a being that could seal even the 9 tails without resistance. Moreover, this entity seems to be the only life form within the Naruto universe referred to as a god. Not to mention, there is also the evil god that grants Haiden his immortality. In this light, engaging with the departed souls of this world may not be such a dire endeavor after all. Upon returning, I might inquire whether Hanabi possesses any insights on the matter. Regrettably, she does not appear to be well versed in sealing techniques. It seems I should seize the opportunity to visit the land of whirlpools, the remnants of the Uzumaki clan, in hopes of discovering unexpected revelations. Additionally, the priestess from the land of demons, or the entity known as Morokai, may provide the answers I seek. Therefore, once the affairs on the island of Oblivion conclude, a journey to the land of demons awaits. The hidden secrets of the Naruto world are plentiful. However, I shall not rush. One must savor each moment. Subsequently, Rasha returned to his cabin, for according to Otsu, the ship would need 2 days at sea to reach the island of Oblivion. Remaining here seemed uncomfortable for the shinobi. He did not remain idle. Rather, he sat cross-legged on the bunk, meditating on the energy of sage techniques. However, he did not linger for long, as the time for dinner soon arrived. Otsu docked the ship amidst the ocean and busied himself in the role of chef. Before long, a sumptuous seafood feast was prepared. Mr. Rasha, please indulge. As a ninja from Sunagakure, you must not have experienced such a seafood banquet before. I shall relish every bite. As a ninja, vigilance was paramount. The entire ship was under the watchful eyes of the sand lizard and others. Raijin and Caseblade remained aboard the vessel of their employer, tasked with their protection. Just as everyone was delighting in the seafood feast, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Before Rasha could inquire about the commotion, Raijin appeared in a flash, visibly startled. Lord Wind Shadow, a ghost ship has appeared. What? Chapter 104. The ghost ship and sea monsters. Rasha could scarcely believe his luck. Upon ascending to the deck, he beheld, indeed, a dilapidated 3-masted sailing ship emerging from the dark, mist-laden sea, creaking ominously as it drifted closer. All aboard the deck were gripped by terror. Even the sand eagle and sand lizard felt a chill run down their spines. It truly is a ghost ship. Is it possible that our luck is so woeful? Raijin and Caseblade, feeling the tension, rushed to Rasha's side. Lord Rasha, do not concern yourself with me. Prioritize the protection of our employer. With that, the two returned to their employer's ship. Meanwhile, Otsu appeared somewhat flustered, saying, Mr. Rasha, we cannot linger in these waters. We must depart immediately. Oh, why not wait for the ghost ship to vanish before we leave? Otsu, visibly anxious, exclaimed, Mr. Rasha, you may not be aware, but it is said that ghost ships attract sea monsters, dragging all vessels that witness them into the depths. Is there truly such a belief? Indeed. The ship belonging to Mr. Kasamatsu had already begun to weigh anchor in preparation for departure. While Rasha held a keen curiosity about the ghost ship and the sea monsters, he was not inclined to risk lives for his own inquisitiveness. Sand Eagle, Sand Lizard, assist Mr. Otsu in weighing anchor. Yes, the two, already feeling apprehensive, sprang into action. Just then, the ghost ship loomed ever closer. Rasha looked on with curiosity, noting that it appeared to be a rather modern vessel. Though it bore the form of a traditional wooden 3-masted ship, its tall smokestack and glass-windowed captain's quarters suggested it was powered by steam. It can only be said that the technological landscape of the Naruto world is indeed quite chaotic. Just as Rasha was about to withdraw his gaze, a peculiar sensation surged through his perception. Simultaneously, he caught sight of a boy clad in a sailor's suit appearing in the captain's cabin. It was not an illusion, for in that moment, he clearly saw the boy, who seemed to acknowledge him and waved his hand. A chill ran down Rasha's spine. At that instant, Strange sounds emerged from behind him, produced by Sha Ing and Sha Lizard. What was happening? Rasha turned to see the two of them straining to operate the anchor winch, attempting to raise the ship's anchor. However, it seemed stuck, and no matter how much effort they exerted, it would not budge an inch. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rasha approached the ship's edge and gazed down at the ocean's surface. Indeed, sensing the natural energy rising from the depths of the sea, he shouted, "No need to raise the anchor. Something is surfacing from the water. Ensure everyone's safety." The crew aboard both vessels heard Rasha's voice. As high-ranking ninjas, Lei Rin and Feng Run, along with Sha Ing and Sha Lizard, reacted swiftly, immediately understanding they were under attack. One of them appeared in front of their employer, shielding them from harm. Could it truly be a sea monster? As Daju's words fell, long, slender red tentacles emerged from the murky waters, ensnaring both ships and reaching for the living aboard. The four ninjas aboard the two ships wasted no time. With a flurry of shuriken, they severed the encroaching tentacles. What kind of creature was this? Soon, their curiosity was answered. As the sea churned, a colossal crab, resembling a mountain and adorned with repulsive barnacles, surfaced before them. The red tentacles had emanated from these barnacles, so it was merely a giant crab, albeit an exceedingly ugly one. The emergence of the enormous crab caused both vessels to lurch violently, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Its gigantic pincers opened wide, seemingly intent on cleaving the ship in two. Rasha would never allow that to happen. "You all protect the employer and Mr. Daju. Leave this creature to me," he declared. "Hey, extend the Rui Jingu Bang." As the massive claw lunged toward him, Rasha summoned his golden Rui Jingu Bang, which elongated and struck the giant crab's underbelly. Boom! The immense crab was sent flying back into the depths of the ocean, sending forth waves that soared 4 to 5 meters high. Witnessing such a formidable sea monster being dispatched so effortlessly by Rasha, the previously terrified crew erupted in cheers. "Incredible! Truly worthy of the title of ninja," they exclaimed. However, Rasha felt a twinge of regret. From the feedback of his Rui Jingu Bang, he realized the crab's shell was exceptionally hard. If it were to be considered a summoning beast, its defensive capabilities might very well render even A-rank ninjutsu ineffective. Yet, it was simply too repulsive. Just then, countless red tentacles surged from the ocean's depths, this time targeting Rasha directly. Rasha tossed the Rui Jingu Bang into the air. In an instant, it transformed into a sharp longsword, spinning rapidly under his control, akin to a meat grinder, severing all the tentacles that approached him. The giant crab roared in agony, raising its massive claws, resembling sickles, to strike at Rasha. The formidable defense offered by its shell sent Rasha's sword flying. Another claw continued its assault on the ship's hull. Rasha would not permit this monster to succeed. Without the ship, they were doomed. His figure vanished in an instant, moving with such speed that it generated a sonic boom. When he reappeared, he stood before the colossal crab. Boom! With a powerful kick aimed at the crab's forehead, he sent it flying once more. However, this time, Rasha did not intend to let it escape. The Rui Jingu Bang returned to his hand, transforming into a lengthy chain that ensnared the monstrous crab. The creature roared in defiance, yet it could not break free. Seeing this, Rasha raised his right hand, summoning the spear of Shoha. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced the crab's mouth, causing crimson blood to spurt forth as the giant crab succumbed to its wounds. Cheers erupted once again from the deck. Only Rasha turned his gaze toward the ghost ship. "Thank you," came a soft voice of gratitude. As the mist slowly dissipated, the massive ghost ship faded from Rasha's sight. Chapter 105. The Island of Oblivion. The events of that night would become a tale passed down through generations for most who witnessed them. A ghost ship, a sea monster, and a powerful ninja encapsulated the essence of maritime legends. Perhaps in another decade, sailors would still recount the story. Yet for Rasha, the protagonist of this tale, gazing at the vanishing ghost ship and hearing that faint thank you, he furrowed his brow. Was it mere coincidence? Rasha found it hard to believe. Although life is often filled with inexplicable occurrences, to encounter a ghost in a ghost ship, along with a sea monster on his very first day at sea, seemed far too coincidental. Especially that expression of gratitude, as if it were directed solely at him. Alas, even with such questions swirling in his mind, he found no answers. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from both ships. The merchants and sailors alike marveled at Rasha's displayed power. River Pine even made a request. "Mr. Rasha, Might I acquire the carcass of the sea monster? Fear not. I shall not take it for free. I can purchase it. Understanding River Pine's intentions, Rasha recognized that such a creature's remains would be a significant point of pride and could fetch a handsome sum. No problem, but there's no need for payment. In the future, please ensure that all tasks for our village are directed to Sunagakure, Rasha replied. River Pine was overjoyed. Of course. All future escort tasks for our merchant convoy will be assigned to Sunagakure. With the assistance of the sailors aboard, the enormous carcass of the sea monster was dragged to the rear of their grand vessel, an impressive sight indeed. Following this incident, River Pine was exhilarated, unwilling even to rest, eager to transport the massive sea creature's remains to the land of water. For any delay might result in the carcass being devoured by the fish and shrimp drawn to it. Thus, they sailed through the night, their pace significantly quickened. As the afternoon of the following day approached, the Isle of Oblivion was now within close reach. Beneath the azure sky and upon the tranquil sea, on the deck of the merchant vessel, Hisong pointed towards a distant area of the ocean shrouded in a thick veil of ominous clouds. Mr. Luosha, behold. That is the sea surrounding the Isle of Oblivion. Thank you, Mr. Hisong. From here on, Windblade and Thunderblade shall escort you back to your homeland. Rest assured, their prowess is unquestionable, Luosha replied. He was elated at the unexpected acquisition of a massive sea creature-esque carcass. I have complete faith in the strength of the ninjas from Sand-Hidden Village. After delivering us, this ship will set sail back in approximately 3 to 4 days and will pass through this vicinity again, allowing Thunderblade and Windblade to reunite with you, Mr. Luosha. Thank you once more. With that, the two parties bid farewell, and Luosha returned to his small vessel. Now, Mr. Daju, I entrust the next leg of our journey to you. Leave it to me. With Daju at the helm, the two ships adjusted their courses, with Luosha's single-masted sailboat heading directly toward the ominous black clouds. As the sailboat approached the stormy waters, violent winds began to whip the sea into a frenzy. Luosha instantly felt the raw power of nature. The winds, which could be classified as A-rank wind release techniques in ninjutsu, were merely a whisper amidst the countless tempests of the ocean. Lightning flickered within the dark clouds, each bolt rivaling the might of the lightning release Kirin. Boom. Fortunately, the crew had prepared well. Under Daju's guidance, they each took on their roles, swiftly navigating into the heart of the storm. Instantly, both the tempest and the lightning grew even more ferocious. The sea began to churn violently, with waves reaching heights of dozens of meters. Luosha's small vessel was tossed about like a mere leaf, ruthlessly battered by the ocean's fury. In such tumultuous waters, even the upper ninjas endowed with chakra powers would likely be consumed if they fell overboard. Torrential rain poured down, enveloping everyone in a deluge akin to a water world. Boom. Mr. Daju, how much longer until we emerge from this storm? Luosha asked, drenched and shivering, as Daju struggled to maintain control of the helm. Daju glanced at their bearings. 1 more hour, Mr. Luosha. As long as the ship holds, we shall endure. I understand. Luosha refrained from employing jutsu to shield the vessel. Although he had indeed awakened the powers of wood release, he harbored no intention of revealing this. The significance of wood release in this world was too extraordinary. Should it be exposed, the ensuing chain reaction could render Sand-Hidden Village a target for the entire ninja realm. Presently, only one person, besides himself, was aware of Luosha's wood release abilities, Hanhua. Fortunately, the ship that Daju had procured was of commendable quality. Even amidst such fierce storms, it remained remarkably sturdy. Thus, after persevering for over an hour within the dark clouds, the oppressive storm began to thin out ahead. Daju, elated, exclaimed, Mr. Luosha, we've made it through. This news invigorated the exhausted sand lizard and sand eagle. They gazed towards the distant sea, where the dark clouds gradually dissipated, revealing a golden ocean. At the center of this sea loomed a colossal volcanic island, exuding white steam. Is this the Isle of Oblivion? The sand lizard and sand eagle, having swallowed copious amounts of seawater, exhaled in relief, their faces pale. As creatures accustomed to land, they had no desire to experience such maritime tribulations again. Luosha took a few steps to the bow of the ship, extending his senses towards the expansive island. As expected, this island was imbued with natural energy. Though not as concentrated as the dragon vein chakra, it emanated from the volcano and permeated the entire isle. Just then, a resounding cry echoed through the air as a gigantic eagle, as massive as a mountain, soared into view, circling above the volcanic island. What a magnificent creature! It seems we have indeed arrived at the right place, Lord Luosha. Indeed, Luosha nodded. Thank you all for your efforts. If a suitable summoning beast resides on this island, you may have the first choice. Hey, the sand lizard and sand eagle were filled with excitement. For a ninja, the presence of a powerful summoning beast is of immense significance. Well then, Mr. Luosha, I shall take my leave. Beyond this point lies the territory of those colossal beasts. Thank you for waiting here, Luosha replied, casting a glance at the sand lizard and sand eagle. Rest for a moment, then prepare to disembark. Chapter 106. Behemoth. After a brief rest of about 10 minutes, the group regained their vigor. Luosha led the sand lizard and sand eagle toward the Isle of Oblivion. Luosha naturally controlled the sand and gold to soar ahead, while the sand lizard and sand eagle sprinted across the surface of the ocean. Indeed, the island was teeming with enormous beasts. Not long into their advance, the water beneath the sand lizard and sand eagle began to churn violently as a gigantic octopus emerged, its tentacles thrashing towards them. As upper ninjas, they effortlessly severed the tentacles with wind release. However, to their astonishment, the octopus possessed regenerative capabilities. The severed tentacles writhed and swiftly grew back. Clearly, the intelligence was accurate. The beasts on this island possess some extraordinary abilities. Test the limits of this octopus's regeneration, Luosha instructed. Hey, but just as the sand lizard and sand eagle prepared to unleash another wind release, two massive claws emerged from the depths of the ocean, revealing a stunningly beautiful azure crab that seized the octopus's tentacles and dragged it into the sea amidst its cries of despair. Remarkable. Luosha marveled at the extraordinary spectacle. What an incredible island. Let us make our way ashore. Hey, meanwhile, within the depths of the forest on the Isle of Oblivion, under the dim canopy of trees, a girl with fiery red hair coldly regarded the three approaching men, then closed her eyes and formed a hand seal. In that moment, all the beasts on the island sensed something amiss. The girl's figure vanished into the forest. In the sky, as Luosha soared upon the sands, he suddenly sensed something unusual and gazed towards the distant forest. Was it an illusion? He had distinctly felt a chakra presence moments ago, yet now he sensed nothing. No, it was not an illusion. Luosha, not particularly adept at sensing, especially in the presence of skilled long-range sensing ninjas, realized that this island concealed secrets of its own. Just then, a series of feral roars resounded throughout the island. Roar. The volume of the sound was immense, sending an ominous chill through everyone present. What is happening? Before the three could fully comprehend the unfolding events, they beheld a colossal eagle, previously circling above the island, suddenly swooping towards them. Be careful, exclaimed one, as the giant bird approached at an alarming speed, flapping its wings and conjuring a tempest that caused the sea to churn violently, nearly toppling both the sand lizard and the sand eagle into the water. What is happening? Questioned Rasha, perplexed by the sudden assault of the enormous eagle. As loyal subordinates, the sand lizard and the sand eagle immediately stepped forward, declaring, Lord Wind Shadow, leave it to us. However, just as they prepared to form hand seals, they were met with the piercing gaze of the eagle's lantern-like eyes, radiating a disorienting ripple. In that instant, both the lizard and the eagle felt their chakra thrown into disarray. Rasha was taken aback. The eagle possessed the ability to cast illusions. Fortunately, the eagle's jutsu was not particularly formidable, and both the sand lizard and sand eagle, being elite jonin, quickly regained their composure. Witnessing this, the eagle promptly took flight, retreating into the distance. The sand eagle, brimming with excitement, turned to Rasha and eagerly asked, Lord Wind Shadow, this eagle is remarkable. May I choose it as my summoning beast? The sand lizard was momentarily stunned by the eagle's quick response. Given the eagle's immense size and illusionary prowess, along with its flight capabilities, it was undoubtedly worthy of being a top-tier summoning beast. No problem, but let us first explore the island, Rasha replied, granting his approval. The sand eagle's face lit up with gratitude, while the sand lizard resolved to secure any exceptional summoning beasts they might encounter later. With the eagle no longer obstructing their path, the trio swiftly made landfall. The solid ground beneath their feet brought a sense of relief. What shall we do next? Lord Wind Shadow, inquired one. Rasha surveyed the vast island before him and commanded, we shall split into 3 groups to explore the island. I will head to the center, and you two will go left and right. If you discover anything, signal the others immediately. Understood, they replied, excitement evident as they ventured into the forest. Rasha remained still, channeling his senjutsu energy as fine grains of sand erupted from his body, ascending into the sky and coalescing into a colossal eye, surveying the entire island. The Forgotten Island was indeed vast, approximately 4 or 5 times the size of Sunagakure. At its heart loomed a massive active volcano. It appeared Rasha's earlier perceptions were accurate. The colossal beasts inhabiting the island were congregated around this volcano. From the Sand-Eye's vantage point, he could discern over a dozen gigantic creatures of various kinds. In that case, let us investigate the volcano. With this determination, Rasha dispelled the jutsu and soared towards the island's core. However, before he could cover even a third of the distance, the cry of the giant eagle echoed through the sky once more. This time, it was not alone. A massive bat and a bird resembling a vulture joined the fray. Simultaneously, Rasha sensed formidable creatures emerging from the forest below, a vibrantly colored giant spider and a 3-headed hound, both bearing their fangs at him. Oh, this is indeed intriguing, Rasha mused. Clearly, these colossal beasts were converging upon him. The astonishing intellect displayed by these creatures, coordinating their efforts, brought to mind the peculiar sensations he had felt upon landing on the island. Could it be that these beasts were under someone's control? Fascinating. Were they mere adversaries? Rasha would have shown no mercy. However, the beasts before him were potential summoning allies for Sunagakure, and he had no intention of causing them harm. In that case, Rui Jingu Bang, Golden Prison. With a flourish, Rasha summoned the Rui Jingu Bang, which ascended into the sky, multiplying from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and from 100 to 1,000. It must be noted that while Rasha had developed numerous jutsu upon converting his chakra into senjutsu energy, the technique he wielded most adeptly remained the Rui Jingu Bang. With its abilities of transformation, inorganic reincarnation, and chakra absorption, combined with his magnetic control, he found it far more effective than many traditional ninjutsu. As the Rui Jingu Bang descended upon the approaching beasts, they each employed their unique defenses. The eagle summoned a gale with its wings, the bat unleashed sound waves, while the unknown avian creature hurled razor winds. The enormous spider spat webs, and the 3-headed hound moved with remarkable agility through the forest. This only heightened Rasha's enthusiasm. He felt that his expedition was indeed fruitful. These summoning beasts had the potential to elevate Sunagakure's strength to new heights. Yet, despite their speed and diverse abilities, they stood no chance against the multitude of Rui Jingu Bangs under Rasha's control. They were ensnared within golden cages that crashed down with resounding thuds, eliciting cries of despair. "You shall remain here for now," he declared as he soared towards the volcano's mouth. Chapter 107. The red-haired maiden with the summoning beasts no longer obstructing his path, Rasha swiftly reached the volcano at the island's center. Instantly, a pungent odor of sulfur assailed his senses, and he beheld molten lava flowing within the crater. Nonetheless, Rasha felt no discomfort. Rather, he closed his eyes to attune himself to the immense natural energy emanating from below. Clearly, the remarkable phenomena on this island were attributed to the natural energy expelled by the volcano. Thus, he had no intention of passing up this opportunity. He had resolved that while the island was teeming with colossal creatures, they were still too distant from Sunagakure. If he could absorb this natural energy, akin to the dragon vein chakra, to condense chakra fruits that could transform the dragon oasis into a sacred ground for summoning beasts, that was his ultimate goal. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time. Controlling the sands, he descended, extending his right hand. A tremendous suction emanated from the wedge, creating a whirlwind as it began to absorb the natural energy from the volcano below. This triggered a chain reaction throughout the island. Meanwhile, the red-haired maiden struggled to free the entangled beasts from their golden prison, but despite her best efforts, the iron bars formed by the Rui Jingu Bang remained unyielding. Her face paled, fists clenched tightly, as she grappled with her dilemma. At that moment, the air above the island began to swirl ominously, with the volcano at its center acting as a catalyst, while the ominous clouds over the surrounding sea began to churn. The red-haired maiden's pupils dilated as she clasped her hands together, feeling the island's transformation. A tremor ran through her body as she seemed to recall many things, ultimately gritting her teeth and sprinting towards the volcano. Compared to the dense and concentrated natural energy of the dragon vein chakra, the natural energy of the Forgotten Island was significantly more sparse. Thus, Rasha's absorption rate was not particularly swift. However, Although Luosha had long suspected that the colossal beasts on this island were under human control, he was still taken aback upon seeing the girl before him. Stop! A girl with flowing red hair emerged from the depths of the volcanic cave, clad in a beautiful sleeveless purple kimono, adorned with a long, flowing bow. Her anxious expression directed towards Luosha conveyed urgency. Luosha, somewhat surprised, slowly withdrew his right hand, gazing curiously at the barefoot maiden. So it is true. These gigantic creatures are indeed controlled by someone. Are you that person? The display of Luosha's formidable strength caused the girl to flinch, yet she mustered her courage. Gritting her teeth as she declared, "This island does not welcome outsiders like you. Leave at once." As she spoke, she formed hand seals, indicating her readiness to attack. Luosha, however, paid her no heed. Instead, he observed her with intrigue, sensing the immense chakra flowing within her at that moment. How fascinating. Just moments ago, she had seemed like an ordinary person, yet now she exuded a powerful chakra that even a shadow-level ninja might not possess. Suddenly, Luosha's attention was drawn to her striking red hair, and he exclaimed, "You are of the Uzumaki clan?" Upon hearing this, the girl's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, numerous golden chains erupted from her back, binding Luosha's arms and body. It was no surprise that she possessed the power to seal-tailed beasts. In that instant, Luosha felt the flow of senjutsu energy within him slow down. Vajra lock. Luosha's excitement grew even more. Indeed, she was of the Uzumaki clan. This revelation was an even greater surprise than the summoning beasts on this island. Furthermore, considering the girl was merely 14 or 15, yet could wield such sealing techniques, her abilities must be formidable. Upon hearing Luosha's words, the girl became increasingly tense, and the chains binding him tightened further. Luosha made no attempt to resist. He allowed the golden chains of the Vajra lock to restrain him, as he sensed no hint of malice in her gaze, only a flicker of anxiety. "There's no need to be alarmed. I harbor no intentions of harming you. What is your name?" The girl offered no reply, her eyes still fraught with tension. Luosha continued, "I am Luosha, the fourth Kazekage of the Sand Village in the Land of Wind." The girl froze for a moment, then abruptly took several steps back, her sealing technique wavering. Luosha did not struggle but calmly added, "You need not fear me. I bear no ill will towards your Uzumaki clan. In fact, not long ago, I rescued a girl from your clan in the Land of Grass. Her name is Hanabi. Do you know her?" "What? Hanabi?" The girl clearly recognized the name. Hearing it, her expression shifted to one of urgency, yet her hands remained steadfast, indicating a lack of trust in Luosha's words. Sensing this, Luosha recounted the events that transpired in the Land of Grass, portraying himself as the hero who saved Hanabi. "She is currently living well in our sand village, under the tutelage of Elder Chiyo, studying medical ninjutsu." The girl's gaze became complex, revealing an internal struggle as she deliberated whether to trust Luosha. "I have no reason to deceive you. You should understand that while your clan's sealing techniques are indeed impressive, it would be impossible for you to contend with me. Moreover, you could verify how Hanabi is faring in the sand village once you meet her." Listening to Luosha's earnest words and observing his non-resistant demeanor, coupled with his identity as the Kazekage, the girl ultimately decided to release her sealing technique, gritting her teeth as she asked, "Is Hanabi truly in the sand village?" "Yes." Luosha nodded, watching as the golden chains dissipated into chakra. "She is doing well, rest assured. Once you meet her, you will know the truth. Now, may I ask for your name?" "Onoka." The girl's demeanor shifted back to calmness as she replied coldly, "I have not agreed to visit the sand village." Luosha, undeterred by this revelation, earnestly stated, "Onoka, allow me to extend an invitation to you as the Kazekage of the sand village. Surely, you must be the only one on this island. Do you not wish to live with your kin?" Chapter 108. Onoka, a flicker of indecision crossed Onoka's eyes, but she quickly returned to her icy demeanor, stating, "I find solitude quite agreeable. Your invitation stems solely from a desire to harness the power of the Uzumaki clan. Is Hanabi not enough for you?" Luosha discerned that compared to the shy Hanabi, this girl named Onoka possessed a strong sense of self. He candidly admitted, "Indeed, I do seek the strength of the Uzumaki clan, yet my invitation is sincere. Furthermore, Hanabi does not excel in sealing techniques. Hence, she chose to study medical ninjutsu." At this, Onoka regarded Luosha with newfound seriousness. It appeared that Hanabi truly resided in the sand village. Seemingly sensing Luasha's curiosity, Onoka elaborated. Among our Uzumaki clan ninja, individuals are divided based on their talents. Some become sealing ninjas, while others pursue medical ninjutsu. Hanabi possesses exceptional talent in the latter, which is why the clan leader did not direct her towards sealing techniques. Ah, the half-sage body. I see. But how is it that you find yourself alone on this island? Onoka's expression dimmed as she recounted. 5 years ago, our Uzumaki village was attacked by the Mist Village. To preserve the bloodline of our clan, the leader secretly sent some of our most gifted members away. The ship I was on encountered a storm at sea, and when I awoke, I found myself on this island. Luosha offered words of comfort. My condolences. Everything will improve in the future. Upon hearing such gentle words, Onoka looked at Luosha in surprise before recalling something important. What were you doing just now? I sensed the natural energy of this island shifting. If I am not mistaken, you were absorbing its natural energy. This revelation surprised Luosha. You can perceive natural energy? Is this ability common among your Uzumaki clan? Perhaps Luosha's previous gentleness had eased Onoka's wariness. As she explained, being able to sense natural energy is a prerequisite for our Uzumaki clan to learn sealing techniques. Unlike other techniques, our sealing arts do not solely rely on chakra. They also incorporate natural energy. This piqued Luosha's curiosity, prompting him to ask tentatively, "Can you sense the natural energy within me?" Onoka shook her head, seemingly perplexed. I had thought you, like me, had utilized sealing techniques to shield yourself from perceptual probing. No, I have not employed any such techniques. Yet, the bouquet can sense the natural energy within me. Suko was increasingly astonished. Impossible. Unless the bouquet has awakened the Kagura Heart Eye. The Kagura Heart Eye? Indeed, it is the highest perceptual ability of our Uzumaki clan. It can not only perceive chakra and natural energy, but, more importantly, it allows one to sense the emotions within a person. Sensing emotions? Yes. Human emotions are indeed a form of energy. Whether it is hatred, kindness, affection, or murderous intent, one can disguise their outward appearance, and chakra can be concealed. But the emotions harbored within cannot be hidden. No, at this point, Suko realized she might have said too much. You have yet to tell me what you were doing just now. Why have you come to this island? As you can see, I was indeed absorbing the island's natural energy, for I am curious about why this island possesses so many formidable creatures suitable for summoning beasts. What is so special about the natural energy here? I have come for these great beasts. Our Sunagakure village requires some summoning beasts. This did not surprise Suko. She merely responded coldly. Are you aware that without this natural energy, the island would lose its protection, and these great beasts would be exposed to the eyes of everyone in the ninja world? What consequences would that bring? In that moment, Suko coldly admonished him, as if the figure before her was not the esteemed Kazekage of this world, but merely an ordinary man. Given Rasha's character, he would not engage in petty squabbles with a young girl. Instead, he spoke kindly. Now that you have mentioned it, I am aware. Suko was momentarily rendered speechless. Rasha then inquired, do you have a fondness for this island? Suko replied gently, though these great beasts appear fearsome, they possess gentle hearts. If it were not for their care over these past 5 years, I might have perished here. I see. It seems these great beasts are indeed quite intelligent. Upon saying this, Rasha looked seriously at Suko and stated, regrettably, because our Sunagakure truly needs summoning beasts, I cannot relinquish this island and the creatures upon it. However, I can promise, in the name of the Kazekage, that our ninja will not force these great beasts to become summoning beasts unless they gain their consent. If you are willing, I can grant you the authority to oversee this matter. Suko's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Rasha and slowly said, you are quite different from the Kazekage I had imagined. Oh, what did you envision me to be like? Humph, like the vast majority of men, boorish, crude, and self-important. Rasha was somewhat speechless, yet he could hardly argue with a young girl. However, since it was impossible to transport the island's natural energy like the dragon vein chakra, he would have to consider alternative approaches. After pondering for a moment, Rasha suddenly asked, did you instruct those great beasts to attack me? Suko's expression stiffened. But she soon realized Rasha was not angry, so she explained, I merely wished for you to leave this island. So? Was it you who caused those who departed this island to lose their memories? Yes, I can employ sealing techniques to seal their memories of this island. Given that, your sealing techniques are truly impressive. What exactly do you wish to convey? Suko seemed a bit impatient. Rasha wasted no time in stating, I am not proficient in sealing techniques or summoning arts, so this is merely an idea of mine. Whether it is feasible depends on you. You must be familiar with reverse summoning techniques, yes? I was contemplating if we could regard this island and Sunagakure as two marked points and have you construct a summoning space passage. Thus, if summoning and reverse summoning techniques are employed, the practitioner could traverse between the two locations and link them together. Chapter 109. Inquiry of Danzo in an instant. Suko's eyes brightened, only to furrow her brow shortly thereafter. What is it? Is it unfeasible? Rasha proposed this idea inspired by the narrative where Jiraiya discovered Mayaboka Mountain through reverse summoning techniques. Moreover, he recalled that someone had analyzed the Flying Thunder God technique, suggesting that its spatial transfer was, in fact, a form of reverse summoning. Suko shook her head. It is a commendable idea. From a technical standpoint, it is indeed viable. In fact, many of the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan are applications of summoning and reverse summoning techniques, such as invoking the power of the Shinigami. However, regrettably, I am not adept at space-time techniques. Is that so? Rasha felt a tinge of disappointment, but suddenly recalled something. I possess an item that might assist you. Rasha retrieved a scroll from his pocket, performed a summoning technique, and summoned a small booklet along with 4 scrolls, handing them to Suko. Suko accepted them with curiosity and was immediately taken aback. No wonder you are the Kazekage of Sunagakure. You possess such items. Rasha shook his head. It is not entirely my own merit. One could say I acquired this booklet during my time in Lulan, gleaned from Baizoka's research on the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the 4 scrolls, they were obtained from Danzo's hands, containing the secrets of the 4 purple flames formation. Unfortunately, Rasha had no time to study these matters, so he chose to give them to Suko, believing that with her talent in sealing techniques, she might make effective use of them. Will this be of assistance to you? Suko nodded, her gaze fixed curiously on Rasha. I can give it a try. Thank you for your efforts. I shall remain here for 3 more days. After that, you will accompany me back to Sunagakure. There is no rush regarding the summoning beasts. Now that we have made a determination, everything will be easier to discuss. Indeed, this time, Suko did not refuse. As Rasha, the Kazekage, endeavored for the good of Sunagakure while inadvertently gaining an orphan of the Uzumaki clan. The central narrative of the Hokage story unfolded in the land of Fire's Konoha, where the outside war had yet to end, and internal divisions within the village began to emerge. Following Konoha's devastating defeat in the Land of Rivers, all factions within Konoha required a figure to step forth and assume responsibility for the village's substantial losses. As the frontline commander who had unilaterally intercepted the Kazekage, leaving Konoha's front lines vulnerable, Shimura Danzo was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Not to mention, the 2 Uchiha clan members who had returned brought with them undeniable evidence of Danzo's transplantation of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, rendering him the target of public ire. Yet, despite such overwhelming evidence, the entirety of Konoha delayed for a month before finally convening a hearing for Danzo. One reason was the tense situation at the front lines, and the other was that Danzo had returned in a state of near death. Fortunately, after a month, Danzo finally regained consciousness. At this moment, within the Hokage office of Konoha, in the heart of Konoha, the esteemed leaders convened, with the 3rd Hokage leading the assembly. Flanking him were 2 other revered elders, Midogate In and Tsunade Koharu. Below them gathered prominent figures including Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato, and the clan heads of the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka clans. At the center of this assembly, shrouded in bandages and bearing the marks of a grievous battle, were Danzo and Shimi, the frontline commander from the Land of Rivers. Observing his friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, feeling a sense of resignation as he spoke. Now that everyone is present, Danzo, it is time for you to address the matter at hand. Although Danzo appeared somewhat disheveled and frail, his gaze was particularly dark as he replied. What do you wish for me to disclose, Hiruzen? Haven't you already gleaned everything from Shimi? Silence fell upon the assembly, leaving Sarutobi to continue. Indeed, Shimi has shared much. Yet I desire to hear your account directly, including the details of your confrontation with the Kazekage of Sunagakure. To this, Danzo showed no regard for his friend's request and retorted, what is there to say? Merely that I was outmatched. As you all can see, my arm and I were taken from me, along with my summoning beast. Danzo refrained from elaborating further, for the secrets involved were too numerous to reveal. Whether it was the forbidden techniques he had resorted to for survival, Izanagi, or the Mangekyo Sharingan of his adversary. All were matters that could not be disclosed. Fortunately, he was aware that only he and Orochimaru knew the true extent of these secrets. Seeing Danzo's lack of cooperation, Sarutobi's demeanor turned grave. Danzo, do you comprehend the magnitude of the loss your unilateral actions have inflicted upon our village? Danzo's expression turned icy as he regarded everyone present. Loss. I must ask all of you, had you been in my position, would you have chosen differently? You must understand what the remnants of the Uzumaki clan represent. Even disregarding their sealing techniques, the creation of new Jinchuriki by Tsunagakure is intolerable for Konoha, and had my plan succeeded, it could have shattered our current stalemate. Alas, I have failed. The reactions of those present varied, yet from the standpoint of the village's greater good, it was difficult to cast blame upon Danzo. It could only be said that he had been outmaneuvered by the Kazekage. As a friend, Tsunade Koharu interjected, while victories and defeats are common on the battlefield, Danzo, the losses to the village this time are indeed severe. Although her words seemed to reproach Danzo, they were, in truth, a defense of her friend. A sentiment perceptible to the astute among them. Orochimaru smirked coldly, while Jiraiya and Minato furrowed their brows, and the other clan heads appeared equally troubled. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, could no longer restrain himself. Then, Elder Danzo, how do you justify your covert appropriation of our Uchiha clan Sharingan and its transplantation into your own body? Danzo cast a dismissive glance at Fugaku, responding with a tone of defiance. Justify? What justification do you seek? Deep down, Danzo understood the fragility of Fugaku's resolve. Indeed, upon hearing Danzo's retort, Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly display a visage of intense fury. However, this ire was swiftly quelled by Danzo's next words. Since you inquire, I can clarify that, even during the tenure of Master Tobirama, research into the Uchiha clan Sharingan had already commenced. This blunt revelation not only changed Fugaku's countenance, but also darkened the expressions of the others present. Sarutobi, witnessing the turmoil caused by Danzo's revelations, turned to Fugaku with an apologetic gaze. Fugaku, Danzo speaks the truth, but rest assured, there were no ulterior motives. Everything was for the sake of the village. Even the research into the first Hokage cells was initiated by Master Tobirama, although I later prohibited it after numerous failures. It seems Danzo, realizing the gravity of the discourse, Sarutobi swiftly interjected, Danzo, in light of your unauthorized research on the first Hokage's cells and Sharingan, as well as your failure in the conflict with Tsunagakure, you are hereby stripped of all your positions within the village, including your role as leader of Root. Danzo did not contest this decision, for it was a favorable outcome in light of the circumstances. The village has suffered greatly due to my negligence. I am willing to accept my responsibility. Moreover, I propose a means to alleviate our current crisis. All eyes, save Fugaku's, turned to Danzo with curiosity. I can announce the loss of my arm to Kumogakure and Iwagakure, even to Kirigakure. At this proclamation, enlightenment washed over the assembly, though Fugaku's expression only deepened in humiliation. Yet, Sarutobi did not afford Fugaku the opportunity to respond, decisively concluding, I will assign the Umbu to handle this matter. You may leave now, Danzo. Your punishment will be enacted immediately. Turning to Minato, Sarutobi continued, Minato, I entrust you with the matters at the front. I have decided. I am no longer fit for this role. You shall assume command as the new frontline leader. At this announcement, it was as though the earlier discontent had dissipated, replaced by astonishment and uncontainable joy. Even Fugaku's demeanor softened, while only Danzo and Orochimaru remained sullen. Minato, maintaining his composure, responded, I understand, Hokage-sama. I will ensure that Kumogakure and Iwagakure are expelled from our land of fire. With a heavy sigh, Sarutobi remarked, the future of the village rests upon your shoulders, you young ones. In the shadowy depths of the forest where Root was situated, the deposed Danzo and Orochimaru walked slowly. Orochimaru's signature chilling voice broke the silence. I had thought Elder Danzo would divulge all the intelligence regarding the Fourth Kazekage to the Hokage. Danzo, striding across the grass, replied coolly, and what would it matter? Absent irrefutable evidence, the outcome of this war bears no significance to my current state. Rather, you, Orochimaru. It appears Hiruzen has already chosen Minato as his successor, forsaking you as his disciple in favor of Jiraiya's student. Are you truly at ease with this? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. a cold laugh escaping his lips. I do not harbor the same obsession for the Hokage position as you, Elder Danzo. A heavy silence enveloped them, lasting until they neared the root base. Danzo turned to Orochimaru, his voice laced with iciness. The roots were established from nothing by the old man. A mere phrase cannot relieve me of my duties. Currently, spies from the roots have infiltrated the sand-hidden village and have approached the Kazekage's wife. Once we ascertain that the Kazekage indeed possesses the ability to strip others of their bloodline limits, we can take action. However, I cannot accomplish this alone, Orochimaru. I require your strength. Oh, Elder Danzo has not yet given up, has he? Danzo's gaze was sharp. It seems that I am not the only one who refuses to relent, Orochimaru. Are you not intrigued by the Kazekage's peculiar abilities? After all, it is a power that even the cells of the first Hokage can be suppressed by. In response, Orochimaru merely wore a peculiar smile. Seeing this, Danzo felt that everything was under his control. I will notify you once I have news. With that, he turned and departed alone, heading back to the roots while Orochimaru watched silently. After an indeterminate time, a commotion in the forest caught Orochimaru's attention. A small white snake emerged from the woods and slithered up his arm, raising its head and speaking in a haughty tone reminiscent of a young girl. Orochimaru, how goes the task assigned to you by Lord Whitesnake? Have you found the person you were supposed to locate? You have delayed too long. A flicker of excitement crossed Orochimaru's face. No, I have not found them, but I believe I have an inkling of who Lord Whitesnake seeks. Who might that be? Hee, before I answer your question, may I pose one to you? The little white snake replied, its expression tinged with disdain. Do not dwell on it, Orochimaru. You cannot learn the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave. It is your own body modifications that have led to this chaos. Otherwise, with your talents. Orochimaru's face bore a hint of regret, but he quickly shook his head resolutely. No, I simply wish to know why you seek that individual. The small white snake's slit pupils displayed a moment of contemplation before it spoke in a low voice. I do not know the reason either. But Lord Whitesnake mentioned that the fate of this world is once again approaching a turning point. The last time it was the Sage of the Six Paths. But unfortunately, that opportunity was seized by those foul toads of Myaboka Mountain. This time, we must not allow those wretched toads to take it again. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with interest. The Sage of the Six Paths, intriguing. Rest assured, those toads from Myaboka Mountain will not seize it this time. Why is that? Based on the intelligence I have gathered, the person you seek is likely the Fourth Kazekage of the Sand-Hidden Village. Currently, the Sand-Hidden Village and Konoha are sworn enemies, and Jiraiya's disciple is poised to inherit the title of Hokage soon. The little white snake's eyes gleamed with excitement. I see. That is splendid news. Our serpents from the Dragon Cave shall finally become true dragons. Orochimaru, well done. I shall return to inform Lord Whitesnake. Rest assured, the promised scales will soon be delivered to you. With a loud pop, it vanished from sight, leaving Orochimaru to ponder the words just spoken. How fascinating. What constitutes a true dragon? Meanwhile, in another direction, Minato and Jiraiya were hurrying towards the battlefield after leaving the village. Suddenly, Minato spoke to Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, if we are fortunate enough to achieve our goals, and a temporary ceasefire can be arranged, I would like to take this opportunity to train in sage techniques at Myaboka Mountain. Jiraiya was taken aback, but Minato calmly explained. Although Lord Danzo did not elaborate, the surviving comrades confirmed that the Kazekage has grown stronger, having swiftly defeated Elder Danzo. I cannot afford to remain stagnant. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately understood. Recognizing the changes his disciple had undergone in recent times, he nodded solemnly. I understand, Minato. Whatever you choose to pursue, I shall support you. Chapter 111. Journey to the Land of Demons, Island of Forgetfulness. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had elapsed. During this period, everyone on the Island of Forgetfulness was quite occupied. Suko was studying the Flying Thunder God technique and the Four Purple Flames formation, while the Sand Lizard and Sand Eagle busied themselves with taming the summoning beasts they had set their sights on. Rusha was engaged in research on the island's natural energy. In truth, the process of taming summoning beasts is rather straightforward. Firstly, these beasts must possess the potential to be summoned, having chakra within them. Secondly, they must possess a certain level of intelligence. The actual taming can be achieved through two methods. One is to exert forceful control, as seen with Pain's summoning beasts controlled by black rods. The other is akin to pet ownership, where the summoning beast willingly acknowledges you as its master. In these 3 days, the the sand lizard and sand eagle endeavored to win over the two colossal creatures they desired. The sand eagle sought a giant eagle, which not only had flying capabilities, but could also utilize genjutsu. The sand lizard, on the other hand, had taken a liking to a giant lizard, which possessed the ability to become invisible like a chameleon, allowing both itself and its master to evade detection from ninja probes. Unfortunately, 3 days proved too brief. The two had merely managed to reach a point where they were not despised by the beasts. Much work lay ahead before they could truly tame them. Although Tsuko had the benefit of Rusha's guidance, even with her extraordinary talent in sealing techniques, grasping the intricacies of space ninjutsu would require time. Fortunately, she quickly mastered the 4 purple flames formation. As for Rusha, he faced a dilemma. Since arriving in this world and acquiring the wedge, he had absorbed various kinds of chakra and natural energy, each time gaining unique abilities. However, this time, upon absorbing the natural energy emitted by the island of forgetfulness, his body exhibited no response. What could be the reason? Was it due to the insufficient amount of natural energy on this island? Or was it simply devoid of any special qualities? These questions would remain unanswered for the time being, as Windblade and Thunderblade were due to return, signaling that it was time to depart. On the volcanic edge of the island of forgetfulness stood a small wooden cabin. This was where Tsuko had lived for the past 5 years. The interior was cozy and inviting. Now that it was time to leave, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Rusha, noticing this, offered comforting words. There is no need to feel this way. It is not as if we will not return. Once you have researched the reverse summoning technique, you may come back at any time. Tsuko's eyes brightened, and her earlier despondency faded away as she nodded. You are right. Are we returning to the sand-hidden village now? Indeed. However, before we leave, there are a few questions I would like to ask you. Of course, if you find it inconvenient to answer, you may refuse. A hint of curiosity flickered across Tsuko's previously icy demeanor. What questions do you have? I have heard that your Uzumaki clan possesses a sealing technique known as the corpse demon seal. Tsuko paused, taken aback, and then she heard a question that left her utterly astonished. This technique is said to summon the Shinigami. What do you know about the Shinigami that is summoned? To be honest, when Tsuko heard Rusha mention the corpse demon seal, she envisioned countless possibilities, but never this one. The moment the question was posed, even Tsuko fell into a moment of silence. Why do you ask such a question? Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely curious about the realm of death, Luosha replied, recounting his encounter with a ghost ship and specters upon the ocean. It was certainly not an illusion. I must have encountered a ghost. Suenokawa began to grasp Luosha's thoughts, but hesitated, saying, the clan leader once told us that many sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan are, in fact, forms of summoning, invoking the powers of the Shinigami. Among these, the corpse sealing technique is the pinnacle. However, we have never attempted to converse with the Shinigami. I see. So, can you summon the Shinigami? Suenokawa remarked, somewhat peculiarly. It seems you are quite eager to meet the Shinigami. I merely thought that perhaps communicating with such an ancient entity could illuminate some of my uncertainties, Luosha replied. Suenokawa's expression grew increasingly strange, yet she shook her head. I'm afraid that's impossible. However, it cannot be said so definitively. Summoning the Shinigami requires a sacrifice of the summoner's life to meet the Shinigami, which would be fatal for the summoner. I understand. In that case, we must first journey to the land of demons. Suenokawa responded with curiosity. The land of demons? Yes. I had initially considered that if we could meet the Shinigami, we could return via the path from the land of fire, stopping by the land of whirlpools. Although the hidden whirlpool village has been destroyed, remnants remain. Luosha recalled that Orochimaru had returned to the ruins of the hidden whirlpool village with Sasuke, summoning the Shinigami using a Shinigami mask, thus unraveling the corpse sealing technique. Upon hearing this, Suenokawa's previously calm gaze flickered. Return? Once I see Hanazawa, if possible, I would like to bring him back with me. Very well, I can promise you that. However, for now, you must accompany me to the land of demons, where ancient creatures known as wraiths exist. Perhaps they could also resolve some of my lingering doubts. Your sealing techniques may be necessary then, since they had ventured out. Luosha naturally hoped to resolve matters along the way. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical of the wraiths' claims. Wraiths. Suenokawa found Luosha's desire to encounter such formidable beings somewhat peculiar, but refrained from inquiring further. I lack confidence in sealing such creatures. It is said that only the priestesses of the land of demons possess the power to seal them. I will consider this matter. Let us first go and see, Luosha suggested, as it was indeed on their route. Thus, after preparing everything, Luosha led Suenokawa, Shang, and Shotzi away from the Isle of Oblivion to find Otsu anchored in the sea. This time, to save time, Luosha, now familiar with the route, chose not to traverse the storm but instead levitated the entire ship with sand, soaring through the skies over the ocean. They did not wait long outside before the safe return of Windblade and Thunderblade. Then, in a grand gesture, Luosha gifted the entire ship to the sailor Otsu who had brought them there and set off toward the land of demons. Upon learning that Lord Kazekage would soon arrive, the trio responsible for the investigation, Dahei, Shiyu, and Leisure, immediately readied themselves. At that moment, under the night sky, within a city built against the mountains of the land of demons, in a grand palace, the noble and elegant priestess Myler awoke suddenly from a bizarre dream, a hint of panic crossing her youthful visage. Chapter 112. The land of demons, akin to the land of birds, lies nestled between the land of wind and the land of earth. However, it is positioned at the rear of both nations, far removed from the epicenter of conflict. Compared to the chaos and warfare engulfing the land of birds, the land of rivers, the land of rain, and the land of grass, the domestic environment of the land of demons remains relatively stable. Hence, the land of demons does not possess its own ninja forces. Instead, it is characterized by the mysterious powers of the priestesses and the legends of the wraiths. Upon Luosha's arrival with Suenokawa and his four subordinates, Dahei, Shiyu, and Leisure promptly approached to greet them. What have you discovered regarding the wraiths? The trio immediately relayed all they knew. Suenokawa then realized that Luosha had long been fixated on the creatures of the land of demons, not merely driven by an encounter with ghosts. Indeed, the words of men can often be deceptive. After sharing their knowledge, Dahei inquired, Lord Kazekage, what shall we do next? Without hesitation, Luosha responded, time is of the essence. Let us proceed to meet the esteemed priestess of the land of demons. Within the palace of the land of demons, Myler, the priestess with flowing golden hair, awoke from her peculiar dream, her sudden movement startling the awaiting maidservants outside. Myler-sama? Do not worry, I am well. Myler dismissed the maidservant's intent to assist, instead sitting up, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead as she gasped for breath. She was acutely aware that this was no mere dream. As the inheritor of the lineage of priestesses of the land of demons, Myler had also inherited their powers, granting her the fleeting ability to glimpse future events. In that vision, the sealed creature, the wraith, broke free. This was the scenario she dreaded most. Yet she knew it to be true, for within that vision, she also saw two men, one of whom was familiar to her, her minister, Yomi, the minister of the land of demons. Although the land of demons is a small nation, Myler remained informed about the tumultuous events occurring in the outside world. The entire ninja realm was engulfed in a chaotic war, with continual conflicts between the land of fire, the land of lightning, and the land of earth. Were it not for the land of demons' position at the rear, bordered by the relatively stable land of wind, it might have also succumbed to turmoil. However, this tranquility has emboldened some within the land of demons to entertain ambitions they ought not to harbor, particularly with the wraith's powers inciting their desires. Leading this faction was Yomi, who had recently been advocating for the land of demons to harness the wraith's powers, to unleash it and dominate the entire ninja realm. From what she had seen in her vision, Yomi had succeeded. The seal on the wraith had indeed been lifted. But who was the other man? Though only a fleeting glimpse from her vision, the image of the man battling the wraith led her to suspect that he might not be an enemy like Yomi. Regrettably, the priestess's foresight was limited, preventing her from seeing further into the future. At this point, Myler found it difficult to return to sleep. Perhaps a breath of fresh air would help. Resolving herself, she called out, "Come in." As the palace doors swung open, Myler looked up, momentarily stunned. For the figure entering was not one of her familiar maidservants, but a striking young girl with red hair whom she did not recognize. You are the priestess of the land of demons. Even in her confusion, Myler sensed something was amiss, her brows furrowing as she adopted a defensive posture. Who are you? Where are my maidservants? Rest assured, they are merely asleep and nothing is amiss. As for you, please attire yourself properly. There are those who wish to meet you. Upon saying this, I glanced at Moreau, who appeared to be indulging in luxury. Then, after a moment's contemplation, coldly inquired, "Do you require assistance?" Moreau certainly did not need any help. Despite her exalted status as a priestess in the land of demons, she was quite capable of dressing herself. Wisely, she refrained from asking who sought her presence. as she would soon discover the answer. Moreover, the ease with which someone could approach her without alerting the guards indicated that this individual possessed the capability to take her life at will. When Moreau donned her resplendent priestess attire, preparing to accompany her visitor, a red-haired girl suddenly spoke up. "I am dressed. You may enter now." Startled, Moreau momentarily lost her composure as a man emerged slowly from the shadows. Before she could admonish him for intruding upon her private quarters, she was taken aback by his appearance, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "It is you." At this utterance, both individuals in the room paused in surprise. Rasha was about to inquire how the priestess recognized him, but as he recalled the unfolding narrative, he seemed to grasp the situation, asking, "I have heard that the priestesses of your demon realm possess the ability to foresee the future. Given your astonished reaction to my presence, may I deduce that you have indeed encountered me before, foreseeing the future?" At this, the girl named Hano was utterly astonished and regarded Moreau with curiosity. Moreau, equally astonished, contemplated for a moment before affirmatively stating, "Indeed, I have seen you in a dream." Miro's confirmation left Rasha once more in awe of the wonders of this world. To foresee the future? Fascinating. Though he spoke casually, he continued, "What did you witness?" At this juncture, Moreau deemed it unnecessary to withhold information, responding candidly, "I saw the malevolent spirits being unleashed. I witnessed you battling these apparitions alongside our demon realm's minister, Huang Quan." "Is that all?" "Yes. The foresight of our priestesses is limited. We can only perceive fragments of visions." "I see." Having acquired the information he sought, Rasha felt no need to conceal his purpose for being there. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Kazekage of the Wind Country's Sunagakure. I have come to understand the nature of these malevolent spirits. Additionally, if necessary, I require your assistance in breaking the seal on these spirits to release them. However, there is no need for concern regarding their potential to wreak havoc upon the world." This is Hano, hailing from the Uzumaki clan. Her sealing techniques are exceptionally proficient, and I have prepared barrier techniques to ensure they cannot escape. If possible, I can assist you in completely vanquishing this creature named Malevolent Spirit, liberating your priestesses from the fate of forever sealing it. At that moment, Miro's pupils constricted sharply.